The warm morning sun illuminated the academy courtyard. A loud voice noted that all students, after 3 years of study, had learned theoretical knowledge about the profession system. On a large stone slab glowed a large pentagram in the form of a 6-pointed star. A grown man with brown hair and a beard on his face held a microphone in his hands, addressing the crowd of students in front of him. It was the director of Zihai Academy named Lu Yun. He said loudly that today was the day of choosing a profession, the day that would determine their fate. The man smiled and shook his hands. He said that he hoped that all of the students would reach the same level as mentor Su Kaingsing. He happily added that he hoped that they would become a real support for the human race. Su Kaingsing is a level 80 magician saint. After his words, all the students noticeably tensed, looking at the huge slab with a glowing pentagram. Looking at him, a tall black-haired guy in a light jacket, with his hands in his pockets, quietly noted that this was a circle of transformation. Lin Moyu, a student at Zihai First Academy. He thought that he would be reborn in this world many years ago, and finally I could get a profession. He recalled a tall building with columns, located deep in the mountains, at the entrance to which a magical blue light shone. Moyu thought that this world was like an RPG game, and there were not only many dungeons with secrets, but also many monsters in the wild. He said that after choosing a profession, people can earn experience by killing monsters, emptying dungeons and secret areas. He noted that this is to raise levels, improve abilities, and increase overall strength. The cities in this world were the same as in modern times, with a large number of high-rise buildings and transport forks. Moyu thought that the countless sages of mankind had conquered the living space for the human race, among them countless hordes of monsters. He noted that this is how they achieved a stable society in their day. He visualized in his head a tall, large man leaning on a large sword, a girl standing next to him in a cape and holding a staff in her hands, and behind them a male cook in a large cap. He thought that the most popular professions in this world were the fighting classes. Moyu noted that support classes come next, followed by household professions. He thought that support classes were divided into 5 categories: low, medium, high, rare, and legendary. Moyu frowned and thought that in the entire Zihai city, not a single legendary profession might appear in 10 years. The plate with the pentagram behind the director's back glowed bright yellow. The man screamed loudly, ordering the transmutation circle to activate. A guy with blonde hair approached Moyu and put his hand on his shoulder. Gao Yang is Lin Moyu's classmate. The blonde asked what profession his classmate most wants to get. Yang laughed when the guy ignored him and gave him a displeased look. With a smile on his face, he said that he wanted to be a knight, because with his body, he could very well get this profession and protect girls. He noted that Moyu and Ziazu have very good results and are likely to get good professions. As Moyu ignored the guy again and walked forward, another guy ran up to him and grabbed him by the forearm. The guy became indignant, telling Yang not to talk to Moyu since he wouldn't answer him anyway. He said that maybe Moyu's profession would be from the everyday class, and in general, the fact that his grades are much better doesn't mean anything. Yang combed back his blonde bangs and gave the guy a slightly upset look. He asked him not to talk about Moyu like that, because in reality he just doesn't like empty talk. The director of the academy approached a gray-haired man in a light robe and with a long beard. Master Zhang Kaiyan, level 52 Master of Magic Formations. The rector Lai, turning to Master Zhang, asked for his forgiveness for disturbing him. The gray-haired man replied that everything was fine. Moyu froze and his blue-green eyes went wide. He thought in surprise that the man with the long beard was a master of magical formations. He thought that this was a very rare profession for the support class. The director, microphone in hand, looked up at the paper. He said loudly that the students whose names he would now name would have to enter the magic circle. He said that Zhu Da should come out first. A young man with dark hair entered the circle, and it sparkled with a bright orange light, and a sign appeared next to the guy, which indicated that he was in the life support class and his profession was a farmer. The guy's face contorted in horror, and he grabbed his head with his hand. He loudly shouted in a frustrated voice that he couldn't believe he was in the life support class and even became a farmer. Loud voices began to be heard from the crowd and students began to support the guy. They began to say that farming is not the worst option, and in the future they can become a master farmer or even higher. Students said that being a farmer is a really good option. The other guy grabbed his chest and smiled sheepishly as a sign appeared next to him that said his class was life support and his profession was chef. The guy said in a joyful voice that his father was also a chef, and he never thought that he too could become a chef, but it turned out that he could become his father's real heir. Master Zhang, observing what was happening, noted that everything was not very rosy. Director Lai agreed with his words, noting that there wasn't even a single rare class yet. Folding his hands into his long sleeves, the master said that their educational institution had not produced intermediate level students for a long time, and it would be great if they produced many high-level warriors. Director Lai chuckled and replied that there were very few rare vacancies in their city as a whole, so it would be nice to let at least someone graduate. After saying that, the next Zhu, a tall girl with long hair, stepped forward, tucking her hair behind her ear and looking sideways at Moyu. Zhu is a student at Zhai Academy. Looking at Moyu, she said that she was going to show which of the two is the real genius. She cast her dissatisfied glance at the guy's face, which expressed absolutely no emotion. The girl thought that even though the two of them were considered the best students of this educational institution, he was still always one step ahead. He thought that this time he would definitely not lose to him. Master Zhang's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the girl. He noted that she was quite good. The director asked, "What does the master mean?" When Zhu passed by them, the gray-haired man noted that her mental abilities were twice that of both people, so she could very well become a magician. The director was surprised and indignant that a mage is a high class of warrior level, and if there is something special in her, then she will receive a rare profession. As soon as the girl stepped on the stone slab, it immediately lit up with a red light. Zhu began to blow a powerful stream of wind from different directions, and fiery flashes sparkled high above her head. The director shouted that this was an anomalous phenomenon, and now it would be a rare profession. Around the girls, tongues of flame, streams of water, wind currents, and pieces of stones began to read in a powerful stream. The sign that appeared indicated that the girl now belongs to the warrior class, and her profession is an elemental mage, which has a rare level. When the wind calmed down, exclamations of admiration were heard from the crowd. The students shouted that Zhu was cool and was able to obtain a profession of a rare level. They said that by saying that at the highest level, an elemental mage is even capable of destroying the entire Zhai with forbidden spells. The students shouted that she was a genius, and it was completely deserved. Zhu bowed to Master Zhang when she heard his words. The gray-haired man said that the girl was very pretty. She replied that she was very grateful to him for his praise. Several classmates approached the girl and, with wide smiles on their faces, began praising Zhu's abilities. One of the girls commented that she was incredible because she was able to obtain a rare combat class profession, which is a very unique phenomenon. Another girl clenched her hand into a fist and said that she was sure that this time Zhu would definitely be able to outrun that annoying Lai Moyu. After these words, the girl froze and her face frowned. She thought that all that remained was to find out what kind of profession Lin Moyu would have. She turned her head and followed the guy with her gaze as he walked past her after the director called his name. The girl's gaze darkened, and she silently watched what was happening. Turning to Master Zhang, the director asked what he thought of this guy. The gray-haired man replied that he did not see anything special in him, except for his amazing calmness. The director laughed and said that their academy only has 2 outstanding students, of which Zhu is only ranked 2nd, and Lin Moyu is in 1st. The master briefly noted that there is no relationship between professions and grades. The director glanced at the guy who approached the magic circle. He thought that if Moyu suddenly got a rare profession. Suddenly, bright streams of red and blue energy began to hover around the guy, raising a strong wind. All the students outside began to panic greatly when the sky suddenly darkened dramatically and the storm clouds began to swirl together, forming a funnel of bright blue light. They cried out loudly that the sky was suddenly overcast with clouds, noting that there should have been no rain since there had not been a cloud all day. Someone was indignant that an icy wind had arisen. The director looked at the suddenly appeared thunderstorm with shocked eyes. In a frightened voice, he asked what is happening now. The master, with a calm expression on his face, briefly replied that this was a vision. Director Li was shaking as he listened to the loud thunder and watched the bright lightning. In an indignant voice, he asked again, "Is this really a vision during transformation?" He thought that considering what was happening, what was the likelihood of another rare profession falling out? Was he thinking about whether it would be a combat class or a support class? Zhu stood with her head raised high with a worried expression on her face and her eyes wide open in surprise. She protested loudly that this couldn't happen because she couldn't lose to Moyu again. He thought that now the situation was much more serious than it was during her transition. One of the students extended his hand forward, pointing to the sky. He shouted, saying that the clouds were starting to clear. Reflections of blue flame appeared in the dark clouds, and when they sang, many silhouettes with burning eyes were visible. These were the figures of skeleton warriors. One of the students fell to the floor and screamed in fear, pointing his hand to the sky. He shouted that there were clouds full of skeletons up there. The army of the dead descended further and further through the thunderclouds, while the circle of rebirth burned with a bright turquoise pillar of light. Standing under the strong wind, Zu's face frowned in frustration. She thought that she understood perfectly well that this was all not true, but just an anomalous vision. She thought it looked too realistic anyway, and she wouldn't want to fight something like that. In an instant, the vision ended and the storm subsided. Turquoise energy slowly infused into the body of the guy standing in the circle. When he waved his hand, a sign appeared that stated that he belongs to the warrior class, and his profession is Necromancer, which is a unique hidden profession. Moyu opened his palm, and a small tongue of turquoise flame lit up in it. He happily thought that he was able to get himself a unique hidden profession. He thought excitedly that this meant that he was now the only necromancer in the world. He imagined how, with the help of his magic, he could embrace the entire planet. Moyu thought that until he died, there would be no other person with the same profession. He happily thought that such a problem was not only better than the rare one, it was even superior to the legendary one. Some students enthusiastically noted that Lin Moyu was amazing, because he had a hidden profession, and a unique one at that. However, not everyone shared this joy. Some began to angrily say that he was just lucky, and perhaps the magic circle was completely mistaken. Dissatisfied students said that a hidden profession is not necessarily strong, because there are many examples when a hidden profession was of no use. Someone supported from the word, saying that hidden professions are simply less common. One of the students told another that since Moyu is a necromancer, he will constantly have to deal with the dead, and that vision was very creepy, to which one guy replied that the dead are a good option for Moyu since he always gets wet anyway. Moyu stood silently, listening to all the attacks in his direction. He thought that the unique hidden profession was much more than he could have imagined. When he stepped off the stone slabs, Master Zhang called him and asked him to wait. Moyu stopped and bowed his head to the old man. He asked how he could help the master. The man raised his hand and said that he had never seen such professions before, and then asked the guy to demonstrate his skill. Moyu replied that he would be happy to do so. Information appeared on the side. Name, Lin Moyu. Profession, Necromancer. Level 1, Strength 10, Agility 10, Intelligence 20, Constitution 10, Equipment none, Summon 0 divided by 10. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Summon a Skeleton Warrior of the current level. Soul Flame, burn the target's soul. Damage depends on skill level and intelligence. Moyu raised his hand, and bright streams of turquoise magic sparkled around it. He thought that his IQ was higher, which meant that the necromancer profession belonged to magicians. He thought that the skill of summoning skeletons was quite strange in itself. When Moyu said that he was calling a warrior, his intelligence scale fell by 10 points. A large whirlwind, burning in a bright turquoise color, appeared next to the guys, and a couple of moments later a skeleton emerged from it. Steel Warrior Skeleton, Strength 15, Dexterity 15, Intelligence 15, Constitution 15, Skill none. The rest of the students jumped back in fear. They cried out loudly that Moyu had summoned the same skeleton as those in the clouds. They screamed that this time he was real. Master Zhang extended his hand forward and a red beam appeared from his fingertips and pierced the skeleton. A sign popped up in front of Moyu, saying that the skeleton warrior was under attack, and if it was not decided within 10 seconds whether the skeleton warrior should fight back, he would do so automatically. Moyu put his hand in front of the skeleton and loudly ordered it not to attack. Observing this, the master noted that his level was very good. The old man stood and looked forward at the gloomy dark-haired guy, behind whom stood a skeleton. He thought indignantly about how a creature summoned by a first-level professional could be equal in strength to him, a level 52 master. He thought that the characteristics of this skeleton are average, and Lin Moyu himself is now at the first level, so at first glance the strength does not stand out much. However, if the guy's skeletons become stronger as the level increases. Zhang waved his hand, and the boy quickly bowed to him. The master said that if he worked hard, he could achieve great heights. Moyu walked back with his skeleton, and the students began to fearfully disperse to the sides, making way for him. As Moyu walked a little closer, Yang raised his hand, looking at the skeleton with an enthusiastic gaze. He asked if he could touch it. He slowly touched his hand to the skeleton warrior. Yang asked if this skeleton was strong, to which Moyu replied that he was definitely stronger than the blonde. Yang replied that he was not entirely sure since the skeleton looked quite flimsy. The blonde boy jumped up and waved to Moyu when the director called his name, and the dark-haired boy waved his hand and the skeleton began to dissipate. Yang exclaimed that now he will change his profession, and then they will talk. A sign appeared in front of Moyu, on which the number of summons was noted as a 10th skeleton warrior. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He thought that now he understood everything. He thought that he could summon objects that had already entered his summoning space again without spending intelligence points. He thought that the capacity of the space would increase as the level increased. The guy's gaze frowned a little when he thought about the fact that he would need to raise his level. He thought that during a change of profession, he saw a tall man with a scythe in his hands, who was leaving the battlefield on which lay a defeated dragon. He thought it was as if he could see a real necromancer. Moyu thought that one day he could also reach a level where he could kill dragons with just one movement. After undergoing the ritual of the magic circle, Yang received the profession of a high-level sword and shield knight belonging to the warrior class. The blonde walked up to Moyu and smiled contentedly, pointing his thumb at himself. He said everything happened exactly as he said, and now he can become a warrior. Yang added that in the future they will fight hand in hand and conquer dungeons, but he will still be one step ahead, so Moyu should mean that he will never defeat him. Moyu exhaled and quietly said that the guy had now turned everything upside down. In a satisfied voice, Yang asked if the dark-haired guy was now ready to talk with him. He added that all this time he understood that he was silent on purpose. Director Lai took the microphone in his gray hands. He loudly said that no matter what profession each student was assigned to, their academy would provide them with advanced training. He happily noted that the change of profession was over. The man added that tomorrow there will be an event for beginners in their city, and he hopes that they will all prepare well. He said that they should try to get decent scores in the upcoming exam to get into their dream university. While Moyu and Yang were slowly leaving the academy courtyard, a girl ran up to him and called out loudly. At this moment, Moyu was thinking that the monsters at such events range from level 1 to 8. There are not very many of them, and the difficulty is not that great. He thought it was much safer than encountering them in the wild. Zhu loudly shouted at Moyu to stop. When the two guys turned to the girl, she stopped and screamed indignantly, throwing up her hands. Zhu stated that she wants to fight Moyu tomorrow, and in the final exam they will find out which of the two is stronger. The guy chuckled thoughtfully and turned his back to her again, continuing to walk further, but the girl did not calm down. She protested that he would give her a normal answer, and then added that she would no longer give in to him. Zhu thought that even though he was ahead of her today, she still refused to accept it as a defeat. Lin Moyu House. The guy stood leaning his hand on the cabinet, holding a framed photograph. The photograph showed him himself, only younger, and behind him stood an old woman with a smile on her face and a girl with long dark hair. Mentally turning to his grandmother, Moyu thought that today he finally changed his profession and got a hidden specialty. The guy mentally turned to his sister, saying that she only had to wait a little longer until he was accepted into the academy. There was a loud sound at the front door of his house. When he opened the door, he saw Director Lai standing in front of him, holding a bag in his hands. The guy asked what he was doing here. The man told him that he had decided that Moyu should be the first to receive the necessities. He recalled a tall, dark-haired girl in oriental clothing and with two blades in her hands. The director recalled how last year Moyu's elder sister, Lin Mohan, received an invitation from Xiajing Academy. The director looked at the boy with his gaze. He thought that he promised Mohan to take care of her brother, because without this she did not agree to accept the invitation, and he must keep this promise. Moyu picked up the bag and thanked the director. As he left, the man smiled and told him to get a good night's sleep before going to the dungeon tomorrow. Late at night that same day, Moyu shuddered in fear when a screen appeared in front of him, on which it was written that the system was now loading. He asked indignantly, "What is happening now?" An inscription appeared on the tablet that said that the awakening of the Necromancer profession had been discovered, and due to the fact that the profession met the requirements, the binding of the talent system began. Moyu's eyes widened in surprise as he continued to read the text. The inscription on the screen said that ability extraction had begun, skills and transformations had been found. The system congratulates him on awakening the unique god-level talent, comprehensive enhancement, also congratulates him on receiving the passive skill, level transfer. Moyu waved his hands in surprise as he read the information on the screen. The information stated that a passive skill was obtained, damage transfer comprehensive enhancement. All skills and characteristics are increased by 5 times. Damage transfer. All damage received by the mage will be transferred to the summoned creatures. Moyu cried out in surprise that he had been given a talent and a passive skill, and even a divine level one. He waved his hand, summoning a skeleton warrior, and a magical whirlpool appeared in the room, from which a skeleton appeared with a sword and shield in his hands. Moyu was deducted 10 intelligence points, after which he paid attention to the characteristics of the skeleton. Steel Skeleton Warrior, Strength 75, Agility 75, Intelligence 75, Constitution 75, Skill none. Looking at the skeleton, Moyu mentally noted that his characteristics had increased 5 times. The guy looked at his raised hands, from which bright turquoise energy oozed. He thought that combined with his damage transfer skill, he would be invincible. The next day is the newbie dungeon. Standing at the entrance to the dungeon, Yang approached Moyu and asked if he wanted to team up with him. When the dark-haired guy turned his back to him and ignored the question, the blonde threw up his hands and loudly protested. Yang asked loudly why he was ignoring him again. He cried out that he sincerely invited him to join forces, so let him name at least one reason for refusal. Moyu responded emotionlessly that leveling alone would be much faster. Zhu, who approached them, intervened in their conversation, folding her arms under her chest. She said Moyu was right that there was no point in merging. She said that dungeons below level 10 are ideal for solo play, while those above are ideal for team play. Director Lai approached the 3-person company from the side. He said that with the exception of Zia Zhu and Lin Moyu, it would be difficult for others to get by without help, so don't even think about going it alone. He said that soon it should understand that completing the dungeon and mutual assistance are connected, and since they are classmates, there is no point in being at enmity with each other. A voice from the side asked why Zia Zhu and Lin Moyu would not need help. Principal Lai looked around at his students. He said that Zhu intends to enter the academy, and as an elemental mage she needs to quickly improve her skills. He added that regarding Moyu, nothing was really known about his precision and combat power, but of course they could still try to persuade him to join them as a teammate. The female students shivered in fear. One of them said quietly that these skeletons scared her, and the other girl agreed with her. Moyu slung a long black staff with a hook at the end over his shoulder. Staff, Spiritual Power +1. The guy told the director that he was also going to enter the academy. He thought that he was also going to take exams to join his sister. Director Lai began waving his arms indignantly. He was indignant. Does the guy have any idea how difficult it is to enter the academy? He loudly says that if he really wants this, then before the exam he needs to rise to at least level 12, and after the exam have at least 15. He screamed that last year his sister entered at level 16. The director's face frowned and he continued to raise his hands. The man asked if he really thought it was that easy to get to level 12 in a week. The man screamed that getting to level 15 was even more difficult. He said that the strongest monster in the beginner dungeon is a level 8 monster, and going up to level 12 would not even be technically possible. He added that in addition to the level, there are many other substances that must be understood before the final exam. Moyu nodded slightly to the man and noted that he was completely confident in himself. The director replied that such an aspiration was commendable, and then thought that it seemed to him that with a hidden profession he could quite possibly succeed. Moyu approached the portal to the dungeon, next to which Zhu was already standing. She said that today they would finally learn that the two of them would level up faster, and then noted that silence was a sign of agreement. The guy threw it in frustration and scratched his head. He thought, where does this girl have such a love for competition? The guy slowly walked into the dungeon entrance, into the newbie dungeon. When Moyu moved into the dungeon, the guy waved his hand, calling for help from the skeletons. He thought that the last time he summoned the skeleton, he lost 10 points of intelligence. He thought that with 40 units he could summon 4 more warriors. Moyu thrust his staff forward, shouting for them to come out, and armed skeleton warriors began to appear from the ground. Moyu shouted that they must find the monsters and kill them. When one of the skeletons killed the first monitor in the form of a large black rabbit, a sign appeared on which it was indicated that 10 experience points were added for killing the long-eared rabbit. Level 1. After some time, the guy received another +20 experience for killing rabbits. Watching what was happening, the guy thought that for each monster killed by the skeleton, he gets 1% experience, and if he kills 100 monsters, he can increase the level by 1 unit. He thought it was quite effective. He thought that in just a couple of minutes he had already collected 10% of the experience. Moyu thought that he had about half an hour left before his promotion. Magical energy began to ooze around Moyu, developing his clothes and hair, and the guy's characteristics changed. Name: Lin Moyu. Profession: Necromancer. Level 2, Strength 20, Agility 12, Intelligence 40, Constitution 20, Equipment none. Summon 6/10, Skeleton Warrior. Talent: All-Round Enhancement. Passive skill: Damage Transfer. Active skill: Soul Flame. Summon Skeleton Warrior. The guy waved his hand, and 2 more skeletons rose from the ground. Moyu said that he should try to summon level 2 skeleton warriors. Steel Skeleton Warrior. Strength 125, Agility 125, Intelligence 125, Constitution 125, Skill none. Moyu mentally noted that the stats had increased again. He thought that the number of skeleton warriors had increased to 8, and the pumping efficiency had also increased. He thought that this was just the beginning. The skeletons jumped out of their place and rushed deeper into the dungeon. The gray cat of the 2nd level was successfully killed, experience plus 20. The brown dog of the 3rd level was successfully killed, experience plus 30. The blue-eyed king of the 4th level was successfully killed, experience plus 40. A map of the area appeared in front of Moyu, with blue dots indicating the location of his warriors. The guy looked at the card with surprised eyes, thinking, what kind of function is this? He realized that he could use it to track the location of skeletons. Moyu glanced to the side, hearing the rustle of grass, and saw a gray cat. He thought that the skeletons had missed one monster. He thought now was the time to try out his skill. Moyu extended his hand forward, using the flame of his soul, and a stream of turquoise energy flew towards the cat, completely enveloping his body. Moyu thought that with his current skill level, he could kill him with one hit. The cat's body fell lifelessly to the ground. The gray cat of the 2nd level was successfully killed, experience plus 20. Moyu thought that spiritual attacks were no comparison to physical ones. He thought that hidden professions were really nothing because the skills were too strong. He realized that even without the talent bonus, he was stronger than those with a legendary level profession. A beam of light rose from the guy's body, passing through him like a small electric charge. He brought up that he would get another promotion. Name: Lin Moyu. Profession: Necromancer. Level 3. Moyu smiled contentedly. Moyu continued to use the Summon Skeleton Warrior skill and summoned 3 skeleton warriors in a row, bringing the number of skeleton warriors in the dungeon to 10. 10 skeleton warriors rushed through the dungeon. The blue-eyed mouse king of the 4th level was successfully killed, experience plus 40. Level 5 blue wolf successfully killed, experience plus 50. Level 5 blue wolf successfully killed, experience plus 50. Level 6 black panther successfully killed, experience plus 60. Moyu, holding staffs in his hands, slowly moved around the dungeon. He thought that the quest in the dungeon lasts only 12 hours, 4 of which have already passed, and during this time he managed to level up to level 4. He thought that at this speed, the next update would be at least an hour away. Moyu thought that as soon as he reached level 8, he would go to the outskirts of the city to meet stronger monsters. Name: Lin Moyu. Profession: Necromancer. Level 4. Director Lai was sitting on a wooden chair with a man wearing glasses and a white shirt, who was the head of the Xia clan and Xiazu's father named Xia Danyang. Director Lai crossed his legs and asked if he had come to see his daughter's progress. Ding Yang replied that the academy has done a lot for his daughter in recent years. The director took the glass of drink in his hands and looked at the man. With a smile on his face, he noted that the academy had nothing to do with it, since Zhu is very hardworking, smart and talented, and she had a lucky profession. He added that Ding Yang probably suspected that his daughter would have a rare profession. Zhu's father replied that he was sorry that he could not attend yesterday's ceremony due to business. A silhouette of an unknown person appeared before his eyes along with his older sister Moyu. He said that's why he's here today. He said that the predecessors of these two were already level 5 when entering the dungeon, and they should not lag behind. The head of the clan noted that he hopes that the persistence of his daughter and sons will benefit her. Director Lai turned his head towards Ding Yang. He noted that his daughter has no equal in terms of pumping speed. He said that if she suddenly did not reach level 15, entering the academy would be problematic. After this, the man thought that he did not know what results to expect from Lin Moyu, but his hidden profession would definitely make itself felt. Principal Lai said that the countdown started immediately after all the students entered the dungeon, and when 12 hours had passed, they would all automatically leave. Ding Yang said it remains to be seen what results they achieve. Two men sat reclined on wooden chairs near the entrance to the dungeon. Ding Yang said that he heard that one of the students received a hidden profession. The director replied that it was, and then added that Lin Moyu received the profession of a necromancer, which is a profession of spiritual magician that he had not encountered before. He said that he also has an older sister named Lin Mohan, and if his daughter enters the academy, it would be nice if his sister became her supervisor. The 7th level brown bear was successfully killed, experience plus 70. Moyu quickly moved through the dungeon, keeping several skeleton warriors next to him. The guy thought that the maximum distance the skeleton could move away from him was 500 meters, and at this radius he could fight quite comfortably. Any monster that appeared along the way was instantly killed by the skeleton warriors. The 7th level brown bear was successfully killed, experience plus 70. Level 6 black panther successfully killed, experience plus 60. The 7th level brown bear was successfully killed, experience plus 70. Moyu thought that almost 7 hours had already passed and he still had not met a level 8 monster. He thought that besides, he did not know how strong he was. After some time, the terrain of the dungeon changed, and they reached the forest. As soon as Moyu entered the forest, a tree branch suddenly darted towards him. Jumping to the side, the guy used his passive damage transfer skill. Moyu raised his head up, examining the large tall tree. Tree whip, level 8, description, out of t-shirt state, attacks any life forms. Moyu happily thought that he had finally found a level 8 monster. The guy froze and his face frowned. He wondered out loud if this monster could be compared to those wild animals. He thought that the characteristics of his skeletons had reached 275, so he needed to see what would happen. One of the skeletons jumped onto a tree, swinging his sword at it. Without causing any damage to the monster, the skeleton jumped back, and the tree swung its branch at him. Watching this, Moyu loudly protested, why didn't the attack cause any damage? The guy waved his hand, directing all the forces of his skeletons towards the tree, and they rushed forward in a crowd. Moyu reasoned that in order to kill this monster, he would need more skeletons, which meant that his leveling speed would slow down. Level 8 whip tree successfully killed, experience plus 160. The guy smiled maliciously, narrowing his eyes. He said he had seen hundreds of similar trees recently. He happily noted that this was a real jackpot. The skeleton warriors immediately rushed deep into the forest. The blades in their hands crashed into tree pillars. The guy's experience immediately flew in, and one by one signs began to appear stating that the 8th level whip tree had been successfully killed, experience plus 160. Suddenly, the dungeon entrance emitted a bright light, and everyone looked at the dungeon entrance at the same time. There were loud voices saying that someone was really coming out. People were asking if something had happened because the time had not yet run out. Director Lai thought that this couldn't happen since the exit from the dungeon was guarded by level 8 monsters. When Moyu came out of the light, the director loudly asked how he was able to get out. The guy answered in a calm voice that he killed everyone and got out. It was as if there was a short circuit in the man's head when he saw the guy's level. Breaking into a scream, he indignantly asked how he was able to reach level 7. He thought that it was almost impossible to level up to level 7 in 10 hours. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy calmly replied that there were too few monsters, so he couldn't level up to 8. He said he now wants to apply for a trip to the suburbs. The guy started waving his arms when the director hovered, ignoring his words. Director Lai was thinking that this was the first time he had heard of someone killing all the monsters in the rookie dungeon in 10 hours. He thought about whether he really did this thanks to his profession as a necromancer. The man smiled and began to nod his head. He happily said that he would sign his application. The man added that let the guy rest for now while they wait for the rest of the guys to send them home together. There were several people in the area designated for rest. The man in the suit asked how the boy was able to get out before the others, noting that it was very strange. Another man asked why he went out alone and where was his team. Turning to the director, Ding Yang asked what happened. The man took the glass of drink and smiled, saying that it was Lin Moyu and he killed all the level 8 monsters in the dungeon. After these words, people froze, their eyes and mouths wide open in surprise. He sank back into his chair, and the others were still unable to fully digest the information they had heard. The director noted that now they can observe the real power of the profession. The man in the suit said that if you think about it, the guy is a level above the rest, his strength can be compared to the legendary. The other man replied that he had never seen how strong a legendary level was, but he didn't think this guy was above him, and then added that if a necromancer was so strong after being promoted. The director glanced at Ding Yang with a smile on his face. He said that this boy had a bright future, and if he entered the academy, there would be no problems there. Smirking, Ding Yang said that his daughter has been competing with him since childhood, and it seems that she will be upset again. The director laughed and put his hand on the man's back. He happily noted that Zhu should have gotten used to it by now, since the pair had been ranked first and second in school rankings for years. Dan Yang thought a little upset that his daughter didn't tell him anything like that. Moyu sat with his back against the rock, closing his eyes. He thought that the number of skeletons he summoned reached 24 at the end, and the number of total possible summons increased to 70. He thought that it would take a long time to completely fill the slots. The entrance to the dungeon glowed with bright light again, and after a while a slender female silhouette appeared. With a smile on her face, Zhu said that she definitely won this time as she had just set a newbie record by reaching level 5. He said that she was wondering how Moyu was doing in the dungeon. See Zhu, Elemental Mage, level 5. The girl froze, and her face was distorted in shock when she saw a guy sleeping on a stone underneath her. She was loudly indignant that he could not leave before her. Taking a closer look, she said that really. The girl's eyes and mouth opened wide in surprise when she saw that Moyu had already reached level 7 in necromancy. She protested loudly, asking how he could reach level 7. It was already dark outside, and the girl was called out by her father, who was waiting for her near the car. Zhu asked in surprise, what is he doing here? And at the same time, she still couldn't wrap her head around the fact how the guy was able to reach level 7. Father and daughter got into the car. With a drooping voice, Zhu said that over the past 3 years, he has always been one step ahead of her. In response to this, with a smile on his face, the man asked if his daughter needed his help, since she had been competing with that boy for a very long time. The girl raised her hand, clenched it into a fist, and screamed loudly that she did not need help. She was indignant that this was her personal matter and she herself had to deal with this idiot. Not the father laughed and said that he understood everything. The man told Zhu that this guy got out of the dungeon in 10 hours, killing all the level 8 monsters. After these words, the girl froze and her face expressed complete confusion and shock. She stammered and repeated her father's last words that Moyu had killed all the level 8 monsters. Zhu now understood why she hadn't met any of them. She thought that he left 2 hours earlier than her, and he was probably just a little short of level 8. Yang ran up to Moyu and grabbed him tightly with his hands, looking at the boy with a pitiful look. He loudly asked Moyu to tell him how he did it. Shaking the guy, he asked him to take him with him next time. Moyu muttered in confusion that next time. Yang's eyes lit up with joy and delight when Moyu said that he agreed to take him with him and was waiting for him at the school gate tomorrow. The next day, Yang walked around the school gate in confusion, trying to find Moyu. Seeing the director, he asked if he had seen Moyu by chance. The man told him that the boy had gone to the suburbs in the morning. The blonde threw his bag to the ground and clenched his hands into fists and shouted furiously. Yang shouted loudly that he would definitely take revenge on him for the guy deceiving him. The director calmly told the guy to calm down, since he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. Imperial Exchange Shanxia. Moyu placed his palm on the magical red crystal and a notification appeared. Verified in person, authentication was successful. A citizen of the Lin Moyu Empire is allowed to cross the border. Contribution 0, permission level 1. The guy muttered that now he would see if there was a task for him at the stock exchange. He read the information on the sign about tasks related to collecting materials. Unlimited grass processing price 50 gold coins. Piece unlimited wolf fur processing price 20 gold coins. Piece unlimited animal processing price 30 gold coins. Piece. A task appeared on the screen. Raid a level 14 dungeon and get the crystal core. The boss of the dungeon is the Goblin King. Note, only bosses above the nightmare level drop. Reward 10,000 gold coins. Moyu thought this task was quite interesting. He thought the difficulty matched the reward. On normal difficulty, you can get caught in a dungeon just by not flying opponents. He mused that dungeon difficulty was divided into normal, nightmare, and hellish. Nightmarish difficulty. He thought that the nightmare one was several times more difficult than the normal one, and it was impossible to pass it without a strong team. Hell of a difficulty. Moyu thought that the opponents on Hell are too strong, and this level cannot be passed by a simple professional. He He thought that he couldn't do it yet. Moyu walked up to the tall armored knight and handed him permission from the director. Reading the information on the piece of paper, the man duplicated what was written, asking if the guy was a level 7 necromancer Lin Moyu. The man thought that this was the first time he had heard about such a profession as a necromancer. He wondered how the academy even gave level 7 permission to leave. The knight pulled Moyu back to his piece of paper. He said that his pass had come into effect and he could safely leave the city. The man added so that the guy would notice that there were again a lot of monsters, especially at night, and if he needed to save his life, he should just run. Moyu thanked him for the warning and said he would be careful. The guy found himself on the other side of the wall, heading into monster territory. He noted that this wall is not a joke at all, and there is a huge contrast between the city and this place. He noted that even from here he could hear the roar of animals and smell blood in the air. When the guy went deeper, there was a quiet sound of footsteps. Behind the guy was a goblin. Moyu turned around and summoned the skeleton warrior, covering him to kill the enemy. The goblin rushed towards the guy, waving his club. Goblin Patrol Member, level 10, Strength 120, Dexterity 50, Intelligence 50, Constitution 120, Skill none. Moyu thought that for a goblin, a level 10 skeleton with a strength rating of 375 should be enough. Steel Skeleton Warrior, level 7, Strength 375, Agility 375, Intelligence 375, Constitution 375, Skill none. The goblin attacked the skeleton, hitting him with his club, but he didn't even move. A moment later, the skeleton warrior raised his sword and slashed at the frightened goblin. The goblin patrol ran towards the guy with a loud cry, swinging their weapons. Moyu calmly moved through the monster territory, hands in his pockets, while his skeletons began to fight. Watching this, he thought that this is the power of level 10 monsters. He thought that here he could reach level 15 before the exam. Level 10 Goblin Patrol Member killed, experience plus 300, obtained a goblin bone, killed a terrible gray wolf level 10, experience plus 280, obtained wolf fur. The boy's face frowned as he remembered his older sister. He thought that she had reached level 16 before the exam. He was thinking about how she could do this. He remembered how she had taken care of him in the past, asking him with a smile on her face what her brother wanted for dinner tonight. Moyu lowered his head and confidently said that he would definitely be able to enter the academy. Name, Lin Moyu. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 10. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 300. Constitution, 100. Equipment, none. Summon, 4100th. Skeleton Warrior. Talent, all-round enhancement. Passive skill, damage transfer. Active skill, soul flame. Summon skeleton warrior, all-round enhancement. All characteristics increased 10 times. Summon warrior skeleton, summons a bronze level skeleton warrior. Moyu waved his hand, summoning a new warrior. He reflected that each upgrade increases the characteristics by 10 times. He thought that his IQ was 300, higher than the rest. He thought that his characteristics had changed a lot since he was one of the magicians who valued mental strength, and no wonder his IQ was high. He reasoned that he didn't think he could reach level 10 so quickly. He thought that his talents and skills had also improved, as had the level of the skeletons. A large skeleton wearing armor and holding a double-sided axe in his hand appeared before him. Bronze Skeleton Warrior, level 10, Strength 15-0, Agility 15-0, Intelligence 15-0, Constitution 15-0, Skill Berserker Strike. Berserker Strike deals 200% damage to the target, cooldown 10 minutes. Moyu thought in surprise that the bronze skeleton even had an active skill. He looked with surprised eyes at the large skeleton warrior next to him. He said that it looked like he could get through here with his help. The guy looked around, scratching the top of his head. He said that he seemed to have already destroyed all the monsters in the area. Suddenly, an arrow flew right into his face at great speed. A series of arrows began to fly past the guy, and he activated the skill of transferring damage, transferring it to his skeletons, and at the same time, his bronze warrior grabbed the axe with both hands, going into a state of combat readiness. Moments later, Moyu saw a man wearing a half-face mask running towards him. A girl in a black mask on her face and a dark sweater with a hood ran past him. Seeing that the skeleton warrior did not react at all, Moyu assumed that she belonged to the assassin class, and the person who hit him was most likely an archer. The guy held the shoulder where one of the arrows hit and looked at the girl who ran past and headed further. After some time, two men in blue capes appeared in front of him, one of whom had a bow in his hands. Moyu thought it was definitely them. Moyu pulled the arrow from his shoulder as the men turned to the side. He thought that they were going in the wrong direction and thus would never catch up with the girl. The two men stopped for a moment to catch their breath. One of them was loudly indignant that this girl had outwitted them and escaped. Another man, turning to Moyu, asked if he had seen a man in black clothes here. Moyu turned and gave them a displeased look. He said the man hit him with his arrow and he thinks he should apologize for that. The archer glanced at the arrows on the ground. He mumbled, saying he was sorry. The man thought that this guy had been hit by an arrow, but he didn't even look up. Moyu waved his hand, saying that it didn't matter anymore, and the archer's face frowned with displeasure. He wondered if the guy really didn't understand that he wasn't in the best mood right now. The warrior with shoulder-length blonde hair cast an irritated glance at Moyu and his companion. The man asked if this was a skeleton warrior. The blonde gripped the staff tightly in his hand and grimaced in annoyance. He said that only devotees of evil are capable of awakening a career associated with summoning the undead. He noted that the guy is clearly not as simple as he seems at first glance. The archer extended his hand forward, holding his partner's forearm. He told him to leave him. The blonde frowned, clenching his jaw tightly. He said that he himself understood this very well. The two men walked away slowly and Moyu shouted at them behind him to wish them luck. The guy's torment flared up with a turquoise flame. He thought that he hoped their persistence would be rewarded. When the sun had already gone down, the guy sat on a rocky ledge and watched how the skeleton warriors dealt with the monsters. Level 10 Goblin Patrol member killed, experience plus 300. Level 11 Goblin Warrior killed, experience plus 350. Obtained a Goblin Bone. Moyu thought that he didn't have much experience anymore. He thought that after level 10, the amount of experience required for promotion had tripled. He thought it wasn't that important, he just needed to kill 500 goblins to level up. He thought that even though the skeletons did not know fatigue, he was not sure that he would be able to reach level 11 before nightfall. Moyu turned his head to the side, looking at the darkened sky. He said he didn't have much time, so he wouldn't go back. The guy got up and jumped off the rocky ledge. Moyu thought that if he wants to enter the academy, he must work harder than others. The guy headed deep into the forest. He sat on a snag, looking at the large fire he had built. He thought that based on the upgrade speed, he could reach level 13 tomorrow, but he wasn't sure if he could reach level 15. Moyu thought that after level 15, his upgrade speed would decrease even more, and even with a little time left, at most, which he can reach is level 16, no more. Looking at the fire, the guy's eyes frowned. He wondered how his sister managed to do this, and she got an excellent profession. The speed of his pumping is much faster. He thought that perhaps he had missed something. The guy's eyes widened as realization entered his head. He recalled how one day his sister returned home exhausted and badly injured. He realized that she was in the dungeons of the city mines. He thought that she must have teamed up with someone to complete the nightmare level dungeon and gain experience. He thought that she had been very badly beaten that day. Moyu placed his hand on his knee, clenching his palm into a fist. He thought that now he was probably right. He said he should go and see for himself tomorrow. The parquet sat like that for some time. The skeleton warrior became alert when he heard the sounds of footsteps nearby, after which a man appeared. Moyu opened his eyes and glanced to the side. He wondered if someone had also come at night to level up. He thought that not many people come here, especially at night, and perhaps the person was simply lost. The assassin girl he had seen earlier approached him. The girl, taking off her hood, showing long white hair gathered in a ponytail, asked if he had anything edible. Moyu was sitting on a log in the lotus position. Looking at her, he thought, is this really the same girl? The guy handed her fried potatoes, and the girl, smiling, gratefully accepted it. The girl lowered the black mask from her face and smiled sweetly. Moyu watched as she furiously attacked the potatoes. He wondered if she was really that hungry. The girl took a large bite and choked, closing her eyes and starting to cough. Looking at her with a puzzled look, Moyu handed her a bottle of water. The girl opened the lid and began to greedily swallow the water. She smiled, wiping drops of water from her lips. The girl thanked the guy and asked his name. Moyu gave her an emotionless look, ignoring the question. The girl raised her hand up, sticking out her index finger and smiled. She said that if a guy doesn't like to talk, then they can try another way. The The guy extended his index finger to her, and after touching, a faded light came on. Reading technique. The girl smiled sweetly, and Moyu's eyes widened in surprise when he saw on the sign that appeared that the reading had been cancelled. He wondered in surprise, why couldn't he find out any information? Seeing his reaction, the girl grinned and asked if he really didn't see anything at all. The girl rubbed her chin and looked thoughtfully at the sign on which the guy's name, his profession and level were written. She noted what his name Lin Moyu means and his profession as a necromancer. She said she had never heard of such a profession before. She touched her chin with a finger, remembering the steel skeleton warrior. She said that during the day she saw a skeleton next to the guy and then asked if he called him. She loudly noted that the skill of summoning undead was quite rare. She waved her hand, attracting Moyu's attention. The girl asked why he was silent and noted that he did not look like a weak-minded person. Moyu briefly responded by asking why this happened. The girl smiled widely, looking at the guy with her big red-pink eyes and clapped her hands. Moyu looked at the girl and quietly repeated his question. She smiled and took out from her pocket a round amulet framed in gold. The girl asked if he was interested in why his reading didn't work on her. Showing the guy the amulet, she said that it was a protective amulet, and while you have it with you, a person whose level does not exceed yours will not be able to find out anything about you. The amulet in the girl's hands began to slowly disappear. She asked if Moyu wanted to try again. The guy and girl touched their index fingers again. Moyu read the information about the girl on the sign. Name, Ning Yi, profession, Shadow Assassin, level 19. The guy noticeably tensed, thinking that the girl was a level 19 assassin. The guy and the girl frowned on their faces and turned around when the guy discovered the guests in the forest with the help of skeleton warriors. 3 men emerged from the forest, and in addition to the archer and mage that Moyu had seen this afternoon, with them was a knight with a sword and shield. Moyu thought, do they really want to surround them? Yi rose from the log, casting her displeased glance at the warriors. She said they had been following her for days and refused to give up. Yi waved her hand, turning to the guy and not noticing the arrow flying in her direction. She said that it was time for her to go and hoped that they would meet again. As the arrow approached, the girl jumped to the side, dodging the attack. The arrow hit the log, forming a red field that engulfed the girl and the guy. Suddenly, 2 huge marks appeared above the heads of Moyu and Yi, burning with a bright red light. The warrior archer saw this and smiled contentedly. Yi visibly tensed and clenched her teeth tightly, looking around. She cried out that things were now very bad for them. The guy with the arrow above his head stood calmly, clenching his hands into fists. He wondered if this was some special skill of this archer. He realized that such an arrow could mark a target, making it visible and blocking the transition to an invisible state. He thought that this skill was specifically for countering assassins and monsters that had the power of invisibility. Moyu turned around when a blonde magician approached him. Moyu thought that it seems that I will send it here prepared. The blonde said that this time he wouldn't be able to escape. The archer was sitting on a tree branch, and 2 other warriors were slowly approaching the guy and the girl. Yi began to take out daggers from her boots. The blonde said that he knew that he and the assassin were at the same time. He noted that the dirty killer and the summoner of the undead are simply a wonderful tandem. Yi frowned and held the knife in front of her face. She told the warrior that the guy had nothing to do with her, so she suggested everyone to disperse so that everyone could go their own way. The archer smiled predatorily and glanced down at the guys. He said that if she had proposed to him a day ago, he might still have thought about it, but today definitely not. He noted that as everyone knows, the best witness is a dead witness. Yi walked closer to Moyu and looked at him. She told the guy to run and she would delay them, after which Moyu asked what would happen to her. Yi thought that Moyu was only at level 10, so she couldn't let him get hurt because of her. The girl smiled proudly, saying that she was a shadow assassin and night was her element. Moyu thought that even with good skills, it would be quite difficult to hide from opponents whose level had gone out. He looked at the girl who jumped to the side and took a fighting stance. He thought that besides, she had been hit by an arrow, so she wouldn't be able to just escape. The archer started up and shouted loudly at the girl and the guy. He shouted that it was a long night ahead, so it was time to stop talking. The blonde warrior raised his staff high up and it glowed with a bright light. The man shouted that today they would both die. The staff flashed with a bright light, and a huge ball of light rose into the air, illuminating the surroundings like the sun. The art of light. The blonde frowned and grinned contentedly. He thought that with the help of this technique he could not only illuminate the path, but also increase the speed of spells against darkness. He thought that the most important thing was that it would contain the assassin's ability to invisibility. He thought that this little thief would definitely not be able to escape today. Yi tensed, swinging her blade and looking at the men with an angry expression. The girl spat out that they could only dream of their victory. The archer standing on the tree had already drawn his bow, ready to shoot at any moment. The knight armed himself with a sword and shield and took an attacking pose, and the magician's staff began to shine. Surrounded by these three from different sides, Yi and Moyu had no escape route. Moyu waved his hand and a skeleton warrior rose from the ground. The guy ordered him to go forward and attack. The magician winces, showing his disgust. He said that it was useless, adding that the guy's call looked very disgusting. The magician let out a scream and a huge fireball appeared from his staff and flew towards Moyu and Yi. The blonde shouted that his fireball was a level 20 skill that would turn them into ashes. Yi grabbed the guy's hand and pulled him to the side. She shouted at him to be careful. The girl felt a heaviness in her legs, and lowering her head she saw that her ankle was tied with a luminous thread. She screamed, asking where they got the spiritual thread from. The bowstring vibrated and 3 arrows flew out of the bow. The archer cried out that he had found a great opportunity to try out his 3-arrow technique. 3 stars were reflected in the girl's eyes, rapidly approaching her. She screamed that now she was definitely finished. She suddenly turned to Moyu and pushed the guy aside. Yi's eyes, which expressed great fear, opened wide. On one side a fireball was flying at them, and on the other side 3 charged arrows. 2 large skeletal warriors appeared in front of the girl and behind her. The magician's huge fireball hit the skeleton warrior without causing him any injury. The archer's triple shot hit the other skeleton warrior's sword, making a metallic sound. At that moment, the knight collided with the last skeleton warrior and he struck him with his axe. The warrior gripped his double-edged axe tightly as the knight with the shield was sent flying to the side. The skeleton, holding 2 axes in its hands, emerged from the flames of the fireball. The magician tensed and trembled, clenching his teeth in rage. He screamed loudly that this was simply impossible. He shouted indignantly that the reading technique showed that the guy was now only level 10. His eyes widened and the man's face contorted in fear. He stammered and shouted not to think about approaching him. He thought why he, a level 21 mage, couldn't cope with a level 10 brat. The archer and the knight were also frightened at that moment. The best screamed in shock, asking what the hell is going on here. The knight cried out in puzzlement that their skills against this necromancer were completely useless. He shouted, asking why the summoned skeletons had such high stats. The archer started up and began to look around in fear when 5 turquoise lights flashed around him. The same lights appeared around the knight and the shocked magician. Accompanied by eerie sounds, skeletal warriors began to appear in the surrounding area, emerging from the forest thicket. The squad of skeletons slowly surrounded the squad of 3 people. The skeleton warriors began to quickly walk towards the men. Yi's mouth and eyes opened wide in surprise. She wondered if these skeletons were the same as the one she had seen earlier. She thought, why are they so strong? The girl was thinking about whether the pits are exactly on level 10. She couldn't understand why the skills of level 20 masters couldn't do anything to him. She looked around at the crowd of armed monsters walking towards them. Yi wondered if there were too many of them. The girl shivered and cast a frightened glance at Moyu. The guy opened his eyes and his gaze lit up with a bright turquoise light. His army of skeleton warriors jumped out of their seats and quickly ran forward. Name, Lin Moyu. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 10. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 300. Constitution, 100. Equipment, none. Summon, 44 100th. Skeleton Warrior. Talent, all-round enhancement. Passive skill, damage transfer. Active skill, soul flame. Summon skeleton warrior, all-round enhancement. All characteristics increase 10 times. Summon warrior skeleton. Summon a bronze level skeleton warrior. Man waved his staff and a magical dome appeared above his head. The skeleton jumped up and hit the shield with his sword, and it became covered with cracks, causing shock to the magician. When the shield broke into pieces, the skeletons rushed towards the man. The blonde began to swing his staff in a circle, creating a ring of fire around himself. Waving his staff, the man furiously shouted at them to try this. Not paying any attention to the fire, the skeletons, swinging their weapons, jumped at the magician. They rushed past, cutting his body at the waist and neck. At this moment, the archer, looking around at the skeleton running after him, tried to leave the battlefield. When he saw his partner being beheaded, he thought that only a few seconds had passed. He thought that his agility rating was only 1000 and he would not be able to fight the skeleton. Skeleton warrior agility 15-0. The man jumped on tree branches, but the skeletons were breathing down his back. He thought that he had nowhere to run now. The knight charged his shield, and a light dome appeared around him, which the skeletons could not penetrate with their blows. Moyu looked at this with surprised eyes. He asked why the man hadn't used his magic dome before. Moyu watched as the skeletons wandered around the man and struck unsuccessfully at the shield. The guy thought that this was one of the main skills of a warrior, and the defense was activated for a short time at its maximum peak. He thought that a level 20 warrior could use this skill and hold his own against a level 40 mage. He thought that a warrior with such protection and a warrior without it were two different people. The knight screamed loudly, realizing that he was already at the limit, and his face was distorted with horror. He thought about why these skeletons are so creepy. He thought that if he had known that everything would turn out this way, he would not have come here for the stupid scroll, since it was not worth it. Moyu extended his hand forward and his palm lit up with a bloody light. He ordered the skeleton to use the skill, blocking the knight and preventing him from escaping. He thought that he couldn't let him leave here alive. The silhouette of a skeleton holding a large sword glowed red. Skill Crazy Strike. Hit damage to the target is 200%, strength 15-0. The warrior struck the shield with his sword, and the knight's face was distorted in horror. He shouted, fearfully asking where he got the skill from. After the impact, the man's shield began to dissipate. The knight thought that his defense could withstand an attack for a minute, and his strength was running out. Seeing a crowd of skeletons glowing with red light, he realized that he was finished. The man let out a cry of despair as skeletal warriors surrounded him from all sides. At this moment, a stern image of a sister appeared in Moyu's face. He remembered her saying that he had to remember that he had to survive, and he couldn't afford to be soft. Yi looked around in fear, and then threw her hand at Moyu, who had been standing in front of her all this time. She asked in a trembling voice, were all these warriors really dead? The girl thought that Moyu never even moved. The guy watched as the skeletons slowly moved towards him. He thought that after death, all the things of the deceased now came to him, and he needed to see what was there. Bronze Staff, Intelligence plus 20, plus 5% Strength to Mage Skills, available after level 18. Bronze Bow, Agility plus 20, plus 5 Strength to Mage Skills, available after level 18. Bronze Shield, Constitution plus 20, plus 5% Strength to Mage Skills, available after level 18. Bronze Sword, Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, plus 5% Strength to Mage Skills, available after level 18. The girl and the guy looked at the equipment lying on the floor. Yi said thoughtfully that such equipment usually drops after a battle with orcs. She said this level 20 dungeon is located outside the city, and those two knights often went there. Moyu waved his hand and a portable bank appeared next to him, sucking in all the objects. He thought that this equipment was useless to him, but he could sell it for a small amount. After collecting the equipment, Moyu was left with a small scroll in his hands. He thought that this scroll was worth 10,000 gold coins and was very valuable. He thought about what was best for him to do with it, sell it or use it himself. Yi smiled and asked if he had such a scroll before or not. She said that if he used it, he could improve his skills or even get a new one. Basic Skill Scroll, you can get a skill below level 20 or increase the ones you have already learned. Pointing to the guy, Yi asked, isn't the guy thinking of selling him? She noted that, in any case, it was not as expensive as scrolls of higher quality. Moyu thought that the girl seemed to be from a rich family, since 10,000 gold coins was a small amount of money for her. He asked Yi how to use this scroll. The girl smiled and leaned forward, looking at the scroll. She said it was very simple and all he had to do was hold the scroll in his hands and say the word to use. Moyu clenched the scroll and spoke the word. However, nothing happened after that. The girl closed her eyes and put a satisfied smile on her face. She happily said that he said the word too quietly and needed to say it louder for it to work. Yi stood and looked at the guy with the hope that he would fall for it and the scent would scream. Glancing at the girl, Moyu did not believe her words and thought that the scroll needed to be controlled using spiritual power. The guy concentrated and used spiritual influence on the scroll, and it lit up with a bright light. Yi patted herself on the head in frustration. She asked the guy in confusion, how did he know what to do? The scroll burst into flames and burned in the guy's palm. Acquired skill, Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion. By exploding a corpse, you can inflict damage to enemies equal to 10% of the attack power within a radius of 1 meter from the corpse. Moyu thought that this new skill gained from the scroll was quite good. Imagining the dead body of the monster, he thought that a corpse in the eyes of a necromancer is life. He imagined the corpse exploding after using the skill. He thought that the skill might not seem that strong at first. He thought that after strengthening, the radius could increase to 10 meters. A picture appeared in his head of many corpses exploding one by one, covering a large area. He thought that this way, thanks to the skill, he would be able to blow up his enemies one by one. Moyu thought this was an incredible skill. Moyu stood with his eyes closed, accepting the skill, and Yi leaned forward, looking at him with a joyful look. In a sweet voice she asked whether he succeeded or not. The guy thought that thanks to his profession, all skills would certainly be related to spiritual power. Moyu turned to the girl and said that he had succeeded. Yi laughed and asked why the guy is always silent if he has such a pleasant voice. Moyu glanced at the girl's satisfied face, examining it. He thought that she was somehow different from the girls at his academy. Yi beamed when Moyu said that she also had a nice voice. She smiled and laughed, saying that she appreciated his compliment and knew that she had a pleasant voice. The girl took out a small chest and put it in the guy's palm. She said that since he saved her, she wanted to give it to him as a token of gratitude. He opened the chest and saw a scroll tied with a red ribbon. Moyu began to read the information on the sign that appeared. Scroll of medium skill awakens a skill from level 40 to 70 and also makes it possible to increase already learned skills. The guy wondered in surprise, was she really giving him a middle level scroll? He thought that on the stock exchange it could be worth 10 times more than what he received before. He thought this thing was damn expensive. Moyu looked at the girl's sweet smiling face. He thought that because of this scroll those people were hunting her and now she is giving it away just like that. Yi sat by the fire, holding out her hands to it to keep warm. She said that the treasure chest was in the orc camp. She said that, as you know, such chests drop out randomly, and now she came across one of them. Yi recalled how she opened a large chest in the orc camp. She said that she opened it and received this scroll. She said she didn't think those guys would notice. She recalled trying to escape from 3 men. Yi revealed that they wanted to rob her, but she doesn't bring up why they put so much effort into chasing her since the scroll isn't very expensive. Moyu stood next to the girl who was looking at the fire and listened to her story. She said she managed to escape before they caught up with her. Yi said that after 2 days on the run, they finally found her. The guy lowers himself to the ground and sits next to the girl. He said she almost died. Yi laughingly replied that he didn't have to worry about that, as she would be teleported away if she took fatal damage. She said that in any case she was grateful to the guy, because even if she had not died, it would have hurt anyway. She pulled her knees to her chest and wrapped her arms around her shoulders. Shivering, she said in a sad voice that wounds are always painful, and she doesn't like pain. Moyu thought that there really seemed to be nothing to worry about, since not only was she from a good family, she was also considered immortal. She extended her hand to the guy, saying that she would exchange the scroll for something edible because she was still hungry. She told the guy to skip the dead man because she wanted a baked potato. Moyu opened the portable jar and handed her one potato. The girl grabbed the potato and immediately pulled it into her mouth. She asked Moyu why he came here and how did his educational institution let him go with such a level. Yi asked where he plans to go to school. The guy glanced at her and replied that he was going to enter Zyajing Academy. Continuing to devour potatoes, she noted that this was a good place. She thought that with his strength it would not be a problem to go to any educational institution. She thought that she still didn't understand how he managed to kill a level 20 professional with such ease, being only at 10. She thought that one such kill could be counted as 3. Yi thought that if suddenly he failed to enter the academy, then the rest might not even hope. The girl waved her hand and stuck out her index finger. She sternly said that if he entered, he must definitely go to the deity. An image appeared in the guy's head, the image of a large high tower shrouded in bloody light. She said that the reward was doubled the first time he completed it, so he would have to try hard. She actively gestured with her hand, continuing to eat potatoes during breaks. Yi said that he would be able to get a lot of points, which would be useful to him later. She added that there is also a special faculty there, and he is sure that Moyu will definitely be able to get there. After some time, Yi fell asleep on the ground, leaning her head on a log, and Moyu, looking at her with a caring look, covered the girl with the jacket he took with him. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, as meditation helps restore spiritual energy. The next morning, the shitty Yi rubbed her eyes with her hand and pulled the other one towards Moyu. In a sleepy voice, she said that she wanted to eat and asked if the guy still had some potatoes left. Moyu began to serve her the potatoes, and the girl stacked them on her legs, continuing to extend her hand forward. She said dissatisfiedly that this was not enough and she needed more. She was indignant that the guy should be more generous and not greedy. The guy spread his hands to the side, saying in a sad voice that this was all he had. Yi smiled while holding about 10 potatoes in her hands and said that this time she would pretend that she believed him. She rose from the ground, stepped aside, and turned to face the guy. She smiled and said that it was time for her to go, since she still had time to increase her level. He added that Moyu should hurry up in order to quickly catch up with his level. Without giving the guy his jacket, she ran deep into the forest. Finally, the girl screamed that otherwise she would do it. When she disappeared from Moyu's sight, he rose from the ground and walked over to the 3 corpses of men lying nearby. He said that now was the time to try out the corpse explosion skill he had learned yesterday. Moyu waved his hand, and a blood-red sphere appeared around his palm, after which, with a loud roar, the 2 corpses of the magicians began to explode in turn. After the explosions, at some distance from the corpses, a shock wave was heard across the ground. When the corpses were burned, deep holes were formed at the site of recent explosions. Moyu noted that after strengthening the talent, the explosion range has increased significantly. He noted that this skill is ideal for destroying corpses and covering tracks. He said he thought he could achieve a barely larger explosion. Moyu turned around and walked towards the mines, and behind him the remains of corpses continued to explode. He thought now was the time to go and explore the dungeon. The guy was moving through the forest thickets, and behind him was a skeletal warrior. Moyu thought that after the level of skeletons increases from steel to bronze, he will need 70 points of spiritual energy in order to summon one, and he only has 300 units now. He noted out loud that he had summoned 4 more during his meditation last night. Summon 48 100th Skeleton Warrior. She said that he had nothing to worry about because sooner or later he would call on every single one of them anyway. Moyu came out of the forest and saw a large crater in front of him, on the other side of which there was an entrance to the dungeon. He asked if this was the entrance to the mines. As he approached, he noticed more and more people, who were mostly divided into small groups. One group of people cried out that they needed a healer for normal difficulty to join their troop of 3. At the same time, there was a cry that the team needed a knight for normal difficulty, but they already had a magician and a healer. Then there was a cry that the elite team of warriors, which already had warriors, mages, and assassins, needed a healer for nightmare difficulty. As Moyu drew closer, the warriors looked in surprise at the skeleton warrior who walked behind him. When he approached the entrance, a sign flashed in front of his face with a choice of difficulty level. The levels of this dungeon were divided into normal and nightmare. Moyu thought that despite the fact that there is no hellish difficulty, even on normal there are monsters that are many times stronger than those that he had previously destroyed outside. He thought that the monsters on the nightmare would be even stronger and it would be barely more difficult to kill them. Moyu thought that, as a rule, for a normal difficulty level you need a shield and a team of 3 people, and for a nightmare level at least 5, where there will be 2 knights, 2 supports, and 1 healer. A man approached Moyu and extended his index finger towards him, activating the detection technique. He asked if the guy was a summoner. The skeletal warrior, with a flashing look, blocked the man's path, and he jumped in place from fright. This technique does not work on carriers of a protective amulet. The warriors began to approach Moyu and surrounded him from all sides. The man asked if the guy would like to join their team since they were just 1 person short. The girl said that they just need a summoner so the guy can join them. Another man said that they are a team of elite warriors who play at a terrible level and all the loot will be divided in half. Moyu thought that it was good that Yi gave him the amulet since it saved him from a lot of problems. He turned to the people, casting a sideways glance at them. He thanked for the offer, but said that he was not interested. Moyu thought and rubbed his chin with his hand. A sign popped up on the screen saying that he needed to confirm his choice of nightmare difficulty. Moyu pressed the confirm button and a purple light appeared around him. Moyu teleported into the dungeon and people around began to fuss. They started exclaiming that he went there alone. They were indignant. Is he really going to go through this dungeon alone? The man screamed that this guy thought too highly of himself. They asked each other if anyone had learned anything about his level or technique. They lined up in a circle at the entrance to the dungeon. The man replied that he could not find out any information about the guy. People said we should wait and see how it all ends. Someone said that maybe this guy just seems like a weakling, but in reality he is not so simple. Inside the dungeon, Moyu, along with the skeleton warrior, stood at the starting position, covered with a protective dome, and a goblin walked outside the ready-made one. The guy noted that he smelled a very strong smell of blood. He said that apparently the monsters couldn't detect him as long as he was within that circle. He pointed his hand at the goblin, reading information about him. Goblin Miner, level 14, strength 800, agility 400, intelligence 200, constitution 1000, skill stun attack. Moyu thought that as befits an elite monster, this goblin's stats were several times higher than ordinary monsters. He thought that the strength and physique were incredibly high, and he was sure that his attacks were no joke. Moyu waved his hands, summoning about 10 skeleton warriors. He thought that level 14 warriors had a constitution stat in the range of 300 to 400, absolutely inferior to these elite monsters. He thought that ordinary professionals without a team could not complete a dungeon of such complexity. Moyu left the dome and his warriors followed him. He thought that in terms of spiritual power, they were clearly inferior to his skeletons. He said it was time to start walking. Several warriors attacked the goblin, destroying it with a couple of blows. A sign popped up saying that the level 14 goblin guard had been killed, experience plus 42-0. Moyu was very surprised by the points he received. He thought that 42-0 experience was 10 times more than what he usually got from monsters of the same level outside the dungeon. He thought that it turned out that killing a monster here was equivalent to killing 10 of the same kind outside. When another goblin appeared in front of him, the guy put out his hand, ordering the skeletons to move forward. He thought that it would take 1 minute 2 seconds to kill a monster, so he could level up pretty quickly. Moyu opened the dungeon map and examined it. He ordered the warriors to inspect every corner and not miss a single monster. Goblin Guard level 14 killed, experience plus 42-0, received 5 bones. Goblin Guard level 14 killed, experience plus 42-0, received first 6 pieces. The guy froze and his body lit up with a golden light as his level mark reached 11. He waved his hand, summoning more skeletons from the ground. He excitedly said that in just 5 minutes he was able to level up to level 11. He said that after the enhancement, his spiritual power was completely restored, so he could summon more warriors from him. Name, Lin Moyu. Profession, Necromancer. Level 11, strength 120, agility 120, intelligence 4100, constitution 120, equipment none, summon 56 100th, skeleton warrior. Talent, all-round enhancement, passive skill, damage transfer, active skill, soul flame, summon skeleton warrior, corpse explosion. Damage transfer, damage received is transferred to skeleton warriors. Soul flame, burns the target's soul. Summon skeleton warrior, summons a bronze level skeleton warrior. Corpse explosion, by exploding a corpse, you can deal damage equal to 10% of the corpse's HP to enemies within a 1 meter radius. Moyu rubbed his chin with his hand thoughtfully. He noted that after level 10, the characteristics began to increase more. He said that it used to add 10 points, but now it adds 20. He said that his spiritual power has increased by 100 points. The guy noted that as the level increases, all of his characteristics will increase faster and faster. The bronze skeleton warriors also flashed with golden light, increasing their level. Bronze skeleton warrior, strength 17-0, agility 17-0, intelligence 17-0, constitution 17-0, skill berserker strike. Moyu said that the bronze skeleton's stats increased by 200 points due to its base stats being 10 times that of a normal skeleton warrior. Moyu's soul flame remains at level 1. He wondered why all the skills except this one were increased with the promotion. An image of a smiling YI appeared in his head. He said that if she were here, she would probably give him a hint. Moyu looked at the dungeon map. It stated that the area he was currently in had been cleared, and his level up bar was 32.22%. Menagerie screams began to come from the room and echo through the huge tunnel. Moyu's face frowned and he asked, "What is this?" A huge white wolf with red eyes appeared in front of Moyu, letting out a loud roar. The wolf bared his teeth at the guy, revealing his huge fangs. Moyu said that he was scared to imagine what the characteristics of a stronger boss would be. Looking at the wolf, he said that even though his characteristics were higher than those of the skeleton warriors, but unfortunately, he was all alone here. When the wolf took a step forward, the guy waved his hand, directing the skeletons towards the beast. Moyu shouted that they should launch an attack. As the skeletons began to approach, the wolf roared loudly, using his deafening roar skill, and the shockwave stopped the normal skeletons. Moyu thought that with their physique stats, they were barely able to withstand the wolf's skill. The bronze level skeletons rushed at the wolf, and then ordered Moyu to use her Berserker Strike skill on him. The skeleton team began slashing at the wolf with their swords. Looking at this, Moyu said that the larger the enemy's size, the more convenient it is for his army of skeletons to fight him. The wolf used his skill again, pushing the skeleton some distance away. The guy noted that the attack power is not bad, but its effectiveness is not enough. The wolf jumped and headed towards the dark tunnel. The guy asked if he was running away. Moyu thought, could the dungeon boss really retreat? When the wolf disappeared, Moyu realized that something was wrong here and turned to the soldiers and loudly ordered them all to retreat. Suddenly, dozens of red eyes lit up in the adjacent dark room. A large pack of white wolves came out of the tunnel, but they were much smaller than the boss. Mine Wolf, level 14, strength 600, agility 600, intelligence 200, constitution 1000, skill bite. Skeleton warriors lined up behind Moyu. His face frowned and he noted that the characteristics of these wolves are not too high, but there are definitely about 100 of them here. The guy thought that ordinary professionals, even in a team of 5 people, could not cope with so many wolves. Moyu rolled his eyes and grinned. He said that he is not as simple as an ordinary magician since he is a necromancer. The steel skeletons swung their blades using the Berserker Strike skill, and after a few seconds the wolf howled pitifully and collapsed to the ground. Level 14 Mine Wolf killed, experience plus 280, received for 3 pieces. Moyu grinned and his palm glowed red. Then the guy used his corpse explosion skill. The wolf's corpse exploded with a loud sound, blowing up several more wolves that were near it. Moyu thought that after upgrading the skill, storm damage would remove 100% of the wolf's health. He thought that now the result is instant death. Level 14 Mine Wolf killed, experience plus 280, received 2 skins. Level 14 Mine Wolf killed, experience plus 280, received 3 bones. Level 14 Mine Wolf killed, experience plus 280, received 4 skins. The corpses of the wolves began to explode one by one, killing their fellow tribesmen and so on in a circle until the entire pack was destroyed. Moyu's level scale skyrocketed from 32.22% to 72%. At this moment, with a loud roar, the Wolf King appeared from the room again. Looking at him, Moyu said that he treats everyone the same, so now it's this beast's turn. The corpses of the dead wolves that were under the boss's feet began to explode, causing irreparable damage to the beast. Moyu stood in front of the dead body of a large wolf, holding a turquoise crystal in his hand. The Wolf King was killed, experience plus 15,000. Received, Fangs of the Wolf King, 5 crystal cores of low-level monsters. The guy said displeasedly that 15,000 experience is comparable to the death of 5 ordinary wolves, and this is somehow unfair. He said that, nevertheless, the items received were quite good. Moyu waved his hand, activating the portable safe and transferred all the items there. He said that if they continued clearing at the same pace, then maybe he could reach the final boss. The guy turned around, looking at his skeletons fighting goblins. Elite Goblin Warrior level 15 killed, experience plus 450. Received 6 bones. Moyu said that in the future, if he decides to clear a hell level dungeon, such experience will be very useful to him. The guy's face frowned when he saw what awaited him next. He thought that he had been in the dungeon for about an hour, and he had already leveled up so much. He thought that if he continued in the same spirit, he would soon reach level 16, 18 or even 19. Moyu saw a huge goblin in front of him, sleeping on the ground with his arm under his head and snoring loudly. The guy looked at the goblin's characteristics. Goblin King, level 16, strength 3000, agility 15,000, intelligence 15,000, constitution 3000, skill, fire breath, swing, concussion. Moyu, mentally addressing his sister, said that they would see each other soon. He added that he thought he could reach level 12 by defeating this monster. The guy said that now is the time to wake up the big guy. The goblin opened his red eyes, and an army of skeleton warriors was reflected in them. Moyu thought that, of course, the characteristics of the final boss were much better than those of his skeletons. The goblin started and jumped out of his seat. He swung his huge sword and hit Moyu, but he activated the transfer of damage in time, transferring it to the two nearby skeleton warriors. The skeleton's skull cracked sharply. The skeleton's body immediately crumbled into small pieces. Moyu's summon count has dropped to 5456. The guy watched as two of his soldiers fell in battle, and then activated a berserker strike on the rest of the skeletons. Moyu noted with displeasure that he lost two skeletons at once. The guy's remaining army ran towards the goblin. Concentrating, the guy thought that he understood everything. He thought that his characteristics were too weak, and with a physique of 120 points, he could not withstand the Goblin King with his 3000. He thought that the damage the goblin inflicted was head and shoulders above the damage of his skeletons. Moyu lowered his head and smiled weakly, ruffling his hair. He said that he seemed to have found his weak spot. He said he realized he needed to improve his physique. While the Goblin King fought fiercely with the Moyu skeletons, the guy compared their characteristics. The level 16 Goblin King's two stats of strength and constitution were each 3000 units, and agility and intelligence 1500, while all four stats of the Moyu bronze skeleton were 1700 units. Looking at the goblin, the guy thought that his skeletons alone were not opponents to this boss. He smiled and waved his hand, summoning several more skeleton warriors. He thought that he was armed with not just one skeleton, but an entire army. The goblin tried to throw off the army of skeletons that was crawling over his body. The guy said that if this goes on, they will be able to wear him to death. The goblin jumped high into the air and glowed green. He landed back on the ground, slamming his feet into the floor, and the shockwave sent the skeletons flying. Moyu thought that he was pushing them back much harder than the Wolf King with his roar. The goblin began to spit fire using the skill, and the stats of the skeleton warriors began to plummet. Seeing this, the guy instantly tensed. He loudly ordered the skeletons to retreat back. He thought that he should stop using his skill. As the goblin continued to spit fire at the skeletons, Moyu raised his hands towards the monster, activating the soul flame, and a turquoise stream of energy appeared from his palm, taking away 40 units of spiritual power. When the soul flame touched the goblin, he interrupted his fiery attack and grabbed his head, screaming heart-rendingly in pain. Moyu activated his berserker strike, and the skeletons rushed towards the goblin, who was now in a vulnerable state. The guy thought that he didn't have much spiritual power left, and he needed to take advantage of the current situation. The skeleton warriors, using their skill, surrounded the goblin and began to thrust their swords into him. Moyu thought that everything should work out for him now. After a short period of time, the Goblin King fell to the ground dead. You killed the Goblin King, experience plus 40,000. Obtained, bronze level weapon, Goblin King's dagger. Obtained, bronze level armor, robe of knowledge, crystal core of the Goblin King. Moyu stood next to the beaten corpse with his hands in his pockets. He said that he was finally able to reach level 12. He noted that he spent all his strength on the soul flame, but unfortunately, leveling up restored it. He said that now is the time to see what the goblin dropped. The guy put on a long white robe, bronze level mantle of knowledge, intelligence plus 10, constitution plus 10, mage skill buff 5% starting from level 12. Moyu thought that although the Necromancer belongs to the class of magicians, his skills are different from the rest. He figured that he didn't have time to recharge, so the robe wouldn't be of any use. He thought that despite this, it would not hurt to increase his intelligence and physical fitness. The guy picked up the goblin's crystalline core from the ground. He said that he could be exchanged for at least 10,000 gold coins, which was the same as the price of 2 pieces of equipment. He noted that it was not in vain that he went to this dungeon. Moyu waved his hand, putting the core away in his portable safe, and then activated his magic, summoning skeletons. He thought that after leveling up, his strength was restored and he could summon 4 skeleton warriors. Summon skeleton warrior requires 110 spiritual power. Summon 6110th skeleton warrior, spiritual power 510. Moyu activated a reverse teleport from the dungeon to the outside. He thought it was time for him to get out and then called the skeleton to him. A moment later, the guy appeared at the entrance to the mines, and those around him jumped back in shock. People screamed, saying they didn't think he could get out of there alive. Someone noticed his clothes and asked if this was the robe of knowledge. The crowd continued to exclaim that the dungeon was simply impossible to complete alone. They noted that he was so young, but he could handle it alone. Moyu walked proudly through the crowds, and all eyes were focused only on him. He thought that the cooldown time of the dungeon was 12 hours, and killing wild animals was not comparable in experience to killing in dungeons. He thought that he would just calmly wait until it opened for the first time, and for now he would meditate and put his thoughts in order. Moyu entered the forest and sat down at the foot of one of the trees, closing his eyes. He thought the experience helped him see his strengths and weaknesses more clearly. He thought about how skillfully he was able to deal with the Wolf King. He thought that exploding corpses was an unparalleled skill for a group attack. He recalled how the Soul Flame stopped the Goblin King. He thought that the Soul Flame could not only interrupt the enemy's skill, but its power was also great enough to even scare the boss. 12 hours later, Moyu opened his eyes, finishing his meditation. He thought that his spiritual power had almost recovered and he could summon 4 more skeletons. He walked out of the forest, noticing a small fire around which the warriors sat. He thought they looked quite experienced and well prepared. Moyu remembered with what funny face I ate potatoes. He thought about where she might be now. Approaching the entrance to the dungeon, he thought that he was wondering how she was doing now. The guy stopped when he saw the crowd that had formed at the entrance, and his eyes widened in surprise. 2 groups of people stood opposite each other and argued fiercely. Ordinary warriors were loudly indignant that the guild of people opposite was already extremely arrogant. They asked why it wouldn't let them go into the dungeon. People started screaming, saying that it did not belong to them. The warriors were indignant that they should step aside and let them through. The red-haired man in armor clutched the staff in his hand. He calmly replied that their master was currently completing a mission in the dungeon, so they could not enter there until he finished. The man shouted angrily that this was nonsense and the guild had become completely insolent. The armored man swung his staff and launched a stream of fire at the man. He said they should all shut up. The person who was hit by the magic wave was thrown to the side. The rest of the warriors watched with frightened eyes as this man literally fell dead. They screamed, asking if the guild had killed a man. The red-haired man straightened up, and 2 more figures in the same armor appeared behind him. The man said that if they want to take revenge on the guild, then I can test myself at any time. The woman added that they see death every day, so they should have stopped being surprised. Moyu addressed the man standing next to him, who jumped aside in surprise when he saw him. Moyu asked him what was going on here now. At that moment, the man thought, could this be the same guy who soloed the dungeon at a terrible level? The man gave the guy a frightened look, and cold sweat began to flow down his forehead. He said that the guild needed a very valuable resource, like the Goblin King's crystal. He added that this crystal is found only in dungeons of a nightmare level, and the chance of its expression is 1 in 100. The man said that today is the day since the last drop, and therefore they decided to take it completely. He said that the vice president of the guild was on a mission in the dungeon and they weren't letting anyone in there. The man said that this task was posted on the notice board, but so far no one has been able to complete it. Moyu rubbed his chin as he remembered seeing this task before passing through the wall, the reward for which was 10,000 gold coins. The man grinned and said that he was nonsense, since such a core costs at least 30,000, but they offer only 10,000. Moyu remembered how he held that same core, having received it after defeating the Goblin King. He thought it was a very terrible coincidence. Moyu looked at the man, asking why this core was needed. He answered him that from the crystal core of the Goblin King, the alchemist could make the ring of the Goblin King. He added that the ring gives plus 10 units to all things and improves all skills by 1 level, and can also only be used from level 15 and is called a strong artifact for players below level 40. It was a silver ring with an orange red stone in the middle. Goblin King's ring, all stats plus 10, all skills increased by 1 level, minimum level to use the item, 15. As the man continued to talk in surprise, Moyu folded his hands, looking at him with a surprised look. He thought that the characteristics of this ring were quite strong, and for a beginner, it was a real treasure. Waving his hands, the man said that there are rumors that the vice president of the guild wants to enter Zyajing Academy, so owning this thing is mandatory for him. He added that the guild has a decent number of alchemists, and they already have all the necessary materials, and the only thing missing is the Goblin King's crystal core. After listening to the story, the Moyu man went forward. He thought that despite who they were, he couldn't stop anyone from pumping him up. The man extended his hand after the departing guy. He indignantly said that he must return, otherwise those people would consider his actions an insult to the guild. He screamed that the guy could die. The guild warriors turned their attention to the guy approaching them. The red-haired man in armor asked who this idiot was who decided to play hero. He told Moyu not to let the guy just loom in front of their guild. Stepping on the corpse of a recently murdered man, he asked if the guy also wanted to end up like him. Moyu's eyes sparkled and turquoise flames lit up around his skeleton warrior companion. He told the guild warriors to stand down. He said that they were blocking his passage to the dungeon to level up. The red-haired magician kicked the man's corpse aside. He screamed indignantly, asking if the goblin had really knocked all his brains out. The man asked if he even knew who he was talking to now. Moyu lowered his head down, casting a sideways glance at him. In a low voice, he once again asked them to step aside. The man, whose level was clearly out, used a detection technique on Moyu and saw his name and level. The man laughed, saying that the guy was just a level 12 beginner. He added that the guy should go kill monsters and not go into the dungeon. He said that he had never heard of such a profession as a necromancer. The regular warriors started waving their arms, trying to stop Moyu. They told him to come back, since the guild warriors would not disdain killing a newcomer. The red-haired guild member's eyes widened in confusion when he felt a dark, thick aura emanating from the guy. He thought about why he was so frightened by the gaze of this newcomer. He thought, why isn't this guy afraid of them? The man waved his hand, pointing his staff at Moyu. He shouted that the guy definitely wanted to die. He said that he would kill him immediately if he took even one step. Moyu raised his leg and took a step forward. The guild warrior leaned back slightly bowing his head towards his teammates, after which they noticeably tensed. The man said they needed to kill this guy. A red-haired man named Zhao Jai, a level 25 mage, swung his staff, forming a shield above his head. As the skeleton warrior took off, Jai shouted that the newcomer's blow would not even be enough to scratch his shield. The skeleton struck the shield, and it began to become covered with cracks. The man was thinking about why this attack is so strong. He thought that his shield could withstand an attack from at least 5 people. He thought that soon he would not be able to resist. Moyu activated his berserker strike and the skeleton swung his sword again. Jai thought that if he made one more attack, the shield would definitely collapse, and then he would die. Jai deactivated the shield and waved his staff, forming a ring of fire that threw the skeleton aside. The man perked up when he saw that the skeleton remained intact after this. He shouted to his comrades to be careful, and at the same time he thought how he could survive after such an attack. He charged at the skeleton, crossing his staff with his sword. Jai shouted at Moyu to watch him tear his pocket animal to pieces. The skeletal warrior parried the man's blow, and he flew to the side, crying out in pain. He shouted that this could not happen since he was a mighty knight. Jai fell to the ground and the skeleton warrior jumped up, swinging his sword as he rushed towards the knight. He shouted loudly to his teammates, telling them to kill the summoner first. He screamed that if they killed him, his skeleton would automatically disappear. The woman and man raised their bows and each sent 3 arrows at Moyu at the same time. Smirking, they loudly said that the guy had doomed himself to a painful death. When 6 arrows were fired at the same time, the ordinary warriors began shouting at Moyu to jump aside and run away from here. The guy waved his hand, summoning 2 more skeleton warriors and ordered them to act. The skeletons stood opposite the caster and blocked him from the arrows with their bodies and weapons. The faces of the woman and man archers were distorted in shock. They thought about how this could even be possible. Then the 2 skeleton warriors rushed towards the archers, and Jai rose from the ground and retreated back. He screamed, saying that the summoner has many such skeletons. He ran up to his team member and hid behind a warrior with a shield. With a frown on his face, he shouted that they must kill each of them. Jai waved his staff, chanting the Dance of Fire Snake spell, and a huge snake of flames quickly headed towards Moyu. The warrior observers cried out in fear that this was a rare skill available to magicians only starting at level 20. The man shouted that not even all experienced magicians managed to master it. Someone from the crowd shouted that the guy was definitely finished, since this was the most powerful attack skill of the magician. Moyu still didn't move, and behind him an army of skeleton warriors began to emerge from the ground. Having launched a fiery snake at the guy, Jai grinned contentedly. He said that this time the guy and his skeletons will definitely die. The dance of the fire snake hit the skeletons, but they, without moving, continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. An army of skeletons ran out of the fire and quickly headed towards the guild warriors. They screamed in fear, asking why there were so many of them. A trembling cry came from the crowd that Moyu was simply a monster. Jai slowly backed away, looking at the skeletons with eyes full of fear. He thought in fear that they seemed to have overestimated their strength. Hearing the order to group, the warriors of the Socratic Guild clenched their weapons. Jai raised his hand and raised his staff high in the air. He loudly shouted to the guild members that they must all confront the enemy. The skeletons were rapidly approaching, and a crowd of warriors began to flash various colors in turn, activating their skills. The man shouted to the support warriors to strengthen their team. Jai furrowed his eyebrows and grinned at one corner of his lips, watching as the supports used their skills to influence the others to improve. He thought that the guild was made up of experienced fighters and they worked very well together. He thought that the Dynasty Guild was invincible. Moyu turned around and looked at the warriors standing behind him, trembling in fear. He told them to move a little further away. The guy waved his hand, saying the activation of the soul flame, and his palm lit up in a turquoise color, after which Moyu aimed his attack at one archer of the guild. The man trembled and grabbed his head when the flame of the soul touched his body, and at that moment the girl healer from the guild waved her staff, directing a healing ray at her comrade. Jai smiled and said that the girl reacted very quickly, as expected from a Dynasty Guild member. However, after a moment, the girl covered her mouth with her hand, looking at the lifelessly falling body of the man. The guild member's face darkened and her gaze distorted in horror. In a trembling voice, she said that the man was dead. As the archer's corpse fell to the ground with a thud, Jai froze and his eyes widened in surprise. He screamed, asking how this was possible. The man, still in shock, stood and watched as the guild members and skeleton warriors rushed at each other. He thought, how could they, members of the elite Dynasty Guild, die because of some petty kid? Moyu stood on the other side, coordinating his skeletons. Seeing a warrior with a shield standing in front of everyone, the guy ordered the skeletons to concentrate on him. With a furious face, the man shouted, activating his defense skill, and a small dome appeared around him. Using the Berserker Strike, the skeletons struck the protective barrier, as a result of which it began to become covered with cracks. He cried out pitifully that he could no longer hold the line. When his strength was already running out, the knight's face was distorted with horror. He started screaming, asking for one of the support warriors to help him strengthen himself. When, after a few blows, his defense collapsed, a small turquoise light appeared next to the man. Looking at him with surprised eyes, he asked what it was. He fell to his knees, screaming in pain as the flames of his soul engulfed his body, and the skeletons raised their swords to finish him off. He screamed, asking for someone to help him, and then suddenly fell silent. Jai stood and looked around, then watched as everything was filled with turquoise flames, and one after another his team fell dead from the swords of the skeleton warriors. His face contorted in despair, and the man extended his hand forward, seeing the skeleton approaching his comrade. He thought that he urgently needed to run away from here. He thought that this guy was definitely not a man, but a monster. The skeleton warrior caught up with one of the knights and, piercing the man from the back with his sword, raised the weapon with the body impaled on it high above his head. Moyu, standing next to him, said that it was too late to run anywhere. The skeleton warrior swung his sword and threw the body into the crowd of his still living comrades, and Moyu snapped his fingers to activate the corpse's explosion. He thought that after increasing the skill level, the explosion radius increased to 10 meters, and the damage table was equal to 100% of the corpse's health. There was a loud explosion and many people affected by it began to literally burn alive. At this moment, Moyu was thinking that knights by nature are quite tenacious. He thought that, however, with damage equal to their health, no one would be able to survive. One of the burning knights, screaming in pain, ran towards Jai, who was trying to escape from the battlefield. All the veins on the man's face bulged, and there was animal fear in his eyes when he turned and saw his teammate. He saw his face, full of fear and despair, and falling to the ground, he began to back away, and the burning man fell right at his feet. Jai thought that things were not supposed to happen like this at all. Moyu activated the corpse explosion again, and thanks to its range, Jai died, and that was the end of the fight. Moyu began to wipe the blood from his cheek and then walked towards the entrance to the dungeon. While he was wiping his face, the corpses remaining behind him began to explode one by one. When the guy disappeared into the dungeon, a crowd of observers gathered at his entrance. People began to say that the guild members were now truly dead. Someone noted that there was absolutely nothing left of them, not even their corpses. They said that the guy who did this has no mercy at all. They realized that the guild would definitely not just leave it like that, so something needed to be done. The warriors gathered together, and some of them were trembling with fear. One of the men, waving his arms, said that the guild would not turn a blind eye to this incident and would kill everyone who was in any way involved in it. He said that they must join forces and do everything to avoid falling into the hands of Dynasty. He added that they should not allow the guild to be found. Half an hour later, a tall blonde man in a black turtleneck and a white robe pulled down to his elbows emerged from the dungeon. In a dissatisfied voice, he said that he never managed to get the Goblin King's core. Together with him, several more people came out of the portal into the dungeon. The girl in the black dress turned to the vice president and screamed in fear, saying that there was no one here. The blonde, Shai, began to look around his robe. He asked where Jai and the rest of the guild members were. He said they couldn't just disappear. The man froze, and the nodules began to play on his cheekbones. He told the others to fire a flare, and if the guild was somewhere nearby, they would definitely respond. At this time, he was thinking about what happened here. He thought maybe for some reason Jai had to take the others away from here. The blonde visibly tensed, keeping his hand on the zipper of his robe. He said loudly that something had definitely happened here. He thought that Jai was one of the strongest warriors in the Dynasty Guild, so they couldn't just kill him. He thought that if there had been some kind of battle, it would have left traces, but here everything is clean. The blonde took a few steps to the side and then turned to his 3 escorts. He said that it could be dangerous here, so they should leave quickly. An hour later, using his previous tactics, Moyu exhausted the Goblin King and then used Soul Flame on him. He sat on the goblin's arm, examining the resulting artifact in the form of a book. Goblin King killed, experience plus 40,000. Obtained a bronze level weapon. The magic book of the Goblin King obtained low level monster poison. He thought that this time he really didn't get any crystal core. He thought that when he returned back, he would need to try to find an alchemist to make the Ring of the Goblin King. Bronze level Goblin Spellbook, available from level 12, Spiritual Power plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Mage Skill Power increased by 3%. Moyu put the items he had received into his portable storage and rose to his feet. He thought that the book was useful enough that he would be able to use it with Soul Flame and Corpse Explosion. He thought that with skeletons, however, the book was absolutely useless. A portal to exit the dungeon opened, and Moyu, having defeated the Goblin King, leveled up and reached level 13. He thought that with each new level the amount of experience required continued to grow. He thought that he would try to immediately level up to level 15, but for this he would have to go to the dungeon several more times. The guy thought that relative to the time he has, at this pace, the maximum he can reach is level 16. Moyu entered the portal and activated the return teleport. He thought that level 16 was not his dream, but it would be enough to enter Xiajing Academy. Coming out of the portal, Moyu looked around. He asked in surprise, had everyone really left? He noted that it would be better for all of them. The guy added that tomorrow, after the dungeon rolls back, he will return here again. The next day, a tall, black-haired girl in a blue zip-up jacket and a red plaid skirt approached the dungeon, next to which Moyu and the skeleton warrior were already standing. Xiazu is a level 10 elemental mage. The girl happily thought that having reached level 10, she could finally challenge the dungeon. Her eyes widened and the girl jumped in surprise when she saw her classmate. She screamed, "Could it be Lin Moyo?" Zhu loudly noted that it was definitely him, since he was the only necromancer with such skeletons. She cried out in surprise, asking herself if he was really going to go into the dungeon alone. The girl thought that apparently he had already succeeded in this before. Zhu raised her eyebrows to the bridge of her nose and frowned at Moyu. She thought that she also had a rare profession, so it would not be difficult for her to find a team. She confidently said that she was definitely not going to lose to him. 45 minutes later, Moyu reached the end of the dungeon with the skeleton warriors and stood in front of the sleeping Goblin King. He thought that after leveling up and meditating, the size of his army was already 72 skeleton warriors. Summon 72/10 skeleton warrior. Moyu extended his hand forward and his palm lit up with a turquoise light, after which the guy ordered the skeletons to rise from the ground. Goblin King killed, experience plus 4,000. Obtained a bronze level weapon, the Goblin King's bow, obtained a crystal core of a low level monster. Bronze level Goblin King's bow, available from level 12, spiritual power plus 10, constitution plus 10, archery skill power increased by 3%. Moyu stood next to the fallen Goblin King with his arms spread out to his sides. In a guilty voice, he told him not to upset him, and maybe next time he would be lucky. The guy added that in general the goblin should not care who kills him, but he tried to make his death less painful. He added in a sad voice that he didn't want to kill him, but he needed to improve his level. After winning, Moyu's level 13 gauge reached 80.00% 12 hours later. The guy grinned evilly when he reached the goblin again. He laughed in a sarcastic voice and said that he was back again. In a drawling voice, he told the goblin not to be afraid, since he would need to return to him about 3 more times. Moyu added that they have already become almost like family. Goblin King killed, experience plus 4,000. Obtained a bronze level weapon. The Goblin King's staff obtained a crystalline core of a low level monster. Goblin King's staff available from level 12, spiritual power plus 10, constitution plus 10, mage skill power increased by 3%. Moyu's level 14 mark has jumped to 60.00%. The guy sat down on a large stone not far from the dungeon and closed his eyes. He thought that the number of his skeletons had increased to 76, and all the stats had risen to 23-0. He thought that it was sad that the skills of the skeleton warriors were monotonous and not strong enough. Moyu opened his eyes and glanced to the side when he heard someone's voice. Zhu approached him and loudly called the guy's name. He looked at the girl, whose clothes and body were bruised and stained with dirt. Moyu thought that she had probably just left the dungeon. Straightening her shoulders, Zhu asked what level Moyu was at now, and the guy replied that she was at 14. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and she backed away slightly. She screamed in surprise, asking how this was possible. She loudly asked how he managed to get to level 14. Zhu thought about how she had just cleared a normal level dungeon with her team and was so exhausted that she could barely make it to level 11. Zhu is a level 11 elemental mage. Moyu sat and silently listened to the girl's indignation. With her mouth wide open, she screamed that even if he was able to complete the dungeon alone, it was impossible to increase levels so quickly. At this moment, Zhu thought that at the very beginning, the difference between them was only 2 levels. She was thinking about why, in this case, she is at level 11, and he is already at level 14. The girl turned around and confidently walked towards the dungeon. Without turning around, she shouted loudly that she would not admit defeat. Moyu began to wonder out loud, didn't she just come out of the dungeon and was now looking for a team? Moyu asked himself, does she really have no cooldown in dungeons? An hour later, Zhu, whose appearance was even more shabby than last time, walked past Moyu, glancing at him. She turned around and walked towards the dungeon again. Frowning her face, she loudly shouted that she was a level 11 elemental mage and was looking for a team. She thought that one passage was not enough for her, and she needed several more. Moyu looked at the girl who approached several male warriors. He thought that because she was in such a hurry, he didn't even have a chance to talk to her. An hour later, the girl collapsed on the ground on her knee next to where Moyu was sitting and loudly tried to catch her breath. Taking breaks between breaths, she told the guy that she would definitely defeat him. Moyu opened his mouth to start a conversation with her. At this moment, a loud cry was heard, indicating that the team was missing one magician. Zhu jumped up from her seat, answering that she could be one of them. Half an hour later, the shabby girl sank to the ground from head to toe, leaning her elbows on the stone on which Moyu was sitting. She swore and muttered that she was very tired. Zhu stated that she is already at level 12 and will soon catch up with Moyu. He leaned slightly towards the girl and folded her arms under her chest in displeasure. Moyu asked if she wasn't tired of running through dungeons yet. Zhu muttered in response that of course she was tired, and now she was not able to even lift a finger. Moyu asked why then she keeps doing this. Zhu, as if she had broken free, began shouting indignantly at the guy. Clenching her teeth, she shouted that this was all so that she could surpass him. In response to this, Moyu sighed and covered his face with his hand. He asked if that was all there was to it. At that moment, Moyu thought that he knew that he should have let her take first place in the exam. Zhu leaned her back on the stone and raised her head up. She said that she also wants to enter the academy, just like Moyu. The guy thought that for admission you need at least level 15, and better yet level 16, however, with her leveling speed it will not be easy to reach 15. He told the girl that she needed to complete the dungeons on a nightmare difficulty level so that it would be more useful. Zhu turned and gave the guy a frightened look. She was indignant, saying that for such a dungeon the team should consist of professionals of at least level 16, and with her level 12 no one would take her. She said that she needed to do the dungeon a few more times on normal difficulty to get to level 14, and then try her best to level up to 15. After listening to her words, Moyu leaned forward. Finally, he asked the girl how can she ignore the dungeon cooldown time. Zhu jumped on the spot, turning her whole body towards the guy. She asked if he didn't know that. Moyu tensed when he saw the smug smirk on her face. The girl happily said that it turns out there is something that even Moyu doesn't know. She grinned and said that she would share it with him if he told her anything useful. Zhu extended her hand to the guy, and on her palm lay an amulet. She noted that the guy doesn't understand jokes at all. She said that they say that thinking is flexible, but the guy is too pedantic. The girl said that the recovery talisman helps her compensate for time. By touching the round amulet, which resembled a pocket watch, Moyu was able to see its characteristics. Talisman of Restoration, number of uses 7/10, essence, can compensate for time, suitable for dungeons below level 20. Parko looked with surprised eyes at the amulet in his hand. He thought, what a useful thing this is. Zhu asked if he now understood how she did it. The girl again leaned her back on the stone and hung her head. Moyu asked if such an amulet is expensive. The girl replied that it was very expensive, and then added that her father even looked upset when he gave it to her. At that moment, Moyu thought that it was unlikely that he would ever be able to get such a talisman for himself. Zhu grabbed her hair and, contorting her face with indignation, began to loudly indignate. With bitterness in her voice, she said that she only had 2 days left, and he could only use the talisman 7 times. The girl was indignant that given the recovery speed, she needed to go through the dungeon 9 more times to reach level 15. The girl screamed that she would simply die from fatigue. The guy looked at Zhu thoughtfully until an idea came into his head. The girl looked up at Moyu in surprise and froze when he said that he could help her reach level 15. Zhu thought about how could she forget that Moyu was capable of completing the dungeon alone. She thought that the amount of experience in co-opus would be much greater and she wouldn't have to do much of anything. She thought that in this case, however, she would never be able to catch up with Moyu. The girl turned her head towards him and grinned. She said that he must promise that he will take her with him to the dungeon, and in return she will share her talisman with him. Zhu thought that in any case, if she didn't go with him, she might not have time to reach the required level at all. The girl stretched lazily when she heard Moyu's words. He said that they would be going to the dungeon in a couple of hours, so she should rest until then. Zhu replied that she was going to get some sleep. She laid her head on the stone and fell asleep after a while, and Moyu began to meditate. Meditation helped restore spiritual strength. 2 hours later, pulling herself up, the Zhu girl followed Moyu and the skeleton warrior, who had already approached the entrance to the dungeon. Yawning, she said that these 2 hours flew by too quickly. The girl pressed the button on the amulet, compensating for the reload time. At this point, Moyu set the dungeon's difficulty level to Nightmare. Seeing this, Zhu's expression changed to fear, and she extended her hand to the guy, but their bodies were already glowing from teleportation. In a frightened voice, she asked why he chose the Nightmare level. When the teleporter moved from under the protective barrier at the beginning of the dungeon, the girl looked around and saw the characteristics of a goblin passing by. She screamed loudly, saying that such high characteristics of a goblin definitely could not be at a normal level. She asked in fear if Moyu was the only one who made a mistake with this choice. The guy confidently stepped outside the barrier, and Zhu ran after him. He told the girl not to go far and stay close, to which Zhu loudly shouted that they would simply die here. She hid behind the guy, pressing her hand to her chest and looking around with frightened eyes. She thought that if she tried to somehow escape now, she would definitely die. Moyu walked some distance forward and turned around, where the skeleton had already rushed off towards the monsters. The guy asked if Zhu was really scared, to which the girl shouted indignantly that this was not true at all. However, the skeletons rushed past, and the goblins gave chase. Zhu loudly asked why Moyu didn't attack them. She wondered if monsters with such high stats couldn't harm his skeletons. The guy took off and ran after the goblins, and Zhu, following his example, ran after him. She thought that she couldn't understand what exactly Moyu was going to do now. After running for some distance, Zhu froze and her eyes widened in fear. They reached the hall where the Wolf King was, and the skeletons attacked the goblins. Seeing him, Zhu thought that this wolf here is many times larger than at the normal difficulty level. Moyu waved his hand, and the goblin's body exploded and flew up. His palm became covered in a red sphere, and several more corpse explosions were heard. Frowning, he thought that trying to fight like before was a waste of time. He thought that blowing up the corpse would instantly kill the other monsters and save them a lot of time. Zhu froze in place when she saw how quickly her level bar began to increase. A window popped up twice saying that a level 14 goblin had been killed, experience plus 21. She was surprised to think that her experience had increased by 30% literally in an instant. One by one, with loud sounds, the goblins' bodies began to explode one by one, creating a chain of explosions towards the Wolf King. Zhu screamed, asking, "How does this guy get through the dungeon so quickly?" After a moment, the boss visibly fell to the ground, and the girl walked towards his body. She asked indignantly, was it really that easy to kill him? Zhu thought that she had previously formed a 3-person squad that took about 20 minutes to finish off the wolf, but this guy finished it off in literally seconds. The skeletons rushed further and waved his hand, beckoning the girl to go forward, after which she, coming out of her daze, looked at the guy with a stunned look. In a calm voice, Moyu said that it was time for them to move on. Zhu asked with fear in her voice, had he really been completing the dungeon at a nightmare level all this time? At that moment, she thought that if she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that he was able to defeat monsters at a nightmare level so quickly. The girl took off and ran after Moyu. She asked if the guy started leveling up here as soon as he reached level 10, and Yamak answered with a short yes. The girl stopped, looking at the Goblin King who appeared in front of them with an alarmed look. She noted that about 10 minutes had passed since they entered the dungeon, and they had already reached the final boss. She said that earlier the team and they walked here for more than an hour. The skeleton warriors quickly killed the small goblins that were at the feet of the king, and by blowing up their corpses, Moyu killed the main boss of the dungeon. Watching this, Zhu thought, is he really so strong that he was able to defeat the Goblin King in literally a matter of seconds? The guy's body lit up with a golden light, indicating that the level had increased to 15, and the Zhu scale also moved forward, however, it did not reach the end. She screamed indignantly, noting that the guy had leveled up again and now their gap was wider. She looked sadly at her level 12 mark, which was now 70%. The girl thought that now the difference between them was too great. Zhu sank to the ground to collect the items she had received. Killing the Goblin King, experience plus 25,000. Obtained, bronze level weapon, Goblin King's sword, obtained, low level monster crystal core. She noted with a little sadness in her voice that, unfortunately, it was not the staff that fell out again. Hearing this, Yamak asked if the girl needed a staff. Zhu looked at the floor, not noticing that something was approaching her. She said in a sad voice that the Goblin King's staff is considered the best weapon for magicians up to level 20. She added that it can also be found in the store, but she does not want to ask her father for money for it. Noticing the approaching object, the girl reacted and grabbed it with her hand, and then saw that it was the staff of the Goblin King. Moyu said that if she needs him, she can take him for herself. She looked at the guy with dumbfounded eyes, and he waved his hand, taking out the Goblin King's spellbook from the portable safe. Zhu briefly thanked the guy and asked if he was going to use this staff himself. Moyu looked over his shoulder and said that he had this book, and in general he didn't like long sticks. Zhu rose from the ground and held the staff tightly in her hand. She thought that the guy was just talking about the book, although he had never used it himself. She wondered if the characteristics she possessed were too insignificant for him. Name, Lin Moyu. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 12. Strength, 200. Agility, 200. Spiritual strength, 800. Constitution, 200. Moyu stood in front of the dead goblin's body with his hands in his pockets. He thought that as expected, the best strategy would be to gather all the monsters together and then use the corpse explosion. He thought that even though he shared all the experience with Zhu, with the help of her talisman, he could reach level 16 if they completed the dungeon 5 more times. Equipment, Goblin King's Spellbook, Summon, 84 150th, Skeleton Warriors, Talent, All-Round Enhancement, Passive Skill, Damage Transfer, Active Skill, Soul Flame, Summon Warrior Skeleton, Corpse Explosion. Moyu activated the portable bank, collecting the sword and core, and squatted down in front of the goblin, slamming his palm down on his head. In a calm voice, he apologized to him and said that he would most likely have to kill him 5 more times. Zhu approached the guy and touched his back with her palm, looking at him with surprised eyes. She asked why the guy talks to the boss like that, because he doesn't understand him anyway. Moyu turned around and said that he just wanted to, and it didn't matter at all whether he understood it or not. The girl stood and watched as Moyu headed towards the portal that would take them back. He wondered if anyone other than Moyu would talk to the boss like that. She thought that it was his usual training. Again imagining in her head the picture of how the cool-blooded Moyu touched the goblin's head, she clutched the staff to herself and smiled shyly. She said he was very sweet at that moment. The guy stopped right in front of the portal, looking back at the girl approaching him. He said that they needed to rest a little and continue further, to which he received a short consent. After a short period of time, they approached the dungeon again and Moyu activated the talisman. Second round. After defeating the Goblin King, Sue held the crystal core in her hands with a smile on her face. The two then returned for rounds 3, 4, and 5, clearing the dungeon at an astonishing rate. Sue stood with a smile on her face, her index and middle finger outstretched as her level gauge had already reached the 14 mark. She happily said that the effect of the talisman had ended, but they still had a day and a half left before the exam at the academy, and that would be enough to complete the dungeon 2 more times. She said that if she reached level 15, she would be able to enter Zyajing without any problems. She asked if the guy was going to continue leveling up with him. Moyu responded with a short yes, and Sue smiled and waved her hand. She asked if the guy wanted to try to become a provincial champion. Not understanding what she was talking about, Moyu asked who he was. Looking closely at the guy, Sue smiled slightly. She said that if a guy could become a provincial champion, he could get a ton of points. She said that this would be very useful when entering the academy. She added that the coolest thing was that he would have the opportunity to join Creation Seminary. Moyu asked her what is Creation Seminary. Sue began to tell her that her father said that the Creation Seminary was the most powerful educational institution in the Empire. She said that Zyajing Academy recruits the elite, and the seminary accepts only the best of the best. She said that she heard that Su Kaiyan Jin was the only one who had entered there from Zahai City. Sue happily jumped up and down in front of Moyu with a big smile on her face. She said enthusiastically that she had a feeling that the guy would be next, and if that happened, Director Lu would definitely skyrocket. She thought that she had never seen people like Moyu before, and if he couldn't get in, then who would? The guy folded his arms over his chest and thought, looking to the side. He thought that because of his sister, he was definitely going to enroll in Zyajing. He thought that regarding the Creation Seminary, he could try it in the future when he had the opportunity. At that moment, Zhu saw a familiar silhouette chatting with the warriors not far from them. She asked if this was Yong's classmate by chance. Seeing how the blonde smiled guiltily when several men asked him to wither away from them and not interfere, Zhu considered the information of his characteristics. Dao Yong Knight level 11. The girl noted displeasedly that for a knight his level 11 is too low, and he needs at least 13 to complete the dungeon together on normal difficulty. The guy and the girl stood behind him, so Yang couldn't see them. Moyu asked if Zhu would mind if they took him with them. The girl smiled and said that she wanted to offer the same thing. A large man in a suit sat at a large desk in his office, and opposite him stood a young man in a white robe. The man, breaking into a scream, asked the guy if he had really gone crazy. He shouted, asking how the idea of sealing the dungeon could ever come up, and did he really think that the Empire and the Professional Association would sit idly by. He shouted in a rude voice that if the guy really wants to die, then let him not drag the entire guild with him. The man in the suit exhaled displeasedly and closed his eyes, touching his forehead with his hand. He told the guy not to go anywhere for a couple of days now and just stay in the guild. He added that since the guy had already reached level 16, he could just calmly wait for the academy exam. The Dynasty Vice President lowered his eyebrows and gave the man an apologetic look. He said in a low voice that there was no news from Zhao Jai and the others, and then asked what they should do. The man in the suit removed his hand from his face and looked at the blonde. In a calm voice, he said that he had already sent one trusted person to investigate, so the guy didn't have to worry. The man thought that he would not allow anyone to bully his guild. Yang turned around when he heard footsteps and saw his classmates in front of him, shouting their names with delight. He touched his chin with his hand and smiled sarcastically, throwing multitasking glances at Zhu, after which she tensed, frowned, and folded her arms under her chest. Yang smirked at the fact that Zhu and Mu were going through the dungeon together. The girl, lowering her voice, replied that if he said one more word about this, she would ruin him into pieces. Yang smiled shyly and patted his hair with a hand. He laughed and said that he was just joking and that she should not pay attention to it. Zhu told him to dare to look for a team until they recover, since they want to take him somewhere. She added that they could easily help the guy reach level 12. The blonde's eyes shone with joy and he folded his palms in a prayer gesture. He enthusiastically asked if it was true and that the guy and the girl were sent to him as saviors from heaven. He happily noted that the place he wants to go to requires a minimum of level 12. Zhu clenched her left hand into a fist, and Yang bowed to her, pressing her palm to her chest. The girl said that if he talks nonsense again, she won't take him anywhere. Bowing, Yang replied that he would obey and carry out all their instructions. He theatrically added that Zhu told him to go east, then he would listen to her, and if she told him to pretend to be dead, then he would never move. Yang straightened up and made a serious face when the girl tensed her hand, which lit up with a bright flame, and clenched her teeth tightly in dissatisfaction. She irritably told the blonde to finally shut up. Yang answered in a serious voice that he did not dare disobey the order, and then asked how long he needed to remain silent. Zhu threw her hand at the blonde and unclenched her hand, and bright flames began to play at the tips of her fingers. She said that he would have to remain silent for 10 hours. Yang stepped aside a little and saluted the guy and girl with 2 fingers. He said that in that case, for now he would go and deal with the monsters. In a joyful voice, he wished Mu good luck and said that he believed in him, and then added that he was sure that sooner or later Zhu would be his. At that moment, the black-haired girl's flame flared up with a large bright flash. She launched a large fireball at Yang, who ran away screaming loudly. Zhu, in whose palm the flame was still playing, looked after him with a dissatisfied face, and Mu next to her did not express any emotions. In an irritated voice, the girl was outraged that this guy still couldn't keep his mouth shut, to which Mo replied that he thought he was funny. 10 hours later, the 3 of them stood outside the dungeon, and Yang was loudly indignant as Mo set the nightmarish difficulty level. The blonde said he didn't think it was the level of difficulty they wanted. He cried out in displeasure, asking why they were choosing the nightmare difficulty. In response to this, the girl calmly told him to stop asking unnecessary questions and just calmly follow them. Yang had a look of fear and confusion on her face as the teleport began to take them to the dungeon, and seeing this, the Zhu grinned contentedly. She thought that she was glad that she was not the only one who had such a reaction to this. When they found themselves in the dungeon, trembling with fear, Yang stood behind the girl, and she was displeasedly indignant. She asked irritably why he was standing so close to her. The blonde fearfully replied that he would definitely die if he was touched by a monster at a nightmare level. Hearing this, Zhu cried out in displeasure that he was actually a warrior and should control himself. When they reached the Goblin King, Mo used the usual pattern of using a corpse explosion, and then launched a soul flame at the goblin. Looking at the dead boss, Yang froze as his eyes and mouth opened wide in shock. He said in a stunned voice that this was a boss of nightmare difficulty. Almost breaking into a scream, he added that this boss is sometimes difficult to defeat for a large squad, but here he just died. Observing his reaction, Zhu replied that there was nothing surprising here at all. Yang knelt down and grabbed Mo's leg. He asked in a pitiful voice that he would continue to take him with him to the dungeons in the future. Leaning towards the guy, Zhu displeasedly asked if he could at least sometimes not be a weakling and behave like a knight. Yang froze, his face contorting with displeasure and indignation as Zhu hurt his ego. The girl was indignant that he was a warrior class of no use, since the strongest here was Mo. At this moment, Mo shook his leg a little, looking down at the blonde's satisfied face with a puzzled look. He said they would take him with them and then asked them to let go of his leg. Yang smiled and thanked the guy loudly, saying that he was very happy. Mo thought that if he went into the dungeon again, he could reach level 16. He thought that in this case, Zhu would reach level 15, and Yang would reach level 12. Mu's face frowned as they entered the return teleporter. He thought his next step was to wait for the exam. There was a group of people standing on the wall separating the city and the monster desert area. One of them noted that none of their charges have yet returned. Director Liu stood at the edge of the wall, accompanied by a gray-haired man with a long braid and a mid-kimono, and an adult woman in a cape with a purple hood. The woman looked up at Principal Liu and said that tomorrow was the exam day, and she was really looking forward to the results. The old man in the kimono asked the director if those 2 geniuses from his school were sent to Xinjing Academy. The director looked calmly into the deserted distance. He said that 2 of his students, Mu and Zhu, want to take the Xinjing exam. He noted that by the standards of previous years, only level 15 inspires great confidence, but level 16 can guarantee complete success upon admission. He added that it is quite possible to reach level 15, but to reach level 16 is much more difficult, and in all the time in Zahai City, except for Su Kaixing, only Sister Mu was able to reach level 16 last year. He continued to look ahead, frowning. The man thought that perhaps the younger brother Mohan and the daughter of the Zia family could work miracles together. At that moment, the old man in the kimono perked up and said that someone was coming back. A guy with brown hair appeared not far from the wall, who had 2 swords hanging from his belt. Zuzhen is a level 12 gladiator. The woman in the cape shouted that it was her student. Having considered his characteristics, she noted that level 12 is an excellent result, and he is fully worthy of the title of one of the talents of his school. Next came a black-haired girl with a bob, who had a bow over her shoulders. Wen Ming, level 13 Hawkeye Archer. The old man in the kimono shouted joyfully that this student was from his educational institution. The 3 mentors stood on the edge of the wall, continuing to look forward. Addressing the woman in the cape, the old man noted that his student was 1 level higher than his student. The woman replied dissatisfiedly that the level does not mean anything, since the most important thing is the test results. At this moment, Director Liu thought that these 2 old men were trying to justify themselves to each other. He thought that the levels of their students were approximately the same, however, above level 14 where no one showed up. The principal asked worriedly why his students Mu, Zhu and Yang had not returned yet. He was told that they should return them soon, to which the director replied that he hoped nothing happened to them. Sometime later, Mu, Zhu and Yang appeared at sunset. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Director Liu looked at them with joyful eyes. He screamed loudly that it had finally returned. The man quietly noted that he was very glad that everything was okay with them. He added that he was very interested in finding out what levels they had managed to reach. Zhu and Yang walked towards the wall with satisfied faces, and the director counted their characteristics. Gao Yang is a level 12 sword and shield knight. Zia Zhu is a level 15 elemental mage. The people on the wall were alarmed, and the director straightened up and straightened his shoulders with pride when the old man in the kimono tapped him on the shoulder. The woman in the cape screamed in surprise that this girl was able to rise all the way to level 15. Principal Liu happily noted that her chance of getting into the academy was 80%. The old man in the kimono said that Zihai students performed well this year. Mo walked forward with a frown on his face, and the energy around him literally radiated power. Lin Moyu is a level 16 Necromancer. There were stunned screams that this boy had reached level 16. Not a muscle moved on Director Liu's face, while his colleagues were shocked by the current situation. The woman in the cape screamed that the guy was a level higher than Zhu. The old man in the kimono was indignant in response that if you look at their weapons, it becomes clear that they spent a lot of time in the dungeons. Zhu walked with a staff in her hands, which Mu gave her, and Yang was holding a sword and shield, which he received in the dungeon. The old man in the kimono loudly noted that the staff and this sword with a shield are the weapons of the Goblin King. He exclaimed that the drop rate of this weapon is very low and it is very difficult to collect. Director Liu said that they did a good job. As night fell, the principal and Young approached the school bus. The man told the blonde to get on the bus for now, and as soon as everyone got ready, they would leave. With a wide smile on his face, Young agreed with the director. The man thought that finally this year the academy would be able to answer these nasty old men. Mo recalled how the principal told them recently to take good rest as they would be leaving for an exam tomorrow morning. Mo sat on the bus, resting his face on his fist and looking out the window. He thought that now, having reached level 16, he was sure that he would enter Xiajing. He thought about how he could now compete for provincial hero status and become an elite, and then try to get into the creation seminary. In the next morning, with a satisfied smile, Mu arrived at the appointed place. He thought that he had slept well, so he was full of strength and energy. He thought that he already had 100 skeletons in his arsenal, the characteristics of which had reached 25 units. Name, Lin Mu. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 16. Strength, 220. Agility, 220. Intelligence, 900. Constitution, 220. He thought that now he literally feels at the top. Equipment, Goblin King's Spellbook, Robe, Summon, 160th, Skeleton Warrior, Talent, All-Round Enhancement, Passive Skill, Damage Transfer, Active Skill, Soul Flame, Warrior Summon Skeleton, Corpse Explosion. Young raised his hand high, waving to Mo, and called his name when he saw the guy in the crowd. Zhu, who was standing with her classmate, turned around and gave Mu a meaningful look. She left the girls and went to a group of 2 guys. Zhu asked the black-haired guy if he was ready, to which he responded with a firm yes. The girl smiled and raised her hand, clenching it into a fist. She happily said that in that case, they would see each other soon at Xiajing Academy. Mo briefly told her that it would be so. In the hands of the two guys, the blue crystals that they had previously received from Director Lu lit up. Opening his arms, the man loudly said that this is a teleportation stone, and if they crush it or use spiritual power, they will be able to move to the observation room. The man added in a loud voice that he wanted to remind you that during the exam, everyone must first ensure their own safety and take care of their own lives. He gave the order to get ready and said they were starting. Jingning Provincial Test Center. After some time, Mo found himself on a round platform. Looking around, he thought that it seemed to him that the number of candidates was more than 10,000 people. Test Tower. With a loud sound, the stone gate began to slowly open, and a majestic voice rang out throughout the area. The voice said that the challenge tower is open. The gate opened and the entrance to the tower lit up with a bright yellow light. A year ago, he said that he asks all candidates to listen carefully to the exam rules. He said that it was forbidden to talk or ask any questions, and the winners would be immediately disqualified. One young guy turned to his friend. He asked why you can't ask questions. Another guy responded by asking what to do if you don't understand something. Suddenly, the two young people lit up with a bright light and began to teleport back. The voice sternly said that she was disqualified due to violation of the rules. Seeing this, the frightened Yang pressed his hand to his mouth. Looking at him, Mo thought that he quickly figured out what needed to be done. The sky was filled with black colors, and several dark figures stood at the top of the tower. The voice said loudly that the test tower is organizing different exam scenarios for different professions. The voice said that the combat classes would have combat trials with various monsters. He said that support classes will be given other different situations. The voice added that after passing the basic exam, each profession will have the right to choose a difficulty level, which is divided into normal, nightmare, and hellish levels. Godam said that different scores with different difficulties will bring different amounts of points. As an example, a holographic board appeared on which the number of accumulated points was indicated. The voice said the scores are test results that can be used in higher education. He added that in academies, points are much more valuable than money. The voice then said that all participants could use whatever equipment they currently had with them. The voice noted that, however, the use of magical details is prohibited, and the storage location will be blocked. The voice sternly said that anyone who breaks the rule will be immediately disqualified. He then loudly asked the candidates to line up. The students lined up and began to enter the tower one by one. Mu thought that given that there are so many candidates for the exam in Jingning province, he is afraid that there will be more than 1 million of them throughout the country. The 3 participants, including Mo, entered the tower, and a pillar of light appeared around each of them. He thought that he was right in assuming that the testing tower was the same as during practice, and now they would be sent to different rooms according to their professions. At the top of the tower, several middle-aged examiners, dressed according to their classes, stood watching Mo. One of them asked if this boy was the owner of the new Necromancer profession that Zihai Academy had announced. The other man replied that based on the information received, the profession should be summoners. He said he hoped the guy would live up to their expectations. He suggested defining Mu as a rare class and sending him to magic monsters that would be 2 levels higher than him. Mu entered the battle area and a large upright wolf with a staff surrounded by a dome appeared in front of him. The guy thought, did he really get magical monsters? The wolf leaned forward a little and growled. A sign with an exam task appeared in front of Mo, which stated that he needed to kill the orc wolf mage, and then the countdown to the start of the test began. The guy thought that the light curtain had isolated the detection technique, and there was no way to know the level and characteristics of the monster. After a couple of seconds, the countdown showed 0. Mo closed his eyes and put his hand forward, which lit up with a turquoise light as he used the soul flame. He thought that none of this mattered. The soul flames engulfed the monster's body, and he instantly fell dead. One of the examiner's eyes widened in surprise when he saw that Mo's time spent on the task was 0.1 seconds. He asked in surprise how he could do it in half a second. He asked if it was really that simple for him. Observation room for the test tower. Ning Xuanfeng is one of the organizers. A tall, mature man entered the room, and the other examiners perked up. Man asked Master Ning why he was here now. The man replied that he heard about the emergence of a new profession and decided to take a look in person. Another examiner stood in front of the observation screen and said thoughtfully that Lin Moyu kills a monster in an instant, and therefore they cannot see all of its capabilities. Master Ning walked over to the screen to look at the guy. He said that they could not measure all the power in this way since his profession was the rarest. The man added that the examiners should repeat the test and set it to the legendary level of difficulty. The man at the screen asked if this would be unfair. The master with brown hair and a thick beard answers with a glance to the side. He said that he would give the boy 100 points for his first lightning kill. He added that if he passed the second test, he would personally add another 1,000 points to him. The examiner replied that he would do everything. Mo moved to the second trial and a wolf walked upright in front of him with torches in his hand. The sign that appeared said that he needed to pass the second test and kill a level 20 magical wolf mage. He extended his hand forward, reactivating his soul flame. Master Ning stood in the examination room, listening to the loud cheers. The examiners were amazed that Mo was able to kill the monster again in the blink of an eye. They were indignant that they had already given him a legendary level. Master Ning said that they did not need to continue this test any further and they could transfer the boy to the second stage. Mo raised his head up, listening to the loud voice of the broadcaster. He announced the first stage of completing the exam. He said that 10,632 people took part in the test and 5,520 passed the test. The broadcaster said that they can now see the results. Zhu walked over to the sign that appeared and saw that Mu took first place, completing the task in 0.1, and his score was 100 points, while she took third place and received 40 points in 5.2 seconds. She thought Mo was incredible and should definitely win. The girl thought that despite this she still would not admit defeat. Seeing the results, Wang Zihao raised his fist in the air, expressing dissatisfaction. He screamed indignantly, how could he not get into the top 3? He indignantly declared that he should have first place. The guy screamed that this test cannot be completed in 0.1 seconds. Mo looked at the same screen with an uncertain gaze, rubbing his chin with his hand. The guy asked himself if he had gone too far. The loud voice of the broadcaster said that the second stage of the examinations for the main martial professions is now beginning, and candidates can choose the level of difficulty. He informed that there may be casualties in the second stage, so the participants must do everything to survive. The voice said that in case of danger, they can shout that they are giving up, but then the test will be completed and the score counter will be suspended. Mo, rubbing his chin, looked thoughtfully at the screen. It stated that the test time was 30 minutes, and then offered to choose a difficulty level from normal, nightmare, and hellish. Mo thought that this round would most likely be to see who could kill the most monsters in 30 minutes. Throwing his huge sword over his shoulder, Zihao chose the hellish difficulty level. Wang Zihao level 16 Berserker. The guy noted that at this level, killing one monster is equivalent to killing 5 monsters at normal. He confidently said that even if that guy took first place in the last round, he will be the winner in this round. At this moment, Zhu, a level 15 elemental mage, calmly chose normal difficulty. She thought that magicians were not very good in close combat, as well as in single-handed battles with powerful monsters. He thought that despite this he could win with more. At this moment, the examiners watched through the screen the choice of a girl with a black bob named Zuomei, who was a level 15 robber and chose hellish difficulty. The examiner reasoned that Berserker is a rare profession, and the guy can achieve success. Another person commented that the mage girl had good skills but a weak body, so she made the right decision by choosing normal difficulty. Looking at the screen, the examiner said that a robber is also a rare profession, and the girl must be very good in hand-to-hand combat. All the examiners crowded around the screen, waiting for Mo. One of the men said that he was very interested in what difficulty the Necromancer would choose. Another man loudly asked them to move because he couldn't see anything. Mo grinned, raising his finger to the screen. He thought that this round would test the ability of the fight to last. He thought it would be difficult for any candidate to last 30 minutes. Mo thought he was an exception. Raising his head confidently, he said that he was choosing the hellish level. The teachers stood in front of the large screen, watching what was happening. They loudly noted that they knew he would choose hellish difficulty. The woman in the front cape told Director Liu that he would get rich since 2 of his candidates were in the top 3. The old man in the kimono said that if Lin Moyu wins, Liu will definitely be overjoyed. Moving to the next stage, Mo saw in front of him a tall wolf with axes in his hands. Elite Wolf Warrior level 13, Strength 500, Agility 300, Intelligence 150, Constitution 400. When the guy saw him, he thought that the monster was too weak. The guy waved his hand, summoning skeleton warriors. He said it was time to start. At this moment, Mu thought that if the monster was too strong, it would eliminate a very large number of candidates. 2 skeleton warriors with swords at the ready rushed towards the wolf. Skeleton warrior, level 16, strength 25-0, agility 25-0, intelligence 25-0, constitution 25-0. With one swing of his sword, the skeleton defeated the wolf. Mo said it was too easy. He noted that after killing one monster, the second one appears after 5 seconds, and 2 skeletons can definitely handle it. There was excitement in the viewing room again, and people were staring at the screen with wide eyes. Someone said loudly that this guy's subordinates are very strong. Master Ning said with admiration that it was more powerful than any summoning class it had ever seen. The examiner noted in surprise that the guy could even summon 2 subordinates at the same time. Master Ning added that this new profession is much stronger than he imagined. Zihao, with burning eyes and a crazy smile on his face, said loudly that it was time to start. Observers noted that this candidate gives his all, but does not think at all about his endurance. At this time, Zhu confidently launched flames at the monster. The examiners noted that Zhu is 1 step ahead of this guy. Mo sat down on the floor and leaned his back against the wall, and then began to eat the sweet potatoes. The observer was indignant. How can he do this during an exam? Another person screamed that he urgently wanted to see it. The examiners were annoyed that Mo found the exam too easy. Master Ning smiled and rubbed his chin. He noted that this guy is very interesting. The disheveled Zihao sat on the floor when the time ran out and tried to catch his breath. He was glad that it was finally over. The blonde happily noted that he was able to kill more than 50 monsters at the hellish level. He was sure that this time he took first place. The broadcaster's voice announced the end of the second round. He said that 5,220 candidates took part, of which 2,780 were injured and surrendered voluntarily. Zihao rose from the floor, and terrible excitement was visible in his yellow eyes. In an ominous voice, he said that he could urgently see the leaderboard. The broadcaster said that the remaining 2,440 candidates can opt out or move on to the next stage. The blonde perked up, looking at the leaderboard with shocked eyes. Lin Moyu total score 1605, Zuo Mei total score 470, Zia Zhu total score 270, Wang Zhao total score 265. The guy shouted that this simply cannot be. He indignantly asked how this Mu could do this. The blonde began to loudly argue that the frequency of monsters appearing is once every 5 seconds, that is, 12 monsters can appear in a minute. He added that each monster has 5 points, and in 30 minutes the limit is 18 points. A hint of fear appeared in the guy's shocked gaze. He indignantly asked how this guy was able to kill 301 monsters. Director Liu waved his hand and asked him to calm down after hearing the praise. The old man in the kimono enthusiastically said that his student was simply incredible. The woman in the purple cape said that the incredibly talented Sukai and Xing only scored 700 points in this round, and Sister Mu scored 650. Mu pressed his finger on the hellish difficulty level on the screen that appeared. The sign said that the third test would again have 30 minutes, but the monsters would be boss level. Mo said that of course he chooses the hell level. He thought that a one-on-one boss fight would be a good opportunity to test his limits. A tall wolf in armor appeared in front of the guy. Wolf Orc Captain level 15, strength 1000, agility 800, intelligence 500, constitution 1000, skill wind strike. After looking at the characteristics, the guy thought with disappointment, is this really the boss? He thought that even the monsters in the nightmare level dungeon were much more powerful than him. Mo waved his hand, summoning a skeleton warrior. He thought he understood that they couldn't drop truly hell-level monsters. He noted that he was still a little disappointed. The guy thought that he really hoped that the next 2 stages would be more difficult. Zihao laughed madly as he hit the boss with his sword. He said in a creepy voice that he must die. At this time, Zhu, keeping some distance from the monster, launched a stream of fire at it. Mei, in turn, squatted, waiting for the boss. The skeleton warrior dealt a berserker blow to the boss, and he collapsed dead on the floor. The examiner was again alarmed that the guy again passed the test in one blow. They were surprised that his skeletons had their own skills. They were outraged that Moyu was going too far again. Master Ning looked thoughtfully at the screen while the other men around him created a commotion. They said with astonishment in their voices that they were sure that they had not yet seen his true strength. Another man said to wait until the 5th round and see if he becomes the provincial champion. They told him that even in the 5th round they would hardly be able to see his real power. Mo's eyes were surprised and he looked at the leaderboard. Lin Moyu total score 2105, Suomei total score 970, Ziazu total score 770, Wang Zhao total score 765, 670th place Gao Yang total score 302. The guy thought that Yang was also able to earn a good amount of points. The broadcaster announced the imminent start of the 4th stage. He said that the difficulty at each stage continues to increase, and with it the danger increases. He reminded that candidates still have a choice to continue or give up. Zihao held his battle-worn sword as sweat poured down his face. He confidently said that he still had a chance to take the lead in the 4th stage. The broadcaster said that with the current scores, participants will be able to enter the top 100 best universities in the empire. The voice noted that all participants decided to continue. He then announced the start of the 4th round. The broadcaster began to reveal that each participant would face 10 series of monster attacks. Zhu, Moyu and Mei listened to the explanation with confidence in their eyes. The voice said there would be 10 rounds of 10 monsters. He added that regardless of whether the participants managed to destroy the previous batch, a new ballet appears every minute. Frowning her face, Zhu clutched her staff in her hands, looking at the monsters that were under the light curtain. The broadcaster said that the last batch will be led by a boss-level monster. He added that for each monster, participants will receive 10 points, and to pass the stage, you need to kill them all. The opponents were a team of orc wolves, among whom were both warriors and magicians. The examiners watched Mo through their monitor. They said they wanted to see how he would cope this time. One of the men noted that the best way to deal with the summoner was to kill him. They wondered if Mo would panic now. Master Ning smiled contentedly, rubbing his chin. He said that he was sure that the guy would also pass this round without difficulty. Mo's hand burst into turquoise flames and skeletal warriors began to emerge from the ground. In a low voice he told them to stretch their bones. 3 skeletons should be more than enough, the hero thinks, looking at his opponents, who are wolves armed with swords. He uses the soul flame spell. Powerful jets of bluish energy rush towards the monsters. This appears to produce the desired result. The elders watching the battle comment on what they see. That kid actually has 3 summons. Why didn't that brat summon them out from the beginning? Why did he wait till now? That kid, how sly of him. Yeah, I mean, the stronger you are, the merrier. The hero yawns. This exam is just too easy, he thinks. It can't even be compared to the first time I entered the West Sea dungeons. There's nothing surprising at all. The observers before whom we see control panels and monitors generally express the same point of view. How boring, I'm done watching him already. There's nothing interesting going on with that kid, might as well watch someone else instead. The heroine uses the Path of the Flame spell. Elementalists are more proficient in AoE attacks, now it's my turn to shine, she thinks. The third hero also successfully deals with enemies, cutting them down in close combat. The audience gathered in front of a huge viewing window is lively discussing what is happening. This is too frightening. There are so many monsters, how are they going to kill all of them in time? Thank God I gave up. Isn't Lin Moyu a bit too strong? His skeletons were able to kill all the monsters the moment they spawn. Lin Moyu is my older brother, says Gao Yang, who was able to survive until the 6th wave of monsters. He turns to a couple of guys standing next to him and offers to tell them the story of how he soloed a dungeon on a nightmare difficulty level. How is this even possible? One of the young men asks the other. Before us are 5 participants of the event. There are only 5 people left, someone asks. That is Feng Zhu, another remark sounds from the side. He is finally showing what he is made of. The named character uses Saint Swordsman level 15. The host says that he comes from a family of swordsmen, the renowned Feng family. He is very familiar with the rules of the exams, knowing that the last 2 rounds are the key to earning the most points. I see, so he has been waiting for this moment, someone says. Look, he enters a berserker state, another line sounds. Feng Zhu shouts, an alert appears, Berserk lasts for 5 minutes, strength and physique stats increase by 500%, while agility will drop by 200%. Once the Berserk state is over, the user will be in a weakened state for 30 minutes. Feng Zhu hits the opponent. Lin Moyu thinks, finally the last wave. We see a warrior wearing huge shoulder pads. The 4th round of the exams has ended, he says. There are a total of 5 examinees that passed. I will now announce their results, and here are the results. 1. Lin Moyu 3605 points. 2. Juomei 2470 points. 3. Ziazu 2270 points. 4. Wang Zihao 2265 points. 5. Feng Zhu 220 points. Spectators discuss the results. Only 5 people managed to pass. Only 5 people left. Will there even be anyone that will pass the 5th and final round? The 4th round was hard already. I really can't imagine how hard the 5th round will be. The blonde says that everything is going exactly as he expected. The 5th round will be decisive. The brunette reports that she managed to enter the top 5, and this, she thinks, should be enough to get into Ziyajing Academy. The girl with the short hair is generally sure that she has already entered the academy. We see the glowing eye of the warrior arbiter. I understand all of you here wish to get into Ziyajing University, he says, but don't go thinking that you definitely got in by just reaching the top 5. If you don't perform well during the 5th round, you would still be eliminated. If you wish to get into Ziyajing Academy, you would need to do your best and earn the most points possible. Finally, Lin Moyu listens to the warrior's words. Listen here, the rules of the 5th round are as follows. The brunette also listens. All of you will be teleported to a special dimension respectively, the expedition dimension. Before us are monsters with lightning flashing above them. The warrior continues to explain the rules. Within the expedition dimension there will be all kinds of monsters. Even the first wave of monsters would contain hundreds of them. There are also elite level monsters. The more you kill the monsters, the stronger they will get, becoming much stronger and faster. All of you would need to brace yourself, and keep in mind the changes with the points allocation. Monsters glow with red eyes, as 5 stages are divided in this expedition dimension, where point allocation would differ during each stage, and only you will be able to see how the points are allocated. Not even the examiners would know about it. Once you enter the dimension, the examiners will only be able to see the changes of your points. Before us are islands floating in the air with magic circles. As such, continues the warrior, if you have any ace up your sleeve, now is the time to use it. May all of you have the best of luck. Information window, first stage, monster level, 15 points per kill, 50, second stage, monster level, 16 points per kill, 100, third stage, monster level, 17 points per kill, 200, fourth stage, monster level, 18 points per kill, 400, fifth stage, monster level, 19 points per kill, 800. A young man in a long cloak stands on a rock and looks at the islands. I can sense that this place is filled with killing intent. It seems like a war has happened here before, says he. We see a huge horned monster with lightning flashing above it. Is this so that we will be accustomed to the feeling of being on the battlefield? Asks the young guy. Lizards with green eyes are preparing to pounce on their enemies. We are informed that these are level 15 lizardmen warriors. The hero tries to understand why he sees only their level. Where is the information about attributes and skills? Lin Moyu looks up. It seems that they've called the help of their companions, he thinks. A hand with a sword strikes a lizard. What? Why didn't he die immediately? Lin Moyu wonders. These monsters seem to be very tough. There is a red impact mark in front of Lin Moyu. If one blow is not enough, the hero thinks 2 should be enough. Lin Moyu holds a red sphere in his hands and uses the corpse explosion spell. Lin Moyu asks one of the elders. 2 observers are watching what is happening. On the screen behind them the hero's number of points is displayed, 4105. He has already scored 500 points, asks one of the elders. He killed 10 monsters in a few seconds. Lin Moyu with a red sphere in his hand stands over the corpse of a killed monster. Since you've called for the help of your companions, says he, all I need to do is wait for them to send themselves over here. In front of us is a trail from a lizard. The corpse has disappeared, the hero thinks. He's only been here for 10 seconds. Black and green clouds are visible near Lin Moyu. It seems we will have to change our plans, says the hero. Monsters run towards him past the bases of the islands. The 9 of you will corner all the remaining monsters to one place, says Lin Moyu. We see a deep bleeding wound on the monster. The hero holds a red sphere in his hands. Now that all of you are at one spot, it looks like he's going to use corpse explosion again. The hero stands on a rock. Traces of explosions are visible on the ground below him. Lin Moyu is reported to have scored 8605 points. People around are discussing this achievement. What did Lin Moyu do? Damn it, we can't even see anything. His points just suddenly went up by a couple of thousands. Did he kill the entire wave of monsters? An old man in armor looks ahead in amazement. What did that kid do, thinks he. And what is this Necromancer class supposed to be? What is his true limit? Lin Moyu looks at the field with smoke rising above it. And why should I wait more than a minute for new monsters to appear? He says. Fireballs fly over the hero's head, and he looks at them in surprise. The fireballs turn into monsters that go on the attack. I will use skeletons to repel this attack, Lin Moyu decides. The fireballs don't stop flying, there are a lot of them. There are people standing on the rock raising their weapons. We see 2 windows. Rain of Fire. Lizardman Mage, level 16. The hero looks at the enemy menacingly. Finally, he thinks, it's my turn to return the favor, right? The monsters run to attack. They are confronted by skeletons with swords. By order of the hero, the skeletons chop down the oncoming monsters. The skeleton swings and his weapon kills the monster. Lin Moyu is holding a red sphere in his hands. He uses corpse explosion again. Monsters that ran in waves to attack explode synchronously. The elders look at what is happening and do not believe their eyes. Above their heads is some unrealistic number of points scored by the hero. We hear their remarks. It went up by another 6,000 points already. How is he able to kill 120 monsters instantly? He even possesses an AoE attack after having such powerful summons. That single targeted soul flame of his is already disgusting enough. Observers continue to discuss what they saw. Maybe his class even surpasses those of the legendary class, asks one of them. It might actually be on par with them, the second one answers. It's still too early to say that. He is only dealing with low-ranking monsters at the moment. Let's see how he is going to deal with all the high-ranking monsters later. The gloomy battlefield is littered with many protruding swords. The hero says that the smell of death is becoming much stronger. Maybe this indicates the approach of a second wave. Groups of monsters are visible on the stone islands. There are at least 40 parties of beastmen that are spread out around me, Lin Moyu thinks. An alert appears, Wolf Beast Archer, level 16. We see wolves with swords, around which a green glow spreads. This, according to the corresponding window, is Wolf Beast Warriors, level 16. The hero thinks that not only the level of monsters has increased, but also their number. This means that representatives of other classes will find it difficult to cope with the second wave, and even if they manage to cope, it will take a very long time. For him, these enemies pose neither a threat nor a difficulty. The elders and the warrior who announce the rules of the test continue to discuss what is happening. In the entire history of the Shangxia Empire, in these hundreds of years, there has been only a single class that was able to get past the third wave. I think Mo Lin you might have a chance, his skills are ridiculous. I have a suspicion that he has awakened an innate talent. We see people standing on the site of the complex. The discussion continues. It would be a blessing for mankind if there is really someone that has awakened their innate talent. Yeah, if he is able to awaken his innate talents right after changing his class, who knows, he might even awaken a new one on his second awakening. It is already extremely rare for someone to have even a single innate talent, and only 1 in a billion might awaken 2 of them. There's literally no way we would be lucky enough to witness one. Here are the test results. 1. Lin Moyu, total points 34,605. 2. Ziazu, total points 7270. 3. Feng Zhu, total points 620. 3 experienced warriors discuss these results. Look, Lin Moyu is already dealing with the second wave. One monster is worth 100 points and he has killed 100 of them already. This is literally free points for him. If I had the authorities, I would have sent a couple of bosses for him to go against him instead. Before us is a huge modern city. This is Ziyajing, capital city of Shenzhia Empire. A tower flies into the sky. It is reported that this is the true form of the Tower of Trial, one of the 3 great divine towers of the Shenzhia Empire. A rat squeaks next to the trash can. The tower flies sideways. The audacity, someone shouts. Waves of yellow energy begin to spread from the tower, taking the shape of a human hand. The head of a terrible toothy monster with glowing eyes appears. You won't be able to stop this, he says. A shining yellow sphere flies towards the skull of a ram with curled horns. A huge yellow hand bursts out of the tower. You are literally asking for it, someone's voice sounds. The ram's skull bares its teeth. Just kill it then, he yells. This is just a clone of me anyway. But those brats inside of the Tower of Trials. The fingers are already closed. Three vague figures hang in the air next to the windows of a huge building and communicate with each other. I didn't expect that those remnants of the abyss would actually come to attack us. The beam of nefarious light came at such a speed, it seems that they've come prepared. Their target is clearly those kids who are currently in the expedition dimension. One of the figures shoots energy to the side of itself with its right hand. Communication continues. Now that the remnants of the abyss has entered, I'm afraid that the dimension will soon be in chaos, as the power of the abyss would corrupt the rules that reside within the tower. It is advantageous for them since the tower draws its power from the abyss to begin with. Before us is a long-haired blonde with a stern face. It's Bai Yuan, the top expert in the Shenzia Empire. When will everything be restored into order? He asks. About an hour later, the answer follows. The hero stands surrounded by his skeletons and does not understand what is happening. All the monsters suddenly disappeared somewhere. Before us is a woman's foot and a shoe. The eyes of the hero and the girl meet. Stupid Lin, asks the brunette. Ziazu, Lin Moyu thinks to himself. What's going on with the expedition dimension? Why am I able to meet with other examinees? The girl approaches the hero with a trident in her hand. The monster I was killing suddenly disappeared right in front of me. Do you know what's going on? She asks. I have no idea, Lin Moyu answers. Fang Zhu looks at the flashes and lightning in bewilderment. Bai Yuan hangs in the air. He greets the guys and lets them know who he is. They do not believe that God Bai appeared to them. One of the elders looks at him in surprise. Why did the God Bai appear? He says. Did something happen to the expedition dimension? Bai Yuan, hovering in the air, explains what is happening. A demon from the abyss has infiltrated the expedition dimension, and its target is you. We are doing our best to restore the dimension, which might take around an hour. Ziazu looks at him in shock and tries to comprehend what she heard. Abyss, demon, infiltrated the expedition dimension. Bai Yuan, meanwhile, continues to explain. So in this 1 hour I want all of you to do your best in protecting yourselves. We don't know what the demon from the abyss will try against you, but I believe, if we work together, even the demon from the abyss won't be able to do anything against us. The god's face expresses confidence. As subjects of Shenzia we shall not be afraid to die fighting, he declares. Feng Zhu raises his huge sword and repeats after God that they should not be afraid to die in battle. He says this several more times, and after him all the other people chant this slogan. Lin Moyu thinks about it. The weakest monster from the abyss is at least at level 70. Since God Bai said that we might be able to go against it, that means that the forces that infiltrated aren't that strong. The elders discuss the situation in their circle. For such a thing to happen, why is the abyss after the students' entrance exam? Their target must be the geniuses that are undergoing the 5th round of the exams. They are trying to destroy the rods of our Shenzia Empire. If we are unable to deal with it in time, I'm afraid that it will repeat again in the future. A bearded old man in armor takes the floor. Enough, he says loudly. Tell everyone not to panic. You just have to believe in God Bai. This applies to everyone. Yes, you have to believe in God Bai, agrees one of his colleagues. A red ball appears at the top. One of the young people points at it with his finger. Frightened exclamations are heard. It's the blood moon of the abyss. The forces of the abyss are on the move. Everyone, get ready. Something terrible floats down on the people preparing for battle from above. You want to kill our comrades, some daredevil shouts. Only over our corpses. Not bad, as expected of the future of the Shenzia Empire, the evil entity replies. It's a pity, but all of you shall die. 1 hour is more than enough for me to kill all of you. It's truly a pity that I won't be able to taste your dead bodies. Young people listen to these threats warily. A monster appears with 2 huge axes in his hands. The information window states that this is Wolf Beast Warrior, level 19. The trial participants discuss this event. I get it now. There was a level cap for the monsters in the expedition dimension at level 49, says the girl. Yes, how could I forget about it? The guy in the hat answers. Then we have nothing to fear because there are so many of us here. New monsters with axes appear. The mood of the interlocutors changes. But why are there so many of them? They are all enhanced elite monsters. Ziazu frighteningly clings to the hand of the hero, who grimly looks at the approaching monsters. What are we going to do? She asks. It will be difficult, but we can cope, Lin Moyu replies. He stares at the toothy reptile with red eyes. Enhanced elite monsters, he thinks. Aren't those the same as the ones in the nightmare level dungeon? The monsters have mutated as they've been corrupted by the abyss. Can they drop experience then? Armies of humans and monsters are approaching each other. The entity commanding the monsters asks questions. Are you afraid now? Scary, right? The white god said that as long as you work together, you would win. There's one for each of you to take. Feng Zhu looks at the monsters in horror and says that humans cannot win. He can't even lift his sword out of fear. But we also see young people who are ready to fight back. Lin Moyu, with his hands in his pockets, slowly walks towards the monsters. Zhu is worried. Stupid Lin, what are you doing? She shouts. Come back. There's over 100 level 19 enhanced elite monsters over there. The hero moves away from her in the direction of the monsters and tells the girl to step back. She doesn't agree. Zhu with a staff in his hand looks at the hero with displeasure. He is not going to react to her refusal and thinks that even if she follows him, this will not affect him in any way. The other fighters ask each other what this guy is going to do and if he really wants to go out on the monsters alone. The hero goes to the enemy. In front of him are his skeletons. An alert appears. Lin Moyu, level 16 Necromancer. People around you comment on what they see. Necromancer, what kind of profession is that? Are those skeletons his summoned creatures? A new profession? Another type of summoner? What do we do? Do we fight with him too? The hero turns around and sees that Zhu and many others are following him. Young people have very determined expressions on their faces. We do not cover from battle nor fear death, someone says. An army of people is moving towards the monsters. The evil entity laughs. Someone has finally decided to die, she says. How brave. It would be a pity to kill you now, so why don't you consider becoming the Demon King's slave? Lin Moyu stands with his hands in his pockets. Consider it. He hears a message addressed to him personally. The gate will be open just for you. The hero looks up. It's about 50 meters. That's the best distance for corpse explosion to work the most effectively, he thinks. The test participant stops. Why is he no longer moving? Ask the young people who followed the hero. We see a hand emitting bluish energy. Here is enough, a voice sounds. Skeleton skulls emit jets of energy of the same color, and black fountains appear around the hero. It can be seen that there are a lot of skeletons. Alert, skeleton warriors, amount 100. Voices are heard. So much? Where did he get so many of them? What kind of profession is this anyway? A girl with short hair watches the actions of skeletons. How fast they are, she thinks. These summoned creatures are faster than even me, whose main property is mobility. Above the heads of the skeletons there are pink marks from blows. This is Rage Strike. The green lizards continue to advance. They are still alive, the hero thinks. We see the skeleton's bandages unwinding. Status window, Rage Strike, 1995 2500th. Looks like these monsters have around 3000 strength, Lin Moyu thinks. He calmly watches the battle unfolding before him. To be able to withstand that many attacks, their constitution is probably over 35-0, he thinks. However, with how corpse explosion works, the higher the constitution, the better. The lizard lets out a dying cry. Alert, killed level 19 furry beastman warrior, obtained 8000 experience. They give experience as well, Lin Moyu understands. He holds in his hand a red sphere that emits green streams. Corpse explosion, says the hero. Even though the amount of experience gained is a little small, but that's still better than not getting experience. There's quite a lot of them as well, he thinks. An explosion occurs between the lizards. This is corpse explosion. Test participants watch explosions occur in front of them. They cannot understand what is happening. There are a lot of explosions. It looks like carpet bombing. Smoke rises over the battlefield. Witnesses to what happened are talking in amazement. Are they all dead? Was it that simple? What kind of skill is this? Why is it so powerful? Feng Zhu is the most puzzled. How is he so strong? He says. Why didn't I awaken this profession? This isn't fair. Other young people also note how powerful the profession of a necromancer is and rejoice at their salvation. The hero rises above his army of skeletons. Impossible, exclaims his infernal opponent. This is impossible. You made me angry. I will kill you, drink your blood and eat your flesh. A new wave of monsters appears from the direction of the red moon. The lizards approach the people, some of whom take flight. Let's see how you cope with this, shouts the evil creature from the abyss. You will all die. Lin Moyu looks up at the moon and sees an entity with the head of a ram. So here you are, the hero says calmly. Skeletons engage in battle with lizards. The hero takes off in the direction of the red moon. You're crazy, says the ram-headed demon. He bares his sharp teeth and asks what the hero is going to do. He holds his red sphere and looks carefully at the enemy. corpse explosion pronounced by Lin Moyu. Explosions occur and blue jets of energy appear in the air. We are told that this is Soul Blaze. Someone screams in pain. There are death threats. Lin Moyu looks at someone in surprise and wonders why he is still alive. Here we have another reminder of Soul Blaze. The ram's head emits a blue glow and lightning flashes around it. The creature from the abyss screams in pain. What kind of skill is this? It asks. How is it able to burn my soul? What is your profession? This can't be. There's no way someone like you can exist in this world. A foot in a boot falls to the ground with a distinct sound. A ram's head inside a red moon rests in a pool of blood. The hellish creature appears to be dead. This is the price for the invasion, says Lin Moyu, walking past the training islands. 3 figures float in the air next to the flying tower. They see what is happening inside and do not believe their eyes. The gray-haired old man notes with amazement that the power of the abyss is weakening. Before us are 2 glowing eyes of some evil entity. All the people in the tower are dead, she asks. The old man extends his hand. No, I can still feel the energy of many of the people there, he says. Only the aura of the abyss weakens. The demon king must be injured. Bai Yuan and the old man are talking. Say that earlier I was worried to death, says the first. Next time don't just release your aura without thinking. Okay, the second one answers. Bai Yuan looks up thoughtfully. However, the abyss demon uses the power of the abyss to disrupt the rules of the battle space, he says. Even we can't enter, so who is able to hurt it? Asks the old man. Can it be those candidates who are level 15 and 16? Suggests Bai Yuan. The ram-headed demon king inside the red moon appears to come to life. He attacks people with jets of red energy. Voices are heard. I'll kill you. Kill him. A confused guy and a green lizard with red eyes look somewhere up together. Lin Moyu thoughtfully analyzes what is happening. Corpse explosion leveled up, he thinks. After the blessing, the radius of corpse explosion will be 20 meters and deal 150% damage. Before us is an information window. Corpse explosion causes corpses to explode and deals 15% damage to enemies within 2 meters. Is this a type of skill that requires repeated use and familiarity to upgrade? Or does it mean that other than the talent skills when changing professions, all the skills learned using scrolls need to be upgraded like this? Lin Moyu glances at the monsters rushing towards him. Perfect timing, he thinks. Lin Moyu walks forward. A level up notification appears above his head. The test participants look at him with their mouths wide open and talk among themselves. Who is he? He's actually using these weird monsters to level up. He seems to be called Lin Moyu, a new class. Thankfully he's here, otherwise we'd be doomed. The hero looks up, where the monsters fly up, surrounded by a red aura. It looks like you won't be able to escape, he says. A demon with the head of a ram addresses the hero. His eyes glow with angry red fire. You are Lin Moyu. This king remembers you. When you come to the abyss, this king. An explosion occurs. We see a corpse explosion notification. The test participants look up in surprise. The battle space is back to normal, says one of them. Have we won? 3 figures still hang near the structure where the tests are taking place. One of them notices that the consciousness of the abyss has been destroyed. The gray-haired old man says that the battle space has been restored. Bai Yuan worriedly asks if the guys are okay. The old man extends his hand forward. This allows him to find out that they are all alive and well, and there are no casualties. No casualties. Bai Yuan can't believe his ears. It is completely different from what I expected, thinks he. What exactly happened inside the battle space? The old man emits jets of yellow energy towards the structure where the tests are taking place. Let's just teleport the guys back just in case, Bai Yuan suggests to him. The old man agrees. Let's retrace what happened inside the battle space, says Bai Yuan. The hero is standing next to Ziazu. Dumb Lin, are you okay? The girl asks. The hero replies that he is fine. Above them, in the glare of lightning, a concerned face appears. This is Bai Yuan, who is revered as a god here. Everyone, the abyssal power has disappeared and the battle space is back to normal, says he. You will be sent back to your original testing site, and the exam results will be announced later. Ziazu looks at him thoughtfully. We couldn't even contend against those orc warriors. Thankfully this guy was here, she thinks. After teleportation, test participants appear in front of a tall tower. An announcement sounds that the main battle exam is over and all participants can wait for the final scores to be announced. A bearded man in powerful shoulder pads and luxuriant hair is thinking. The main combat results consist of points and evaluations, he thinks. Top-tier academies aren't just about having high points, the evaluations need to be excellent as well. And their evaluations, unlike other examinees, are given directly by the high-ranking officials of the Shenzia Empire. The hero also thinks. He wonders what exactly happened inside the battle space, but he is kind of looking forward to what kind of evaluation he will receive. Inside the yellow energy circle, the figure of the hero is visible, surrounded by a bluish aura. In front of her are several much smaller figures, among which Bai Yuan can be discerned. The Empire's leading expert looks at the hologram and realizes who it is. We see a hero with a red sphere in his hand. A Necromancer, says Bai Yuan. I've heard of this class before. It's a brand new class that appeared in the Zai city of Jiangning province. I didn't expect him to turn the tide. Impressive. The expert recalls the explosions that were heard during the battle with monsters, and the way the hero calmly walked forward towards his enemies. Calm, decisive in battle, powerful class, says Bai Yuan. This kid already has the potential to become a top-tier expert. Not only is his class powerful, but he must also have awakened strong talents as well. Discussion among experts continues. This year's evaluations are a bit tough. What's so difficult about it? Those who fled are all cowards. They'd just desert on the battlefield in the future, can't rely on them. After all, they're just teenagers. Lin Moyu's evaluation is definitely excellent. As for the others, let's discuss. The huge area is filled with people. A blue status box appears above it, indicating that participant Lin Moyu took first place, scored 34,605 points, and earned an excellent rating. The bearded man raises his hands and begins to rejoice wildly. First place, best score, he shouts. Nice job, kid, he thinks. Someone congratulates old Lu. Some say that the highest score in the province will allow the old man to boast for another 20 years, no less. Zhu turns to the hero and congratulates him for setting the provincial record for most points scored. Lin Moyu thanks her. The girl is surprised. You smile, not believing your eyes, she asks. They are standing opposite each other. You are very cute when you smile, says Zhu. Why do you do this so rarely in life? Old man Lu smiles. Above his head is Zhu's score, 76 points, excellent. Colleagues standing behind the men are jealous. He also got second place. Here are the results of other participants. 3. Feng Zhu, .670, evaluation, excellent. 4. Zhuo Mei, .6325, evaluation, excellent. 5. Wang Zihao, .630, evaluation, poor. Wang Zihao is incredibly angry. My evaluation is poor. Why? Once this evaluation comes out, forget about Ziyajing Academy. Even the top 20 higher tier academies of the Empire won't accept me. The guy just roars with rage. I don't accept it. Why? Why give me a poor evaluation without evidence? This isn't fair. A circle of blue energy appears around the guy. An announcement is made that Wang Zihao has violated the rules of the examination area. Exception? No, the young man shouts loudly. We see several shadowy figures on a high wall. An announcement sounds. For combat class professions, this year's top scorer in Jiangning province is Lin Moyu. Gao Yang jumps for joy surrounded by other jubilant young people. See, he shouts, Lin Moyu is our leader, record holder for our province. Young people look at the tower. Silence sounds from there. An imperial order has arrived. Lin Moyu has become this year's. An imperial order, those gathered think. Isn't a provincial record enough? We see the square from a bird's eye view. A lot of people have gathered here. They are informed that Lin Moyu set a national examination record this year. Those gathered cannot believe that this is actually true. Old man Lu is shocked to the core. I heard right, he thinks. Large drops of sweat are running down his face. Did he set a national record? Angels fly around his head, playing pipes. Lu is simply in seventh heaven. Colleagues standing next to him are already worried about his health. They ask if he's okay and tell him not to worry so much. Someone says that the damn old man heard right and now he can brag for the rest of his life. Young people are sincerely happy to hear the message. They are happy for the hero, national top scorer. Our Jiangning province produced a national top scorer. Lin Moyu is truly amazing. In the future I'll make my child go to the same high school. The hero is congratulated by his recent competitors in the test. Specifically, a brunette with short hair. The blonde thanks the hero. He states that this time, if it weren't for him, it would have been very difficult for everyone. Lin Moyu shakes his hand. The young people agree to meet at Ziyajing Academy and the blonde promises to treat the hero to a good lunch. Ziazu crosses the fingers of two different hands, smiling. Okay, says Lin Moyu, and that means he accepted the offer for lunch. This guy doesn't talk much, says the blonde. I've been his classmate for 3 years, and we haven't exchanged more than 10 sentences altogether. The hero looks at the guy. 26 sentences, he says. The brunette and the blonde giggle, trying not to show how funny this phrase looks. Ziazu clutches his head in shame for the hero. Lin Moyu house. The hero picks up a frame with a portrait. Sister, I will soon study at Ziajing Academy, he says. Grandma, I became a national record holder. There is a knock on the door, and the hero turns to it. The hero opens the door and sees Old Man Lu on his threshold, with another person standing next to him. Principal Lu, why are you here? Asks Lin Moyu. The eyes of the old man's companion glow with an eerie light. Lin Moyu looks at him. Such a terrifying aura, he thinks. Even breathing feels difficult. Lin Moyu takes out his sword and summons skeletons. Excellent reaction, says the old man's companion. The hero bows respectfully. Greetings, Lord Bai Shen, he says. The hero bows to the guest. I came here this time to talk to you about the matter of Ziajing Academy, says Bai Shen. Calm, composed, excellent instinctive reactions, you're a good seedling, he thinks. We see a low cabinet on which there are photographs of the hero's loved ones. Lin Moyu pours boiling water into glasses. Please, don't mind, Lu says to the high-ranking guest. His sister went to Ziajing Academy last year, so he has been living alone. The hero looks at the guests gloomily, and Bai Shen evaluates him. With such a family background, both siblings were able to enter Ziajing Academy, truly remarkable. To have a genius like him is even rare. Before us is a skeleton warrior and a status window with his attributes. 4 attributes at 250, asks Bai Shen in surprise. Average attributes, but in the battle space how did you achieve that? Lin Moyu looks at the guest in surprise. 4 attributes at 250. It seems others can't see the talent-boosted attributes of the skeleton warrior class, thinks he. 3 interlocutors are sitting at a wooden table. What talent did you awaken? Asks Bai Shen. Did you really awaken a talent? Lu asks excitedly and hits the table with his fist. My talent is amplification, explains Lin Moyu. It amplifies all skills. Bai Shen looks at the guy intently. Sure, that could be true, he thinks. I have 2 things to discuss this time, he says. First is the reward from Ziajing Academy. Second is to take you to the academy greater than there will be a trial the day after tomorrow, and I hope you can participate. Lin Moyu frowns at his interlocutor. What kind of test is this? He asks. It's an internal trial within Ziajing Academy, explains the guest. The participants are all our own internal students. I can't tell you the specifics until you agree to participate. Lin Moyu rubs his chin thoughtfully. Participation is not compulsory, the decision is up to me, thinks he. What do you mean by internal participants? Is it secretive? Seems like the trial's content is unusual. The interlocutors sit opposite each other. I can't give details, says Bai Shen, but I can say that this is a fairly rare opportunity. Under any other circumstances, you could not take part in this test. I will participate, says Lin Moyu. 2 scrolls tied with ribbons appear in front of the guest, who laughs joyfully. Since that's the case, he says, let me give you the rewards first. As the national top scorer, your rewards are quite substantial. Skill scrolls, the hero thinks. The guest pushes a blue plastic card. The first reward is 10,000 points in addition to your exam score, says Bai Shen. Your points are all here. You should have heard that within the academy points are more useful than gold. There are scrolls in front of us. Guest reports that the second reward is 1 primary skill scroll and 1 intermediate skill scroll. Bai Shen raises his right palm with his fingers straight. The third item is based on your performance in the battle space, he says. It's an additional reward for you. A qualification to enter the Divine Summer Tower once. This qualification to enter the tower is very precious, especially for the first time. Be sure to prepare well before going. Bai Shen listens gloomily to his guest. I understand, he answers in monosyllables. When Lord Bai Shen stresses this, it surely holds immense importance, he thinks. The guest looks sideways at the hero. Tidy up a bit, I'll take you to Ziajing Academy, he says. Bai Shen and Lin Moyu stand inside the blue circles. Old Man Lu stands a short distance from them. His figure is illuminated by the bright moon. Good luck, guy, he says. A parallelepiped takes off from a platform located between 2 arched colonnades. Now Bai Shen and Lin Moyu stand in front of him. They arrived at the place Ziyajing Academy. The heroes look at a strange vehicle. This gate is not only an entrance, but also a weapon, says Bai Shen. Even top-tier experts would pay a huge price to forcefully enter. Let's go. The hero stands inside the living room with his hands in his pockets. This is the residential area. You'll be staying here today, Bai Shen tells him. I'll be going now. Rest well. Someone will come to guide you tomorrow. Okay, Lin Moyu answers. There is also a red-haired guy in the room who bows to the Lord. He looks at the hero suspiciously, sweat running down his face. What's the identity of this kid? He thinks. Lord Bai Shen personally received him, yet his tone towards the Lord is so cold. Smiling, the guy approaches the hero. Are you Lin Moyu? He asks. Yes, that's the answer. Where are you going to stay? Asks the red-haired young man. It offers several options. A place in a room for 4 people costs 500 points per month, in a double room 1000 points, in a single room 2000. A personal villa will cost 10,000 points. For a villa with a training area, the price has not yet been determined. The guy smiles. He extends 2 fingers towards the hero. Student Lin, he says, I know that you just passed the exam and you have a lot of points, but I still advise you to save where you can. There are too many places where points are needed later. Just stay in a 4-person room for now, or maybe. I want a single room, Lin Moyu tells the guy. Sure, save a bit, go for a single room dormitory, he thinks. The red-haired young man looks at the hero in surprise. Single room. Are you sure? He asks. So extravagant, not saving now, he thinks. But you'll regret it when you realize how hard points are to earn later. Lin Moyu still confirms his choice. 2 young men are standing in the hero's single room. It suits me, says Lin Moyu. Great, the redhead replies and asks to give him an identification card for registration. He has a cash register in his hands. We see the screen of this device. The guy looks in amazement at the number of points the hero has. There are 133,605 of them. Where do you get so many of them? Asks the young man. Lin Moyu frowns at his interlocutor. The reward from becoming the national top scorer, he says. 133,000. The redhead never ceases to be amazed. No wonder you decided to stay in a single room. Since I entered the academy, he thinks I have only earned 10,000 points. I can't even dream about what he has. He leaves, waves his hand and says a few goodbye phrases. Alright, from now on this room is your dormitory. Rest well, if you need anything, come find me. Remember to get a communication device tomorrow, it'll be inconvenient without it. It's night outside. Lin Moyu looks out the window. Is someone practicing skills here? He thinks. Indeed, it's Ziyajing Academy. Everyone is working hard. In this kind of atmosphere, leveling up will definitely be much faster than before. The next day, Lin Moyu sits cross-legged on the sofa. The doorbell rings and the meditation ends. Opening the door, the hero sees a pretty blonde. Hey, what's wrong with you? She asks. Don't recognize me? I find out, Lin Moyu replies dispassionately. The girl pulls him somewhere. Come on, I'll take you to breakfast and then show you around Ziyajing Academy, she says. In front of us is the cafeteria of Ziyajing Academy. There are, frankly speaking, not many people here. The hero swipes the card across the terminal. How are you paying with points? The girl asks. You can use coins here. Places that accept coins definitely won't use points. The girl scratches her head in bewilderment when she hears that the hero only has glasses and no coins. If not, just say I have a lot of coins, she says. It's so difficult to earn points, you can't spend them left and right. In front of us is a payment terminal window. Luckily, it only costs 5 points, the girl says, but then turns her attention to the balance of her date's card. Her eyes become round in surprise. Wait a minute, where did you get so many points? Lin Moyu looks at her in surprise. The girl puts her finger in front of her to emphasize the importance of her words. Remember, she says, where you can use coins, never use glasses. Glasses should be used sparingly, even if you have a lot of them. Okay, Lin Moyu answers her. Here, this is for you, he says. The blonde looks at the resulting red crystal with admiration. So beautiful, she exclaims. Is this the core crystal of the Goblin King? The hero answers in the affirmative. The true value of the artifact dawns on her, and she bombards the hero with many questions. Do you know its value? This is the core 5th tier Goblin King ring. It's a boss accessory, you know. If used for trading, the price would be at least 1 million coins. And you're really giving it to me. Lin Moyu confirms that he is indeed giving her the crystal, and genuine delight appears on the girl's face. Such a valuable item, the hero thinks. It appears the Dynasty Guild is truly exploiting. Thanks, I won't be polite then, says the girl. She gives the hero a tour of the academy, and he obediently follows her. Now the guy and girl are in the academic affairs office. Alright, says the blonde, your enrollment procedures have been completed. Why can't I find any information about my sister, Lin Mohan, asks the hero. We see a card with this name. It's empty, blank information. The blonde is surprised. It's possible she's on a special confidential mission from the academy, so the information can't be retrieved. It's also possible she joined some more specialized college, like the Divine Creation College. Your sister might have joined some specific college. A pretty blonde looks back at the hero. Okay, stop worrying, nothing will happen, she says. Lin Moyu thanks her. Okay, let's move on to the main question, the girl suggests. I brought you here today to familiarize you with the academy, but I also have a task on hand. A girl and a guy enter a spacious classroom. The blonde waves her hand and calls her sister Tao Tao. I brought the national record holder, she shouts joyfully. A girl with a long black braid shakes the hero's hand. Hello, my name is Jiang Tao Tao, level 23, Elf Knight class, she says. Lin Moyu, level 17, Necromancer, the hero answers. A guy who sits with his legs crossed under him beats the floor with a staff. Only level 17, he asks. Are you kidding me? Even if you're bringing someone, you can't just bring anyone along, right? The blonde makes a remark to a guy sitting in a strange position with a rod. Wang Zhen, what do you mean by saying that? She asks. Be careful with your words, Mo Yu is the top scholar in the country. He smiles. Behind him are 3 more members of his squad. Compared to our Dragon Dive team, being the top scholar in the country is nothing, he replies. The young man jumps up and stands directly opposite the hero, looking into his eyes. Your name is Lin Mo Yu, right? He asks. I know you were recommended by Master Bai Shen himself, but don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a connection with him. Lang Zhen looks at the hero menacingly. In our Dragon Dive team it's all about strength, he declares. Taking you along for this trial is fine, but please, keep your mouth shut. Try not to make any noise and don't hold us back. Otherwise I will be the first to get rid of you. Judging by the determined pose of the guy holding his staff in his hands, it's clear that he's not joking. Even Miss Xia from the Xia family isn't that arrogant as this guy, thinks Lang Zhen. You're stupid, yes, the hero asks gloomily. He becomes furious, an evil fire lights up in his eyes. What did you say? He asks the hero. Jiang Taodao decisively intervenes in the brewing conflict. Lang Zhen, you dare try to attack him? She asks. Stop it immediately. He looks angrily at the hero and says that he will not do anything just out of respect for the girl. Jiang Taodao approaches the hero and looks at him with his palms folded in front of his face. We set off tomorrow at 9 o'clock, meet up here, she says. I can only tell you the details of the trial tomorrow. I see, thank you, Lin Mo Yu answers. The blonde, who has been silent until now, offers to go and buy some things to prepare for the event. She takes the hero away, and Jiang Taodao turns to Lang Zhen with irritation. I know you hold grudges, she says, but you can't bring personal grievances into the trial. Moreover, he was recommended by Master Bai Shen. I know my limits, the guy answers. I just want to see what kind of person this newcomer is. The one who's taken my younger brother's place. The dispute continues. He is the top scholar in the country, says Jiang Taodao. Although that doesn't mean much to us, to achieve such a title he must have something extraordinary about him. Moreover, his profession is a unique one that's newly introduced. If we're going to bring someone along, they'd better be useful, Ling Zhen answers her. Every year there are a few new professions that emerge, but most of them turn out to be trash. This necromancer is probably the same. The blonde leads the hero somewhere, lightly pushing him in the back with her hand. Don't mess with this guy, he's crazy, she advises. Let's go. We'll buy some healing potions, mana potions, and communicators. The hero and the girl stand in front of a table on which there is a weapon. I need 10 bottles of red and blue potions each and a communicator, the blonde says. Please, help me sell these items, says the hero. The identification process is displayed on the communicator that was purchased for the hero. From now on I can pester you whenever I want, says the blonde, smiling. She raises her hand and shows the hero a similar device. Let's start by adding each other as friends, she says. Okay, Lin Mo Yu answers and carries out this procedure. A signal sounds indicating that the action has been completed. The blonde, standing at the door of the hero's room, says goodbye to him until tomorrow when they are supposed to meet for the test. "We'll meet," the hero answers. Lin Moyu sits on the bed and holds a scroll in his hand. It is reported that this is beginner skill scroll. "I need to prepare for the upcoming test," says the hero. "Use," he says clearly. The scroll burns in his hand. "Ready." A notification appears. Acquired skill, Slow Curse. Slow Curse curses enemies within a 5-meter range, reducing their speed by 5% for a duration of 1 minute. Lin Moyu reflects on what this means for him in fighting monsters. "After being amplified by my talent, the range will be increased to 50 meters and the slowing effect will reach 50%. The duration will be extended to 10 minutes. Another godlike skill." The hero continues to think. He rests his head on his hand. "My skills can now be categorized into summoning, attacking, and cursing. Each category is crucial and extremely powerful." The hero sits on the bed. He is illuminated by moonlight. "I hope to learn other skill systems too in the future," he thinks. The next day, Ning Yi waves his hand at the hero. "Rise and shine, sleepyhead," she says into the communicator. "The sun is shining. I'm downstairs. Come down for breakfast. We'll head out once we're done eating." "Okay," the hero answers her. The test participants gathered in one room. "Once we teleport there, don't wander around," says Jiang Taodao. "Boy, don't keep us there, obviously." Ling Zhen is bullying again. Ning Yi sticks out his tongue. "Don't detain us," she says. Jiang Taodao is trying to stop this squabble. "Whatever conflicts you have," she says, "resolve them after the trial. You all know how important this trial is. Now everyone introduce your own profession." The red-haired girl with glasses introduces herself as Myo Yu, level 20, Spirit Sage. The information box adds that this is a rare profession. Second in line is Priest, Duan Gao, level 20, rare profession. Third, Ling Zhen. Scratching his head, he says that he is level 21 and is a warlock. This is also a rare profession. Fourth, Jiang Taodao, Spirit Knight, level 23, rare profession. The hero appears fifth. Lin Moyu, level 17, Necromancer, unique hidden profession. And finally, the blonde Ning Yi, level 19, Shadow Assassin, rare profession. Jiang Taodao, who has a very serious expression on her face, is holding a blue crystal in her hand. "We must unite for this trial," she says. "Otherwise don't blame me for being rude." "Don't worry, Sister Taodao, we definitely won't jeopardize the trial," Ning Yi assures her. All 6 stand at the edges of the magic circle caused by the crystal. Jiajing Academy, Kaianlong Institute, begin the trial teleportation, pronounced by Ning Yi. 6 young people approach a gloomy building with a high spire. We also see powerful chains. "It's Shen Ziata," Ning Yi says warily. "So, Shen Ziata is in the sky," the hero thinks to himself. A stream of red energy rushes towards young people. "Is it the rower of Shen Ziata that teleported us here?" the hero thinks. Before us is Mermaid Island, which is located inside a blue energy sphere. Lin Moyu and Jiang Taodao are already on its surface, and in front of them we see a huge green crystal. "It's a mission stone," says the girl. "We all have to touch it, and then we will be told the purpose of the mission." The hero touches the crystal and sees an information window. Trial mission. Head to the Mermaid Tier's instance, defeat the final boss, and obtain the Mermaid's Tier. 1. The teams entering the island can have a maximum of 6 members, with the highest average level being 20. 2. The Mermaid's Tier will only drop in the Nightmare difficulty instance. 3. Only 3 Mermaid's Tiers will drop. That means only the first 3 teams to clear the instance will be able to obtain the Mermaid's Tier, the hero thinks. Before us is a local landscape with a high mountain from which a stream of water flows in a blue lake. The Mermaid Tier's instance is located at the center of Mermaid Island. In the end, it's just clearing an instance, the hero thinks. Could it be that the Mermaid's Tier has some special properties? Before us are Jiang Taodao and Ning Yi. "I didn't expect the trial mission this time to be on Mermaid Island," says the first of them. "Sister Taodao," says the second, "you've been on many trial missions and have a lot of experience. Please share with us." Jiang Taodao rubs his chin thoughtfully. "The Mermaid's Tier can be used to forge a very special type of equipment," she says. "It's extremely important. The location of Mermaid Island is not within the territory of our Shenzia Empire, and only 3 Mermaid's Tiers drop each year. So every year not only teams from our Shenzia Empire but also teams from other countries come to Mermaid Island. We see crowds of armed men arriving on the island. Our Kaianlong Academy has a total of 10 teams, and we are Team 2, the girl continues her story. That means we have to compete not just with our classmates from Qianlong Academy, but also with professional teams from other countries. Ning Yi is clearly worried. What if we end up facing teams from other countries? What do we do then? She asks. Such things have happened before, Cao Dao reports, but at most they just guarded the entrance to the instance to prevent entry. A tear rolls down the girl's cheek. But don't let your guard down. There have been instances where people died. If a real conflict arises, do whatever you have to do. Your life is the most important thing. The hero looks at the cute blonde and tries to calm her down. Don't worry, he says, we won't face such a situation. The 6 members of the Academy squad are ready to do what they came here to do, getting ready to enter Mermaid Island. Yuan Gao, buff us. The priest carries out the order, and the young people receive increases in strength, mobility, and protection. Their mana increases. The hero looks thoughtfully at his hand. All 4-dimensional attributes have increased by 30%, skill power has increased by 20%, lasting for 1 hour. He thinks, this prophet is indeed a powerful support class. It's just a pity. Compared to my talents, the amplification effect of the priest is too weak. Mo Yu snaps his fingers, summoning a skeleton. That's right, he thinks. What would happen if the priest buff is applied to the skeleton warrior? The squad comrades are clearly frightened by the skeleton summoned by the hero. Someone screams in fear, someone calms their friend, saying that this is just a cute little skeleton. The hero thoughtfully asks the priest to apply the buff to the skeleton. He is very surprised, but agrees to do it. Duan Gao casts a spell, but realizes that it doesn't work. It's probably because my talents are too strong, the hero thinks. Duan Gao's blessing skills are directly overridden by my talents. Lang Zhen does not miss the chance to tease the hero. Can't even apply a buff. This summon is as useless as its master, he says. Mo Yu stands next to his skeleton with a frown. Lang Zhen becomes enraged, his rod glowing with red energy. What? Do you want to fight? He asks. Cao Dao is once again becoming between young people. If you want to fight, do it after it's all over. First, pass the test, she shouts. A stream of blue energy flows from the skeleton's eyes. Damn it, thinks Lang Zhen. Why do I feel like I'm going to die when I see his summoned creature? My body feels so cold, it's stiffening up. Young people run deep into the island. They had just been informed that the test had begun. Before us are Cao Dao and Mio Yu. Our target is the mermaid dungeon, says the commander. Move quickly, avoid fighting random monsters if possible. The red-haired girl shouts that she understands. A monster emerges from the water with golden fins visible on its body. There are circles on the water, apparently the monster dived. But the very next second a terrible creature rises from the water and hangs over Cao Dao. A description of the monster appears. Merman Soldier, level 19, strength 300, agility 150, spiritual energy 200, physique 320, skills none. The monster attacks Cao Dao, but he receives a fiery response from Ning Yi. It looks like the monster's throat has just been cut. An alert appears. Killed level 19 Merman Soldier, gained 15-0 experience. Team leader Zhang Cao Dao obtains 1 fish scale. New monsters are moving towards the Academy squad. Young people look at them and discuss what is happening. Level 21 monsters are already appearing. At this pace, it will take another 3 hours to reach the center of the island, says Cao Dao. We are moving too slowly. We can't afford to clear out monsters anymore. Mio Yu, you take control, let's rush through. Okay, the red-haired girl answers. She casts Wind Binding, summoning a bluish whirlwind, and yells for her allies to hurry while she controls the battlefield. 20 minutes later, there are still a lot of monsters in front of young people. We are still behind schedule, Cao Dao states. The commander is clearly unhappy, as is Mio Yu standing behind her. If we rush straight through, are we confident we can make it? Asks the commander. There are too many, I can't fend them all, Mio Yu answers. Besides, the monsters are level 22, higher than my level. My skills might fail. We see that the entire road to the mountain is filled with armed monsters, which are something between snakes, lizards, and fish. If we charge straight through, we'll likely get surrounded and be in danger, thinks Cao Dao. But if we clear our way, it'll take at least another hour and we'll be completely left behind. The hero approaches his commander and says that he will do everything himself. Lang Zhen smiles sarcastically. You, he asks, a level 17 noob, what can you do? You haven't lifted a finger all this way, what use are you? Yi tells him to shut up, but Zhen won't do it. You should just keep hiding behind women, he says to the hero. Cao Dao stares at the hero. Len Mo Yu, what are you going to do? She asks. I use the skeleton warrior to lure monsters towards me. It's clear from the commander's face that this plan seems successful to her. But for sure, she thinks, he summoned the creature. Okay, go ahead, she says to the hero. The skeleton takes off and rushes towards enemies. What speed, thinks Cao Dao. The skeleton enters into battle with the monsters. The commander sees that the way is clear and orders the members of his squad to quickly move forward. The heroes stand at the foot of the waterfall. We see a notification that Skeleton Warrior has been remembered to the summoning space. Cao Dao praises the hero for the work done and says that the squad owes its current success to him. But Ling Zhen is still dissatisfied with something. Why couldn't this have been done from the very beginning? He asks Yi. We would have been at the mountain a long time ago and would not have fallen behind schedule. The girl demands that he stop talking nonsense. If you're so great, do something yourself, she says. The envious man does not calm down and approaches Lin Mo Yu. You rely on the summoned being, he says, but you're wasting your place in the squad. The hero turns to him angrily. I will remain silent, but for the last time, he warns. Mio Yu notices something. Run, she shouts to her comrades. A whole wave of monsters hits the squad. Cao Dao, with a look of pure horror on her face, orders everyone to retreat. Before us is a character with a ponytail hairstyle. It's people from country Y, shouts Cao Dao. That's their country's unique profession, a Shikigami summoner. From nowhere, the enemy makes sweeping movements with his arms, leaving red marks in the air. As a result, monsters with the bodies of people and the heads of horses and bulls appear in front of the squad. That's the Shikigami skill of Shikigami summoner, said to be able to summon gods, reports Cao Dao. Why are they doing this? Mio Yu asks with fear in her eyes. They want to prevent us from reaching the mountain, the detachment commander answers. Before us is a muscular monster emitting jets of energy and the same summoner that summoned this monster. You all just stay here, the last one shouts. If you can't hold on, use the quest stone to teleport away. This time the mermaid dungeon belongs to our great Y country. He laughs loudly. Representatives of other groups are outraged to the core. They are loudly discussing what just happened. Despicable. Shikigami summoners are legendary professions. It seems like Y country is really invested in this. There are now hundreds of mermaid monsters gathered here. It'll take at least a few hours to clear them all. Any summoners here? Lure the monsters away. Cao Dao asks the hero, whose hand is glowing with blue energy, if he can distract the monsters. Around them, the screams of the trial participants who find themselves at a dead end continue to be heard. You think summoners can do anything? Even with a summoner, these hundreds of monsters would still be too much. Whose summoned creature is this? The skeleton summoned by the hero attracts hordes of monsters with fins. He's pulling the monsters, people around shout. Great. Unfortunately, there are still 2/3 of the monsters left. Lin Mo Yu summons another skeleton and it appears next to him. Second, Cao Dao can't believe his eyes. Were you able to summon the second creature? Go, distract the monsters, the hero orders the skeleton. No need for a corpse explosion. That would let that idiot share my experience points, he thinks. A skeleton with glowing eyes distracts monsters. Cheers of joy can be heard all around. Here comes another one. Well done, bro. When the trial is over, drinks are on me. The third skeleton enters the scene. There's even a third one. Whose summoned creature is this? Thank you so much. Steady, steady, let's go guys. Don't let those Shikigami summoners get too arrogant. Ling Zhen, who is very unhappy with the hero's success, turns away. Other trial participants praise Lin Mo Yu. They promise to take the dungeon with them the next time they go there. Shikigami summoner can't believe his eyes as he looks at the people approaching him. What's happening? He thinks. How did they get up here? With so many monsters, it should at least hold them off for a few hours. He gives orders to the archers, who are standing on a hill a little further from him. Archers, get in position. They somehow dealt with the mermaid monsters. We must stop them. The archers fire a volley. People at whom arrows are flying see danger. Someone shouts that they are being attacked by archers from country Y. Arrows fly dangerously close to people. Mages, put up the shields, someone shouts. Ning Yi stands next to the hero, smiling. The clash has begun, she says. With you and your skeleton warriors here, I'm not afraid this time. After the first clash, the test participants rest near their tents and discuss the state of affairs. This is bad, our team is too disorganized, we need to regroup. We could really use a powerful mage. Exactly, we lost quite a few people at the foot of the mountain. We must regroup to hold Sac Country while Ling Zhen approaches Tao Dao. Captain, he says, I want to move to another squad. He points a contemptuous finger at the hero. Either he goes or I go. Captain, you choose, he declares. Ling Zhen, you're going a bit too far, Duan Gao tells him. Exactly, if it weren't for Lin Mo Yu pulling the monsters, we wouldn't have made it up here, supports Priest Mao Yu. Yi is more angry than her comrades. Ling Zhen, you're really something else, she says. Tao Dao, with her eyes downcast, contemplates the conflict taking place in front of her. The captain will definitely keep me, Ling Zhen thinks. Meanwhile, other teams are all looking for mages. Our team can't afford to lose my damage output. This way I can kick him out of the team. Tao Dao has made a decision and is announcing it. If that's the case, Ling Zhen, you're off the team. Ling Zhen's face is horrified. Not believing his ears, he looks at Tao Dao. What? He asks in amazement. You want me to leave the team? If I leave the team, you won't be able to pass the trial. Are you saying you don't? Are very powerful? Says Yi. Alright then, I hope their attacks are strong enough. I will do my best to block the monsters, Tao Dao replies. Mao Yu laughs cheerfully. Mao Yu, heal me accordingly and I'll leave the crowd control to you as well, she hears. Don't worry, sister, Mao Yu answers. I'll give you my blessings. An alert appears. Killed level 21 elite merfolk warrior, experience plus 10,000, obtain fish scales 10. There is no limit to the surprise of the test participants. What's going on? Mao Yu screams in amazement. Why am I getting experience points now? Duan Gao asks. We see the corpse of a monster, next to which stands a dark figure with a sword on his shoulder. An information window appears. Elite Merfolk Warrior Enhanced. Level 21, Strength 2000, Agility 12-0, Spirit 800, Physique 22-0, Skills, Shriek. One-shot kill, thinks Tao Dao. She looks after the hero, who calmly moves forward behind the skeletons walking in front of him. Keep looking for targets, he orders his puppets. Just now his skeletons killed enhanced level nightmare monsters in one shot. The captain asks himself mentally, even if we had the perfect party, it would still take at least 1 to 2 minutes, wouldn't it? Yi turns and waves his hand welcomingly. I told you, she says. Mo Yu's skeletons are amazing. Everyone, hurry along, orders Tao Dao. At this moment, Duan Gao begins to become indignant. Wait, he says. We're still trying to make sense of this situation, he says. But the commander is not going to stop. No point trying to understand the situation now, just hurry up and follow, she orders. The skeletons continue to fight the monsters. We see a notification that the hero is using the Rage Strike spell. Tao Dao never ceases to amaze. This is the first time I feel so relaxed while clearing a dungeon, she thinks. Usually I would be at the front watching the moves of enemies and protecting my teammates. But this time it looks like I don't even need to attract aggro from the monsters. Duan Gao and Mao Yu are not very happy about what is happening. It seems that we are not really needed here, says the first one. We have nothing to do here, the girl confirms his thought. The squad comes out onto a cliff hanging over a water stream. A huge rock goes up, with no end in sight. This is a dead end, the captain thinks. There don't seem to be many monsters in this dungeon. Yi notices something. Look, down there, she screams in alarm. Looks like it's the boss. We see a huge white snake. An information window appears. Merfolk Queen Serpent. Level 23, Strength 36-0, Agility 55-0, Spirit 3000, Physique 5000, Skills, Lash, Death Strangle, Venom. Its attributes are even higher than the Goblin King, the hero thinks. My skeleton's attributes are currently at 27-0. Tao Dao looks very worried. I'll aggro the monster, she says. There is no need for this, Lin Mo Yu answers her. His skeletons with glowing eyes rush to attack the enemy. Before us is the lower jaw of a white snake and several rings of its body. We see the alert, Lash. The snake, being chased by skeletons, flies up. The squad members standing on the island look at her thoughtfully. She is too active. What will she do? Asks Tao Dao. The hero extends his palm towards the head of the white snake, inside of which a pink energy sphere is visible. Don't worry, he says. A notification appears when you use the slow curse spell. Binding magical chains appear on the reptile's body. She slowed down, the captain screams. The skeletons catch up with the snake and climb onto it. Is that a curse type skill? Tao Dao asks the hero. Yes, he answers briefly. Cao Dao and Lin Mo Yu watch the battle between the snake and the skeletons. He has powerful summons and even a curse-type skill, the girl thinks. What else can a necromancer do? A powerful pink stream gushes from the snake's huge mouth. It turns out that this is a poison designed to destroy the attacking skeletons. My skeletons are undead, so venom won't have much effect on them, the hero thinks. High in the sky, a powerful white beam appears, which hits perpendicularly down and pierces the head of a huge white snake along the way. Cao Dao, his eyes bulging in surprise, looks at this stunning picture. Is it really all over so quickly, she thinks. An information window appears. Killed level 23 Merfolk Queen Serpent, experience plus 50,000. Obtained silver grade armor, serpent skin armor, obtained intermediate level monster core. Yi, smiling, approaches his disgruntled comrades. Stop daydreaming, she says. We need to keep moving. But just now out of the blue I gained a lot of experience points, even though I haven't done. Duan Gao shares his thoughts. Cao Dao turns to them. Keep moving. People, we have to keep up with Lin Mo Yu, she says. Since the name mentioned earlier was the Mermaid Queen's pet snake, it's sure to stir things up. A squad led by a hero walks through a tunnel. Yi covers his nose in disgust. It reeks of fishy smell all over this place, she complains. At the end of the tunnel there is a magnificent structure with a dome and spire. In front are concentrated many monsters, resembling snakes, lizards, and fish at the same time. These monsters are armed with terrifying tridents. The captain begins to count their number. After some time, she tells Yi standing nearby that she counted 60 patrol units in total, that is, 180 monsters in total. And they are all enhanced elite monsters, she adds. Lin Mo Yu doesn't seem afraid. The more monsters, the better for me, he thinks. Without wasting any more time, he moves forward to deal with them. Cao Dao calls out to him, trying to stop him. Although his skeletons are very strong, it isn't too dangerous to just rush out like that, she thinks. Before us is a purple monster with a fin crest on its head. We see an information window. Mermaid Elite Soldier. Strength 22-0, Agility 14-0, Spirit 1000, Constitution 24-0, Skill Dizziness Sweep. Skeletons summoned by the hero engage in battle with monsters. We see two notifications. Stun Strike, Rage Strike. Yi looks at what is happening in fear and says that new troops of monsters are arriving. The hero, holding a pink energy sphere, glances at the girl and asks her to close her ears. She doesn't really understand why this needs to be done. Be that as it may, the beauty covers her head with her hands. We see a lot of notifications about destroying enemy elite soldiers and getting 12,000 experience points for each. The squad members, including Cao Dao, shout in confusion as they try to understand what is happening. The flow of notifications is growing. The battlefield is covered with dozens of explosions. The amazed exclamations of the hero's comrades can be heard. I've never seen anything like this. How can a skill be this powerful? How is he able to do that? This is unreal. The notifications are just going crazy with all these experience points flooding in. A strange noise is heard over the snowy area. Guys, the palace doors are opening, someone says. A blonde mermaid appears in front of us. An information window appears. Mermaid Queen. Strength 5000, Agility 6000, Spirit 5000, Constitution 6000, Skills, Scream of Sorrow, Tsunami Waves, Queen's Lament. Yi looks at this magnificent creature in shock. The mermaid stands in the gateway and emits streams of bluish energy. She is beautiful, Yi admits. The entire squad looks at the magnificent mermaid in fascination. Even skeletons stop. It's enchantment magic, says Lin Mo Yu. The hero looks at his dumbfounded comrades in surprise and uses the awaken spell. The squad members begin to come to their senses. Yi looks around in surprise, wondering what happened to her just now. Her hand is shaking and beads of sweat are rolling down her face. The mermaid queen has innate enchantment magic. We all fell for it, she says. Fortunately, Lin Mo Yu was there to stop us, otherwise we might have been annihilated just now. The mermaid goes down the steps in the direction of the squad. Her body is surrounded by a halo of blue energy. Suddenly her face, which was previously very attractive, becomes truly scary. The eyes turn into two huge red balls. Emitting powerful streams of energy, the mermaid raises a trident in front of her. A notification appears indicating that she is using the Scream of Sorrow spell. Cao Dao looks at her with fear. Given the attributes of this mermaid queen, with a normal 6-person team it would take at least an hour to defeat her, she thinks. But at this point I have no clue what Lin Mo Yu might have up his sleeve next. The mermaid screams loudly, which, apparently, has the most detrimental effect on the skeletons. The power attribute of the mermaid queen is too high. The skeletons can't hold on much longer, thinks Cao Dao. The current situation feels somewhat like a pack of wolves attacking a male lion. Before us is an illustration of this commander's thought. It's hard to say who will win or lose, the captain thinks. The mermaid, whose eyes glow with red fire, uses her trident. This seems to help her successfully fight skeletons. This is hardly true at all. We see a skeleton's head flying away. An alert appears stating that 11 skeleton warriors have been destroyed. Cao Dao turns to his squad's priest. Du and Gao, buff our status, get ready to battle. Okay, he says. Once Linmo Yu's skeleton warriors can't hold on any longer, we'll take over, the captain thinks. The hero has a red sphere in his hand. Nothing is needed, he says. He is reported to use the curse spell. The mermaid is entangled in red magical chains. The mermaid, in turn, casts the tsunami wave spell. A powerful wave of blue energy rolls over the surviving skeletons. The skeletons are blown away by the shock wave. We see a message about the death of 12 of them. Todao is very worried, large drops of sweat running down her face. It seems the skeleton warriors are at their limit. It's our time to step in, she thinks. Linmo Yu, call back your skeletons, she says out loud. The hero raises his hand, glowing with blue energy. Arise and dominate, my soldiers, he orders. We see many characteristic black clouds on the battlefield. A message appears, summoning the remaining 87 skeleton warriors. Dozens of skeletons with swords in their hands rush at the enemy. This can't be true, Cao Dao says in shock. The squad members stare open-mouthed at the battle unfolding in front of them. Am I seeing things? Says the captain. Their numbers are overwhelming. He had so many summons, but he never called them all out before, says Mio Yu. This is terrifying, says Du and Gao. No wonder Yi always trusted him so much. Yi, meanwhile, is also shocked. As expected, he has become stronger again, she thinks. And the rate at which he is getting stronger is far beyond my imagination. Skeletons attack the mermaid from all sides. Deep wounds appear on her body. The mermaid, with her arms at her sides and her tail raised high, uses her last argument, the Queen's Lament spell. The hero and Mio Yu look at her. I can't do it, my level is too low to counter the boss's skill, says the girl. Everything is fine, Linmo Yu replies. My spiritual energy is high enough, so I won't be affected by the boss's psychic skills, he thinks. And me skeleton warriors, they are void of emotions, devoid of fear, and insensible to pain. The mermaid, cut by many blows, dies. Bloody tears flow from her eyes. The status window appears. Slayed Mermaid Queen, experience plus 80,000. Obtain silver grade weapon, Mermaid Queen's longsword. Obtain silver grade weapon, Mermaid Queen's staff. Mermaid Queen's longsword, silver grade, strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, warrior skills power increased 10%, usable at level 20. Mermaid Queen's staff, silver grade, spirit plus 50, constitution plus 50. Mage skills power increased 10%, usable at level 20. Obtained mermaid's tier 1. Yi looks at the dropped trophies in surprise. Grab the tier of the mermaid, she says. That would mark trial mission as completed. With this we are a step closer to Chuangshen Academy. The captain approaches his soldiers. Yes, if complete a few more trial missions and level up, we will definitely be able to enter the academy, she says. We owe a lot to Linmo Yu for this. Without him we wouldn't have been able to complete the trial so smoothly. Yes, the worst one was that guy Ling Zhen, says one of the squad members. Never teaming up with him again. The hero approaches Yi. Do you have a cooldown charm? He asks. The girl replies that she has it. Do you want? We see the entrance to the portal and a strange looking clock ticking. The squad members understand what the hero really wants, right? The cooldown charm, they shout anxiously. The two girls looked at Moyu and his company, who are standing in the distance. One of them asks her friend if they left. The other one tells her that it would be too fast, because only half an hour has passed. They continued to look forward with a malicious smile. The girl with loose locks grins that Tao's squad probably realized that they couldn't hide, so they left. Her friend with a white headband talks about how these skeletons can be used as human shields. Three people looked ahead with frightened looks. The guy in the raincoat tells his brother that it shouldn't matter to them if something doesn't work out, because the main thing for them is to stay alive. Another guy in armor agrees with him and says that he needs to return quickly. Zhen holds his head and smiles sarcastically. He says that they have a chance and they shouldn't leave. Gritting her teeth, the black-haired girl, surrounded by her comrades, raised her shield. Jiang said that they need to be careful because otherwise they will be in trouble. Ning, wearing a black mask, reassured her captain that they had Moyu. Ning touched her chin and smiled, standing with her back to her captain. Jiang asks his sister to stick to their plan. Ning agrees. We started talking about the recovery talisman. Silhouettes of people appeared, emitting a bright blue light. Someone from the side asks about their entry. It turns out that a person with a blue aura, such a difficult personality, has a restoration talisman, which is a high-level thing. Someone else from the outside noticed that if he understood everything correctly, then these people had gone to a nightmare level, which could mean that they were looking for death. The team captain turned back with a frown on her face. She said that now they can only rely on them. Her blonde partner replied that everyone had already seen Moyu's power and they would not have any problems. The captain stood opposite Mayo, raising her blue shield, and remembered the mermaid's face. Jiang was afraid that Moyu alone would not be enough for them at a nightmare level. But Mayo asked her not to worry. Ning stood behind the protagonist with a raised finger on her right hand. Ning recalled that last time she told him that she wanted to get an upgrade, but did not expect that it would happen so soon and that he would no longer be able to take away from her what he had already given. Moyu answered her well with a smile on his face. The mermaid's guard climbed out of the water and looked at Ning and Moyu leaving. The black-haired guy told his partner that the remaining time should be enough for 2 people to go through 2 more rounds. Ning told him that they should take advantage of this to get all the mermaid's tears. A skeleton in a black cloak and a sword, emitting blue light, flew straight towards the mermaid guard. Ning said that the night was long and they needed to sort things out quickly. Moyu reassured her that his skeletons would be difficult to kill, so they had enough time. The main character and Ning, who was sitting on one knee, were surrounded by skeletons in cloaks, and above them hung a bunch of notifications with the task: kill an elite level 21 mermaid and the reward for this is 25,000 experience. Suddenly, a huge snake with red eyes and an open mouth stared at Ning and Moyu. System notification: kill a level 23 mermaid pet. Silver level reward: snakeskin armor. Reward: crystal monster core. Moyu raised his right hand and was about to use his magic. He planned to deal with the snake this time in 5 minutes, although last time it took him about half an hour. Ning looked with admiration at Moyu, who stood with his back to her. She was surprised that everything went much easier than she thought. In response, he said that they needed to go to the mermaid's palace. On the way, they came across a fight between that skeleton in a black cloak and a sword. The skeleton's evil gaze was directed directly towards the sword he was swinging. At the palace, a warrior with a sword cuts down its guards. Moyu wants to kill all the palace guards and asks the boss to come out. A card appeared: Queen Mermaid, a monster of the legendary level. Strength 5,000, Agility 6,000, Spiritual Strength 5,000, Endurance 6,000, Skill Terrifying Scream, Huge Waves, Queen's Whale. The Mermaid Queen appeared wearing gold jewelry with beautiful blue stones. Ning looked out from behind Moyu. She asked him if the Mermaid Queen would touch her if she did not look at her. Ning stands behind him and points his finger at the Mermaid Queen. She asks Moyu to deal with her. Moyu, opening his palm, uses his magic again and binds the Mermaid Queen in chains with a red aura. This is the Slow Curse and Corpse Explosion. The Mermaid Queen is surrounded by fire and screams. A notification came out: reward: kill the Mermaid Queen. Reward: 200,000 experience. Silver level reward: Mermaid Queen's dagger. It increases agility plus 50, stamina plus 50, strength increases 10%, available at level 20. Silver level reward: Mermaid Queen's magic book. It increases spiritual power plus 100, mage skill power increased by 10%, available at level 20. Reward: Tears of a Mermaid. Ning put her hand on her neck and raised her head, seeing that her level had increased. Ning stands in front of Moyu and enthusiastically raises his hand above his head in honor of his upgrade. She said that they need to take the test again and they need to collect all the mermaid's tears. Moyu answers well. He grins at the joyful Ning, who makes a finger sign that everything is fine. He thinks in his head that during their long period of acquaintance she has only risen 1 level, and he has the feeling that she does not like to improve at all. A crowd of people looked at Moyu and Ning as they arrived. They talked disapprovingly about how those two were just wasting the power of the talisman and they probably didn't even kill 1 monster in such a short period of time. Ning, sticking out her tongue and closing her eyes, pressed the talisman. Tao's squad of 3 guys communicated with each other. Jiang doesn't believe that only 10 minutes have passed and how they could come back so quickly. Duan noticed to his sister that Moyu turned out to be so strong, stronger than they could have imagined. Ning and Moyu looked at their watches and prepared for a new round after the timer counted down. Ning asks Moyu how long the test took them and if they can complete it faster next time. Although she viewed this event as a game, Moyu's blonde partner raises her hand in joy. Her joy was accompanied by the fact that this time they completed it 30 seconds faster than last time. Ning looks at Moyu with a sly smile on his face. She talks about how she can't wait to see the reactions of the Sakura people, but he answered her rather dryly that they needed to go. 2 girls with dark hair saw the main character and Ning in the distance. One of them wondered why they went to the test again. The girl with the white headband didn't like that those 2 wasted resources and probably could have used up all the talismans. The first of them grinned at the fact that Ning and Moyu must have run away at the sight of the monster. Jiang frowned and looked at Ning, who made a hand sign that everything was fine. The squad captain asked her partner if they had received everything. Ning told her sister that she needn't worry. In front of the squad, standing on the edge of the mountain, there was a huge blue portal. They saw that the portal was disappearing and did not understand why this was happening. The portal, spinning in a spiral, began to disappear. Someone wanted to know why this happens. One of the guys connected the reason for his disappearance with the fact that as soon as the participants received 3 mermaid tears, the portal would disappear. Some of them wondered if they hadn't been in the dungeon 3 times, and it must have been them. Mayu looked at his 2 partners Ning and Jiang. He told them that the test was over and they needed to go. They answered yes. At this moment, the Shikigami summoner looks at them with an angry look. He said that they should not be allowed to leave as they needed to take away the mermaid's tears. Tao's squad stood opposite someone else's squad. Another squad appeared, clearly nervous and heatedly discussing something. The blonde-haired knight asked his comrades if Tao's team could have gotten all the tears. The white-haired knight couldn't believe that the portal had closed. The girl knight told her comrades that they could not let other teams take these tears. 2 knights in armor from someone else's squad took out their swords, showing the seriousness of their intentions. The Shikigami summoner with the tail on his head was still looking angrily at Moyu, thinking about something. A minotaur-like monster appears out of nowhere. Gritting her teeth, the squad captain looked at what was happening in horror. Moyu uses his magical powers again and sends his soul flame spell towards the monster. A monster that looks like a minotaur, raising its head, burns from Mew's magic. The summoner's angry grin spoke for itself. He wished death on his opponent. The summoner held a card glowing yellow between his fingers. He summoned the monster Shikigami. It was a huge gray snake with a large axe. The summoner shouted at him for the monster to act. With a swing of his axe, he repelled the enemy's attack. He joked that she could only tickle him. Moyu stood motionless and looked straight with a cold gaze. 2 skeletons in black cloaks fly towards Shikigami with swords. The card came out, critical hit. Strength 27-0. Shikigami received fatal damage and did not understand how it happened. The main character stood with his hand raised and looked in surprise. He didn't think the monster was so weak. The crowd behind him also did not understand how Shikigami died in an instant. The summoner spat out blood from his mouth. He said that he also suffered because Shikigami died. Those same 2 skeletons in black cloaks quickly flew into the attack. The guy with the tail on his head was defeated, spitting out the rest of his blood. Moyu gestured with his hand for his skeletons to move on. The summoner's face and his gaze indicated that he was in pain and hard. Another minotaur-like monster ran in the opposite direction. He shouted quickly, "Come on." Moyu was overshadowed by his own magic. The residents of Sakura admired the image and strength of Moyu. They could hardly believe that his skeletons were so good that they so easily killed the legendary professional summoner Shikigami, and they could only guess about Moyu's level. Gen looked back with an envious gaze. He knew that Moyu was a level 17 Necromancer and thought that he was able to awaken his talent. He is surprised that it is quite a powerful profession and wanted to gather more information about Moyu. The main character stood surrounded by 5 skeletons, as if under protection. The skeletons headed towards the remaining fighters of the opposing squad. Frightened by such force, several people from the alien detachment began to flee. They refused to fight against the skeletons. They all rushed to run away from such a formidable power of Moyu. One of them shouted that he was not going to die either. The second asked what they should do because all the Shikigami summoners were defeated. Another said to run faster. 3 fighters from the Tao squad laughed after the fleeing people. Toon threw his hands behind his head and grinned at the fleeing crowd because they were shitting themselves from fear. The knight with dark hair covered his forehead and then laughed at the fact that it was a shame because they were scared by a couple of skeletons. However, the knight with red hair noticed that these were nightmare-level skeletons. Moyu stood in the distance, blocking the rays of light. People didn't understand where this guy came from. Some kind of ruthless person, taciturn, just a role model. They admired him for killing Shikigami in a second. Zine, who left the team, looked with an embittered look at how the other guys expressed gratitude to our hero. He thought that if he had not left the team, he might have already passed the test. Baring his teeth, he looked at Moyu with his boring gaze. He was going to deal with it because he believed it wasn't his fault. Jiang, holding the talisman in her hand, said that the test was over. Near the chains engulfed in a red aura, they teleported. We moved to Qianlong Academy. The main character, with his hands in his pockets, stands surrounded by his classmates. Jiang pressed her hand to her chest and thanked Moyu because this test was very important to her. Ning sat at her desk and leaned her body against it from fatigue. She exhaled as they finally finished. With a malicious grin, Ning raised her head. Jiang makes a remark to her friend that Moyu should not be babysat, although she considers him a good person. The dark-haired girl looked at Ning with a surprised look from the main character. She made fun of her and said that she always answers instead of Moyu. A notification arrived on the protagonist's watch. He lifted his sleeve and looked at his watch. It was a notice from Bai Shen, which said that he needed to go to the training department. Moved to the training department. He stood opposite the table where Shen was sitting. He praised the hero, saying that he did well because he saw the recording of the test. Moyu simply replied that he did what was necessary. Snen looked forward confidently. The thought flashed through his mind that Moyu is not arrogant and does not get upset when he loses, and this is not bad. Then asks him what he plans to do with the mermaid's tears. Moyu peeked out from under his bangs. He answers that no, however, he wonders to himself about the importance of these tears. A small man appeared in the center of the circle, surrounded by a yellow aura. As it turns out, mermaid tears, which are a very rare item, increase the chance of awakening talents when you reach level 40. Even if the level is low, they are still very important. Moyu this time did not expect that Sakura Country would calculate the time and place of the island, because this could lead to failure of the test. Shen, with white hair straightened on his head, sat at the table and raised his hand. He noticed that our hero still managed to get the mermaid's tears, and so he asked Moyu if he had any wishes as a reward that he could fulfill. The hero looked with an even gaze. He remembered that he could not find information about his sister, and so now was the chance to take advantage of this opportunity. Rays of light penetrated the window. Moyu asked Shen if he can find one person. Holding his chin, Shen sat in his chair. He replied that his sister entered Chuangshen Seminary earlier this year, so they do not have this information, since it is impossible to find even a shred of information about students from Chuangshen Seminary. It was clear from Moyu's look that he was confused, since his sister had fulfilled her dream of enrolling there, although Ning and Zhu were also planning to enroll there at the first opportunity. Without changing his expression, he remembered his sister and never expected that his sister would go there first, because she had entered the school last year and wondered if she had entered Chuangshen Seminary in less than 6 months. Shen folded his hands and closed his eyes. He replied that his sister entered Chuangshen Academy according to the rules and therefore he could not disclose information about her, but if he still had questions and wanted to see his sister, then he needed to enroll there himself. Moyu looked at Shen, who was checking something on his watch. Shen replied that Moyu had already been informed of the conditions for admission to Chuangshen Academy. Frowning slightly, Shen showed his finger. He said that he should have told him about his sister, but that would not count as a reward and he still had another try to get the reward he deserved. Moyu stood in front of the table and placed his hand on his stomach. He asked Shen for a cooling talisman, since it is a very rare and useful thing that he really needs because it cannot be bought. Shen, who was sitting at his desk, threw up his grin and raised his hand. He replied that he thought that our hero would want this thing because it is not so easy to buy. However, he will be able to give it on the condition that he passes another test. Moyu reluctantly agreed, realizing that with this talisman he would be able to increase his level faster and be able to enter this seminary faster. Shen held a blue talisman in his hand. He warned Moyu that he could only begin the task after reaching level 20, and if he was in a hurry, he could go down to the dungeon and practice leveling there. Shen passed the blue teleportation stone into his hand. He said not everyone can get it. Moyu held a stone in his hand and looked at Shen. He was about to teleport when at that moment thoughts flashed through Shen's head that Moyu was really going to pass the test right now. He did not expect the main character to switch from one test to another so quickly. Moyu found himself at the academy and was surprised. He looked around the academy and thought that it was a copy of Xiajing Academy, which had many people in portals. One of the portals said that they were missing a level 25 mage and that a mage with shooting skills would be best suited for them. Another portal, the Blood Battle Orc Legion, lacked 20-25 nurses with healing skills. The third needed level 30 knights along with a set of silver equipment. Moyu lowered his head and looked at his watch. He saw a notice that he needed to reach level 30 to join the Seminary of Creation. There was an inscription on the watch: the requirement for entry into the Seminary of Creation is to reach level 30. It was hard for him to believe that his sister got to Xiajing in 3 or 4 months, having managed to reach level 30. He stood and looked ahead with a cold gaze. There were 2 more requirements hanging over him, one of which said to pass the threshold of level 30 on the hellish level, and the other so that the number of points for participation should reach 1,000. Moyu thought about how he could fulfill the remaining requirements alone, because the level of difficulty was hellish, definitely more difficult than nightmare. Suddenly, a little fair-haired girl approaches Moyu from behind. She asks him if it is him. She raised her head, pressed one hand to her chest, and lowered the other to her leg. She asked him if this was his first time in the dungeon. They stood together near the portal. She introduced herself as Shu and said that she could tell him everything about this place. He thought that this way she wanted to earn points. They looked at each other and Shu showed her finger. Moyu asked her how many points she wanted for her services. She replied that 100 points would be enough. A notification appeared on his watch that 100 points had been transferred. Smiling sincerely, she thanked this stranger. Raising her hand, Shu looked at Moyu and began to tell him something. She said that in the dungeon hall there are 2 spaces with levels 20, 18 spaces with levels between 20 and 30, and 20 scenes with levels between 30 and 40. Images of different colored spaces appear, and it is said that there are 2 more large dungeons that could accommodate more than 40 people, and another 52 spaces with levels from 40 to 70, and as it turned out, there were 95 spaces in total. They stood in front of the core of one of the portals. Shu notified Moyu that each space had a corresponding completion record and could earn rewards by setting new records. 5 large multicolored portal cores attracted their attention. Shu explained that it is a quest center and a team building center in the dungeon, where he can earn points and recruit teammates or join a team. Moyu held his chin in thought. Shu asked him about any remaining unclear questions he might have. He asked how he could get points. Shu approached the huge energy-emitting core. She replied that he could earn points by participating in tests and completing assignments organized by the school. Moyu looked at this bright core in amazement. He didn't understand how he could score 1,000 points for admission, because the maximum you can get is 10 points from the test, and on average 2 or 3. Shu, raising her hand, glanced at him. She agreed that it was difficult to get the points, but if he wanted to enter the academy, then this was a prerequisite. Shu and Moyu looked at his watch, which showed a notification. The notification was from Toon, who asked how many points Moyu received. He said that he received 50 points, of which his was 20 points, and Sister Tao received 30 points and she is happy. Moyu was at a loss. He didn't believe that it was possible to get such high scores, because Toon's level was also not that high. Shu raised both hands and looked at Moyu with a surprised look. He thanked her for the explanation. She asked him if he wanted to find a team. He touched his hand to the magical core of one of the portals. He continued to hold his hand near the core of space and a picture appeared: a mutated forest, a dungeon of level 17. Requirements for entry: level 15-19. Entrance to the dungeon costs 10 points. Eliminating cooldown costs 40 points. He planned to beat the previous records and receive his reward. He penetrated the blue aura while still holding his hand near the core and chose the nightmare level. The 3 people also stood in bewilderment. They discussed his low level, calling him a small fry, because he had not even reached level 20. Most likely, he received 50 points rather than 50 points. The knight with red hair thought about why he was going into the mutated forest, because he must have been the older brother. Moyu stood at the entrance of a space among large tree trunks with a pink aura called Mutated Forest. He thought about how much better he would be after this test. 2 notifications with a task appear. The first of them said, kill a mutated bear of level 17, receiving 6,000 experience and 5 animal skins for this. The second said, kill a level 18 mutated bear, receiving 7,000 experience and 4 skins in 2. He planned to leave it to the skeletons in order to immediately go in search of the boss and not waste too much time. He approached the dark waters with 2 skeletons. He found the boss. A card has appeared, a level 19 mutated turtle. Strength 4,000 points. Agility 500 points. Spiritual power 500 points. Endurance 7,000 points. Abilities bite, clear, and super defense. Moyu was surprised that the turtle had too much stamina, even more than a level 24 mermaid queen. The skeletons rushed to attack the flying mutated turtle. She repelled the skeleton's attack with her super defense. Moyu raised his hand and prepared to cast a spell. He appreciated the turtle's strength and his protection, and he now understood why no one had been able to break the record in 3 years. He used the Soul Flame spell against the turtle because he was in a hurry. He could only deal with her with skills that ignored her defenses. The turtle suffered significant damage. He turned over the turtle, which was emitting blue energy. A squad of skeletons with a red aura went to finish off the turtle with a strong blow spell. The boss is defeated. A card appeared, the mutated turtle was killed, 15,000 experience was gained. Obtain bronze level weapons, turtle glove, turtle boxing gloves, and also strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, boxer skill power increased by 6%. Then receive bronze level armor, heavy turtle armor, constitution plus 30, ability power increased by 6%, also obtained a low-level monster crystal core. Moyu attracted armor with this core. His experience increased by about 35% and now he will be able to reach level 18, but he did not yet know about the reward for the record. The ringing of bells. This was the signal that someone had set a new record in passing the test, although, according to eyewitnesses, the powerful team did not pass it. Above the quest center, in front of which a crowd of people had gathered, there was a notice that a new record had been set at 35 minutes and it was set by the level 17 Necromancer Moyu. It was hard for the crowd of people to believe that just one person could do this, especially a level 17 person, who was also 2 times faster than the previous record. His foot had already appeared at the exit from space. He stood in front of the exit and looked at his watch. A notification came out that the mutated forest record had been updated and 1,000 points had been received. As it turned out, there were points for setting a new record. However, this was not enough for him and he wanted to set another record. 2 people looked at Moyu leaving for a new space. They were surprised that he was walking alone again and they would be ashamed, with their level 30, to ask him for help to increase their level. Holding his chin, he lowered his head down. He realized that he did not have enough level and he should go through the previous test again in order to increase his level and pass the test in space, the spider's lair, where the level requirement is from 18 to 21. He returned back and was surrounded by a crowd of people. They surrounded him with questions about why his older brother returned and did not pass this test, and only then did they realize that he was not at enough level because the test can only be passed from level 18 and he had 17. 30 minutes passed. He came out of the mutated forest. He coped with it again with great success, having received a level upgrade to 18. Only this time, he probably coped with it even faster, and he was going to set a new record in the spider's lair. Indeed, he did it even faster and a new notification popped up with a new record. Moyu was heading to the spider's lair. People discussed his success and did not understand where such a strong player came from, who broke the previous 3-year-old team record of 5 people as many as 2 times. He looked at the previous recording of the test with a smirk. He was also aiming to break the record of the previous team, which had not changed for 3 years. Looking down, the main character raised his hand. He chose the nightmare level with the idea that he really needed the points. He passed through the portal and found himself among large and high mountains. He was surprised that it was so dark in this spider's lair. His hand was surrounded by blue flames. He raised his hand and summoned the skeletons to explore the path. He watched in horror the map where the skeletons' routes were marked. Cards appeared with a task: kill a level 20 scarlet spider, receiving 9,000 experience and 5 spider silk for this. And one more thing, kill a level 19 scarlet spider, getting 8,000 experience and 4 spider silk. He realized that almost all of his skeletons had participated in battles. If this continues, he will not be able to pass the test quickly. He walked up to the little spider. A card appeared, a small spider of level 18. Strength, 200 agility, 200 spiritual strength, 100 stamina, 200. He realized that these little spiders were copies of monsters. and all these forks in the road led to them. A bunch of small spiders flew at him. He tried to use his skill, Soul Flame. He raised his head and looked in surprise at the cards that appeared above him. He killed at least 100 baby spiders. This experience gained is equal to 20 elite monsters of the same level. It was a great place to gain experience. He turned around and saw a bunch of more spiders appear, among which was a huge spider with stamina 29-0. He looked at his hand, shrouded in blue flames. He was about to return to the summoning space. Moyu always used this tactic to kill the boss. All the spiders attacked the huge skeleton. The summoning suddenly failed due to too many spiders. This skeleton exploded into bright flames. Moyu used the corpse explosion to destroy the small spiders. Moyu started to run. He knew this was a good place to gain experience, so he didn't want to waste his time. He calculated that there were 108 caves in total, and he needed to divide the skeletons into 10 pieces in order for everything to go smoothly. 10 minutes later, he found a huge spider. It was a boss, level 21 Spider King. Strength 5000, Agility 35-0, Spiritual Strength 500, Endurance 4000, Abilities Grid, Acid, Liquid, Vortex. He was glad that he had finally found a boss. Moyu lowered his head and smiled wickedly, about to cast a spell. He said it was his turn to win this time. It looks like the spider has now finished its game. Shu looked at what was happening with fear, as did the other two guys behind her. She asked if he could clear the spider's lair alone. The guy with his arms crossed replied that the spider's lair was a great place to gain experience and materials, so it wouldn't be that easy to clear it alone. The other guy looked back and said that it had already been an hour and the previous record was 1 hour and 12 minutes, so he didn't think Moyu would be able to break the record. Moyu looked at his watch. It turned out that after passing the test, experience increased by 80%. However, the little spiders took too long and he failed to beat the record, but he did not give up and was going to go through the dungeon again to get points and points. A card appeared, the Spider King was killed, 190,000 experience was gained and a silver level weapon, Spider Dagger. Shu looked at her watch. She's already thought about it, that he may not return since an hour and a half has passed. Moyu came out of the space and Shu joyfully greeted him. She was happy that he was finally back. She asked him if he passed the test. Shu, holding her hand to her chest, looked at Moyu. She thought that he had failed the test and tried to reassure him that there were too many monsters in the spider's lair and it was almost impossible to pass such a test alone. But he replied with a grin that he passed. Shu looked at him in amazement. She was surprised that he was able to do it alone, because this meant that his speed was comparable to the speed of the team of 5 people who set the record. Moyu turned back, putting his hands in his pocket. Shu realized that he did it too easily and this is not even the limit. Shu stood opposite Moyu and looked at him thoughtfully. The main character asked Shu if she knew which dungeons give the most experience. She replied that among dungeons below level 25, the Spider's Lair holds the record for the amount of experience that can be gained. Although the experience in the Spider Lair is almost 3 times higher than in the Mutated Forest, it took him a little longer to complete this level. Moyu looked down. He knew that the spider had a lot of experience and in the time it took him to go through it, he could go through the Mutated Forest 4 times. He also spent a lot of points to recover from the test. Shu, holding her chin and closing her eyes, stood opposite Moyu. He asked her about places that he could go through quickly and gain a lot of experience. She tried to remember such places. They found themselves near one of the portals. Shu said that there is such a place. She advised him to team up with others and go underground, the Desert of Tyrant. She happily raised her hands and smiled. Shu said that this is a level 25 dungeon, but Moyu can still complete it with level 20, just have to assemble a team of 40 people. She knows a lot of old guys who earn points by helping newbies. Moyu looked ahead. He was a little doubtful that he would be able to complete the Tyrant dungeon alone, because in many missions the minimum level is 20. Shu tried to call out to Moyu, who was standing in front of the portal. She asked him if he would go to the spider's den again. The main character wanted to break the record and reach level 20 as soon as possible. He found himself again among a heap of spiders. I wanted to take away all their experience. A group of people watched the footage of the Spider's Lair challenge on Moyu's big screen. One of them noticed to the others that Moyu was caught by surprise by the spider. Bai told them that although he had already communicated with the main character, he was still in shock watching his battle. Meg, holding his gray beard with his hand, was surprised that one person defeated the mermaid and received all 3 tiers of the mermaid. Dean Qianlong of Hongshan Academy felt very relieved to see people's reactions. The other guys from the academy couldn't compete with freshman Moyu, who had just recently passed the entrance exam and hadn't even taken any classes. Meng turned to Bai. He told him that he was familiar with Moyu and his talent. Bai, raising his hand, replied that it was a talent that improved itself. After all, this is his secret and personal life. Bai stood next to Meng, drinking something from a mug. The white-haired elder noted that, judging by the test, Moyu is very good. Bai told him that Moyu had a promising future because his sister was also talented. Moyu stood opposite his sister in their memories. Sister Moyu enjoyed the elder's favor and constantly improved. All those whom this elder raised turned out to be real geniuses. He was far-sighted. The elder had to like Moyu. The dean of the academy and Meng stood next to each other with his arms crossed. The elder said that they most likely had 2 stars. Hongshan said that this is possible in the future. The protagonist's skeleton squad was heading towards the spiders. One of the academy's leaders noted that they could even cope with 1,000 enemies alone. Moyu crossed his arms and looked ahead with an even gaze. He did not kill all the spiders, and therefore he gained less experience, but the time was significantly reduced, and he will definitely break the record now. A crowd of people standing in the hall of the palace heard the ringing of bells. They realized that someone had broken the record again. After all, it was Moyu who passed the test again because he is a talented professional. 2 guys from the crowd turned to Zhen, who had his head down. He said he was just lucky, it wasn't talent. The white-haired guy didn't understand why Zhen put it that way. Zhen, with a malicious grin, made a hand sign that this was bad with his thumb down. He tried to tease Moyu about the fact that he was an ordinary student who had recently passed the entrance exam. Supposedly, he was lucky as he had a good relationship with Shen and received good treasures from him. After all, without them he would hardly have been able to pass the tests on his own. Zhen stood surrounded by Shu and a guy with black hair and armor. Shu asked Zhen what was wrong with ordinary students and why they couldn't set a record. The armored guy pointed his finger at Zhen and said that he knew him from Qianlong Academy. He asked why he exalts himself. Someone from the outside asked Zhen what reasons he has for slandering Moyu. Moyu, returning from the test, was holding his head. The record entry has been updated, which was now set with a time of 47 minutes. He received level 19 and 1,000 points. People saw that Moyu had returned. They didn't understand who could slander such a fighter because he broke the record again, especially half an hour faster than the previous one. Moyu stood opposite the frowning Zhen. He asked Zhen why he was here again. However, Zhen asked who Moyu was pretending to be and whether Shen was behind him. After all, he's just a national champion. Moyu looked at Shen with an evil gaze along with the skeleton. He told him that he had already endured enough. Shen was also on edge and mirrored Moyu's gaze. He said that he is not afraid of Moyu and who he thinks he is. People became scared, and they hoped that they saw a look that was ready to kill. Moyu turned away from Zhen and looked back with a grin. He told him that he wasn't wasting his time because Moyu needed to level up to level 20. The protagonist raised his hand and directed his skeletons towards the spider boss. He was glad that he could finally improve. He stood on a spider and gained a new level of 20. Before starting a new mission, he wanted to take a look at the changes. His personal card appeared. Profession, Unique Necromancer, Level 20, Strength 300, Agility 300, Spiritual Power 13 plus 20, Stamina 300 plus 20, Equipment, Goblin King's Magic Book, Robe of Knowledge, Continuation of the card, Summoning Technique 120 out of 200, Skeleton Warriors now number 120, Talent, Comprehensive Enhancement, Passive Skill, Damage Transfer, Active Skill, Level 20 Spiritual Flame, Summon a Level 20 Skeleton Warrior, Corpse Explosion Level 2, Slowing Curse Level 1, Summon Skeleton, he can summon a silver level skeleton. He was glad that his skills had improved and he couldn't wait to try summoning a silver level skeleton. Moyu raised his hand, preparing to use magic. He used up 500 spiritual power points. A silver level skeleton wearing armor appeared. His card appeared, Silver Level Skeleton Warrior. Power 4,000, Agility 4,000, Spiritual Strength 4,000, Endurance 4,000, Skill Level 2 Furious Strike, Level 2 Brutal Strike. Deals damage to the target equal to 300% of its own power. Deceleration time is 10 minutes. His attributes were all improved. His strength is almost comparable to a dungeon boss, and the skills have also improved. 2 white scrolls and a book hovered above the head of the hero, who stood lost in thought. He realized that summoning skeletons would take too much energy from him, and besides, his equipment was outdated and it was time for him to replace it with new ones. In addition, it was possible to sell some equipment and buy scrolls. Moyu came out of the portal and was greeted by people. They noticed that he had leveled up again, and this was an unheard of miracle because in just a day he rose from level 17 to 20. Moreover, he updated the record again. They were surprised that now it took him less than half an hour, and it seems that this is not the limit. There was a sign with hieroglyphs on the wall. Moyu walked up to the man in the black suit and placed his equipment on his desk. He was surprised that at level 20 this guy had so many things. Moyu asked for help in selling his equipment for gold coins and then purchasing skill scrolls. A guy in a suit sat at the table and inspected the equipment. He answered him well and asked if Moyu was confident in selling all these things and whether he really didn't need them. After all, they could well suit him at level 20. The guy with a lost expression grabbed his equipment and clothes. He was asked to find new equipment for Moyu since the usual silver level equipment was not suitable for him. The skill book was nearby. He took it in his hand. It became clear that if this equipment had the effect of enhancing skills, it would still be inferior to his talent. Moyu grabbed the book from the guy in black clothes who was holding the equipment. Moyu clarified that their weapons for gold coins are not cheap. The guy told him that it didn't matter since there was a shopping center nearby and there were good things there. The protagonist asked to show him this place. Moyu and that guy found themselves in a room with new equipment and armor which were under protective glass. The guy holding his equipment told the main character that he would help him sell the equipment, but first he could look for himself. Moyu thanked him. A beautiful gold-plated sword with a print appeared. The sword card came out, Spiritual Sword, Silver Level. Spiritual Power, plus 400, available at level 20 and above. Manufacturer, Jiang Tai. The first set of spiritual 3 items. Price, 3,000 points. He noticed that the sword was from the kit and had spiritual power. Maui, raising his hand, contemplated over the sword. He saw that the equipment here was much better. The price for the complete set was very high. It is estimated at about tens of thousands of points and freshmen cannot afford it. He then looked at a mannequin with a black robe, next to which there were also several rings on the shelves. It was a silver level spiritual robe. Spiritual power, plus 200, available above level 20. Manufacturer, Jiang Tai. One of 3 spiritual sets. Also a silver level spiritual ring with plus 200 spiritual power, available above level 20. Same manufacturer. One of 3 spiritual sets. He looked ahead appraisingly, holding his chin in his hand. He calculated that the entire set could give plus 800 spiritual power. The kit was really good. He lowered his head with the understanding that the set was not only good for him, but would also be very useful. Unexpectedly, Moyu's attention was attracted by a bunch of other customers who were heatedly discussing the big black braid. One of them called the weapon trash because it has no attributes. Another was sure that it was a piece of copper and rotten iron. A third chuckled at the weapon's exorbitant 50k point price and questioned whether anyone would buy it for that price. Moyu came closer to this braid and examined it carefully. He was surprised at the price too and realized that not many people from his college could afford it. It was Dan at his side, a growth weapon available at level 1 and above. One of the undead equipment. Reaper, when the scythe consumes an abyssal soul, it will gain experience points to grow. Dead Whisperer consumes mental power, can summon the spiritual general of the dead. Spiritual general, military power, as long as the general drums and dances, he will form an army of undead. Another skill is locked and an update can unlock it. The scythe is shown in full glory with a blue aura. Moyu continued to inspect the weapon. He understood that his skeleton warriors needed a leader and, especially, such a weapon. He picked up this scythe and the face of a monster appeared above him. Since this weapon had no attributes, in the eyes of others it seemed like just garbage. But he understood that the weapon could absorb the soul of the abyss and improve the strength. He looked straight ahead with a menacing and confident gaze. This weapon suits him. The protagonist stood opposite a guy in a black suit who was holding a bunch of scrolls in his hands and handed him a card. The guy tried to understand whether Moyu was in a hurry when choosing since the price was too high, but the main character was unshakable and handed him a card for payment. The guy who punched his card through the terminal was shocked that Moyu had 130,000 points on his balance. He didn't believe that he could afford such an expensive thing, but as it turned out, he could. Moyu, taking the scythe with him, headed towards the exit. The seller felt funny because the weapon had been there longer than he had been working there. He didn't think anyone would ever buy it. Moyu held a scythe in his hands, standing in front of a table with a bunch of scrolls. He said that now he has no chance of finding the Abyss Demon, so he wants to use the scroll to awaken his skills. He has prepared so many scrolls that he will be able to awaken new skills. Grabbing one scroll, he, filled with yellow energy, lowered his head down. The scroll worked this time. He gained the defense skill. Acquired skill, skeletal armor level 1. Summon skeletons, formed armor that provides 100 units of physical protection. At the same time, resistance to elemental attacks increases by 10% and lasts 5 minutes. Raising his hand, he appreciated that this skill was not bad, because he finally had a skill that could compensate for all the shortcomings. With improvement, this can then give him 1000 points of physical protection and the ability to reduce the damage received by half. With his head down, he was surrounded by a blue aura. A blue silhouette of protection appeared around him in the form of a skeleton, similar to a mutated bird. He let go of the scroll from his hand. He looked at his hand and apparently had something in mind. He tried to summon a skeleton magician and he succeeded. A huge skeleton magician in a black robe appeared. It was a black iron level skeleton mage. Strength 100, dexterity 100, spiritual strength 300, endurance 100. Skill, explosive flame that deals damage to the target with the element of fire. The attacking power of the blow depends on mental strength. He compared the skeleton with himself. Only Moyu had the advantage in the form of spiritual power. A pile of skeletons appeared and was surrounded by bright yellow flames. These skeletons had the ability to attack from a distance. Moyu realized that if he becomes stronger and increases his level, then the skeletons will become stronger. The next day, Moyu, lost in thought, lowered his head. His mental strength was restored. It's time for him to go to Master Shen and find out everything about the mission. He returned to Shen's office and stood opposite him. The master asked him what was the matter. Moyu asked him to tell him about the upcoming mission, since he had already reached level 20. Shen, opening his eyes, looked at the hero in surprise. He didn't understand how he managed to reach level 20 in just one day. He even became jealous because Moyu had faster speed than he had in his youth. The master held the forms in his hands and leaned against the table, grinning slightly. He noticed that the brother and sister were simply monsters. Regarding the mission, Shen said that he would need to deliver something. A yellow heart-shaped stone appeared floating in the air. Shen asked the hero if he was in the copy room. If you were, then you knew that there was a scene called Desert Tyrant. His mission was to go there and return Tyrant's heart. Shen glared at Moyu. He said that he could go with a company of 40 people since there was no point in talking about the complexity of the task because it was already clear that it would be difficult. He was given 3 days for the task, and if he succeeds, then Moyu's wish will be fulfilled. Moyu stood at the foot of the building that housed this copying room. A huge blue talisman hovered above him. He learned that the cooling time for some top-tier specimens could even be as long as a month. When he encounters the copies, then the time will come for the talisman to really act. Moyu stands opposite Shen. It was explained to him that high-level talismans are improved at the expense of low-level talismans. Shen told him that if he completed the task, he would tell him about how to improve talismans. The protagonist only now learned that they could be improved. Shen put his hand on Moyu's shoulder. The main character gave the go-ahead and said that he would bring him what he wanted. Shen reminded him that he only gives him 3 days for the task, since in 3 days there will be an opening ceremony at the school. He hoped that Moyu would complete the task and not be late. The elder entered the room to Shen, who crossed his arms at that moment. Ning asked Shen if he was so interested in this student. He answered the old man that the more he observed, the more interested he became. The elder and the master looked ahead, smiling maliciously. Ning reminded the master of a moment from his past when he went on a mission only at level 30 and then ran away in panic. But Shen remained silent. Moyu walked forward with his shoulders squared. Shen did say that Moyu was much stronger than him when he was young. Moyu stood in the copy room, put his palm on the magic ball, and the people around him caused a commotion. Looking at the guy, they exclaimed that this was the same man who broke the record yesterday. People screamed in surprise. Had he really decided to go to Tyrant Desert? They assumed that he was probably going to break the record again. A sign with the desert location flashed in front of him, which indicated that 40 people from Fei Long Academy completed the Tyrant Desert in 16 hours 45 minutes 18 seconds. After reading, Moyu thought that he didn't know about Fei Long Academy. He guessed that she must be at the same level as Qianlong Academy. He thought that even with that many people it took 16 hours. Shu Han approached the guy from behind and called out to him, after which Moyu briefly greeted her. The girl looked at Moyu with surprised eyes. She asked if he was considering Tyrant Desert. The girl thought that just yesterday he went through the dungeons many times. Why, in this case, does he not rest at all? She thought he was putting in a lot of effort. The guy glanced at the girl, and after his words she jumped in place. He said he was going to get something called Tyrant's Heart. Shu asked in fear if this is the item that drops after the final boss. Spreading her arms to the side, the blonde began to quickly talk. She said that Tyrant's Heart can be turned into a super powerful piece of jewelry like a boss necklace. She said that this thing drops out once a year, and the last time the Tyrant Heart appeared was 2 years ago. The girl's eyes widened in fear. She loudly asked Moyu if he was going to challenge this location. She was indignant that he does not have his own team, and in general he is now only at level 20. Shu stepped back and covered her mouth with her hand. In a frightened voice, the blonde asked if he was really going to send him there alone. She screamed that in 4 years, no one had yet been able to break the Feilong Academy record. She took a few more steps back, and armored figures began to appear in the hall. Shu said in a quiet voice that she couldn't believe it. The girl froze, and a tall male figure appeared behind her. The blonde quickly jumped back, allowing a team of people in armor to go forward. She cried out in surprise that these were people from Bailey Academy. She said loudly that they had been preparing to break the Tyrant Desert record for a long time. Walking ahead of the team was a tall, gray-haired man in black armor with gold accents. Shu noted that they had even prepared gold-level equipment. The white-haired man stopped in front of the portal and turned to face his team. He said that Bailey Academy will break Tyrant Desert's record this time. He clenched his teeth and furrowed his brows as he looked at the team. The man said loudly that they were all well prepared, and if something goes wrong. At that moment, Yamak thought, are they really going to go into the desert now too? He thought that in this case he needed to hurry up. Moyu walked up the stairs, making the characteristic sound of footsteps. When the guy approached the portal, it changed the location to the desert, and there was a commotion in the hall again. People started exclaiming loudly that this guy was already entering the desert. They said he was definitely crazy to go through lactation alone. They started asking each other if anyone had tried to go through this location alone before. People said that if the guy could handle this, he would definitely go down in history. The gray-haired man turned over his shoulder and glanced at the departing guy. He asked if there was really a brave soul who decided to go alone. He asked if the newcomer even knew what this place was. The man turned back to his teammates. He said in a loud voice that they should not worry about the suicide bomber since he had chosen such a fate for himself. He loudly ordered everyone to get ready. A copy of the Tyrant Desert location. Sok raised his hand above his head, shielding his eyes from the scorching sun. He thought that since the sun was now directly overhead, he would not be able to use it to determine direction. He thought that since this is a large copy of the location, and the record time is 16 hours, the size of the territory will be impressive. He waved his hand, summoning the skeletons, who immediately took off and ran in different directions. Moyu thought he needed to explore the area. He looked at the interactive map, watching the movements of the skeletons, thoughtfully rubbing his chin with his hand. He thought that 500 points were needed to enter the dungeon, and 2,000 points to improve. He thought that the remaining 80,000 points would not last long. The guy perked up when he saw one of the skeletons on his map light up red. He said he felt something strange. The skeleton jumped back when a huge dry tree appeared from under the ground in front of it. Desert Ghost Tree, level 25, strength 5,000, agility 1,000, spiritual power 2,000, endurance 6,000, skill death coil. With one hand in his pocket, Moyu watched as a crowd of skeletons attacked the tree and began to cut its branches. Moyu thought that this was indeed a difficult situation. He mentally noted that this is the very first monster, and its characteristics are already comparable to the boss of the 24th level of the Mermaid Dungeon. He was glad that he had refined the skeleton warriors to the silver level, otherwise it would have taken him a very long time to deal with the monster. The skeleton jumped up and delivered the final blow, cutting the tree along its trunk. Killed the Desert Ghost Tree, experience plus 300,000. Received, Ghost Tree branch 5 pieces. The guy thought that the experience gained was also at the boss level. He thought that if each boss drops so many points, then this location is simply holy ground. Holding the scythe in his hand, Moyu waved his other palm and a large skeletal armor appeared above him. He thought that it was better to play it safe once again, since there were many dangers lurking in this location. Moyu and the 3 skeleton warriors set off to explore the desert further. 2 hours later, tall palm trees with green leaves appeared that grew around the lake. Moyu asked if they had found an oasis. The guy's face frowned and he remained standing in place while the skeleton warriors moved on. He suggested that there would be a lot of monsters in such a place. Suddenly, a huge scorpion attacked the skeletons. Giant Oasis Scorpion, level 25, strength 4000, agility 3000, spiritual strength 2000, endurance 6000, skill poisonous sting. Moyu thought indignantly that this was actually the case. He was glad that he didn't get too close. The skeleton's eyes lit up and his sword became covered in crimson light due to the activation of the Berserker Strike skill. He swung his sword and cut the scorpion's body in half with one blow. Giant Oasis Scorpion killed, experience plus 30,000. Received 3 sharp stings. Moyu looked around and saw that strange fruits were growing on the palm trees, at the base of which were swarming with scorpions. Moyu thought they looked a lot like fruit. He was surprised that consumables could be found in the location. The guy waved his hand again, calling for several skeletons to rise. He gave orders for them to go and collect these fruits for him. He thought that he needed to divide them into 2 groups, one of which would stop the scorpions, and the other would collect the fruits. After some time, the skeleton knelt down and presented Moyu with a fruit. The guy thought that most likely the scorpions crowded here because of these fruits. He thought he was very interested in what effect it had. Moyu took the yellow fruit covered with green stripes and read the information about it. Desert Oasis fruit quickly restores spiritual strength. Must be taken within 5 minutes after collection. Storage is strictly prohibited. Moyu thought in surprise, does a tailcoat really restore spiritual strength? When he took a bite, the guy's body glowed, and the spiritual power scale rose to 1858 2900th. Swinging their swords, the skeletons began to attack the remaining scorpions. The guy thought that while he was here, he had an excellent chance to restore his spiritual strength. There were still many fruits on the palm trees that emitted a bright green light. Waving his hand again, Moyu grinned and his palm lit up with turquoise flames. He said that he was calling a skeleton magician to him. The guy thought this was the perfect place to level him up. A skeleton in a black robe with sparkling flames around him emerged from the ground. Moyu thought that he was very worried about leveling up his skeleton mage summoning skill. Using his power, the magician began to cast spells. The guy thought that now he could literally restore his strength endlessly. The guy smiled, realizing that now he could call on the magician at any moment. Skeleton Man began to sharply destroy all the scorpions around him. Moyu thought that while he was improving his skills to level 20, the skeleton mage could have time to level up to silver. When the first batch of monsters was finished, the guy waved his hand again, biting off a piece of the oasis fruit. He noted that he could now calmly continue further. 3 hours later, a notification appeared indicating that the skill to summon a skeleton mage had been increased to level 20. Moyu thought happily that it had finally happened. Moyu ordered the magician in a black cape with a staff in his hands to move forward. Silver level skeleton man, level 20, strength 2000, spiritual power 8000, stamina 2000, skill ice storm. Ice elements directly hit the target. Elemental damage and attack power are based on spiritual power. Then 3 more skeleton mages of different elements rose from the ground. Fire skeleton mage, skill fire skeleton mage, skill 5 thunderstrike skeleton mage, skill tornado storm. His skeleton mages. He said that the scorpions must have had fun killing his skeletons. In a low voice, he added that now it was their turn. A dark aura began to appear around the skeleton mages, and the elemental power of each of them began to shine brightly. Flicker, a powerful attack consisting of a wind whirlwind, a fiery ball, a lightning strike, and ice crystals, headed towards the army of scorpions. Some of them began to fall from the electric shock, others were bound into an ice cage. The scorpions continued to appear and rapidly were directed towards the summoner and his creatures. Moyu held the oasis fruit in his hand again, looking at the approaching monsters. He said it was starting to look more like a big dungeon now. The guy waved his hand, calling on his skeletons for reinforcements in the form of magicians and warriors. Smiling, he said that he also has his own army. Number of existing skeleton warriors, 130. Number of existing mage warriors, 70. An army of skeletons, holding swords, stood in front of a crowd of scorpions. Moyu thought, looks like as the monsters are the same grade, I can clear a large dungeon alone. The warriors jumped out of their seats and ran towards the monsters, while the magicians helped them with their abilities. A red sphere formed around Moyu's palm, and with an indifferent voice, he activated the corpse explosion. One by one, the first bodies of the scorpions began to explode, but the skeletons continued their attack on the survivors. A stream of information signs began to appear in front of Moyu, saying that the giant oasis scorpion had been killed, experience plus 300,000, 3 sharp stings had been obtained, and his warriors continued to finish off the rest of the enemy army. After some time, the scorpions were finished off, and thanks to the explosion of the corpses, not a single trace of their presence remained on the oasis. With surprise in his voice, Yamav asked, "Is this all?" The guy looked around with wide eyes. In a sad voice, he said that he barely had any other skills left that he needed to upgrade. He thought it would be great if there were so many monsters everywhere. Moyu left the oasis and went further into the desert. He was thinking about how his skeleton mage had now been upgraded to silver level. He thought that he should hurry up and find the boss of the dungeon, because the longer it took him, the less likely he was to be the first to get Tyrant's heart. A ball of sand formed behind the guy, and he froze when he heard loud sounds. Large insects quickly began to crawl out of the ball of sand, and a scythe instantly appeared in the guy's hand, and he activated the skeletal armor. Moyu cried out in surprise, "Is this really the tide of monsters again?" The guy jumped high up, and doing a somersault he saw a crowd of ants moving quickly along the sand. Level 26 Desert Soldier Ants. Moyu landed on a stone hill, following the direction of the insects with a displeased gaze. He thought, where are they running quickly? The guy watched with stupefaction in his eyes as the ants, having reached the edge of the earth, began to fall into the cliff one by one. After some time, Moyu descended into this cliff and saw in front of him a road leading to a cave. He thought that apparently there was a nest of soldier ants. After a couple of moments, the guy began to be surrounded by a swarm of flying ants. Desert Flying Ant, level 26, strength 6000, agility 3000, spiritual strength 3000, constitution 7000. Seeing them, Moyu thought that usually such mosquitoes are the bodyguards of the Ant Queen, which means that the boss is at the end of the cave. One of the flying ants flew close to the guy and tried to hit him, but the skeletal armor blocked the attack. The guy waved his hand, and it lit up with a turquoise light. In a low voice, he said that they would not be able to intimidate him like that. Several skeleton mages rose from the ground and began to use their magic. A small tornado passed through the cave and absorbed several mosquitoes. A couple of moments later, an army of ant soldiers came running to the loud noise. When the tornado ended, 2 information signs popped up in front of the guy saying that a desert flying ant had been killed, experience plus 360,000, 5 flying ant wings were obtained. Moyu stood on a small hill, surrounded on all sides by ants. In one hand he held a scythe, and the other palm flared with turquoise flames. He loudly ordered his soldiers to join the battle. The guy bent down slightly, stepping with one foot almost to the very edge of the hill. He gave a loud order to the skeletons to go in search of the Ant Queen. The guy grinned, and a red corpse explosion skill candle appeared around his palm. He said that here he and the skeleton magicians alone would be enough. The fire and ice magicians struck the ants with their magical blows, and the walls of the cave shook with explosions. One by one, information signs appeared stating that killing a desert ant soldier, experience plus 300,000, received 4 ant fangs. The guy's eyes widened as many of the skeleton icons on the interactive map glowed red. He exclaimed that the heart of the nest had finally been found. He said that there was no more time to waste, and the Asians ordered the magicians to go to the boss. Moyu and his soldiers walked out into a large deserted hall, in the center of which was a large cocoon with the queen ant and mosquitoes flying around her. Queen of Desert Ants, level 28, strength 9000, agility 3000, spiritual power 8000, stamina 8000, skills summon ant colony, sonic attack, storm, collapse. Ant Queen's bodyguard, level 27, strength 5000, agility 4000, spiritual strength 3000, stamina 7000, skills shell reinforcement. Moyu frowned a little, looking at what awaited him ahead. Moments later, he noted that he thought Queen Ant would be labeled boss and then added that it was very boring. Addressing the skeletons, Moyu said that they could go ahead and play with the ants. The queen screamed loudly, using her storm skill, and a powerful wind lifted the sand from the ground. While the skeletons walked forward, the guy covered his face with his hand from the sandstorm. He said dissatisfiedly that such a technique could become a big problem. He thought that fortunately he had the skeleton armor skill. Moyu activated his armor and his skeletons held their weapons ready. The guy gave the order to the magicians to stop the bodyguards so that the warriors would then destroy them. The battlefield was blazing with flames, and the skeleton warriors, raising their swords, rushed at the Ant Queen, but she applied shell compaction, and her body was covered with a thick crust. Several electric shocks pierced the bodyguards, after which the skeleton warriors successfully finished them off. A notification about the murder of the Ant Queen's bodyguard appeared twice, experience plus 390,000, 10 ant fangs received. The Ant Queen squealed loudly, using her sonic attack skill and spreading a sound wave across the battlefield. She then used roll-up and curled into a cocoon, which after a moment lit up with a yellow light, indicating the use of the ant summoning skill. Moyu's face frowned in irritation as his palm burst into flames again. He muttered dissatisfiedly that the queen had several defense skills, and then noted that he was just wasting unnecessary time now. He ordered the skeletons to rise from the ground. Moyu turned around after hearing a loud stomp and saw an army of ants approaching. He asked in surprise, "Is this really a technique for summoning ants?" Moyu smiled and stroked his hair with his hand. He laughed and said that it was all very ironic. The guy raised his hand forward, which was already ready to use the explosion of corpses, and looked at how the ants filled the space around the Ant Queen. Looking at the insects, he asked if they were afraid of death. The corpses around the Ant Queen began to explode, taking the lives of other insects with them. Desert Ant Queen killed, experience plus 800,000. Obtained, silver level weapon, Ant Queen spear, silver level jewelry, Ant Queen ring, Desert Queen ant egg. For the birth of a new queen, the owner must hatch the eggs. Moyu held a large egg in his hands, and his level scale increased to 20. He noted that such dungeon details could be exchanged for many gold coins. He happily noted that his experience had increased by 78%. The guy headed towards the exit from the ant cave. He said that this is a great place for leveling up, it's just a pity that there's not enough time. He confidently said that he would return here again to gain experience. The Heart of Tyrant was waiting for him now. 2 hours later, the skeleton warrior slashed his sword at the huge desert worm and then performed a jumping critical attack on it. In the middle of the desert, a huge palace in the Arabic style appeared before the eyes of the yams. The guy suggested that this was most likely the same place. In the palace, a gray lion sat on a huge throne, and his faithful knights sat on their knees in front of him. Lion Tyrant, a world-class leader. Moyu came a little closer and saw an army of soldiers in front of the palace. He thought that he had now exactly found the right place. Having looked closely, he saw humanoid lions on top of the defensive wall and counted their characteristics. Desert Lion Archer, level 29, strength 5000, agility 650, spiritual strength 150, constitution 450, skill shooting without missing. Moyu thought indignantly that their characteristics were much more powerful than those of the monsters in the ant cave. Then he counted characteristics from the lion that trained at the walls of the palace. Desert Lion Warrior, level 28, strength 650, agility 5000, spiritual strength 2000, constitution 5000. A large army of lions trained their skills, holding in weapons in his hands. Moyu thought that they had a good formation, and it would not be possible to use the same tactics as in the oasis. The guy frowned with displeasure and a scythe appeared in his hand. He said that he also knows how to organize his army. As he swung his scythe, a huge helmet slowly began to emerge from the ground. Moyu used the Death Harbinger skill and summoned the general. A couple of moments later, a huge warrior in light armor and a staff in his hand rose from the ground. Summon, General's Spirit, Skill, Firepower. Moyu then waved and an army of skeletons began to appear behind his army. He ordered his warriors to go to the surface. The general raised his staff and used his military might, causing his body to glow red. Pulling his scythe forward, Moyu ordered the general to carry out his will and lead the army of skeletons. He confidently said that they should crush everyone. The general improved the skeleton warriors with his strength, and they lit up with a red light in the same way. The Lion Edge Archer roared to warn the others when he saw a bright red light in the distance. Thanks to the skill of shooting without missing, the lions fired a flurry of arrows towards the enemy. A moment later, in response to the arrows, electric, fire, and ice blows flew towards the wall. magic attacks together with the general blocked accurate arrows, breaking them into pieces. The lion archers ran back into cover with a loud roar to avoid the magical strikes. However, a couple of moments later, a menacing explosion was heard on the wall. With slight annoyance in his voice, Moyu said that unfortunately their bodies were found inside. He added that because of this, he would not be able to use the corpse explosion on them. The guy waved his scythe and threw it over his shoulder, approaching the foot of the wall. He noted that despite this, fortunately, he has his soldiers. The skeletons engaged in a fierce battle with the lion warriors, and the general swung his staff, activating the enhanced strike skill, and his body glowed red again. The fire and ice skeleton mages directed their power towards the main gate. Moyu loudly ordered that half of the magicians concentrate their forces on destroying the gate. The archers continued to fire a hail of arrows at their opponents, but all the lion warriors had already been defeated, so the skeleton magicians concentrated their power only on the gate. Moyu asked displeasedly why the gate had not been broken for such a long period of time. He lowered his head and thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his hand. He thought it was immediately obvious that this was good territory. He thought that he needed to combine the efforts of all the fighters or use some other method to open the gate and see the final boss. The guy's eyes sparkled and he grinned contentedly, extending his palm forward. He noted that the whole problem is due to a lack of firepower. Then he loudly ordered that all the lion corpses be piled up at the city gates. As the skeletons piled the lions' bodies into a large pile, Moyu tested his skill at exploding the corpses. A moment later, there was a huge explosion and the huge gate was destroyed. With confidence in his eyes, Moyu stood with his braid thrown over his shoulder, and behind him was the spirit of the general. When he entered the room, he saw the figure of a Leo man sitting on a throne, leaning his head on his fist. The boss's eyes lit up with a bright blue light when he saw that uninvited guests had come to him. Lion Tyrant, level 31, strength 13,000, agility 8,000, spiritual strength 4,000, constitution 12,000, skills hellish roar, furious leap, spinning storm. Moyu watched as the boss slowly rose from his throne. He thought, is this a world-class boss? The guy noted that he was not at all like the bosses he had met before. The lion, whose post was about several tens of meters and emitting the powerful aura of a mighty king, was approaching the guy. At that moment, Moyu mentally apologized to him for taking so long to come to him. With a loud roar, the lion took off and, using a furious leap, jumped into the abyss of the army of skeletons. Silver level skeleton warrior, strength 4,000, agility 4,000, spiritual strength 4,000, constitution 4,000. When lion landed on the floor, Moyu received an alert that 2 skeleton warriors had been destroyed. The lion roared again as it was hit by the skeleton mage's fiery attack. Moyu shouted loudly that they must stop him. The lightning mage, using the thunder strike skill, launched a stream of electricity at the boss and applied paralysis to him, after which the lion froze for a while. At that moment, a powerful magical attack consisting of fire, ice, wind, and electricity flew at him. Having withstood the attack, the boss, who had small residual electrical charges running through his body, looked into his hands with 2 huge double-sided axes. Stretching out his arms at the guns in different directions, Lev began to spin quickly, using the whirlwind storm skill, cutting through the skeletons with his weapon. Moyu received a notification about the death of 24 skeleton warriors, and the guy covered his face with his hand, shielding himself from the wind flow due to the boss skill. In a dissatisfied voice, he loudly protested that this boss was very strong. He thought that even silver-level skeletons could not withstand his attack. When the lion stopped, Moyu extended his hand forward and red chains appeared behind him and quickly headed towards the boss. The guy loudly gave the order that the boss must be captured. Despite the fact that the chains bound the lion's body, he opened his mouth wide and used the ability of a furious roar, after which Moyu received notification of the death of 14 more skeleton warriors. The guy swung his scythe, and skeletal armor began to appear around him. He thought that when attacked by the boss, the armor could only last 2 seconds. Even while chained, Lion, while holding his weapon, was able to use a furious jump and jump right above Moyu. He thought that he was not afraid now because he had the skill of transferring damage. The guy thought that now what he was most worried about was that the boss would be able to destroy all his warriors. With confidence in his eyes, the guy stretched his hand up and used the soul flame, after which turquoise fire began to play around his palm. When the flame of the soul touched Leo, he fell immobilized to the ground. Moyu shouted loudly that they had an opportunity. With a furious voice, he ordered all the fighters to rush to the attack. The mages and warriors gathered together and concentrated on their combat power as the lion began to slowly rise. Another 4 skeleton warriors were destroyed, but the rest began to climb onto the boss's body and hit him with a berserker strike while the magicians unleashed their elemental spells on him. With an angry expression on his face, Moyu put both hands forward, using the soul flame repeatedly. He shouted to the furious city that his soul flame could not be stopped. Then the guy was indignant that if he had not previously raised the magician's level to silver, he would definitely not have been able to cope with this boss. 20 minutes later, a flurry of magical blows continued to fall on Leo. First it was again the flame of the soul, then a whirlwind storm, an icy shower, a thunderclap. Moyu understood that the boss was already at his limit. A magical fire strike was fatal for the boss. With his hands in his pockets, Moyu watched as the huge, lifeless body of the lion collapsed to the floor. The guy said that the title Tyrant is perfect for such a boss. Killed Lion Tyrant, experience plus 2 million, received Golden Weapon, Tyrant Battle Axe, Golden Weapon, Tyrant Dagger, Golden Weapon, Tyrant Staff, Tyrant's Heart, a special prop, an essential item for making Tyrant's Necklace. Moyu looked back and saw that his level had increased. He himself was surprised that he reached level 21 so quickly. Holding his head, he grinned. After all, just recently, while fighting with Tyrant, he reached level 20. A card with updated characteristics has appeared. Lin Moyu level 21. Strength 33. Constitution 330. Agility 330. Spiritual power 15. Skills: Summon Skeleton Mage increased to level 21. Raising his right hand, he looked down. He was surprised that the magician's skeleton summoning skill suddenly also increased. He wondered if it could be that, once a skill is learned, they automatically improve as the level increases. He stood casually, his hands in his pocket, and looked ahead. If his theory about the skill is correct, he needs to learn the remaining skills as soon as possible. After all, otherwise, the higher the level, the more difficult it will be to practice. He was about to visit the Tyrant Desert again, and collect location fruits to practice skills. There was a magnificent view of the ceiling of the center. People heard 6 bells ringing and wondered how much time had passed since he heard it. A crowd of people stood near the quest center. This ringing of the bells meant that a new record had been set. They tried to figure out who installed it. A guy in a blue jacket appeared with 2 knights in armor. Lisheng, the head of Bailey College, suggested that this record was set by the guys from his college. One of his comrades remembered how Moyu also entered this portal. Lisheng twisted his face, raised his eyebrows, and opened his mouth. He didn't understand who Moyu was and what team he might be from. He didn't think there was anyone who could dare to compete with a team from their academy. The guy with orange hair whispered something in the ear of the head of Bailey College. He whispered to him that Moyu is. Lisheng, clutching his face, began to laugh hard. He took it as a joke that Moyu could go there alone. He didn't believe that it was possible to go there alone when this location was intended for a team of 40 people. He suggested that Moyu didn't seem to know how hard it was out there. The 2 guys frowned and looked at Lisheng with disdain. One of them, a knight with black hair, said that it would be natural for one person to go there. The blonde guy answered him that even more so, because Moyu is a master who set 2 records in a row. Lisheng lowered his head and smiled sarcastically. He said that there was nothing remarkable about the low-level dungeon's records. Moreover, now he is only at level 20 and he could not pass this dungeon. He believes it was his team that set the new record. The crowd of people looked at the notification above them in amazement. It said that Tyrant's heart fell out. Cooling time, 364 days and 23 hours. They didn't believe that someone could actually pass the test and take Tyrant's heart. After all, Tyrant is extremely strong in battle, and if he is not killed within an hour, then the heart of Tyrant won't fall out. Since the test was indeed very difficult, people did not believe that Moyu could have set this record, so they thought that the record was most likely set by Bailey Academy. Lisheng was already gloating. He laughed and noted that his guys not only set a record, but also received the heart of Tyrant. Now it will become the decoration of the boss in their academy. A new record notification has appeared. It was already set by Moyu with a record time of 14 hours, 11 minutes and 43 seconds. The people and Lisheng looked up in confusion. They didn't believe it was possible. Moyu came out of the portal and was greeted by a crowd of people. This is definitely Moyu. They didn't expect that it would really be him. It turns out that one person can actually break the record, even faster than the team from Bailey Academy. Lisheng, who was standing opposite Moyu, looked at him furiously. The head of the academy asked if his name was Moyu, but Moyu was in a hurry to return and complete the task. Moyu, turning his back on him, left the Lisheng company. He apologized, saying he had work to do. The two people noticed how casually Moyu walked away from Lisheng and his company. People laughed at Lisheng and his company. It was a shame for them. Soon everyone from the academy will know about this incident. It was time to put these upstarts, arrogant, in their place. A bunch of people crowded in the center. They were still in awe of Moyu's feat of reaching level 21 in just one day. It was hard to believe that one person with level 20 could complete a large dungeon. We couldn't help but wonder whether the profession of a necromancer is really that strong. We moved to the Bai office. He communicated through his watch with Moyu. Moyu was in touch with him. He told the master that he had received Tyrant's heart. Having not yet realized this information, Bai told him that it was okay if a talented student had not yet found a team and he could recommend his comrades. Bai, opening his eyes and opening his mouth, was dumbfounded as he only now realized what Moyu said. Bai looked puzzled. He just recently gave him a task, and Moyu has already completed it. He stood up from his chair and rested his hand on the table. He asked Moyu where he was. Moyu replied that it was at the hostel. Moyu received a notification under the deep night sky with a beautiful moon. He looked at his watch. He received news that he had set a new record in the Tyrant Dungeon, and he can get 5,000 points and 30 contribution points. He was a little upset that this good reward could only be received once. A blue aura appeared around Moyu and he turned around in fear. He screamed what it was. Behind him was Mr. Bai, who put his hand on his shoulder. In addition, the elder also appeared. Moyu, next to Bai, bowed and greeted Master Meng. Divine level Master Meng Anwen. He said he was glad to meet him. Meng asked him to sit down. Bai, who had his hand on Moyu's back, told him that there was no need for formalities. He could relax and communicate as usual. The three of them sat at a table on which a candle burned dimly. Bai asked Moyu to show Tyrant's heart. He took it out and the masters looked at his heart with confusion on their faces. Meng was surprised that Moyu actually managed to get the heart. Bai asked him whether he went alone again this time or not. Bai sat opposite the main character and held Tyrant's heart in his hands. He asked Moyu how long it took him to complete the test. The black-haired guy answered the master that it took a little over 14 hours. The elder and Master Bai looked at each other in surprise. The heart lay near the candle in the center of the table at which all three were sitting. Meng reminded that Bai must keep his word. Bai, waving his talisman hand towards Moyu, said that he did not need to talk about it. Moyu held the talisman in his hands and looked at it persistently. It was a cooling talisman that could help him cultivate even faster. Bai raised his hand and looked at the main character with a smile. The master asked him if he wanted to enter the seminary as soon as possible. Moyu replied that he wants to, but he doesn't have enough points. He set 3 new records, receiving 90 contribution points for this, but he needed 1,000 to enter. Moyu, holding a talisman in his hand, looked at the smiling master. Bai asked the hero if he had any questions. Moyu asked if he could use the talisman on the battlefield. Bai allowed. Moyu stood surrounded by his skeletons. He realized that now he could earn contribution points much faster. Elder Meng sat at the table and watched Bai and Moyu talk to each other. Master Bai told the main character to rest first, and after the opening he would take him to the battlefield. Moyu thanked the master for his care. The elder sitting at the table looked at the back of Bai, who had crossed his arms. Meng asked him if it would be okay to let him go to the battlefield so early. Bai explained to him that the elder also saw that Moyu alone was able to cope with a large copy of the test locations. At just level 20, he can already compete with many professionals, and he felt that he should go to the battlefield as early as possible in order to gain experience. Meng, who remembered the monsters from that battle, mentioned that Bai did not tell him about the enemies who hate the human race. Moyu was lying in his bed, wrapped in a blanket. He has been in the dungeon for more than 10 hours, so he will not meditate today. He wanted to have a good rest and go to the Tyrant Desert tomorrow to improve his other skills. Suddenly, a huge man in golden armor appears from the portal, raising his hand. The team captain has returned. The guy in the brown coat and his 2 other comrades realized that these were the guys from Bailey College who had returned. They looked at the delighted faces of the guys who thought they had set a new record. People had fun watching these guys. The team captain in golden armor with spikes looked at his guys, who rejoiced and celebrated the victory. He thought they had improved the Tyrant Desert time this time, up to 15 hours and 58 minutes, and this is a new record. One of the returning guys shouted that their Bailey Academy was the most powerful. People just laughed at them. The returning boys from Bailey Academy stood near the cross center and looked at the notification that appeared. One of the squad members tells the captain that something is wrong here. They didn't get Tyrant's heart. They wondered who could have gotten it then. The Bailey team captain was shocked. He realized that the record was set by Moyu alone. He looked at the previous record with a lost expression. He didn't understand how a level 21 player could complete the challenges in 14 hours. He clenched his hands into fists with an angry expression on his face. He said it was impossible and unthinkable. The guy from the squad told the captain that they needed to go back. The captain still didn't understand how he was able to surpass the Bailey College team at just level 21. The captain stood surrounded by people in front of one of the portals. People from the outside did not expect that Bailey Academy would fall flat on its face twice in one day. They found it so funny that their stomachs hurt from laughing. They realized that Master Moyu is amazing and Bailey Academy is already losing its grip. The captain ordered to go. The next day, Moyu woke up and grabbed his head. His spiritual strength was restored. Moyu went to the quest center. He understood that if he stumbled upon the fruits of the desert this time, he would upgrade his slowing curse and skeletal armor. The guy in the hoodie walked up to Moyu, grinning. He asked him for his name. Frowning his eyebrows a little, he pointed his finger at something behind his back. He told him that the eldest of the Bailey wanted to see him and he would show him off. But Moyu stood coldly and casually, not even turning to him. Moyu ignored the guy in the hoodie. With an evil grin, the guy said that Moyu is brave. He said that, apparently, he is not aware and does not know who the Elder Bailey is. As Moyu left, he turned around after him. He said that he didn't care, and if the Elder Bailey wanted to see him, then let him come himself. Moyu, resting his hand on his chin, thought before entering the next test. He understood that if he reduced the recovery time and passed the test again, then he would have to use 25 points. A group of people, along with Shu, looked at Moyu standing at the portal. She exclaimed that Moyu was standing there. People realized that he was going to go through the Tyrant Desert again. And, most likely, this time he is going to set a new record again. Shu stood surrounded by the Bailey Academy squad, who stood with lost faces. The guy with the bow and arrows on his back said that his mission was not yet completed, and he wanted to ask Master Moyu to help them pass the Tyrant Desert. The dark-haired guy politely asked for the same and he was willing to share the glasses. Another guy raised his hand and said that Moyu was reforming alone, which meant he could take them with him. He was ready to pay for his help with points. Shu, pressing her hand to her chest, looked lost. The guys from Bailey Academy begged her. They didn't need experience and equipment, materials, nothing. Shu said she would ask Moyu. Lingshan, with his fist on his knee, was discussing something with an angry guy in a blue sweatshirt. He told the head of the academy that Moyu refused to come and also added that if he needed it, then let him come himself. Lingshan replied that this guy is too arrogant. The guy replied that Moyu had become insolent. Lingshan lowered his head and smiled sarcastically. He wondered since Moyu had traversed the Tyrant Desert alone. Then he considers himself an elite. This is just a low-level dungeon on a large scale. He called the guy in the hoodie an idiot and said that no matter how strong he was, he could still become trash. He said that then they would simply ignore his existence and when fate brought them together again, he would teach Moyu a lesson. Moyu approached the shoe company, surrounded by the guys from Bailey. She said they just want to complete their mission. The Bailey fighter really asked Moyu to help them. The guys wanted him to help clear the dungeon at least once. They really want to go through it. They were willing to pay 1,000 points for his help. He looked at them in amazement. He didn't understand what the task was. Shu raised both her hands and looked at Moyu. She asked if he knew about the mission of the academy. The guy in the black cape said that they had been going through the Tyrant Desert for too long. If they don't pass it, they won't be able to join the academy. He said that they didn't need equipment or materials, but just needed help getting through this dungeon. Moyu, who was surrounded by Shu and the Bailey guys, closed his eyes. He clarified that he was new, he had just arrived, so he did not know this mission. We were surprised that he was new and now understood why his level was low. Moyu looked at what was happening in amazement. The guys asked the master to take them with him, They could pay 1,000 points for this each. Moyu realized that after purchasing the weapon he didn't have many points left and he needed to spend another 25 points. He calculated that if everyone paid him 1,000 points, he would have a total of 39,000 points. The guys from Bailey breathed a sigh of relief and smiled all together. Moyu told them that he could take them with him as long as they each paid 1,000 points. He had one more condition. Although the guys didn't care, they were ready to do anything. They listened to him carefully. He furrowed his brows and ordered with his finger. He said if they saw fruit in the desert, they would not take it. The guys from Bailey and Shu were puzzled. They just found out that desert fruits can be found there. It was such a rare thing that they did not even expect to find it there. They agreed to his condition that they would not take the fruit if they saw it there. Moyu looked at them. He said that he could take 39 people with him at the same time, so he told them to get ready. They all rushed to run in a crowd. They argued which of them would be on his team. Shu, angry, put her hands on her waist. She ordered the guys to calm down and get in line. The guys realized that if they angered Moyu, he would not take anyone. There was a long line. Moyu grabbed his watch and thanked Shu. She raised her hand and said it was okay. Shu raised her hand to her chin, smiled and closed her eyes in front of Moyu. He asked her if she had completed her elder sister's task. She said yes and asked him to mind his own business because he didn't have to worry about her. He said that from now on the older sister could come to him if she had a building. Shu informed him that then he would not be able to refuse her. The guys followed Moyu, who was heading ahead of the crowd. They said they would obey him. Even if he orders to go east, they will go there immediately. If he says to squat, then so be it. Moyu stood in the middle of the field and summoned his skeletons. He ordered them to go forward, ordered to find a desert oasis. A bunch of skeletons began to carry out the order. The guys were surprised by this call of the Necromancer. It now became clear to them why he was called that, because he summons the undead and there are a lot of them. These skeletons seemed creepy to the guys. They thought that this was that legendary profession. A card has appeared, Super Improved Desert Ghost Tree. Level 25, Strength 5000, Agility 1000, Spiritual Strength 2000, Constitution 6000. The skeleton warriors headed to attack the tree. The guys were surprised that these skeletons managed it in a second. They themselves fought this desert monster with the whole team for 2 hours. They were surprised that the master had such a strong attribute. A card appeared, a silver level military skeleton. Level 21, Strength 450, Agility 450, Spiritual Strength 450, Constitution 450. Killed the ghost tree, gained experience 750. Moyu grabbed his head and became sad. He realized that he took with him 39 people who had too little experience. Luckily for him, he returned 39,000 points so he could place even more orders later and guide people through this dungeon multiple times. In any case, the main thing is to improve your qualifications. Moyu stood surrounded by his skeleton mages, who were being attacked by a whole crowd of monsters. Behind them stood the rest of the guys. They realized that he was going to deal with them himself, despite the fact that there were 100 monsters there. Moyu was going to rely on the skills of the skeleton mages to deal with everyone. A palm tree is burning in the desert. For the first time it seemed to him that he was lucky. After all, he came across the fruits of the desert. Moyu was at the epicenter of events. Behind him stood the skeletons of the magicians. Since there was no fruit this time, he wanted to finish quickly and enter the dungeon again. Moyu raised his hand and was about to use the corpse explosion spell. There was a huge and spectacular explosion. His experience points continued to increase. He killed the monster too quickly. This was the master's explosive ability. He was too strong. After the explosion, Moyu turned back and looked sarcastically at the guys. He said that he only dealt with the closest monsters. He asked them to wait while he dealt with the monsters in the ant cave and would call them later. They told him that they had no questions and he could take his time. Moyu, with his hands in his pocket, set off across the desert. The guys he took with him were confused. They were surprised that he completed this test in just 3 hours. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. 20 minutes later, 3 guys looked at each other, one of whom was sitting by a tree. They also wanted to go fight. They saw how easily Moyu completed the task and assumed that the battle might not be so difficult. A guy with dark hair and a green cape went forward. 2 guys followed him. They asked each other which one of them wanted to try. They are professionals and their level is higher than that of the master, so they can also kill the monster. If this were not so, it would be too uninteresting. 2 hours later, the guys took their swords and shields and went to battle. One of them took on 2 monsters. They were preparing for battle and told the healer to get ready. A fierce battle takes place on the field between warriors and scorpions. One of the warriors said that a scorpion was approaching them, which was still a child, and there was no need to panic. Scorpio attacked the warrior. The 2 guys watched as the guy with the shield flew away from the blow. They saw that it was too much of a blow and they hoped that he would heal. The girl looked with an angry look at the guy who was sitting with a shield. The guy, surrounded by a green aura, was about to look for a way out. The girl told him not to worry about bullshit, but to fight. A huge scorpion with a purple aura was approaching them. He only received minor damage. It was as if he had been tickled. They started attacking the scorpion. A blonde guy in black armor stood next to the girl, and they both looked forward furiously. He suggested that the front line of attack retreat. 5 minutes later, the guys completed the task. A level 25 Oasis Scorpion was killed. Experience gained was 75. The 3 of them were sitting on the ground. They found this test difficult. The monsters were kind of strange. They wondered how Master Moyu had faced such monsters all this time. Moyu looked away and looked away. He noticed that these guys were not sitting still. One of the guys was confronted by the scorpion again while the other 2 stood behind. He asked them what they were doing anyway. Another scorpion appeared here. They attracted 2 more monsters. The guys grabbed their swords and looked at what was happening with a terrifying look. They didn't know what to do now. They no longer had any strength left. They thought that they should have listened to Master Moyu, even though they got into trouble themselves. A black skeleton with a red aura and a sword flew to their aid. He delivered a powerful blow. He defeated the scorpion and ran further into the battle. The guys were surprised that it only took the skeleton a second. Now they understood how strong the protagonist's skeletons were. With just one swing, the skeleton defeated the enemy. It was too cool. A girl in a black suit held her chin with roaring eyes. 2 other guys stood behind her, one of whom was holding his head, looking confused. Luckily for the girl, she realized that the master had left one skeleton to protect them. The guy in the gray cape noticed that more than 10 minutes had already passed, and for some reason Master Moyu still had not killed a single monster. They thought that he must be luring them. The 2 guys looked up in amazement. A bunch of notifications popped up above them saying that soldier ants had been killed. Their experience grew rapidly. It was terrifyingly effective. A girl with black hair stood not far from 2 guys. One of them noticed that Master Moyu had arrived. He heard that there is a super powerful boss in the ant cave, which is the queen, and it is very difficult to defeat her. The other guy heard it too. He knew that the queen had the power of healing, which made her harder to kill. The girl told them that they still underestimated the master's strength. Moyu was still fighting the ants. He used the explosive corpse spell. The guys from his squad looked back. A card appeared that a level 28 ant queen had been killed. Gained experience 2000. They were surprised that the queen was already dead. Another of them commented that it was too fast. Moyu, with an even gait, walked towards his guys. He told them that it was time to go to Castle Tyrant. He had to hurry since his goal was the fruits of the desert. The guys agreed with him. The guys, frowning, watched as Moyu walked alone towards a whole squad of monsters. It really could be called an army. The short-haired girl said that she couldn't imagine that if the master fought alone, then most likely he would be able to increase from level 20 to 30 in half a month. Moyu raised his left hand and used the exploding corpse spell again. The explosion sent fragments and stones flying. The guys looked at what was happening with surprise. One of them said that it was possible for Moyu to attack an entire city. Another guy said that when there is enough data, you can ignore the copy mechanism. Daily Squad waved away the shock wave. It turns out that the Lion Tyrant has appeared. This was a world-class boss and they didn't go that far. They're scared. They were going to move even further because they thought that the master would fight with him for a long time. Moyu raised his head and looked at the huge lion with blue eyes and a braided beard. Lion Tyrant was glad that they had finally met and he was eager to get even with him. Moyu grinned and said that he was in a hurry. 2 guys stood behind Moyu and saw how he easily dealt with the tyrant lion. One of the guys thought that the world-class boss was just a toy for the master. They saw that he did it very simply. One guy thought that he could do this too, but they made fun of him, saying that he would have simply wet his pants. This and the guy hiding behind the rock looked up. A card came out that the world boss Lion Tyrant was killed. Level 3 gained experience of 5000. The hidden guy said that he was just joking. Two guys, one of whom was in black armor, looked up and cried with happiness. They were terribly glad that they had finally completed the mission. Mo looked with a cold gaze at his guys, who were rejoicing in victory. They thanked him and said he was amazing. They tried to pass the test for 2 years and finally passed. Mo was about to teleport. Assistant College Principal Bailey in a black suit was spying on Moyu and Shu. He told Lingshan through his watch that Moyu had passed the test. Lingshan ordered his assistant to go get Moyu and see how he copes alone. Moyu thanked Shu for her help and asked her to organize the next batch of volunteers. Moyu stood surrounded by new people Bailey and Shu, who closed her eyes and cupped her hands together. He was surprised that so many people showed up. Shu replied that they had all been trying to complete this mission for a long time. They all heard how well he did, so they came to him for help. These guys lined up at the stairs again. Moyu asked if everyone knew the terms and conditions. They told him not to worry, they wouldn't cause him any trouble. It was really difficult to get into this team. They went to the desert trials again, and this crowd followed the leader. This time, Moyu hoped that he would see the fruits of the desert. Moyu walked up to the palm tree and finally saw the fruits of the desert. He understood that thanks to them he could improve his remaining skills. He also remembered that there were about a day and a half left before the opening ceremony, and he needed to try his best. The skeletons again defeated all the scorpions, who were burned in the fire. He was happy because it was very good to cultivate in such conditions. The leader of the squad looked straight ahead. He understood that these 1,000 points were not wasted. People couldn't believe this was happening to them. The fragments were flying again after the explosion after using the spell. Moyu was too cool. The tyrant lion boss appears again, making people just look like insects. The guys from the squad wondered if he could handle it, because it looked unrealistic to them, and they tried to understand how much time he would spend this time. As it turned out, only 7 hours, and it turns out that this record is not the limit. The assistant manager was also on this mission, and he was a little excited. He watched as the other guys on his team cheered in victory. They were happy that the mission was finally completed, and they thanked the master. However, the executive assistant was afraid to tell his boss. Assistant Lingshan approached his supervisor. He informed him of everything that had happened and what he had seen. The dean of Bailey College just grinned. He learned that Moyu uses the skill of mass destruction of corpse explosions and has a skeleton army with super strong characteristics. In other words, he realized that Moyu's skills are limited. If there are no corpse explosion or summoning skills, then he is a dummy. Lingshan sat down on a chair and rested his hand on the table, opposite which his assistant stood. The dean was glad that he seemed to have found the main character's weakness, since he understood that everyone has weaknesses. He asked his assistant to call Zhen from Qianlong Academy and tell him that there was something for him. Lingshan lowered his head, holding his chin, and smiled sarcastically. He wanted to make Moyu pay for the shame of Bailey Academy and the boss's heart, which he took. Zhen appeared in a black suit, heading towards the head of Bailey College, Xiajing Academy dormitory double room. Zhu, wearing a red blouse, leaned on her elbows and stood near the window. A professor in a white coat and glasses approached her. Zhu told him that there are so many good things here, and it's unfortunate for her that she has to earn a lot of points, but she still can't afford any of these things. The professor told her to be sure to save some points. Zhu said that she is jealous of her classmate Moyu because he has more than 30,000 points. She doesn't know how much the national champion gets paid, but it's definitely not less than Moyu. Zhu opened her eyes and smiled slightly, raising her hands in front of her. She heard the director say that Moyu arrived at the university a few days ago. She wanted to know how he was doing. Moyu was on the battlefield along with 2 skeletons. Zhu knew that with his abilities, he would clearly succeed. Second day, 3 respectable men are sitting at the dining table under the tree branches. One of them, a gray-bearded old man in black glasses, hits the table with his fist. It is reported that this is Ning Yi's grandfather and dean of Xiajing Academy. That guy you favor so much is acting overboard, he says indignantly. What's wrong? Bai Shen asks him. Lin Moyu has a calm personality, so how can he act overboard? The old man recalls the behavior of the hero who communicated with his granddaughter. That guy is collecting money to carry other students through the tyrant desert, he says. Isn't that normal? Asks Shen. There have always been things like this happening. The old man looks very unhappy, but he's carrying 39 people by himself. He is indignant. All the people who got stuck during the tyrant desert task in the recent years are now clearing it. Shen laughs cheerfully. He's pretty good, huh? I didn't think he'd carry 39 people, he says. The fee is quite expensive too, so he definitely won't let those people down. This fun irritates the old man even more. Bye. It's not like you don't know the purpose of the academy issuing tasks like this. It was our intention to filter out the outstanding ones with the large dungeon. Getting stuck at this task is their problem. But in the end, Lin Mo you just. Shen takes a sip of tea from a cup. I know, he says, but what can you do? The tasks and rules are all set by the academy, and Lin Mo Yu has not broken a single rule. His gaze becomes serious. I'm not satisfied with these tasks in the first place, says the old man. How many talents have we seen over the years that, just because they weren't good at socializing, couldn't find a party and got stuck at this task? I feel that Lin Mo Yu has done a very good thing, Shen answers him. Ning Taran takes a sip from his cup. The academy's system is too old-fashioned, he says. It's about time to change the 100-year-old system. He gets up from his seat. The both of you are the exact same, he exclaims indignantly. His interlocutor laughs again. Your temper is still this bad at your age, he asks. I told you before, if you dare touch Lin Mo Yu, I will take away the dungeon palace. Ning Taran leaves, leaving two of his comrades at the table. His temper is something that won't change, says the long-haired old man, who had not uttered a word before. There's only one person in this whole world who can handle him, says Bai Shen. Before us is an oasis in Tyrant Desert. A notification appears. Skeleton armor, level 21. Summons a skeleton armor and increases defense by 21-0. Cooldown time 5 minutes, can be used on other people. The hero stands thoughtfully among the tropical trees and rubs his chin with his hand. The skeleton armor has finally leveled up, he thinks. With my talent's blessing, my defense is increased by 21-0. I can probably the tyrant's attack head on now. Another notice. Slow curse, level 21. Curses enemies in a 105 meter radius and slows them down by 105%, lasting for 1 minute. The hero extends his hand forward and uses red energy to kill the giant crab. My slow curse has leveled up too, he thinks. The slow debuff has reached a higher stage. Too bad corpse explosion can only be leveled up with corpses. If not, I would have used this opportunity to level the skill. 1 hour before the opening ceremony, Ziazu talks to a short-haired brunette. Because I don't have a lot of points, I chose a dual room dorm. I didn't expect my roommate would be you, says Ziazu. I didn't expect this either, the interlocutor replies. Ziazu turns to her. I don't have many points, but I can pay for the food, says Ziazu. Her new roommate notices someone. This is Feng Zhu, and he is looking towards the interlocutors. Other girls, without hiding their feelings, admire the guy. They think he is very handsome and worthy of their love. A second later, Feng Zhu is already chatting with his roommates. Ziazu notices that the guy is very popular among the girls. He covers his face with his palm. A girl with short hair asks if anyone has seen Lin Mo Yu. Before us is the hero's personal card. It says here that his name is Lin Mo Yu and he is level 21. Strength 360, Physique 360, Agility 360, Spirit 17-0, Equipment, Danata Sickle. Active skills, Soul Blaze, Summon Skeleton Warriors, Summon Skeleton Mages, Corpse Explosion, Slow Curse, Skeleton Armor. The hero thoughtfully gets acquainted with this information. Finally, I'm level 22, he thinks. As expected, once I level my skills to the max, they will now level up at the same time according to my max level. The hero teleports. He looks thoughtfully at the information window. After carrying the dungeon so many times, I have about 350,000 points now, he thinks. But that's still far from enough. One intermediate grade skill scroll costs 80,000 and I can only buy 4 currently. In order to understand intermediate grade skills, 4 scrolls are definitely not enough. Looks like I need to find a way to earn more points. The communicator on the hero's hand makes a characteristic squeak. But now I have to go to the opening ceremony, Lin Mo Yu thinks. People flock to the majestic academy building. Someone notices that there are only 10 minutes left before the start. The hero's comrades are waiting for him. Ziazu looks at his watch and asks why he hasn't come yet. Feng Zhu, on the contrary, already sees him. Lin Mo Yu with a very gloomy look. His appearance makes a strong impression on his comrades who are waiting for him. They are discussing the hero. He's gotten stronger. Looks like he's become a lot more amazing now. He still has the aura of battle around him. He definitely just came out from a dungeon. The hero, around whom bluish jets are visible, becomes the subject of general discussion. Is that Lin Mo Yu, the top scorer in the country? He looks a bit different now. I'm a little scared to look at him. The hero approaches his friends. Zhu raises his hand to greet him. You are all gathered, says the hero. He looks at the girls standing in front of him. Naturally, says Zhu. We wouldn't be here if we didn't get in. A short-haired brunette asks the hero what his current level is. Hearing that Lin Mo Yu has reached level 22, the young people look at him in amazement. It's barely been a few days, says Zhu. How did you level up so quickly? If it weren't because I was carrying other people, I would have been level 24 now, the hero thinks. Fang Zhu and Zhu look at the hero. I heard that in the dungeon palace you can spend points to reset the cooldown of a dungeon, says the first. You're the top scorer in the country, so you can squander as much as you want with your points. It's a different case for us, so we need to save, adds Zhu. Points are too difficult to earn. The hero recalls a stream of notifications about receiving points. I don't understand what's so difficult about getting them, he thinks. The bell rings loudly. On a huge square, just below the steps, there are tables at which the presidium sits. There is a small stand nearby. The person behind her is making a speech. Welcome to Xiajing Academy, students. I believe everyone was a genius on campus during high school, but that's all in the past. Now you all have one identity, the freshmen of Xiajing Academy. We see silhouettes of students and some insignia. The academy is divided into ordinary students, academic students, and top students, says the speaker. These three classes enjoy different resources and benefits. So, students, try to climb up the ranks. The speaker extends his right hand forward. In Xiajing Academy, we also follow a tradition during opening ceremony, and that is challenges between the freshmen and seniors. Before us are representatives of these two groups. They are trying to pull each other over with the help of a yellow ribbon. The explanation from the podium continues. Seniors can challenge new students, and the seniors will pay corresponding points. The freshmen can refuse, but if they win, the points paid by seniors will belong to them. Of course, regardless of whether the new students win or lose, they don't need to give anything. The students look at the academy officials who have risen from their desks. This is the perfect chance for you, guys, who don't have a lot of points, to earn some, says the speaker. Capable freshmen shouldn't miss this opportunity. Among those present at the ceremony, the trio stands out, who had been drinking tea at the table a little earlier. The same old cliché way of suppressing new students and letting them know the depth and severity. How pointless, says Bai Shen. These new students are top scorers from all over the world. Each one relies on their talents and are very proud, Ning Taran answers him. All three watch the students carefully. I wonder if anyone will challenge Lin Mo Yu, says Bai Shen. I don't think there are any such fools there, the gray-bearded man answers. The students are animatedly discussing what they have just heard. No penalty for losing and a reward for winning. That's such a good deal. But our level and skills are way lower than the seniors, so how can we win? Senior students look at newcomers with challenge. Although they clench their fists, they look quite scared. The speaker, who turned out to be a man in a robe and a hood covering his eyes, continues to convey useful information to newcomers. Don't worry, the challenge will be held on a professional martial arts platform. The formation on the martial arts competition platform will suppress both levels, and the lower level one will prevail. Skills above level 20 cannot be used. The formation will protect you from fatal injuries, and there are also divine level healers in the school to ensure your safety. One archer approaches another and challenges him. He looks sternly at his opponent and says that he accepts the challenge. The students behind them discuss what they saw. I recognize this guy, says one. This is one of the record holders. Calm down, the other calls him. This is just the beginning. The hero, who is standing opposite Zhu, hears someone challenging him to a duel. Ling Zhen appears out of nowhere. I know you're the top scorer of this whole country, says he. So, do you accept? Or are you scared now? Lin No Yu looks at his opponent with irritation. Persistent bastard, he thinks. Too bad I'm fighting him in the academy. Ling Zhen smiles with his hands behind his back. How many points will you pay? His hero asks. 5,000. This is too little. Ling Zhen opens his mouth in surprise. 5,000 is not enough for him, he thinks. So how much do you want? He asks out loud. The hero extends his index finger towards him. 100,000, he says. The amount named by the hero shocks the students. Their surprised remarks can be heard. 100,000. I only have 5,000. I have 7,000. Ling Zhen smiles. Are you kidding me? He asks. Do you even know what 100,000 is? Do you even have that amount? If not, then what's the point of talking to you? The hero looks at his opponent with contempt. How about we make a bet with the amount of points I have right now? He says. If I win, you will give me the amount of points I have. If I lose, I'll give you all my points. Ling Zhen looks at the hero warily and fearfully. Well, you have enough courage, he teases him. Are you afraid? Ziazu looks at her comrade with her mouth open. This is the first time I hear dummy Lin talk so much, she thinks. Looks like he and senior Ling Zhen have a history together. Cold sweat runs down the senior's face. Why is he so confident in himself, he thinks. If I don't agree to his terms, I'll be disgraced. He clenches his teeth and looks at the hero with hatred. Why should I be afraid of you, he says. I accept your terms. Okay, why am I worried, he thinks. How many points can a beginner have? Moreover, I have a backing too. A trio of local authorities are closely watching what is happening. That fool will die the fastest during battle, says Bai Shin. Lin Mo, you should have at least 300,000 after carrying so many people, right? Says the bearded old man. It seems that the game will be unclean, one of them says. Two opponents stand opposite each other on a spacious area. Two windows represent them. Ling Zhen, Bailey Academy, level 21 Warlock. Lin Mo Yu, country's top scorer, level 22 Necromancer. Students watching the opponents discuss what is happening. It's him. The guy who set a new record in the dungeon palace. Godly Lin. I can't believe he's a new student. I was just carried by him in the Tyrant Desert. He should be earning 40,000 every time he clears that dungeon. That means he must have quite a lot of points on hand now. So, if he wins, this is interesting. Ling Zhen looks at the hero with contempt. What bullshit about being top scorer in front of me, or just a pile of garbage, he says. Lin Mo Yu stands calmly in place with his hands in his pockets. I'm a level higher than you, he declares. His opponent already holds his staff in his hand. I've had excellent qualifications since I was young, he shouts, and I entered the academy for training. I am a genius that can't be compared to the likes of you, ordinary people. Lin Mo Yu stares at him. Your level is lower than mine, he repeats. Ling Zhen begins to lose his temper. So what if your profession is strong? He shouts angrily. You were just lucky. On the battlefield, battle experience is more important. The hero, looking into the eyes of the enemy, repeats his phrase for the third time. Ling Zhen explodes. He can no longer tolerate this hero's behavior. Mother, did not your parents teach you to talk properly? He squeals furiously. The hero remembers his relatives, who were just so vilely insulted by the scoundrel standing opposite him, and his eyes light up with mortal hatred. Seeing this look, Ling Zhen is horrified. It's that gaze, he thinks. The same as before in the dungeon palace. He really wants to kill me. Ling Zhen holds his staff in his hands, cold sweat running down his face. Don't you only have the summoning and corpse explosion skill? He asks. If there are no corpses and you can't summon, wouldn't you be useless? In front of us is a hand generating blue energy. The hero calls the skeleton. If it weren't for the academy, you'd already be dead, he says. A phantom skeleton sword hovers over the enemy's head. Ling Zhen takes out a purple crystal and raises it to his eye level. He presses with his fingers and the crystal crumbles into many small pieces. The skeleton, which was just about to strike with its sword, dissolves into thin air. The hero looks at his hand, puzzled. Looks like my skill has been sealed, he thinks. I can't summon any skeletons. Ling Zhen laughs like crazy. Do you see now? He shouts. This is a summon seal talisman, specially made to deal against summoners. He raises his staff. Now that you can't summon and there are no corpses around, you're useless. Ling Zhen shakes his weapon in the air. Tremble with fear, he shouts. I may not be able to kill you today, but you will experience what it's like to burn alive. A notification appears that he is using the Rain of Fire spell. The hero looks at him contemptuously. Arrogant bastard, Ling Zhen thinks, show how long you can hold out. 3 observers discuss what is happening. Ling Zhen is playing dirty, says Ning Terran. He used the Summon Seal talisman, which is specifically designed against summoners. The bearded old man states that that talisman is an intermediate grade item and should not be something he could have obtained. It seems that someone behind him is targeting Lin Mo Yu. Let's watch, he will pay price for it, suggests Bai Shen. Fire rain falls on the hero, but, as evidenced by the alert, he uses the skeleton armor spell. Stupid, Ling Zhen shouts at him. The hero is completely surrounded by a wall of fire. Good thing you've passed level 20, Ling Zhen continues to mock him. If not, I wouldn't be able to use level 20 skills. The scoundrel's face becomes completely insane. Isn't my skill powerful? He yells. How does it feel to be burned alive? The flames slowly subside, and we see a completely calm hero around whom thick jets of blue energy have appeared. Ling Zhen looks at his enemy in shock. That's impossible, he shouts. Why my skill isn't working against him? He slams his staff on the floor and screams for Lin Mo Yu to go to hell. But he, protected by blue jets, is not going to do this. Two streams of energy are fighting each other. The hero looks contemptuously at the enemy. Are you done? He asks. Your skill is really weak. He extends his hand towards Ling Zhen and casts Soul Blaze. Ling Zhen screams in unbearable pain. Streams of blood flow from his mouth and eyes. A girl doctor appears. She begins to restore the exposed student's health. If it weren't for the protection on the battlefield, he wouldn't have lasted until I got there, she thinks. The students watching the fight cannot believe their eyes. You can hear their exclamations. Is that all? I barely saw anything. I only saw that senior being instantly killed. Isn't that way too fast? That warlock's skill didn't deal damage to Lin Mo Yu at all. The hero approaches the enemy, who is lying on the ground and groaning. The hero calmly looks at the defeated scoundrel. Don't come closer, he demands. You lost? Lin Mo Yu answers him. The defeated man's face is splattered with blood. He is furious. I'll give you as many points as you have, he shouts in a wild voice. The main thing is that I stayed alive, he thinks, and points can always be earned. The judge raises his hand and declares the hero the winner of the duel. Ling Zhen looks over his shoulder at him. According to the agreement between both parties, Ling Zhen needs to pay 358,000 points to Lin Mo Yu, the judge announces. It's scary to look at someone defeated. He doesn't believe his ears. What? How many? Ling Zhen slowly comes to his senses. He raises his head and begins to become violently indignant. This can't be happening, he shouts. He just recently appeared at the academy. Where could he get so many points? This is definitely some kind of mistake. The judge looks at the student angrily. Are you saying I'm lying? He asks. Ling Zhen, realizing that they would blurt out something wrong, lowers his head. No, that's not what I wanted to say at all, he says. Student Ling Zhen, the judge tells him, please hand over your glasses now. The scoundrel looks ahead and says that he does not have this amount. The judge looks at him with his left hand extended in front of him. You have 128,000 points, which will be transferred to Lin Mo Yu first, he announces. The remaining points, whether you borrow them or not, must be paid off within 6 months. If you don't pay it off, you will be expelled. I know your background, and the school will personally ask your family for compensation. The hero stands silently next to the defeated enemy. We see that 128,000 points have just been transferred to his account. Xia Zhu approaches him. How did you become so strong? She asks in shock. Would you mind if we clear dungeons together in the future? Of course, says Lin Mo Yu. Bai Shen's face appears on the hero's communicator. Get ready, we're leaving in an hour, he says. He did say that he'll bring me to the Yuan battlefield after the opening ceremony, but I didn't expect it to be so quick, the hero thinks. Lin Mo Yu approaches some concrete structure. 3 of his comrades discuss his departure. Lin Mo Yu said that he's going to the Yuan battlefield, says Xia Zhu. He's really not going to take a break. Yuan battlefield, asks Feng Zhu. I heard it's the real battlefield and the front line of the human race. The human race and the abyss have been fighting there for 1,000 of years. It's very dangerous there, but there are also many dungeons, secret realms and opportunities, says the brunette with short hair. The hero places some of his trophies on the table and says that he wants to sell them. Now he stands thoughtfully, with his hands in his pockets. I sold the gold-grade equipment for approximately 2 million gold coins, he thinks. At present I have 140 skeleton warriors and 70 skeleton mages, so other equipment is not very useful to me. We see his card. Level 22, Strength 360, Physique 360, Agility 360, Spirit 17-0, Equipment, Thanatos Scythe, Summoning Space, Skeleton Warriors 140, Skeleton Mages 70. Lin Mo Yu and Bai Shen approach the gray-haired bearded old man. Shen asks the old man to take them to Yuan battlefield. He extends his hand, emitting yellow energy, and fulfills the request. The hero looks in shock at the grandiose structure in front of which they find themselves. Shangxia Tower, he thinks. Take it slow, Bai Shen advises him. I know you have 2 chances to enter the tower, but you have to wait until your second evolution before coming here. That way you'll gain more here. Yellow magic circles appear in the air. "Let's go," says Shen. We see many spikes, walls, and something very strange that looks like an eye. It is reported that this is Yuan battlefield. The hero looks at what is in front of him and asks in surprise if this is really the object they were trying to get to. He listens to his feelings. That familiar aura is stronger here, he thinks. Together with his older comrade, the hero walks across a gloomy field on which other warriors stand. That thing in the sky is called the Demon Watcher. It's specifically used to monitor the abyss and prevent them from sneaking in. Before us is a warrior in a knight's helmet. Now we see a yellow and purple emblem with a sword in the middle. Bai Shen calmly walks past the line of knights. The hero looks thoughtfully at his companion. It seems to be Mr. Bai's influence, he thinks. "I know what you're thinking," says Shen. "They don't care about your identity as long as you have this." He points to his chest. "I'll get one for you in a while," Shen promises. The days are approaching the desk of an employee who sits in front of a computer monitor. The sign says that this is the Sergeant Badge Processing Office. Bai Shen looks sternly at the official and asks him to make a sergeant's badge for his companion. The employee is not happy at all. "Which mindless bastard is disturbing me?" he shouts indignantly. But then he notices that same sword icon. The guy jumps up in fear and, drenched in cold sweat, greets the general, who is standing at his table with the hero. He is shaking all over from nervous tension and begins to work on his computer. "Yes, I will do everything right now," he says. "Hurry up, we are in a hurry," Bai Shen tells him. The hero places an identification card on the counter. Lin Moyu looks thoughtfully into the distance. "It's the 5-star Divine General," thinks the guy who designs the badge. "Who's the young lady beside him? How did he get the Divine General to personally come here and ask to make a sergeant badge?" The hero receives a gold badge from the hands of the general. "This is a sergeant badge," he says. "Wear it on and don't keep it inside your inventory. It can keep count of how many abyssal monsters you've killed when you're fighting." We see the entire range of these icons. White is the lowest rank of private, followed by the black sergeant, explains Shen, silver captain, gold major, and purple general. Now we have a star and another icon in front of us. The explanation continues. The stars above represent the military achievements made in this rank, and more military achievements, more stars there are. It adopts a 10-star promotion system, so if you exceed 10 stars, you can be promoted 1 level. For my rank, there are no more than 10 5-star Divine Generals in the entire Shangxia Empire. Bai Shen glances at the hero and asks him to hurry up, as they have one more place to visit. This is the Hall of Heroes. Before us is a knight in golden armor, who holds in front of him a sword with a large ruby, and around him are countless golden icons. "In this place we worship our ancestors," says the general to the hero standing next to him. "It's called the Hall of Heroes. Here is one of the icons. It has a very interesting shape and a large ruby at the bottom. They died on the battlefield as heroes," says the general. "Even after death I will not return to the heavens and continue to defend the Shangxia Empire with the power of my soul." Bai Shen prays with his palms folded in front of his face. He repeats the previous phrase exactly, and then says the following twice. Shangxia's younger generation, Bai Yuan, pleads with imperial sages to bless my junior. In front of us is a tower emitting a yellow glow. It is reported that this is Tower of Destruction, one of Shangxia's 3 divine towers. The tower flies high above the stunned hero. "The Tower of Destruction has given your spiritual imprint," explains the general. Again, a golden purple icon. "In this way, even if you die on the Yuan battlefield, we still have a way to resurrect you," says Bai Shen. "It can be considered your second life." The hero is amazed. Resurrection, he thinks. Mr. Bai consumed a whole star of merit just to give me a second life. Is this the meaning of bless my junior? Lin Moyu, who was incredibly moved, closed his eyes. "Thank you," he says. The general puts his hand on the guy's shoulder. "You're welcome," he replies, smiling. "When you arrive at Yuan battlefield, just kill as many enemies as possible. Now I will tell you what you need to know about the place where you are going." In front of us is a huge fortress wall. The war fortress of the Shangxia Empire is called the Eternal Great Wall, reports Shen. There are a total of 9 fortresses, arranged in a row, separated by over 1,000 kilometers, which constitutes the Eternal Great Wall. Under the wall on which the heroes now stand is a bottomless abyss, above which a reddish glow hovers. The fortress we are in right now is the first fortress, and it is also the front line. The general continues his story. Unlike other countries that often need help, our Shangxia Empire has never been breached by abyssal monsters since the completion of the Eternal Great Wall. We see a portal against the backdrop of rocks, in front of which people are fighting a winged monster. There are many dungeon entrances in the Yuan battlefield, but abyssal monsters will prevent humans from entering dungeons or ambush them at the entrance, the general reports. The battle before the dungeon is the most intense and dangerous, so you must be careful. You should buy more teleportation stones that can bring you back to the fortress. That's all I wanted to say, says the general, looking at the hero over his shoulder. We see the edge of a gloomy wall and 2 magic chains. Now everything depends only on you, Bai Shen tells the hero. There is a guard standing next to a thick column. Lin Mo Yu approaches the knights guarding something. Level 22, one of them asks, "Guy, where are your parents?" The second one asks. The weakest monster outside is level 30 and abyssal monsters will appear too. It's too dangerous. Thank you, I'll check, the hero answers calmly. He stands with a badge on his chest and listens to his feelings. The abyss aura is too strong and the visibility of the area is very bad, he thinks. Jets of blue energy appear around his head. This is an attack, Lin Mo Yu thinks. The hero summons his skeletons, but does not quite understand what is happening around him. I can't see him, he asks. Is this some kind of invisible monster? The skeleton strikes, leaving a wide orange trail behind his sword. An information window appears. Battlefield Ghost. Level 30, Strength 6000, Agility 2000, Spirit 2000, Physique 5000, Skill, Physical Immunity. We see traces of impacts in the air. This means this is Battlefield Ghost. The hero understands. The skeleton stands inside a column of blue energy. As expected, physical attacks don't work on him, thinks Lin Mo Yu. The hero thoughtfully raises his palm, glowing with blue energy, to his chest. Since it's immune to physical attacks, I'll try elemental attacks, he says. The tip of the skeleton's spear is enveloped in a blue aura. This type of attack seems to be working. An alert appears. Killed level 30 Battlefield Ghost, experience plus 300,000. Obtain Soul Breath. Soul Breath contains the will of the deceased on the battlefield and can enhance weapons and equipment. The hero looks thoughtfully somewhere to the side. A stream of blue energy rises far up from his hand. Soul Breath, he thinks. A normal monster in the Yuan battlefield can drop an item like this. He peers into the dark space in front of him. The reflections continue. Since there are monsters immune to physical attacks, there might be monsters immune to elemental attacks as well. And if something that's immune to physical and elemental attacks appears, then my skeletons will be useless. I need to be on guard. New monsters appear not far from the hero, and they are met by skeletons. The hero looks around the area, puzzled. After walking about 2 hours, I should be reaching a dungeon soon, he thinks. But he comes across not a dungeon, but people running towards him. Running past him, the warriors advise the hero to run far away as they have stumbled upon monsters of the abyss. Abyss monsters. Lin Mo Yu tries to imagine who they mean, but does not run away, but stands still. However, everything becomes clear almost immediately. We see that people were afraid of terrifying toothy monsters that combine the features of dogs and horses. A window appears describing their characteristics. Abyss Hound. Level 31, Strength 5000, Agility 6000, Spirit 2000, Physique 5000, Skill, Bite. The warriors running past the hero realize that he did not join them. They have chosen a new target, one of them shouts. Those are Abyss Hounds. That young man is surely done for, the second one shouts. Lin Mo Yu notices a hand in the mouth of one of the dogs. Have they already eaten someone? He thinks. The hero looks at these creatures with hatred. He summons both ordinary skeletons and magicians. Dogs like you must die, he says. We see 2 skeletons, apparently belonging to some new species. The corresponding window informs you that this is a silver-grade skeleton warrior. Level 22, Strength 5000, Agility 5000, Spirit 5000, Physique 5000, Skill, Rage Strike. Fear appears on the monsters' faces. They stand on their hind legs and seem to beg for mercy. But this does not help. The energy of orange and blue colors falls on them. Skeletons fly to attack. A star appears on the hero's chest badge. An alert pops up. Killed level 31 Abyss Hound. Experience 310,000, merit +1. Obtained Abyss Hound Fang. The hero raises scythe. We have an information window in front of us. Thanato's Scythe, growth type weapon, can use at level 1 or above. Reaper, when Thanato's Scythe absorbs the Abyss Souls, it will gain experience points for growth. I can finally level up this weapon, Lin Mo Yu thinks. Looks like I needed to kill about 30 abyssal monsters to get it to level 2. The hero extends his arms in the direction of the crowd of advancing monsters, and a red energy sphere flares up in it. Since that's the case, all of you should become my merit points, he says, after which he casts Corpse Explosion. The hero looks excitedly at the monsters. As I get my merit points, my scythe can also level up, he says. Another star appears on the icon. It would be great if there were more Abyss Hounds, the hero thinks. I didn't know attributes would be added when the scythe levels up. An alert appears. Venato's Scythe. Level 2, Spirit plus 100. The hunters, who were running away as fast as they could a little earlier, are now looking at the explosions heard on the battlefield. They are heatedly discussing what is happening. What kind of skill is that? Is he a high-level professional? I've never seen a profession that can summon undead-type creatures. We're saved. 2 red eyes glow in the dark. The thoughts of their owner are available to us. Why did a group of dogs suddenly die? Did they encounter a high-level professional? Forget it, I'll just send more dogs out. Now we have a huge number of red eyes in front of us. An information window appears. Dragon Frontline Post. Level 26 Dungeon. We see a blue portal, under which numerous groups of people are burning fires in a wide field. Lin Mo Yu walks around the camp, and the hunters sitting around the fires discuss him. So young. He doesn't look anyone older than 20. A white sergeant without a single star, he's a private. 5-star emblem, he is from Shangxia. The 2 warriors decide to approach and talk to the hero. Young man, are you alone? What's your level? Do you want to join our party? We're all from Shangxia, so we can help you out a little. Everything is fine, thank you, Lin Mo Yu tells them. The hero approaches the purple portal. We see the alert. Dragon Frontline Post. Entry requirements, levels 21-31. Normal level, 4 people recommended. Nightmare level, 6 people recommended. Hell level, 12 people recommended. There's finally a hell level difficulty, the hero thinks. I've been clearing nightmare levels previously, so I'll try hell level this time. 2 warriors are trying to stop the hero. Young man, says one of them, we have 1 place in our squad. We don't care what level you are, we will support you. He's still the future of Shangxia, so we can't just let him die like that, the second one thinks. But within a second they notice that Lin Mo Yu has disappeared. Did he come in? Asks one of the warriors. Yes, the second one answers him. This is pure suicide, someone else shouts. A guy with a sly face takes out some kind of device and starts looking for something with its help. Please be quiet, he asks those around him. I want to find something. You, people from Shangxia, all love to talk big and show off. He extends his palm, from the back of which some kind of flat tablet flies forward. Do you have a dungeon detector? Asks a soldier standing nearby, shocked. That's right, the sly one answers. My dungeon detector can detect how many teams there are in each difficulty level within the dungeon and whether there are casualties. A sign with current information appears. Normal difficulty, 1 party, 4 survivors. Nightmare difficulty, 2 parties, 12 survivors. Hell difficulty, 1 party, 1 survivor. The warriors can't believe what they just learned. Cold sweat runs down their faces. Their remarks can be heard. I'm not seeing things, am I? There's only 1 survivor in hell difficulty. Are you kidding me? He went into hell difficulty alone. He just wants to die, doesn't he? The younger generation from Shangxia is so stupid. It's the first time I've seen stupidity at this level. A guy with a sly face raises his index finger. Say, how long do you think that guy can survive inside? He asks, smiling. The Shangxia warriors do not like these words. One of them draws a sword and points it at the owner of the detector. Shut your mouth, he shouts. Are you looking for trouble? He raises his hands up. I was just joking, he insists. Those Shangxia people want their dignity no matter what, he thinks. The hero's compatriot looks angrily at his offender. Keep your mouth clean. Someone from countrywide dares to provoke Shangxia, he says. Do you want to die so badly? Turning away from the frightened enemy, the hero's compatriot plunges into thought. He must be an extraordinary talent if he's able to come here alone. And he's also so young. He would have been the future of Shangxia. What a drink. In front of us are some beautiful columns located in the lowlands under high rocks. This is reported to be a dragon frontline post. It has a completely different feeling from nightmare difficulty, says the hero. It feels like something has been restricted. He looks up thoughtfully. Inventory cannot be used, which means I can't use items and won't be able to use the teleportation stone to escape. So this is what a hell level dungeon is. Enemies appear not far from the hero. I'm sure the monsters here will be of monstrous strength, he thinks. Before us are creatures that look like demons with horns, flaming hair, and snake eyes. We see an information window. Dragon Spearman. Level 30, Strength 10,000, Agility 6,000, Spirit 4,000, Physique 10,000, Skill Sweeping Spear. The monsters notice the hero and his skeletons and rush to attack them. Lin Mo Yu prepared to meet them in battle. Focus, he tells himself. So, this is hell difficulty, he thinks. The attributes of just one soldier already far surpass those of my skeletons, and even the super enhanced elite monsters in large dungeons. It's about the same as a nightmare dungeon boss. Skeletons summoned by the hero engage in battle with opponents. We have two information windows in front of us. Dragon Spearman. Hell level elite monster. Level 30, Strength 10,000, Agility 6,000, Spirit 4,000, Physique 10,000, Skill Sweeping Spear. Silver grade skeleton warrior. Level 22, Strength 5,000, Agility 5,000, Spirit 5,000, Physique 5,000, Skill Rage Strike. Spearmen use the skill indicated on their card. Traces of their weapons trace through the air. Skeletons are stunned. That skill has a stun effect, Lin Mo Yu thinks. I can't bring them back into the summoning space after they've been stunned. We see a message that 3 skeleton warriors have been destroyed and bones are flying out. A skeleton mage appears next to the hero. Warriors surround the spearman, the young man orders. Mages get ready to fire. The information card tells the characteristics. Silver grade skeleton mage. Strength 22-0, Agility 22-0, Spirit 88-0, Physique 22-0. Skeletons prepare their swords for battle. The hero looks calmly at his enemies. No matter how high your attributes are, it's nothing if you're outnumbered, he says. The place where the dragon spearmen are standing is enveloped in powerful clouds of flame. Several identical messages appear. Defeated level 60 dragon spearmen. Experience plus 600,000. Obtained 1 dragon skin. Another post, skeleton armor. Lin Mo Yu with a badge on his chest looks at his enemies. My skeletons don't have a way to defend against the stun, so I have to be more careful, he thinks. I can't let the dragon spearmen surround my soldiers. A smile appears on his face. From the beginning, all the dungeons I've been to are too easy, says the hero. I've finally found one that requires me to stay on guard. Dragon spearmen look with fear at the hero's approaching squad. How agile, says the hero, looking at one of his skeletons, which quickly rushes in front of the fiends of the abyss. If that's the case, I'll use a few skeletons as bait and group them together before killing them in one shot. Skeletons with swords in their hands approach the dragon spearmen. They are ready to meet the enemy. A sound is heard near the trees. We see that the advancing skeletons are entangled in blue rays, not allowing them to even move. The skeleton looks helplessly in front of him, emitting a blue glow from his eyes. This is wind shackles, Lin Mo Yu understands. That's a mage skill. The hero notices enemy magicians whose hands are surrounded by blue magic discs. The monsters here can actually use simple spells, Lin Mo Yu thinks. Looks like they have some form of intelligence. A message appears about the destruction of 2 skeleton warriors. But the smile does not disappear from the face of the hero, who raises his hand in front of him, glowing with a blue aura. If I only had a few warriors, losing 2 would be very unpleasant, he thinks. Dozens of his charges rush into the attack. Fortunately, I have a lot more of them, Lin Mo Yu thinks. We see a message about the destruction of 5 more skeletons, but the enemy is being attacked by an army for which such losses are not significant. Before us is the face of a demon spearman, distorted with pain. 4 messages that are already familiar to us pop up. Defeated level 60 dragon spearmen. Experience plus 600,000. Obtained 1 dragon skin. A new enemy appears before the hero. Blue energy streams spread from his hand. The corresponding die indicates that this is Dragon Mage. Level 31, Strength 5,000, Agility 3,000, Spirit 12,000, Physique 8,000, Skills, Wind Shackles, Fire Rain. The hero frowns at him. He throws his hand forward and casts Soul Blaze. They do have intelligence, thinks Lin Mo Yu. They know they have to attack the skeleton mages first. It's too late though. Enemy mages are shrouded in turquoise fog. 3 identical messages pop up. Killed level 31 dragon mage, experience plus 620,000. Obtained 1 dragon skin. You also receive a notification about the acquisition of a dragon horn. They dropped a dragon horn, the hero thinks. That's one of the 4 materials that Mr. Bai wanted. Only one dropped after killing so many monsters. Looks like the drop rate is extremely low. He steps forward, his hand emitting a blue glow extended forward. Looks like I'll have to clear the dungeon a few more times to gather all the materials. We see the message. Injured skeleton warriors have been summoned back into the summoning place. Lin Mo Yu, with his hands in his pockets, looks at another squad of monsters approaching him. I'll continue killing with my previous method, he thinks, but this time I'll use corpse explosion. If not, I might really run out of skeleton warriors to use. It's the first time being in a situation where I might run out of skeleton warriors. This is truly hell of a difficulty. When enemies get within the required distance, Lin Mo Yu will cast Slow Curse. Approaching enemies are wrapped in red magical chains. The hero addresses a group of his warriors over his shoulder. It's time to attack, skeleton mages, he says. Meng is having lunch sitting at the table. Bai Shen approaches him. The general bows respectfully. Are you finished? The old man asks, pouring himself some tea. Yes, the general answers. Before us is an icon with a sword and 4 stars. Meng looks at his interlocutor carefully. Looks like you're really serious about him, he says. You even gave him the spiritual imprint in the Hall of Heroes. The 5-star divine general is now a 4-star. Bai Shen raises his left hand to his forehead. It's just merit, he explains. That kid's life is more important. Many geniuses of our human race have already died. If I can make sure that another one doesn't die, I will do what's necessary. The general seems to be speaking sincerely. I've given him a task to collect materials from the dragon race, so he has no choice but to go to the dragon frontline post. That can be a sort of training for him. The interlocutors are both already sitting at the table. The materials you need have a low drop rate for nightmare difficulty, says Meng. That's what I'm aiming for, the general answers. I gave that kid a cooldown talisman, so he only needs to clear it 7 or 8 times. The old man looks sternly at the general. But the dragon frontline post has hell difficulty as well, he notes. That kid wouldn't have chosen that, right? Shen replies hopefully, but his face shows that he is worried. Now we see the interlocutors sitting at the table from above. I forgot about this, the general says honestly, scratching his head. I should have reminded him earlier that the difficulty level of hell and nightmare is completely different. Don't worry, Meng says in response. He could carry 39 people alone in the Tyrant Desert. What else is possible? Anyway, you gave him the spiritual imprint, so he can't die. At most he'll just suffer a bit. Shen looks at the old man with his chin in his hand. Have you ever thought about what if he really clears the hell difficulty dungeon? If he does this, it will be simply amazing, Meng replies. The hero sits tiredly on the ground, crossing his legs under him. We see the message. Killed 31 dragon mage, experience plus 620,000. Obtained 1 dragon horn. Only 2 dragon horns after killing about 20 dragon mages, Lin Mo Yu thinks. My skeleton warriors are all heavily injured, but I've barely got through a third of this dungeon. Not far from the hero we see several trees and a structure. This is quite tough, the hero continues to think. The monsters are strong and they know how to combine their attacks. This is the level of a dungeon in hell difficulty. Before us is something like an abandoned temple. I wonder what the boss hiding here will be like, the hero thinks. A winged, horned creature with fiery hair appears in front of him. Lin Mo Yu uses his red sphere. Waves of fire rain down on the enemy. The hero, together with his skeletons, stands at the walls of the temple. We see an information window. Dragon Archer, level 31, strength 8,000, agility 10,000, spirit 3,000, physique 8,000, skills, arrow rain, binding arrow. Archer, they have crowd control skills too, the hero thinks. The dragon mages only drop the horns, so it looks like the remaining materials need to be obtained from different monsters separately. He resolutely extends his index finger in front of him. Warriors, go in. But he doesn't have time to finish. Something out of the ordinary is happening behind him, and Lin Mo Yu turns his head to understand what it was all about. A message appears about the destruction of the skeleton warrior. What? The hero wonders. Was he killed before he could react? Both he himself and the soldiers of his army are wary. An unknown enemy, shouts Lin Mo Yu. It's extremely strong and fast. What is it? We see a message about the destruction of another skeleton warrior. Another one, the hero thinks. Concern appears on his face. All attacks come from behind, he thinks. No matter what, I have to find a way to stop this. He pulls forward his weapon, a scythe. Is it an invisible monster? He asks the skeleton magicians. Then use spells that affect a large area. Attack. Ice storm and tornado spells have been reported. Blue energy arrows fly from the squad in different directions. We see the vague outlines of a monster. I see him, Lin Mo Yu thinks. There is a powerful red flash. The outline of the monster becomes clear. The plaque reports that this is Dragon Assassin. Level 32, Strength 10,000, Agility 10,000, Spirit 2,000, Physique 5,000, Skills, Invisibility, Fatal Blow. The skeleton, surrounded by a pinkish glow, is ready to fight. Those attributes are so extreme, says the hero who stands next to the two skeletons. We see another information window. Silver Grade Skeleton Warrior. Level 32, Strength 10,000, Agility 10,000, Spirit 2,000, Physique 5,000, Skill, Rage Strike. Using invisibility with Fatal Blow, says the hero. No wonder they can kill my warriors in one shot. A smile appears on his face. The invisibility is cancelled if they get attacked. Once revealed, their advantage will disappear. Waves of red energy sweep across the battlefield. Messages appear about destroying Dragon Assassin level 32 and receiving 640,000 points. Drops 1 dragon heart. So this is the monster that drops the dragon heart, thinks Lin Mo Yu. I wonder where the blood essence and core will be. Many arrows fly at the monsters defending the temple. The skills Arrow Rain and Binding Arrow are reported to be used. The hero is pleased with the result. He said explosion. Messages appear about destroying Dragon Archer level 31 and gaining 620,000 points. Also drops 1 dragon blood essence. Lin Mo Yu, with flames blazing behind him, assesses what happened. So, the archers drop the blood essence, he says. The only one left is the core. Skeletons successfully attack the temple, both below and above. More and more messages are coming in about the destruction of enemies. This time we are talking about Dragon Assassin level 32, each of which brings 640,000 experience points. The hero with his battle scythe stands next to a monument to some demon and thinks about where the boss of this location is. It seems that this very monument should become it. There is an explosion, throwing up large stones. A giant monster with a human torso, huge wings and a powerful tail appears in front of the hero. An alert pops up saying that this is a sentry guardian. Level 33, Strength 10,000, Agility 10,000, Spirit 2,000, Physique 5,000, Skills, Crowd Attack, Crowd Stun, Buff Resistance. Lin Mo Yu looks at this terrifying monster with alarm. Level 33, he thinks, it's 11 levels higher than my skeletons. Those are terrifying attributes. It's a lot stronger than the Tyrant Desert boss, and it has 2 crowd skills. The hero is running. Roaring loudly, the winged guard releases a powerful wave of yellow energy around him. Covering his face with his hand, Lin Mo Yu casts the slow curse spell. I can't let it move freely with such high agility points, he says. The horned monster is entangled in red magical chains. These shackles get to the monster's throat and begin to choke him. An army of skeletons rushes at the shackled enemy. The guard's figure becomes ghostly. Did I really manage to seriously wound the boss? The hero thinks. We see 2 glowing red eyes. The monster throws up its huge wings, and the chains that bind it begin to break. He reportedly used the buff resistance skill. Not good, thinks Lin Mo Yu. The slow curse is losing effect. The enemy, grinning angrily, goes on the attack. A message appears about using the crowd attack skill. Then one more about the destruction of 4 skeleton warriors. Something white appears in the face of the terribly tense monster. He reportedly used the skill Crowd Stun. A hail of some solid objects falls on the hero's army of skeletons. Chaos reigns on the battlefield. 12 skeleton warriors are reported to have been killed. Tension and anger appear in the hero's gaze. Even though I can summon my skeletons again after they've been destroyed, there's a limit to my spirit, he thinks. That stun skill is too dangerous, I can't let it kill my skeletons anymore. Come out, my undead general. Lin Mo Yu extends his battle scythe and a huge skeleton appears next to him. Reported use of the military influence skill. At the same second, the stunned skeletons come to their senses and rush to attack the enemy. This puzzles the hero. Before us are skulls, in whose eyes the desire to kill shines. The military influence can remove stun, Lin Mo Yu thinks. No, that's not it. It's shortening the stun time, but the effect is still the same. The hero looks triumphantly at the enemy. My skeletons have nothing to fear if your stun skill doesn't work, he says. A mass of skeletons rushes to attack. An information window appears, physique 8547 15,000. The boss of the location is consumed by powerful flames and struck by energy discharges. Crowd stun skill is reported to be used. Explosions are heard on the battlefield. Skeletons are exposed to a stream of red energy. The die indicates that the hero used the military influence skill. The hero calmly looks at the enemy. It's useless, he says. When your control skill is gone, it's my turn to attack. Suddenly he notices something. The monster looks at the hero menacingly and flies towards him, flapping his giant wings. Damn it, Lin Mo-yu shouts and casts Soul Blaze. It seems to have worked. A wave of blue energy envelops the monster. The skeleton armor blocked that attack. I didn't get stunned, the hero thinks. He raises his hand and pathetically says that the boss must die. He actually screams in agony. Flames and energy discharges consume the monster. Helplessly raising his huge wings, he falls to the ground. An information window appears. Killed Sentry Post Guardian, experience plus 3,300,000. Obtain gold weapon, Hell's Sentry Post Blade. Obtain gold weapon, Hell's Sentry Post Shield. Obtain gold weapon, Hell's Sentry Post Bracelet. Obtain 2 Dragon Core. Another window. Obtain job transfer certificate. Obtained unique title, Dragon War King. Dragon War King, all attributes plus 500, all skill consumption reduced by 50%. The hero looks up somewhere in amazement. I already guessed that the boss would drop the core, but I didn't think I could get the necessary transfer certificate for the second job transfer so early, he says. And isn't the unique title of Dragon War King just way too overpowered? The hero thinks without letting go of his scythe. I'm finally level 23, he says. So the boss is the one that drops the core. Now I've collected more than a quarter of the needed materials. An alert appears. 8 Dragon's Horn, 4 Dragon's Blood Essence, 4 Dragon's Heart, 2 Dragon's Core. Judging by the plaque that we see behind the hero's back, this is not all that he managed to get. Lin Mo-yu thinks about it. I should take a look at my attributes after leveling up, he thinks. His personal card appears. Name, Lin Mo-yu. Class, Necromancer, level 23. Title, Dragon War King. Strength 390, Physique 390, Agility 390, Spirit 19-0. Equipment, Thanatos Scythe level 2. Spirit plus 100. Another window, Summoning Space 210 230th, Skeleton Warriors 140, Skeleton Mages 70. Talent, Overall Blessings. Passive skill, Damage Transfer. Active skills, Soul Blaze, Summon Skeleton Warriors, Corpse Explosion, Slow Curse, Skeleton Armor, Summon Skeleton Mages. Now the attributes of my Skeleton Warriors, he says. The corresponding signs and images appear. Silver Grade Skeleton Warrior, level 23, Strength 55-0, Agility 55-0, Spirit 55-0, Physique 55-0, Skills, Rage Strike. Silver Grade Skeleton Mage, level 23, Strength 23-0, Agility 23-0, Spirit 92-0, Physique 23-0. The hero continues to think, picking up his scythe. Even though it's quite difficult to fight in Hell difficulty, there's a lot of experience and the equipment dropped. After my skeletons recover, I'll use the cooldown talisman and clear this dungeon on Hell difficulty again. Entrance of the Dragon Frontline Outpost. We see the hero's leg. In front of him is a field strewn with many human corpses. Lin Mo-yu looks at this picture with disgust and notes how strong the smell of blood is here. A blue aura appears around the hero. What happened here, he tries to understand. Suddenly, monsters appear behind him, whom he had already defeated before, dogs with horse manes. These are abyss hounds, he says, preparing to meet the toothy creatures approaching him. The skeletons enter the battle and use their Rage Strike skill. Lin Mo-yu looks at the monsters menacingly, raising the shaft of his weapon to chin level. The monsters, unable to withstand the power of the hero's attacks, die. They scatter in different directions. Young man, quickly come here, he hears Lin Mo-yu from somewhere. He notices a warrior with a shield. Quickly, he shouts. This place has been taken over by the Abyss Hounds. The hero is surrounded by excited and frightened warriors armed with a variety of weapons. Someone shouts that he is not wounded. Another shouts that he will stop the monsters and asks the hero to use the teleportation stone and transport everyone from here to a safe place. What happened here? Asks the hero, who stands behind the warrior who called him, gloomily. The bastards from the abyss released a huge number of these dogs and surrounded us, he answers, gritting his teeth with rage. Before us are the terrible toothy mouths of these monsters. With their strength, they should be able to escape, Lin Mo Yu thinks. Did they stay because they wanted to help those like me, who come out of the dungeon and won't understand the situation outside? They must have been worried that we would be attacked by the hounds. A little further away, dogs are tearing into pieces a still living person. That's country-wise party, says the warrior. Looks like it's impossible for them to escape now. Our side has also suffered many casualties. A girl with short hair raises a crystal in her face. We see an information window. Normal difficulty, 0 parties. Nightmare difficulty, 0 parties. Hell difficulty, 0 parties. Someone shouts that there is no one else left in the dungeon. There is a call to prepare for a breakthrough. The girl asks the hero, who has his hands in his pockets, why he is still here. He looks at her calmly. He raises his braid above his head. I'm still planning to clear the dungeon, he thinks. His skeletons prepared to fight, their eyes glowing brightly. The battle begins, and the monsters scatter in different directions. Skeletons mercilessly mow down the hellhounds. The warriors don't believe their eyes. We hear their surprised exclamations. What is going on? Where did all these skeletons come from? A group of skeletons confidently moves forward, leaving behind the corpses of dozens of monsters. The warriors discuss in amazement the scythe-wielding hero. Are those skeletons his summons? The abyss hounds are like nothing in front of his skeletons. Just who exactly is he? Lin Mo Yu looks at them and orders them to retreat behind him. A red sphere glows in his hand. The warriors standing behind him are completely confused. Why do I instinctively follow his orders? One of them thinks. Lin Mo Yu looks at his hand, in which red energy flares up. I'm going to use a crowd attack skill and you might get caught in the crossfire, he explains. He throws his hand forward and uses the corpse explosion skill. A powerful explosion occurs not far from the hero. Lin Mo Yu looks menacingly at the hellish monsters, holding a scythe emitting jets of blue energy in his hand. The warriors behind him continue to discuss what they see. What kind of skill is that? That's way too terrifying. We see a brightly shining hero icon. An alert appears. Military merit has reached 100, promoted to 1-star private, obtained 1000 points, 5 contribution points. I've been promoted, the hero thinks. I didn't think I could get both points and contribution points. No wonder Vasterby said that I should go to the Yuan battlefield to earn contribution points. Lin Mo Yu looks at his braid. My weapon has also leveled up, he notes happily. This is confirmed by the alert. Thanato's Scythe. Level 3, Spirit plus 300. Since there's so many good things, I can't possibly let you guys leave now, says Lin Mo Yu. Though I never planned on letting you leave in the first place. Bright explosions occur on the battlefield again. Warriors never cease to be amazed at what the hero does. He's probably a top student in a distinguished academy, right? No wonder he was daring enough to solo the dungeon. We see the shock on their faces. Wait, wasn't he the one who entered hell difficulty alone? He actually came back alive. No way, are you saying he actually solo cleared the dragon frontline outpost in hell difficulty? How did he get past the stun skills the monsters had? The hero icon appears again. It already has 2 stars. We see the alert. Military merit has reached 200, promoted to 2-star private, obtained 1000 points, 5 contribution points. Lin Mo Yu holds a scythe in front of him, which has also improved. This confirms the alert. Thanato's Scythe. Level 4, Spirit plus 600. The added spirit attribute is increasing as the Thanatos scythe levels up, the hero thinks. I feel that there's something more to the scythe. If I continue leveling it, would a new skill be unblocked? Lin Mo Yu thoughtfully considers what is happening. It's a pity I could only kill around 200 abyss hounds here. If only more of them would appear. The warriors who are next to the hero do not stop talking. Thank God, we're saved. Why did so many abyss hounds suddenly appear? Don't tell me the abyss is going to launch a large-scale attack again. The Yuan battlefield is really too dangerous. The warrior who called out to the hero a little earlier extends his hand and introduces himself. Young man, he says, let me introduce myself. My name is Shizengan. I'm a level 31 paladin from Xiajing Academy. The hero shakes the outstretched hand and says that he is Lin Mo Yu, level 23 Necromancer from Xiajing Academy. The new acquaintance looks at the hero friendly. So you're a fellow junior, he says. Which batch are you from? The hero looks thoughtful. Day and night don't exist in the Yuan battlefield, so I can't really tell the time, but it should be past midnight right now, he thinks. This year's batch, he says out loud. I just attended the opening ceremony yesterday. The shield falls to the ground with a crash. Everyone who heard his words screamed loudly in surprise. "What? So you're a new student?" Lin Moyu looks at them calmly. "If you look at those facts, I am indeed a new student," he says. The guy and girl from the Xing'an team looked at each other with dumbfounded eyes. They wondered whether all first-year students today are really so unusual. Memories of the two newcomers they met earlier flashed through their minds. They believed that they would be around level 15 or 16. Xing'an walked up to Moyu with a big smile on his face and patted him on the back. He noted that the guy is only a first year and already has such strength, and now he understands why he came to the battlefield alone and lasted for so long at the hellish level. He also exclaimed that he admired him. Moyu replied that he was flattered. Moyu stared at the man. He said that he saw that their team was not weak and then asked why they didn't go further. A man in a cape approached them with the girl, attracting attention. He waved his hand and said that the fact is that they cannot defeat the monster. He added that once they reached the nightmare difficulty level, they almost failed. Xing'an asked if he could be blamed since he was only level 29 and his equipment was not the best. He actively waved his hand, addressing his comrade. Xing'an said that he now needs a shield, and he is sorry that he cannot get it from the exchange, so he will only be able to complete the entire level when he collects the entire set. The man in the cape replied that if a suitable shield appeared at the 32nd level, it would exceed the level of the dungeon. The corners of Xing'an's lips turned up slightly. He told his friend not to worry and said that he would just buy a gold level shield and use it as he pleased. A man in a cape approached Moyu. Throwing up his hands, he asked him if he needed any equipment. He added that when they received it, they could sell it to him cheaper. Xing'an imagined a set of golden equipment in his head, consisting of body armor, a sword, a belt, and a shield. He said that the outpost set is very powerful and is top-notch gold equipment. The man added that although Moyu is only at level 23 now, he will later be able to prepare gold equipment and use it when he reaches level 30. Moyu opened his portable storage. Taking out a golden shield from it, he took it into his own hands. The guy asked if this was the shield that the seniors needed. The two men were shocked. Outpost shield, gold level armor, all attributes plus 300, resistance to enemy skills increased by 50%, control time reduced by 50%, available from level 30. They exclaimed that this was the outpost shield. Xing'an in armor approached Moyu and his hands began to shake at the sight of the shield. He asked him where he got this shield from. Moyu replied that the guard of the outpost fell not long ago. The knight was shocked by such a statement. He asked the guy in surprise, has he really already defeated the boss? Moyu confirmed this. The man in the cape and the girl with black hair also stood with their mouths open. The man asked if Moyu could have completed the hellish level of difficulty alone. The Necromancer turned his gaze to him. He confirmed this again. The guy stood holding a shield in his hand, and many questions flashed through the warriors' heads. They thought, did he really pass alone and how is this possible? Some of them mentally noted that the shield was definitely a subject. Moyu then asked Xing'an to take this shield. When the man took the shield into his hands, everything around him began to sparkle and shine. He cried out that he felt the specialty of this equipment. People saw how, far from them, a column of light hit the sky. People realized that someone had assembled a complete set of outposts. They exclaimed that this was the best equipment, even better than the Platinum one, and someone was able to assemble it. Xing'an raised his hands and ran towards Moyu with a worried face. The man asked if he could sell him this shield. He added that he would pay Moyu 10 million coins. He walked even closer to the guy and he thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. The knight, with frightened eyes, said that he did not have many gold coins. Moyu replied that they were just gold equipment, not worth that kind of money, and therefore only asked for 5 million. Xing'an happily grabbed Moyu's hand while his two comrades stood behind and smiled. The knight thanked the guy very loudly. His friends said that Xing'an finally got what he wanted for so long thanks to Moyu. They also exclaimed with joy that they could now clear a nightmare level dungeon. A small group of people stood in the middle of the dark plain. Xing'an thanked the guy again and suggested that they first teleport back to the fortress. Moyu thought that in this case he would return and recover. The guy broke the blue teleportation stone in his hand. In the darkness, a red aura lit up with a bright light. Two big eyes opened wide. The voice said that a lot of hellhounds had died. From the red light appeared the dark silhouette of a large monster with glowing blue eyes. The voice told him that he must carry out the order. After returning to the fortress, Xing'an stood with Moyu. He continued to thank the guy, saying that thanks to him he was able to assemble the set. He also happily talked about how he had been waiting for so long for the day when they would complete the dungeon. Not far from them, a knight appeared in the company of Yi, his short blue hair falling over his shoulders. People around admired the guy, saying that his profession, Knight of Light, is considered one of the legendary. They said that he was the best from his university, and his profession was so powerful that it simply took their breath away. With a soft smile on his face, Moyu looked at Yi, who was making a corresponding gesture with her hands, trying to refuse something. Yi suddenly turned around in surprise when she heard a familiar voice. Moyu noted that their meeting was an unexpected coincidence. With a smile on her face, Yi ran up to the guy. She asked him what he forgot here. Moyu replied that he had a task to complete. The girl suddenly exclaimed that she had come here for the same thing. The Holy Knight watched this with displeasure. When Xingyan and his comrade left them alone, smiling, Yi smiled and raised her index finger. She said that she could guess that Moyu's quest needed resources from the Dragon Clan, like a horn or something. After a moment, the girl smiled softly and crossed her palms. She denied her words and said that this was too easy a task for him. Yi put her hand to her chin and cast a mysterious glance at Moyu. She said that she thinks his mission is to get the dragon crystal that will drop after defeating the boss. Yi raised her fist in the air in victory when the guy said she was right. Moyu thought that Bai actually wanted more than just a crystal. The girl joyfully exclaimed that she also needed to collect dragon crystals. A holy knight approached them and asked Yi who this guy was. The guy with blue hair looked at Moyu with displeasure. Zhu Lisheng is a level 30 holy sword knight. Yi replied that it was her friend Moyu. Crossing her arms over her chest, Yi watched as the knight walked over with Moyu and stood in front of him. Lisheng introduced himself by name, profession, and level, and Moyu did the same. When Yi heard Moyu's level, she turned to him and screamed in surprise. She noted that the guy very quickly reached level 23, while she is now only at 21. Moyu looked at her and said that he could take her with him to complete the dungeon. Yi happily agreed and followed the guy with a smile on her face. However, Lisheng loudly asked her to wait. Yi turned around when the guy caught up with her and looked at her with indignation. He asked if she wasn't going to go with him. Yi apologized and said that she did not have to go to the dungeon with him. She added that, besides, since her friend called her, it would be better for her to go with him. Lisheng's face frowned with displeasure. He started talking about how Moyu is only level 23 and he needs someone else to help him get through the level, and then the knight asked how can Moyu take care of her. Yi twisted her face and gave him an irritated look. She replied that it was none of his business. She also thanked him for being willing to take her with him, but she didn't need it. Lisheng's eyebrows moved down to the bridge of his nose. He agreed and asked her to take care of herself. He also added that if Moyu couldn't do it, she could come to him at any time. At the same time, he wondered how some guy who was only level 23 even dared to catch his eye. As they walked away, Yi smiled and pointed her thumb back at Lisheng. She told Moyu not to worry because Lisheng is normal. The Holy Knight began to leave, and the girl glanced at Moyu. She asked about which dungeon they would go to and what level it would be, normal or nightmare. The girl's eyes widened in shock when she heard Moyu's words. He replied that the dungeon would be of a hellish level. Yi put her hand to her mouth. She asked loudly if she had heard correctly that the dungeon would be a hell level. She thought that Lisheng had promised to help her complete the dungeon on nightmare difficulty. When Moyu confirmed this, Yi was overjoyed and clasped her hands in front of her face. She exclaimed that this was just great, because she had long wanted to go to the hellish level. Moyu and Yi stood together and giggled happily. The Holy Sword Knight wondered which dungeon they could survive in if Moyu was only level 23. Lisheng, who was watching them, grinned evilly. He said that he thought she would come running and ask him to go through a copy of the dungeon together. Lin and Yi stood at the large portal that was the entrance to the dungeon. Moyu took out the time recovery talisman and pressed the button. Yi smiled widely and said that she could finally try to pass the hell level. People who saw the guy and girl enter the portal were shocked. They wondered if they had both gone to hellish difficulty. People were saying that the last time the team from Xiajing Academy passed the hellish level of difficulty. Someone loudly noted that they remembered that there was a very strong girl on that team, nicknamed the Blade Dancer. They decided not to pay attention to this, being sure that Moyu and Yi would not be able to pass this level. Moyu waved his hand and a skeleton armor appeared behind him and YIYI. With surprise in her voice, the girl asked him if this was really his defensive technique. Lin replied that it would be safer. The guy closed his eyes and his palm flashed with a turquoise flame, and YIYI smiled and looked softly at Moyu. She said she now feels safe. Several rose from the ground and the guy and the girl went ahead. Moyu thought that as long as they did not fall under control skills, passing the copy would not be difficult. YIYI watched with admiring eyes as Moyu's skeletons dealt with the monsters. There have been several notifications that a level 30 Spearman tribe dragon has been killed, experience plus 300,000, and a dragon skin has been obtained. The girl with a smile on her face said that when she looks at the skeletons, she feels calmer despite the hellish level of difficulty. Moyu replied briefly that it was easy. YIYI stuck out her tongue and showed it to the guy. She said that many are still dying at a nightmare level and added that it is not as easy as Moyu thinks. Seeing the monsters in front of them, the skeleton warriors rushed to attack and the magicians helped them with their elemental abilities. YIYI watched this with a calm expression. She thought that Moyu had become stronger because now he could even summon skeleton magicians. After some time, a fortress appeared on the horizon in which the boss of the dungeon was supposed to live. Moyu asked the girl if she needed to get anything else besides the crystal core. YIYI smiled and handed the guy a ring from the crystal core of the Goblin King. She said that the first task was successfully completed and the reward was received. She also added that her second mission is to obtain the Dragon Crystal Core, reach level 25 and become a 1-star private. Moyu looked at the red stone ring that the girl showed him. Ring of the Goblin King, +1 to all skills. He asked if this was it. The girl grabbed the ring with 2 fingers and squinted, looking at Moyu through the hole. She said she made it from the crystal core the guy gave her last time. She said she almost died while completing the first task. Suddenly Moyu grabbed the girl's hand and abruptly pulled her towards him, and a skeletal warrior rushed next to them. He screamed for her to be careful. The skeleton ran towards the translucent dragon monster that appeared on their way. The girl pressed herself close to Moyu and then lightly hugged her. She asked if it was an invisible monster. YIYI moved away from the guy, but he still slightly held her. Moyu replied that this is exactly the case. The girl noted that this is truly a hellish level of difficulty. She added that it just so happened that her professional assassin skill allows her to see invisible objects, and therefore she will help Moyu. The girl waved her hand in front of her eyes, and they lit up with a red light, and a moment later, putting one hand on her belt, the other began to point in the direction. She said loudly that there was 1 monster there, and 2 more nearby. Thanks to this, Moyu dealt with the monsters with ease. Notifications began to arrive that a dragon from the assassin tribe of level 32 had been killed, experience plus 320,000, and the heart of a dragon had been received. YIYI turned around when she heard Moyu's praise. He noted that while she was here, he could relax a little. YIYI laughed and said that she was not bad. The girl abruptly approached the guy, drawing attention to his military badge. She asked in amazement if Moyu really already had 2 stars. The guy confirmed it and said that he killed a couple of demon dogs. The girl pouted, clenched her hand into a fist, and lightly hit Moyu on the chest. She said that he was too far ahead, so next time he should take her with him. Moyu curtly agreed. They walked further and stopped in front of a large statue. Moyu clenched his teeth tightly and activated his skeletal armor again. He warned YIYI to move away because it was dangerous here. YIYI agreed with him. She wondered why she should move away since the summoner was practically not in any danger. Moyu approached the statue, which began to crumble and crumble. He sarcastically asked the boss if he would come out to train with him. YIYI was sitting on a tree and holding a sweet potato in her hand. In a pitiful voice, she said that this was the only thing she had left because the storage space was blocked. Summoning an army of skeletons, Moyu stood in front of the outpost guardian that emerged from the statue, while YIYI watched from above, sitting on a tree. She asked if this was the boss. Moyu used a slowing curse on the boss and the monster's body was engulfed in red chains. However, the outpost guardian dispelled it by using an increase in resistance. He then used a group kick and rocks flew towards Moyu and the skeletons. The noise caused YIYI to drop the sweet potato that Moyu gave her. Turquoise fire burst out from Moyu's palm and he launched it at the boss using his soul flame skill. The monster used the military might skill and strengthened its body with armor, and a huge staff appeared in its hand. He then slammed the weapon into the ground, causing a wave of destruction. Moyu at the same moment recalled all the skeletons to the summoning site. Yi watched the guy who held the scythe in his hands, protecting himself from the blow. She was surprised that he dealt with the boss very skillfully. She noted that Moyu even called off the skeletons to avoid the boss's explosive skills. She watched as the guy summoned his skeletons again, standing in front of the outpost guardian. Yi thought that Moyu was so strong that he could fight a hell-level boss one-on-one. She decided that even if she told her grandfather, he probably wouldn't believe her. Warriors and magicians combined all their power and attacked the boss. A notification has arrived about the murder of the outpost guardian. Experience plus 1,650,000. Received golden weapon, hellish outpost dagger, golden weapon, hellish outpost shield, golden weapon, hellish outpost bracelet. Received 2 Dragon Clan crystals. A certificate of transfer has been received. Yi was shocked to see that her level had increased. Suddenly she noticed that she had received a transfer certificate. She screamed with joy that she was finally able to do it. Laughing loudly, Yi rushed towards Moyu and hugged him from behind. She shouted joyfully that she had received a transfer certificate. Confused Guy asked her if this is not a prerequisite for passing the hellish level. Moving away from the guy, the girl threw him an embarrassed look. Yi said that this is a hellish level and this only happens once. She also said that Moyu is the only one who doesn't take it seriously. The guy looked at the mountainous area that was ahead. He suddenly remembered and said that he had something for the girl. Moyu gave her the Dragon Core and Hell Outpost dagger that he had received earlier, and the girl looked at him with bulging eyes. Infernal Outpost dagger, gold level weapon, all attributes plus 500, assassin skills increased by 50%. Dragon Clan core lens is an extremely rare material that can be used to make various props. She asked in surprise if he was really giving it to her. Moyu confirmed this. The guy asked Yi to rest for a while and said that they would continue later. Xing'an stood with his team in front of the demonic dog army. He said that luckily they had an outpost protective suit, otherwise they would have been in danger. The magician girl noted that there was an abyss demon there and asked what they should do. The knight replied that they should hold out until Moyu returns, because when he comes, the demon dogs will not have a chance. The abyss demon looked down at the party. He said that it was not them because they did not contain his child's breath. The demon pointed with his hand at a group of warriors standing at the dungeon portal. He ordered the demonic dogs to eat every single one of them. The demonic dogs. He noted that this knight pretends to be tough, but in reality he is a weakling. The man in the cape said that he thought that with such a legendary profession, he would be strong. A level 36 abyss demon flew towards the 2 men. When the warriors saw him, cold sweat began to flow down their frightened faces. Xing'an said that it's bad because the abyss demon is level 36. The man in the cape asked worriedly what they should do now. The knight replied that they could not win, and therefore he remained hopeful that Moyu would appear soon. At that moment, the demon noticed the Knight of Holy Light. The Abyss Demon said that if you kill this knight, you can earn a lot of money. A moment later, a huge column of light hit the sky. People started shouting that they had sent a distress signal and someone would definitely come to save them. The Knight of Light thought that he could not win, but he did not want to die. The flying monster quickly headed towards Lisheng. When he saw it, he noted that he was a little late. At this moment, Moyu and Yi teleported back. They looked around, trying to understand what was happening. Looking at Moyu, the Abyss Demon exclaimed in annoyance that it was him. The Abyss Demon got angry and swung his scythe. He shouted that it was Lin who killed his child, and therefore he was finished. Moyu and Yi raised their heads up and saw the demon. The guy wondered if this was really the demon of the Abyss. At the same moment they shouted to him to be careful. The Abyss Demon landed on the ground and hit the guy with his scythe, but the skeletal armor prevented him from being injured. Moyu looked at the Abyss Demon through a cloud of dust. He asked if he hadn't eaten for a long time. The Abyss Demon continued to attack Moyu, desperately trying to break through his armor. He asked the guy questions about why he couldn't just crush him. Moyu got close to the Abyss Demon and used spiritual flames on it. The Abyss Demon grabbed his head and began to shake. The guy waved his hand, activating the magic, and watched as the monster began to run away. The demon shouted that he would definitely kill Moyu. Then Moyu asked if the Abyss Demon really wants to die. The guy immediately used a slowing curse on the Abyss Demon, and his entire body was bound in chains. On the battlefield, the demon dogs were also detained with chains. Xing shouted that this was Moyu's technique and the abyss demon became slower. The warriors were surprised that Moyu could control such a large area. The demon of the abyss twitched and squirmed in different directions, trying to free himself. Yi grinned happily at this moment, covering her mouth with her hand. Moyu swung his scythe, summoning an army of skeletons. He said it was time to clear the battlefield. The skeletons immediately rushed to attack. Holding their swords tightly, they attacked the abyss demon. Xing and his companion began to smile happily. The man, watching this, happily noted that Moyu had finally summoned the skeletons. Moyu waved his hand and began to blow up the dead bodies of the abyssal dogs using his skill. A guy standing in front of an exhausted demon of the abyss lying on the floor. Abyssal demon dog, level 36, strength 8000, agility 8000, spiritual strength 3000, constitution 3000, skill, flying, power attack. He wondered if this pitiful creature was the demon of the abyss. Moyu walked back, holding a scythe, while the skeletons finished off the last monster. Killed demon dog of the abyss level 36, experience plus 360,000, military merit plus 50, received. Demon blood. A drop of demon blood contains the powers of the abyss. Alchemists and blacksmiths can use this power to create equipment. After reaching 500 military merit points, you will be promoted to the rank of private with 5 stars. You will receive 1000 points and 5 contribution points. The guy walked up to Yi, and their rank icons lit up. The girl took hers in her hands and said that she didn't think that she too would get so many military points. Equipment. Thanato's scythe, level 7, spiritual power, plus 210. Yi and Moyu smiled at each other. The guy asked the girl if the task was now completed. Yi happily replied that everything was only thanks to Moyu. The Knight of Light watched the crowd of people crowd around Moyu. He thought about the guy standing on the clouds and enjoying the fact that everyone was looking at him, but he was supposed to be in this place. Lisheng's pupils, and a creepy grin appeared on the guy's face. He thought displeasedly that he, a level 30 Knight of Light, was saved by some newcomer at 23. He wondered how he could continue to live with such a tarnished reputation. Lisheng looked at how Moyu was now happily chatting with him. The Knight of the Holy Light thought that this guy would bow to him and ask for his forgiveness. Looking at Yi, he thought that sooner or later she will be his and he will show everyone who is the strongest here. Moyu approached the slightly shabby Xing, who was holding the shield the guy had previously given him with a smile on his face. Moyu asked the man if he was okay. The paladin told him that everything was fine thanks to his shield. He added that he was now able to assemble a complete set. After a few minutes, loud footsteps were heard from the approaching crowd. Xing's eyes widened in surprise when he saw them. He exclaimed loudly that these were the guards of the Great Wall. He assumed that they came here after receiving a distress signal. A group of people in armor was rapidly approaching the fighters. When they got there, they saw a huge number of monster corpses in front of them. One of the guards muttered that there are more than 100 of these corpses here. The guard looked towards Lisheng, who rose to the ground thanks to the help of a man. The guard asked who made the distress signal, and Lisheng replied that it was him. Then the guard asked what was going on here. The blue-haired guy began to say that they were attacked by abyss demons, and then the guard looked with surprised eyes at Moyu, who was standing nearby with Xing and Yi. He thought that according to the Knight of Holy Light, it was this guy who destroyed many dogs of the abyss. He glanced at the dead creature nearby. He thought that this was definitely the corpse of the FSO of the abyss, and the man was thinking about how a level 23 guy could do this. He walked up to Moyu, glaring at him with a stern look. Seeing his badge, he was surprised to think that the guys already had 5 stars, and he examined the sergeant's badge, on which there were small stars in a semicircle. The guard thought that the dogs were really destroyed by this guy, since the sergeant's badge cannot lie. Standing opposite Moyu, he already threw his hands to the sides and began to speak. The man loudly praised the guy and said that he was great. He thought that at level 23 this boy already had 5 stars. He reflected that many professionals cannot even become a 3-star private at level 30, but the boy was able to do even better. In response to his words, Moyu said that it was their task to kill the monsters in the dungeon. After hearing this, the guard smiled widely and laughed loudly. He said that everything is fine and he doesn't mind. A couple of moments later, the loud clatter of approaching hooves was heard nearby. In the center of the approaching people, a girl with long black curls sat on a snow-white unicorn. Mo-yun is a sacred summoner. Seeing her, Xing'an's eyes and mouth opened wide in surprise. He exclaimed loudly that this was Princess Mo-yun from the Mo family of Xianjing City. He exclaimed that she is the holder of the legendary profession of Holy Summoner. Sitting on her unicorn, the girl approached a group of people. She said she heard a distress call and then asked what happened. At that moment, the male warriors began to look at her lustfully with loving eyes, and the guardian of the Great Wall turned to the girl and spoke to her. He said the battle was over and everything was fine now. Yun told him that in that case they would move on. The girl threw her scythe and took it to the side. Her violet eyes focused on Moyu as she sensed a dark aura. She started thinking about this guy. Yun's eyebrows furrowed and she scrunched her face. She noted that this guy's aura was simply disgusting. Standing in the company of comrades, Moyu noticed the golden badge on her chest. Xing'an said that she is a 4-star lieutenant. He added that he felt that she was worth looking for because she was usually always far away on the Yuan battlefield, and he didn't think that she would ever appear here. Yi replied that she knew that she was looking for the Nirvana crystals. Hearing this, Xing'an turned to the girl with surprise on his face. He exclaimed that he was not at all surprised that a person like her was looking for the Nirvana crystals. He said that this is an extremely rare material that can increase the likelihood of career advancement. The man began to tell me that a professional would have a clearer career direction, as well as a chance for career growth. He noted that, for example, the rare profession of a paladin can be promoted to legendary and become a Knight of the Holy Light. Xing'an noted that the likelihood of finding it is very low, but nevertheless, the Nirvana crystals can significantly increase the likelihood of career growth. The three of them turned to face each other as they listened to Xing'an's words. He said that far away on the Yuan battlefield there was a level 40 monster called Battlefield Wraith, and by killing him, there was a small chance that the Nirvana crystals might drop out. Yi smiled and said that she also knew that there was a Ghost King on the battlefield, killing whom there was a high probability of getting this crystal. Xing'an sighed sadly and waved his hand. Paladin said that this boss appears very rarely, and since it is also world class, it will be very difficult to defeat it. He added that upon reaching level 40, in order to advance to the next stage, he will have to look for this crystal. Yi hit Moyu on the back with her hand and smirked. She said it would be quite difficult. Moyu lowered his head and with a thoughtful look he began to reason with Yun. He tried to understand why she, the owner of a legendary profession, would swing her even further. He thought that the second transition to level 40 and the third to level 70 provided an opportunity for career growth. He suggested that there might be a possibility of existence of a higher level than the legendary one. Yi raised her fist and flexed her biceps, and Moyu laughed quietly at this. She said that since her profession as a shadow assassin is also rare, then most likely she will also have to look for this crystal later. The guy replied that in this case, when the time comes, they will go together to search for them. The stones began to rise into the air and swirl, and huge red eyes flashed in the middle of the sky. The creepy voice said displeasedly that his dog had died again, and he was killed in an instant. The Demon King's eyes widened even more in displeasure. He noted that even the dog that was sent personally from him was killed. After a moment, his red eyes narrowed. He muttered that these damn people were to blame for everything. He added that the situation was strange, but he wanted to try. Several warriors stood on the hill, seeing how huge pieces of earth rose into the air and swirled in a spiral. They immediately realized that this was the Fire Demon King. They asked in fear what had happened that he lost his composure. The king muttered that someone would definitely take care of it, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Bai sat down at the table with Master Meng and the old man pushed the teapot towards him. He indignantly asked if there was any news. Meng calmly asked if he would like to start drinking tea. Bai lowered his head and smiled guiltily. He said he wanted to get straight to the point. Master Meng replied that he contacted the Hall of Heroes and the Demon Slayer Tower and received news about Moyu. The old man sat at the table while Bai poured boiling water into his mug. He said the guy was fine, and Ontario had a lot of dogs of the abyss and was now a 5-star private. Bai perked up and his eyes widened in surprise, and Meng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The man asked how Moyu was able to get up so quickly. He exclaimed that only 2 days had passed, and the boy was already a 5-star private. The master replied that the Fire Demon King was guarding the entrance to the abyss and sent many dogs to disturb the peace of the Yuan battlefield. Hearing the master's next words, Bai rose from his seat, holding the kettle by the handle. Meng noted that the boy even killed the top dog of the abyss. Bai was very surprised that Moyu was able to cope even with him. The two men looked at each other and Bai grinned faintly. Meng said the upcoming professional player competition promises to be exciting. Bai added that with this guy it is definitely very interesting ballet. The master perked up in surprise when the image of Yi and Moyu laughing appeared in his head. He muttered that he never thought they would end up together. After that, Bai asked what he saw now. Master Meng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He said that he saw Old Man Ning's nemesis and then added that he would definitely be furious. Bai laughed and threw his hands in different directions. He said he was sure he was pissed to death. He added that he really wanted to see Old Ning lose his temper with rage. The monster, struck by fire, fell lifeless to the ground. Killed Watchtower Guardian, experience plus 1,650,000, received Gold level weapon, Hell Watchtower sword, Gold level defense, Hell Watchtower leather armor, Gold level decoration, Hell Watchtower ring, 2 Dragon Clan cores. Yi squatted holding one of the items she received in her hands and looked with a smile at Moyu, who at that moment had increased the level. The girl loudly noted that the guy's level had increased again. She thought that thanks to him, she now had almost a complete set of sentry equipment. She mentally noted that Moyu's upgrade speed was too high, and almost a month after changing his profession, he was able to reach level 24. Moyu waved his hand and skeletal armor appeared above him and the girl. Yi asked if he was afraid that he would be attacked outside again. He replied that since this had already happened to him twice, he wanted to play it safe. Yi rose from the ground and looked towards Moyu with a smile. She laughed and said that it was impossible to wait for an ambush every time, and then added that, in principle, there was nothing wrong with being careful, so she accepted his offer of protection. Moyu replied that if they farmed for some more time, they would be able to collect the entire set of sentry equipment for the girl. After some time, Yi and Moyu came out of the dungeon, next to which several knights stood. The girl noted in a joyful voice that this time there was no sudden attack. At this moment, the knights shouted loudly about the approach of Shikigami. A large black bull man pulled a wooden carriage behind him. Men in black and blue suits emerged from the carriage, led by a man in a long blue kimono and gray hair tied in a tight ponytail. There were surprised cries that a team of 11 people was really going to go to hellish difficulty. The person noted that the man in the kimono must be a Shijikage summoner from the country, arriving with his team to complete the hellish dungeon. Someone added that it is said that by clearing the hell difficulty, one can also obtain powerful titles. Hearing this, Yi leaned towards Moyu. She asked if such a title really existed. She thought that if there was such a title, then it should have already been obtained by Moyu, who had enlisted the dungeon alone. The guy replied that there really is this title and it is called the War King of the Dragon Clan, and then added that it increases all attributes by 500 and reduces skill consumption by 50%. Summoner Shikigami approached Yi and Moyu, who were staying away. The man noted that they seemed familiar to him. The Shikigami summoner and the Necromancer locked eyes in an invisible fight. Recognizing the guy, the man loudly noted that this world is very small. He came closer to the guy and stood opposite him, and they glared at each other with stern glances. Summoner Shikigami introduced himself as a level 30 yin-yang master from Country Y, nicknamed the Hungry Tiger. Moyu introduced himself in response, saying his name and saying that he was a level 24 necromancer from the Shenzia Empire. 2 of the yin-yang masters team burst into their fists after Moyu's words. One of them noted that level 24 is still quite weak. The second added that on the Yuan battlefield with such a level, you need to prepare for inevitable death. At this time, the Hungry Tiger looked at Moyu, who was emitting a dark aura with shocked eyes. He was thinking about how much strength one must have to rise from level 17 to 24 in just a few days. He thought that he had no idea that this guy was cultivating at such a breakneck speed. Master Yin Yang remembered the skeletons that Moyu had summoned. He realized that now they too had become much stronger. The man thought that if he didn't deal with him this time, then next time it would be simply impossible to do it. His teammate, seeing Yin Yang's angry expression, walked over and put his hand on the man's shoulder. He whispered that nothing could be done now since they were in the land of the Shenzia people. The man turned around a little and saw many eyes riveted on him. He quietly noted that he understood this perfectly. Master Yin Yang frowned and turned towards Moyu again. He suggested let's meet again in the competition. The Hungry Tiger headed with his team towards the portal to the dungeon, but at the end he stopped and turned around. Addressing Moyu, he He said that he hoped that he would not disappoint him. Moyu and Yiyi watched the team go into the dungeon, and the girl turned away and hissed displeasedly. She noted that Master Yin Yang was afraid to do anything due to the fact that there were many people around them now. The guy calmly replied that he was not afraid of him, even if they were left alone. Yiyi replied that she was still a little confused by competition. The story began that in our world of professions, a worldwide competition is held every 5 years. Battle, support, and tank types have their own competitions, and of course, the most exciting one is definitely the battle types competition. The competition will be held in Shenzhen. The scale is unprecedentedly grand, and countless professionals from all over the world will come to Shenzhen to participate in the competition. Yiyi smiled, looking at Moyu, who was currently lost in thought, rubbing his chin. She said she was sure he wasn't planning on running away. The girl happily added that when the time comes, they should definitely sign up as participants. They stood in a crowd of people, but no one noticed how the girl waved her arms. She said that a team of 5 people is required to participate, and they will be able to find comrades. She added that in addition to this, there is also a single competition, which requires separate registration, and they give a very good reward. At this moment, Moyu thought that it would be boring to find out more about the single task and the reward for the winner. Suddenly, Moyu and Yiyi's ranking badges lit up and they looked at them with worried gazes. They saw that the badges of everyone present also lit up with a bright light. People began to fearfully wonder what had happened. They began to speculate that this might be due to an attack from monsters from the abyss. The ground under their feet began to glow, and they all raised their heads high, hearing a loud voice. The voice ordered all Shenzhen soldiers to return back to the fortress. Then he loudly repeated his demand. The 2 other soldiers watched in surprise and apprehension as people began to disappear into thin air. The girl asked if they really received a military order, and all their Shenzhen people teleported away. The guy answered in fear that he was getting a little scared from such unity of the Shenzhen people. The girl noted that, unfortunately, this does not exist in their country. A large group of people teleported to the base of the fortress. Xing walked up to Yiyi and Moyu, who had obvious direction on their faces, and called them by name. Moyu asked the man if he knew what just happened. The man asked them to turn their attention to the Demon Watcher, who was hovering in the air above the fortress. He said that the Demon Watcher indicates the direction to the abyss and where the monsters will attack from. He added that they allowed it because a huge number of monsters would soon arrive at the fortress. Moyu gazed at the bright yellow Demon Watcher fluttering in the air, and the man laughed lightly. He said he was also very surprised when he was first called up. Moyu noted that the Demon Watcher is much more powerful than he previously imagined, and then added that he is said to control all large-scale battles. The paladin grinned and said that many strong guys are forced to accept the Demon Watcher's messages. Moyu looked at the Demon Watcher, glowing with a bright yellow light, whose pupil was shaped like a 4-pointed star. He thought that he had previously been sure that it was just a tool for monitoring the movement of monsters. He thought that he seemed to have underestimated the Demon Watcher. People activated their teleporters again after hearing a loud voice. He said that all professionals below level 30 must climb the fortress wall. Yiyi and Moyu, after teleporting to the wall, raised their heads as they listened to the instructions. The voice said that all fighters should form teams. He added that from now on, professionals below level 30 are prohibited from leaving the fortress. Yiyi turned her head and looked around. She thought that thanks to Moyu, she didn't need to look for a team now. Suddenly, a man appeared on the highest wall, and people immediately caused a commotion, screaming and pointing at him. Naixing is the Lord of the Legion. They screamed that that's an overload profession from the Nai family. Without any embarrassment, they shouted that the exclusive legendary class of the Nai family. With admiration in their voices, they noted that it's the most important presence in allegiance. They shouted joyfully that they would definitely win with him. Standing right under his eye, the man literally lit up with a bright yellow light and raised his sword into the air. He shouted to the people that they should follow his orders and form a legion. An adult black-haired man screamed so loudly that everyone could hear him. He announced that he would command the legion, and all military merits would be collected together and distributed after the battle. He added that no soldier should restrain himself from using all his fighting skills. The man loudly declared that if anyone retreated out of fear of battle, he would be punished very severely. The man swung and stabbed the sword into the floor at his feet. After the blow, a bright light began to emanate from his sword. A moment later, People's bodies began to glow with the same light, after which their base characteristics increased by 50%. One of the guys perked up. I felt a surge of strength. He loudly stated that he felt his combat effectiveness had increased by 5 times. Elemental power. Elemental resistance increased by 50%. Magical power. Spell damage increased by 50%. Bloodthirsty attack. Physical attacks can absorb the life force of the moisture and use it to heal themselves. At this moment, Moyu looked thoughtfully at his palm. He thought that such a strengthening only applied to himself, and the skeleton warriors could not take advantage of it. He thought he needed to improve them even more. An alarmed Yi ran up to the guy and grabbed his forearm. The girl loudly told him to urgently look in that direction. Following her gaze, Moyu saw Yun walking along a huge chain that was stretched from the top of the fortress. Mo-Yun is a level 39 holy summoner. At this moment, the black-haired girl's face showed imperturbable calm. A crowd of hellish dogs appeared on the horizon, quickly running towards the fortress, and flying monsters towered above them. The girl magician with the staff in her hands received magical enhancement. She shouted loudly that the monsters were already very close. Morale increased. The guard is driven back and morale is increased. For 10 minutes, defense and attack power is increased by 30%. Yun pulled on the reins and her unicorn neighed loudly, forming a purple-pink ball of magical energy. A bright beam hit the crowd of approaching dogs, creating a large explosion. Seeing him, the demon of the abyss opened her mouth and laughed loudly. She noted that this girl's ability was amazing. Taking off, the demon quickly flew up to Yun, but she managed to react and pulled the reins again. In a creepy voice, the demon told her that she would die right now. The unicorn reared up and struck the demon with its hooves. A flurry of arrows flew at the hellhounds, blazing with fire and burned through by electric carpets. Moyu summoned the skeletons, and they began to jump down from the wall of the fortress, heading into the abyss of battle. People were frightened by such a sudden appearance and began to curse. They tried to understand where these skeletons came from. A large army of skeleton warriors ran towards the hellhounds, and the skeleton mages began to use their abilities against them. The warriors were surprised by so many skeletons and asked whose call this was. They enthusiastically noted that the skeleton magicians were able to significantly weaken their enemies. One by one, the skeletons confidently pierced the dogs with their swords. People were very loudly surprised at their strength. They wondered when they got such a strong summoner with such a profession. They said that they felt that with such strength they would definitely win. The abyss demon flew into the air, grabbing one of the soldiers by the neck. She hisses loudly that all humanity must die. The others on the battlefield were alarmed when the demon let go of the guy's neck right above the crowd of hellhounds. The girl doctor, with fear in her voice, shouted loudly that this guy was too far away, and his skills would not be able to cover such a radius. She shouted that they needed to do something urgently, otherwise the dogs would bite him to death. Moyu looked down at the soldiers who were crowded against the wall. He thought that professionals above level 30 acted as the vanguard, with the exception of Naixing, and then guessed that there were most likely no professionals above level 40 here at all. He thought that if everything continued in the same way, they would suffer a lot of casualties. Yi cast a frightened glance at Moyu and followed his actions. The guy walked up to Naixing and stood opposite him. He said he wanted to join the battle outside the fortress. At this moment, one could read confidence and determination in his gaze. A moment later, he received an answer that he could act. Yi looked at the back of the leaving guy with a worried look. She asked him to be careful. Moyu smiled a little as his scythe appeared in his palms. He noted that he already has enough combat experience and military merits, so he can take advantage of this. Xing'an was fighting one of the hellhounds when Moyu approached him with a scythe on his shoulder. In an indignant voice, the man asked the guy what he was doing here. Many warriors and skeleton mages appeared behind the guy. He confidently said that he would clear this place. Moyu and Xing'an froze when the loud voice of the Demon King came from above. The king said that this is the same man who killed his children. There was a loud flapping of black wings. The Demon King asked how the guy dared to show up in front of him after that, and then came with his subjects to destroy him. Moyu stood with a scythe in his hand, while the demons of the abyss were rapidly approaching him. At this time, the Demon King continued to loudly chant that they should kill him. One of the demons who fought with Yun turned sharply and flew to the side. The girl screamed loudly, asking what happened. She saw that all the hell dogs and demons of the abyss were up in arms towards Moyu, who was standing with only a few skeleton magicians. First, the guy activated his skeletal armor and then extended his hand forward using the slowing skill. Chains glowing with red light appeared out of nowhere and quickly headed towards the target. An army consisting of hell dogs and abyss demons was bound by a curse. Seeing this, the Demon King cursed loudly. Several warriors in the Zing and company perked up and jumped back in surprise. The paladin noted with a smile on his face that it was his friend Moyu. The warriors asked what kind of technique this was and how it could cover such a huge range. Moyu smiled as a red sphere and green lightning bolts wrapped around his hand. He noted that Silen's battlefield has many corpses. The corpses are taken advantage of because he can explode them. The bodies of the hellhounds began to explode one by one. The Demon King swore again in displeasure. Huge explosions began to be heard on the battlefield, enveloping a huge space. The abyss demons began to scream loudly. One of them, looking back, rushed to the side to avoid getting hit. She indignantly asked what was wrong with this man. Moyu's voice rang out. Martav asked where she was going to run. The demon of the abyss froze and her eyes widened in fear. A barrage of huge explosions flashed ahead of her and she was burned alive by the demon. Huge explosions were heard throughout the battlefield, and a flood of notifications began to come in regarding the killing of level 36 abyssal demons. Yun watched from above, shielding her face from the bright flashes. She thought in surprise, is this really the guy's technique? People watched the huge bright flashes in fear, and Zingen even dropped his sword from his hands. The soldiers screamed in fear that this skill was incredibly scary. The person was asked if this guy is a second-rank professional. He immediately received a loud answer that even a second-rank professional could not clear such a field alone. Zingen, who was standing in the company of knights, smiled with his hands folded at his waist. The knight behind him noted that with such a fighter, they are all completely useless now. The girl asked in a frightened voice, is the necromancer profession really that powerful? Zingen grinned and said that to their great happiness, this guy is from Xiajing Academy. With a stern expression on his face, Moyu confidently continued to lead his army. Xiajing noted that since the guy decided to clear this place, he couldn't leave anyone alive. Sitting on her unicorn, Yun closely watched what was happening from above, brushing her hair from her face. She noted with displeasure that the stench came from the skeletons that the guy was summoning. She said that she didn't think he was so strong. Swinging his sword, the skeleton warrior attacked the hellhound. Moyu noted that this monster is the last one. A black curtain appeared around the skeleton warrior, and the space suddenly darkened. The guy asked in surprise what it was. After a couple of moments, his face frowned. He noted that he had lost contact with this skeleton. The sky began to thicken and dark shadows filled the space, after which two red eyes flashed in the darkness. The Demon King hissed that it was he who killed his first two puppies. He said that he remembered Chen Zia's Lin Moyu well. In a quiet voice, the Demon King said that he would definitely deal with the guy and kill him. Moyu continued to stand confidently, and not a single muscle moved on his face. He replied that such a thing would only happen in the dreams of the Demon King. The soldiers outside the battlefield became alarmed. The man loudly asked what the guy was going to do, and then added that it was the Abyss Demon King's special teleportation system. He added that if Moyu was going to attack, then they wouldn't be able to do anything with their current levels. Another man with a hurt in his eyes shouted loudly for everyone to quickly look at the skeletons. Skeleton warriors, carrying the corpses of hellhounds in their hands, ran towards the thick black fog. They swung the corpses sharply and began to throw them out into the fog. Once their entire bodies reached the desired area, Moyu used a corpse explosion on them. Moments later, there was a barrage of loud explosions. The Abyss Demon King asked if the guy was looking for his death. In a hissing voice, he said that he didn't have to worry about this since it would definitely kill him. Moyu sighed upon hearing the Demon King's voice. He noted with a little annoyance in his voice that this did not cause him any damage. He turned his back to him and prepared to walk back to the fortress. The guy said that since the teleportation system cannot be blown up, he still has a long way to go. Moyu froze and his eyes widened as he felt the presence of the Abyss Demon King literally behind him. The guy ran forward as the red eyes of the Demon King flared up and began firing magical rays at his skeleton. A couple of moments later, Moyu saw a bright beam that was aimed directly at him. His body jumped to the side as the beam hit directly the magical dome that the skeletal armor created. Moyu's eyes opened wide and his pupils constricted as he realized that the armor was beginning to crack at the seams. He was surprised that the armor only lasted 2 seconds. The guy covered himself with his hands and used damage transfer when the beam hit him directly. The skeletons began to die one by one, and Moyu received a notification that 124 skeleton warriors had been destroyed. The Abyss Demon King sent his deadly ray towards the fortress, but a magical dome formed above it. At this moment, the Demon Watcher glowed with a bright yellow light. He sent a bright beam of light directly into the center of the dark fog, and the Demon King shouted loudly. Finally, he loudly declared that he couldn't just let Lin Moyu go. I ran up to the black-haired guy sitting on the ground and hugged him. In a concerned voice, she asked how he was feeling, but he replied that he was fine. Moyu's gaze darkened and his expression became malicious. He thought that he didn't expect the Demon King to attack through his teleportation system at all. He was disappointed that the skeletal armor only lasted 2 seconds. He thought that he could have died if he had not been able to endure all the damage received. In front of his face were the crazed red eyes of the Abyss Demon King. He thought that he had been careless this time and had paid a heavy price for it. At this moment, Moyu's eyes filled with rage. He thought that the Demon King would definitely pay for this. Naixing, standing on the top of the fortress wall, raised his sword high up, which, together with the Demon Watcher, lit up with a bright yellow light. The man shouted loudly and joyfully that they had won this battle. He shouted that the distribution of military merits would now begin. Naixing opened his mouth wide, looking down at the soldiers arrayed in 2 large squares. He said loudly that in this beaten snail court there were a total of 10,000 demon dogs and 100 top-level dogs, and the military merit for killing the enemy was 20,000 points. He added that the defense's combat merit amounted to 3,000 points. The man shouted loudly that 2,000 points are added for the fact that no one retreated. Naixing summed up that the total battle merit is 25,000 points. The soldiers stood and listened carefully to the words of the leader. Naixing loudly said that a total of 1052 professionals participated in the battle, of which everyone except Lin Moyu and Mo Yun would receive 20 battle merit points. He shouted that Yun gets 500 points. Moyu stood with confidence in his eyes, and not a muscle moved on his face as the man announced the number of combat merit points he had received. Naixing said loudly that Moyu gets 35 points. The rest of the soldiers supported the words of the Legion Lord and said that Moyu fully deserved such military glory and points. Yun grinned when she heard the active rising among the soldiers. They marveled at how many demon dogs he had killed. She stated that without Moyu's help, they definitely would not have won this battle. The girl thought that she was a little jealous of such fame and his number of points. Li Sheng's face darkened, and he stood looking at the floor with eyes full of shock and fear. He wondered why this guy was able to get 35 points while he only had 20. He realized that right now he was not even close to Moyu in any aspect. He thought that for the owner of the legendary profession of the Knight of the Holy Light, this was a huge shame. Moyu and Yun looked with surprised eyes at the scythe in the guy's hands, around which a turquoise haze appeared. The guy thought that Thanatos must have absorbed many abyss spirits this time. He thought that he felt like he was being transformed at this moment. Suddenly, everyone's badges began to glow, and Yi took off hers and picked it up. She said loudly that her military rank had been promoted to private. Moyu looked at his badge, seeing that it too began to glow. The number of stars on it increased sharply from 5 to 9. The white background of the emblem has changed to gray. Moyu looked at his badge in surprise, and the knights, noticing this, caused a loud commotion. The guy told everyone to look at the Moyu badge. Another person exclaimed that the guy received a silver badge as a second lieutenant. Moyu smiled in confusion as Yi bowed to him, pressing her fist to her chest. She said she was honored to fight side by side with the guy. The girl smiled and affectionately touched Moyu's shoulder. She noted that he is now one of Shenzia's lieutenants. She added that he is most likely the youngest of them. At this moment the guy thought that he had literally just passed the exam. Naixing went downstairs and walked towards the soldiers. He said to Lin Moyu that the guy was only 18 years old, but he was already able to reach the rank of lieutenant, so he was awarded the title of Shenzia Star. The guy perked up as his badge glowed again and his title appeared above his head. He wondered if he would now barely have one title. Receive the title, Shenzia Star, all attributes plus 300, skill consumption reduced by 20%, damage received reduced by 10%. The Legion Lord jumped in place when he saw the title of Dragon War King above Moyu's head. The man asked in surprise if he really already had a title. With an indifferent face, the guy replied that he had received it recently. He turned to the soldiers when they started making noise again. They loudly asked where Moyu got the title of Dragon Warrior King. Naixing replied that this title can only be obtained by completing the dungeon at the forward outpost of the Dragon Clan on Hellish difficulty. Hearing this, the soldiers began to cheer loudly. They said that it turns out that it is indeed true that you can get such a title on a copy of a hellish difficulty dungeon. They exclaimed that the guy was even able to complete this dungeon alone. They said that Moyu was the only one who could complete the dungeon and kill 10,000 demon dogs. Yun's eyes widened in surprise when she heard all these facts. She thought that she had also already gone through this dungeon, but she didn't die there. Naixing came close to Moyu and stood opposite him. He asked the guy to tell us about this title, how to get it, and what needs to be recorded in the Empire's database. The Necromancer replied that the title is poker after completing a dungeon called Hell's Outpost, and it wildly increases all attributes plus 300 and reduces the consumption of all skills by 50%. The man bent over slightly and smiled broadly, patting the surprised guy on the shoulder. Naixing said that the guy is really amazing, and then added that Shenzia has another talent. He added that he allows the guy to use military facilities in the fortress. The man straightens up, continuing to smile joyfully. He said that the guy would have to spend some combat merit points to use combat objects, so he would save a lot on that. Moyu thought that in order to start using them, he would first need to achieve the rank of 3-star lieutenant. He thanked the man for this opportunity. Naixing stood up on the steps in front of the fortress and swung his sword, which lit up with the bright light. The man spoke loudly about the disbandment of the Legion due to the end of the battle. Moyu picked up his scythe, from which came a turquoise haze. A guy with a thoughtful face turned the weapon in his hands. He thought about how he felt that the transformation of the Thanatos weapon was almost complete. After a couple of moments, the scythe finished improving. Equipment: Thanatos Scythe level 25 spiritual power plus 3000. The guy thought that the attributes had actually reached the upper limit. He needed to collect the entire set to unlock the attributes. He thought that if such an opportunity arises, he needs to collect more information. Acquired skill: Soul Summoning. Spell: Thanatos Scythe will record the souls of killed bosses, and the user will be able to spend 1000 spiritual power to summon souls to a battle that will last 3 minutes. Moyu thought in surprise that the scythe could even awaken a skill. Holding Thanatos tightly in his hands, Moyu imagined the image of the outpost guardian in his head with a stunned look on his face. He realized that he would now be able to call on the boss to help him in battle, and then thought that he should continue exploring this copy of the dungeon. Moyu and Yiyi stood near the fortress with Naixing and several other fighters. The man said that besides their first fortress, the 7th and 8th fortresses were also attacked. He added that all the battles were very brutal, and highly trained professionals had already been sent to the other 2 fortresses to provide assistance. Naixing said that not only Shenzai was affected, but also countries Y, H and M suffered such damage. The man looked around at all the people around him. He said that there are a total of 9 fortresses that block the power of the abyss, and the fortress is the farthest from the abyss, so they suffered the least. He added that they also managed thanks to the powerful defense and leading forces of the Empire, and therefore the power of the abyss could not attack them at full power. The man added that despite this, they need to be careful since demons can teleport and some of them are good at stealth killings. Yiyi pressed her hand to her chest and looked at Moyu with worried eyes. She said that the guy also needed to be careful since the Abyss Demon King remembered him well. In response to this, Moyu said that he would try. A loud sound sounded, notifying Yiyi that a notification had arrived on the girl's electronic bracelet. She raised her hand with surprise on her face and brought her wrist closer to her. Yiyi loudly asked why the girl was calling her now. In response to this, he loudly asked where she was now. After finishing the conversation, the girl lit up. She screamed that her grandfather would come here soon, so they urgently needed to figure out what to do. Moyu put his hands in his pockets, casting a calm glance at the girl. He noted that most likely her darling just wanted to make sure she was okay. After some time, a man in a black kimono and long gray hair tied in a braid quickly approached them. Moyu's eyes widened in surprise when he saw who was in front of him. Moyu saw a purple emblem on the chest of a white-haired man wearing black round glasses. He thought it was a 5-star general. He realized that Yiyi's grandfather was just as big a deal as Bai. The girl smiled sweetly and waved to the old man. Yiyi's grandfather said he was glad his granddaughter was okay. Seeing Moyu next to her, the man was surprised. He started and screamed loudly, confusing Yiyi and Moyu. The old man shouted, asking what Moyu was doing here. The girl loudly asked her grandfather what he was doing, and Moyu asked in confusion how he knew him. In his thoughts, the old man clenched his fist tightly, but in reality he smiled and laughed loudly. He was trying to understand why this guy was next to his granddaughter. He thought that Moyu annoyed him just like Bai. The old man laughed and said that he just wanted to test Moyu's courage. Yi waved towards her grandfather with a smile on her face, and Moyu, putting his hand to his chest, bowed to the man. The girl said that this is her grandfather, and Moyu most likely knows his name, so she will not introduce. Turning to the old man, she added that this was her friend named Lin Moyu, whom he also knew. After these words, the guy said that he was very glad to meet. He thought that the director of Xiajing Academy himself was standing in front of him now. The director looked at Moyu and then sharply turned his gaze to his granddaughter. He told the guy that he might not be so polite. He told his granddaughter that Bai was so stupid that he even asked her to come to the Yuan battlefield to complete the mission. Yi crossed her hand and replied that she was told that he gave her a task. Hearing her words, the old man perked up irritably. He cried out in displeasure that this Bai also made the decision himself and did not consult him. He loudly noted that Bai took advantage of the fact that he had been busy all these days. The old man raised his hands, addressing the girl, after which she stuck out her tongue at him and pressed herself against Moyu. The man asked his granddaughter to come back together since she still has a lot to do at the academy. Yi replied that her grandfather himself taught her to complete things, and then added that she had a task that she must complete. The old man directed his displeased gaze at Moyu, and the girl threw the guy behind him. She loudly declared that he should not dare threaten him. She screamed that she wanted to level up on the Yuan battlefield. The old man sighed irritably and waved his hand. He said that in this case he would send several people to help her. In response, the girl said that Moyu could help her alone. The old man was indignant that this was some kind of nonsense, and she did not care about her safety at all. The girl smiled widely and showed her grandfather the dagger that Moyu had recently given her. She said admiringly that he needed to look at it. The man looked at the dagger, which can be obtained by going through the Hell Outpost dungeon. He asked in surprise, were they really able to pass the hellish level? Yi replied that in fact Moyu completed the dungeon, and she herself did nothing there at all. The old man looked at Moyu, around whom a gloomy energy had thickened, and saw that the guy had the title of King of the Dragon War. The guy said that the director doesn't have to worry because he will take care of his granddaughter. The man thought, could this boy really get the title of Dragon War King? He mentally noted that he knew that this guy had cleared the dungeon at the academy single-handedly, but he didn't think that Moyu would be able to pass the hell level. He thought that he should find out more about him from Bai. Yi stood next to Moyu and joyfully raised her hand up. The two of them stood in front of Grandpa Ning. She told Grandpa to go first. They will be back when the competition starts in a few days. Grandfather understood that if there was a call here, then he had nothing to worry about. If something is wrong, he will come back and ask the two of them. Moyu looked ahead sarcastically. He didn't expect that the director and archenemy of Xiajing Academy was actually Ning. Moyu teleported to the officer's rest house and was next to a large blue screen. It was an officer's rest home. It restores health and eliminates fatigue. Training ground for officer skills, accelerates the recovery of mental strength and increases the speed of learning skills. Officer teleportation system, multiple designated locations, exchange of military merits. Use military merit to purchase relevant materials. He had the feeling that these were military installations. He pointed his finger at the screen. He wanted to look at the military merit exchange. Silhouettes of computers with tables began to appear around him. 3 objects appeared on the big screen. One of them is the Curse Potion. It increases curse resistance for 50 war merits per bottle, which lasts for 30 minutes. Another item is a talisman for leaving the dungeon. Thanks to it, you can instantly exit any dungeon. 100 war merits per piece for a hellish dungeon level. The third item is a restoration potion. Once used, it can heal injuries and restore 500 mental power points. Time 1 minute 100 military merits per bottle. His gaze fell on the talisman for exiting the dungeon. Just in case, he was going to buy 2 talismans since it was a good thing. Moyu lowered his head and looked at his hand in which he held the talisman. He noticed that the functions of these military merits are similar to the glasses behind Xiajing Academy, but he understood that if he used too much military merit, it would fall off, so it was better to save a little. He walked up to Yi and handed her the talisman. She thanked him. Sister Yun walked straight towards them with a confident and even gait. Her beautiful hair covered one eye. She said that Yi could take the talisman. Yi looked at the girl with a very sweet look. She asked Yun what she wanted in return. Moyu stood in the distance and watched his sister Yun handed the stones into Yi's hands. Yi looked at the stones in her hands and asked what they were. Summoner Yun said it was a teleportation stone. In her hands were two beautiful blue stones. These teleportation stones can teleport to any location you choose. Sister Yun turned to Moyu, who was standing behind her. She said that she was looking for the Ghost King on the battlefield recently, and if she could find him, then she would like them to help her. Moyu remembered that this is the Ghost King whose victory drops a Nirvana crystal. Sister Yun, leaving, turned around and looked at Yi, who was still happy about her gift. She told Yi that defeating the Ghost King always drops a Nirvana crystal from Yi to 6, and she only needs one. She said that she would give Yi as much as she could as it would also benefit her. Yi smiled and said no problem. She held these stones in her hands and looked at Moyu, who looked back at her. She clarified that she cannot defeat the Ghost King, and she believes that her sister wants to choose him as her assistant. But he was taken aback because he was only level 24 and didn't think he could defeat a world-class level 38 boss. Yi frowned a little and raised her finger up. She said that her sister Yun also knows about it, and even more so, until then, they might be able to level up before they face a world-class boss. Yi and Moyu stood opposite each other and held the talismans in their hands. The Necromancer said that his talisman can be used 8 more times. His girlfriend said she was her lucky charm 9 times. Beautiful orange sky. Moyu suggested that they rest for a day and then go to the dungeon the next day. Yi agreed. Blonde beauty Yi looked to the side. Someone from the outside appreciated her beauty. The 3 guys behind Yi and Moyu watched as the 2 of them left. The blonde, one of the 3 guys there, said that the guy next to this beauty is a real killer. The dark-haired boy told him to shut up. Yi, hiding her mouth from those around her, turned towards Moyu. She said those people were looking at him. She noticed that everyone remembered his yesterday's outing on the battlefield. The 2 of them almost reached the portal. He invited her to ignore the crowd and continue on her way. She agreed. The level 25 Necromancer looked down. A card appeared. The number of skeletons and attributes have been increased, and the effectiveness of skeletons has also been significantly increased. Moyu card. Necromancer is the only profession. Level 25 strength, 450 body, 450 agility, 450 spiritual power, 23. A whole crowd of warriors walked right behind the Moyu warrior. This time he arrived at the boss in less than 4 hours. He took his equipment with him. Scythe of Danatus. Level 25. Title, King of the War of the Dragon Clan. All attributes plus 500. Skill consumption reduced by 50%. The number of summons is 240 out of 250. Skeleton warriors in the amount of 150. Skeleton magician in the amount of 90. With a wave of his scythe, he sent his skeletons to attack. He wanted to test his skills on the boss. He swung his scythe above his head. This was the call of the soul of the deceased. The soul of the deceased boss was drawn directly to the scythe with a blue aura. He was going to do it. Yi held a dagger in her hand with surprise on her face. She received another dagger from the infernal outpost. Moyu stood opposite Yi with his scythe. She asked him to give her this dagger. She was going to find a use for it. He gave her the go-ahead and said that her skills were useful to him too. Yi pressed her hand to her chest, closed her eyes and smiled. They were shrouded in the silhouette of a blue skeleton. They continued to walk forward and a whole crowd of warriors in fiery armor appeared in front of them, led by a long-haired fair guy in a white cloak. Moyu didn't understand what happened again. The guy in the white cloak put his hand in front of Yi. He asked not to block her path for his majesty. This fair-haired guy looked forward in surprise and drops of sweat flowed down his face. He didn't understand why he couldn't push them away. He again put his hand directly in front of Ning's face. It turns out that he wanted to remove them from the red carpet laid out for his highness. The hand he raised was in a black glove. The guy with red hair and a white cloak fell as soon as the sword stuck into the ground in front of him. The skeleton looked at him furiously. Ning and Moyu looked at what was happening in surprise. Yi noticed that these must be people from the ancient Holy Sea sect. Moyu said that he is also aware. The strength of the people from the Holy Sea sect is comparable to the strength of the Holy Sea. A white carriage appears with a beautiful crown decoration on it. A voice was heard inside the carriage saying to stop. 4 horsemen in white cloaks, sitting on enchanted horses, pressed their hands to their chests. The foot of a man in white armor steps onto the red carpet. A tall guy with blonde hair and beautiful armor got out of the carriage. It was an unusual piece of gold equipment, and it was crafted by a blacksmith. Entire jewelry is processed by alchemists. He was wearing a handmade suit. It may not be as good as the Hellwatch suit, but it's much better than the Nightmare tier. I looked at this guy with contempt. The blonde man with long hair was also a little shocked. The ruler in beautiful armor waved his hand to his subject, and he bowed. He told the servant not to be so rude and walked away. The servant obeyed him. A new guy in armor and blue eyes looked at them and put his hand on his chest, bending over a little. He asked the guys for forgiveness for the rudeness of his subordinate. Yi and Moyu were still looking at him with a slight hint of contempt when he approached them. It was Rutgers from the ancient Holy Sea Clan level 31, fighter of divine fire. The 3 guys watched what was happening from afar and also thought about it. They didn't expect to see a divine fire fighter. They knew about him that Rutgers believed in the gods and claimed to have inherited their power. He inherited the power of the volcano. It sounded great. 2 guys, wrapped in black robes, looked at what was happening with displeasure. One of them thought it was nonsense, since he did not consider it a legendary profession. They believed that he was nothing more than a professional with talents in the field of fire. They knew a god who had killed nearly 10,000 abyss demons, who could be called truly powerful. Rutgers leaned slightly towards Yi and extended his hand to her. He told this beauty that he would be honored if she agreed to go with him into the dungeon. Moyu stood between them with an angry face and hid Yi behind his back. He found Rutgers insufficiently competent. Rutgers stood motionless, his brow furrowed slightly, and the wind blew through his beautiful locks. He said that Moyu is only level 25, so he is not that skilled. Moyu looked at him with a cold gaze from under his bangs. He thought his words were ridiculous. Rutgers stood opposite Moyu and Yi with his hand raised. He told Moyu that he was low level and his skills would not be enough. He assumed that the Necromancer wanted to go through a dungeon of hellish difficulty. Rutgers, opening his mouth, looked angrily at Moyu. He said that you can clear the dungeon alone and get a legendary title. He turns to the beautiful lady Yi and wishes to invite her with him again after Moyu completes all his business. Yi touched her hand to her face and bit her lip. Rutgers stood surprised. 5 people in the crowd were laughing at the situation from the sidelines, and Rutgers didn't understand why. The servant approached Rutgers from behind, who turned to look at him. The servant turned to his leader, coming close to him and covering his mouth with his hand, and whispered in his ear that someone had removed the name of the outpost. Moyu stood calmly and looked straight at them. He said he did it. Rutgers was furious. Rutgers turned back and ordered his team to approach him. They all came up to him and stood on the red carpet, in front of which stood horses with fiery manes in an even formation. Straightening his chest and shoulders, he looked around. The divine firefighter was asked if he was confident in what he was doing. He said that this area belongs to Shanxias. Most of the people here are professionals from Shanxias. If something happens, it will be bad. Turning back, he smiled wickedly. Rutgers said if they did it in secret, everything would be fine. Moyu stood face to face with Yi. Moyu realized that even if everyone knew Rutgers, everyone would think that this happened in the dungeon. Yi looked at Moyu, who turned back with a smile on her face. He told her not to pay attention to people and suggested that she continue. She agreed. The 2 of them walked along the red carpet straight to the portal. Rutgers held a red stone in his hand, lowered his eyes, looking at them maliciously. It was a tracking scroll. Thanks to it, you can track someone in the dungeon. A crowd of people followed the example of Moyu and Yi and also approached the portal. They were surprised that Moyu wanted to do it alone again without his team. Besides, he had just used a scroll, a replica of the Dragon Clan's forward outpost. Moyu and Yi stood together and were surprised that a crowd of people from Shanxias followed them into the portal. Rutgers, holding the scroll in his hand, said that Moyu most likely did not expect him to come for him. He brought the scroll emitting a yellow aura to his face and smiled maliciously. He said that then he had no other choice and would have to kill Moyu. He believed that he would not have received this title any other way. He had a teleportation seal scroll in his hands. Yi looked at the talisman in her hand with beads of sweat on her face. She said that it was with the teleportation seal scroll that her talisman did not work. Black shadows stood behind the firefighter, who spread his arms to the sides in gloating. He joked that it looked unfortunate and they should be afraid of him. Rutgers said Moyu will now pay the price for angering him. Holding his hand in the air and keeping his grin on his face, he walked towards the perplexed Yi. He told her not to worry as he wouldn't just kill her. He said he would make a wonderful toy out of it. Moyu's gaze, which disagreed with Rutgers' statements, should have been seen. Rutgers frowned and bared his teeth. He asked Moyu why he found it funny. Raising Danatus's scythe, Moyu directed his gaze at the enemy and said, since the divine firefighter used the teleportation seal scroll, he would not be able to leave, but neither would Rutgers. 3 guys in white coats, led by Rutgers, stood in defensive positions. A crowd of skeletons was approaching them. They asked what the hell. Moyu threw his braid behind his back and stood surrounded by his skeletons. He suggested that Rutgers get to know itself and its enemy, and then maybe he will go through 100 battles. He assumed that Rutgers didn't even know his profession and skills, and it seemed like he was a self-killer. Rutgers grinned and looked on with disdain. He thought that just a few pathetic skeletons could not kill him. He considered his profession also legendary and considered himself a great fighter. He used a volcanic blow and transformed into another image of himself with red powerful armor and fiery hair. With his shoulders spread wide, he stood at the forefront of his squad, surrounded by a powerful aura. This was his skill, the body of the fire god. In this state, all of his attributes were increased by 3 times, and his attack power was increased by 3 times. Damage was reduced by 300% and he was immune to all control skills. He made fun of Moyu, saying what he could use to counter him besides those dead skeletons. Rutgers, dressed in a black suit with red stripes, raised a sword above his head. His people, also surrounded by a magical aura, said that he was invincible. They supported him. Rutgers knitted his eyebrows and smiled mockingly. He considered himself invincible too. He considered his profession worthy of becoming legendary, because the effect of this skill was very strong. Moyu looked at what was happening with a straight face. He noticed that his comrades did not have such skills. Moyu used a slowing curse and they were all chained with a red aura. His entire squad was chained with these chains. They realized that it was a curse. They shouted for help to take them down as a whole Moyu squad was approaching them. Rutgers, with an angry expression on his face, charged at the skeleton and slashed at it with his sword. He did not understand how this was possible and why the strength of the skeletons was so high. The skeleton, which repelled the enemy's attack, attacked him and pierced his armor. Rutgers was knocked back by the blow that the skeleton dealt. Moyu guys in white capes, who saw what was happening, whispered among themselves. They thought this was the end for them and they were here at Rutgers. Rutgers looked confused. A large crowd of skeletons was advancing towards his men. They screamed for help. Moyu, lowering his head slightly, looked forward ironically. He noted that it would be much easier if Rutgers were alone. Rutgers furrowed his brow with displeasure. He began to express towards Moyu that he would definitely kill him. Moyu took out his scythe again and slightly tilted his body to the side. He joked sarcastically, saying that it was a coincidence that he had no place to test his skills, and he was just about to try them out at Rutgers. It was spiritualism. Black energy enveloped them. A large, huge skeleton with horns on its head and wings stood in front of Rutgers. Moyu asked Rutgers if he wanted to complete the level alone and suggested that he challenge the boss one-on-one. Rutgers looked at the monster with panic in his eyes. It was the guardian of the dragon clan. He was surprised that Moyu was able to summon the dungeon's hell-level boss. The dragon clan guardian walked straight towards Rutgers, who was holding a golden sword in his hand. A huge skeleton guard attacked Rutgers. He flew away from the impact along with fragments of stones and pieces of earth. He fell to the ground and looked very exhausted. The impact of a huge skeleton destroyed the state of the volcano at Rutgers. He realized the full power of a hell-level boss. The Dragon Clan Guardian raised a huge blade above his head and looked straight at Rutgers, who was sitting on the ground. Rutgers, crawling back, raised his hand and begged for mercy with a confused face that showed fear. He said that Moyu cannot kill him, because he is the son of God in the temple of the Holy See of the Catholic Church. He said that if Moyu kills him, that is, he himself will die. Moyu stared mercilessly with red eyes at Rutgers. He still asked not to kill him. A huge skeleton with wings and a sword finished off the exhausted Rutgers. Yi stood right in front of the remains of the Rutgers armor and held his sleeve in her hand. She said about Rutgers that guys like him never take other people's lives seriously. She didn't think Rutgers would beg for mercy before dying. Yi was still holding his armlet in her hand and looking at Moyu. She asked him if he was afraid of the people from the Throne Village, which was Rutgers. He replied no. Yi smiled slightly and looked at him with a good-natured look. She smirked slightly and said that no matter what happens, she will always be with him. The two of them set off along a narrow stone road with large cobblestones. Yi asked what they would do with the volcano costume. The Necromancer suggested that she first update her skills. She agreed. We were transported to the headquarters of the Holy See. People stood in front of a large stone statue from which a bright light was emanating. They learned that Rutgers had died. They tried to find the priest as quickly as possible. Grandfather Yi went to Shen, who was holding a white cup in his hand. The master did not expect to see her grandfather here. He made fun of the old man, saying that he always has a dissatisfied face when he comes here. The old man leaned against the table at which Moyu and two masters were sitting. He asked Shen why he instructed his granddaughter to go to the battlefield. Grandfather thought that the master had instructed Moyu to seduce her. He replied that Moyu is a good guy and there is no need for him to seduce her. Grandfather sat down opposite the master, and the two of them raised their cups. The grandfather did not know how much the guy was telling the truth about helping his granddaughter pass the hell level dungeon. Shen left this question until they returned. Yi and Moyu came out of a huge portal. Moyu and Yi stood next to each other and held their talismans in their hands. Yi said her mascot needs to be recharged and she plans to return to the school to commission the building. Then ask him what he will do. He said that the competition would start soon, so he planned to come back and sell all the equipment. Moyu was a level 26 Necromancer. Yi was a level 23 Assassin. A huge tower with rubble on which hieroglyphs were written. It was a shopping center. Moyu stood at the table with the equipment, behind which was the salesman. He offered him a selling price of 20 million. He agreed. The Necromancer turned his back and looked around. He was surprised by the equipment of hellish complexity. He was curious who this important person was. Shen came out on Moyu's watch. He asked the Necromancer why he returned so early. Moyu, holding his hand in the air, replied that he had completed his task. Shen was surprised that the fighter completed the task so quickly. Moyu put his hands in his pocket and walked along the path among the trees. He was already a level 26 Necromancer. Shen looked away from Moyu. The master asked him how he increased his level so quickly. He replied that he went through dungeons non-stop. Master Shen was standing near the table where the elder was sitting, and Moyu approached them. Shen noticed that this was wrong. Even if he completed all the dungeons of nightmare difficulty, the leveling speed would still not be so fast. He told the master that he went through these dungeons with someone else. The elder grinned, resting his hand on the table. He knew that Moyu would be able to pass this test in one of the nightmare levels. The Necromancer scratched the back of his head and lowered his head. He replied that he was not the only one, probably also Yi's precious grandfather. Shen looked into the void with a cold gaze. He said it meant a lot. Moyu held his head and looked at his master. He understood the master's words. A card appeared. King of the Dragon War. All attributes plus 500, skill consumption reduced by 50%. The master looked at his student and smiled sincerely. He was glad that he did a great job. He asked Moyu that perhaps his cooling talisman had been used up. There was a bunch of equipment on the table, including glowing stones, a talisman, and several horns with a pouch. Moyu couldn't find the alchemist, so he apologized for his trouble. The master, frowning slightly, looked forward. He told Moyu that he was straightforward and charging this talisman would not be easy. The master approached the table with equipment lying on it, next to which Moyu stood. Shen told him that he did well this time, so he will help him, and when everything is ready, he will say so. Moyu expressed his gratitude to him. The master then asked him if Moyu had heard of the professional competition. They stood opposite each other. Moyu replied that he had heard. The master noted that the competition is held every 5 years, and this year the competition will be held in their Shanxia Empire in 10 days. They both furrowed their brows and looked into each other's eyes. The master said that he wanted him not only to take part, but also to win. Moyu was ready for this. Master Shen looked at Moyu, who was currently examining the volcano armor. Shen asked Master Meng to take care of his things. Shen, with his arms crossed, looked at Moyu and asked where he got the golden volcano set from the Catholic Church temple. Elder Meng slightly wrinkled his forehead and touched his beard. The elder heard that a fighter appeared in the Roman Catholic Church village last year and gave him a golden volcano suit, and he thought that Moyu killed that guy. Memories from the very battle where he took this armor appeared above Moyu. The elder understood everything correctly. Meng became enraged by this information, and a black aura surrounded everything around them. The three of them stood near the table on which all the armor lay. Elder Meng was angry, and a shroud of black energy and stone fragments were covered around them. He asked how they dared to kill their students on Shangxia's premises. He heard that the fighters used the resurrection method and that perhaps Rutgers had not died yet. Moyu stood with cold sweat on his face between the two masters. Shen pointed out that Meng can't make a mess here. The elder remained silent. Meng lowered his head slightly, with a purple talisman hovering above it. He noticed that Meng might be returning. Shen asked him to leave this matter to him, because he had not done anything like this for many years, and it seemed that everyone had forgotten his name. Shen took on a furious appearance with a purple aura. Shen's middle name was Shangxia's God Killer. Moyu looked at this transformation with admiration. He heard that the master broke into the country single-handedly and killed two of the country's top 3 professionals, almost destroying the country single-handedly. Moyu walked over to the table where Shen and Meng were. He bowed his head in front of them and raised his hand to his chest. He realized that he could not cope alone and would have to involve Yi. Shen, pressing his hand on the table, told Meng to take care of the tyrant's talisman and necklace. Meng responded well. He clarified, if this guy from the church dares to do something to the old man's granddaughter, then they will suffer. The guy in the white coat turned back into the bright light. This was the Holy See. In his eyes was the reflection of a huge fireball. This large fireball was hovering right above the city. Residents of the city were perplexed, not knowing what it was. They were scared because they thought it was a spell from a god-level magician. Someone thought that this was the coming of the god of fire. One of the city residents in a white cloak pointed his finger at a large fireball and clarified that there were people there. There really were 2 shadows. The residents thought it was a level 3 professional enemy. They wanted to call the head. The old man and Shen stood next to each other back to back and looked at what was happening. They shouted at Gubat that he did not belong here and to get out. Grandfather Ning crossed his arms and stood like a wall with fire blazing around him. It was all over, as the Holy See would end everything. Someone was looking for the Pope. The fireball was still hovering over the city. An enraged Pope of the Holy See of Lips appeared in a beautiful headdress with yellow stripes. He asked who was looking for him. He was looking for someone who decided to break into their city and disturb his peace, which was tantamount to death. With an astonished look on his face, he met Terran in front of him, who stood in a confident pose. It turns out that Grandpa Ning was a god-level professional from the Shangxia's empire. The Pope's face looked confused. He didn't expect to meet people from Shangxia's empire here. Shen lowered his head slightly and looked at the Pope. He did not understand how these people appeared here. He thought they had come together to destroy the Catholic Church. He folded his arms to his chest and obligingly stood in front of the 2 professionals. He said he was willing to listen to them if they had something to say. If his people had somehow offended the people of Shangxia's, then he could apologize to them on behalf of the Holy See. Residents of the city raised their heads and were surprised at what was happening. They did not think that this old man would bow to the people who came. It seemed to them that now would come the end of their ancient Catholic Church. An old man with a beard and glasses looked with a menacing gaze. He asked for a guy named Rutgers. The 4 people floating in the air were dressed in white. One of them asked the other to call the guy. The Pope stood sweating, his forehead wrinkled. He dared to ask why they didn't like the guy they came for. He explained to them that Rutgers came from 2 temples of water and fire. He is the son of God of the Fire Temple. They need to try to save his life. Terran and Shen smirked slightly at this statement. They both said that the guy didn't hurt them. The Pope, wearing his headdress, looked up and saw that the 2 masters were furious. Terran said Rutgers hurt his precious granddaughter. Shen added that in his precious disciple. The Pope stepped back a little, clearly frightened by this information. He realized that they were finished, because this was even worse than if he had offended them themselves. He realized that they were going to kill him. People in white robes were leading an exhausted blonde guy by the hand. Rutgers looked up and recognized the people who were looking for him. He realized that it was the god of fire. Rutgers' body flew into the air and he began to be drawn towards the large fireball. The Pope led Rutgers by the hand to Shen and Terran. He introduced the guy to them and said that he had just been resurrected and was very weak. Terran became enraged again, which could be seen in the pink aura around him. He used psychological pressure. Terran was aware that Rutgers was using a tracking scroll to track down Moyu, a student from Xiajing Academy. He was also aware of what Rutgers said about his granddaughter, calling her just a toy. Rutgers was greatly frightened, realizing that Terran was aware of what happened between them. He became furious on the spot and began to rage, waving his arms in different directions. He called Moyu a scoundrel for daring to kill him. He was going to kill him sooner or later at the first opportunity. He was going to take the title from him along with Ning. He wanted her to be his toy and he would do whatever he wanted with her. The Pope's face twisted with fear. Apparently, he did not expect that Rutgers would dare to speak out like that. He raised his hand and turned to Shen with fear. Shen stood next to the old man Terran, who crossed his arms. Terran asked if he could be resurrected after death. Was he recognized by the Holy See? He wanted to see if he could cope without the statue. Terran directed the flames towards the city and its inhabitants. Residents tried to save the man. The ruler of the city turned his back on the center of events and began to run. He told everyone to run faster. The ball's fiery rays pierced the body of Rutgers, who spread his arms to the sides. He noticed that they would not be able to kill him and he would be able to rise again. His body fell into the very heat of the fire. A large fireball fell directly on the city and the inhabitants who were in it. They tried to escape. This ball nevertheless reached the ground and dealt him a crushing blow. The Pope flew into the air and watched above the clouds of acrid smoke. Terran said that next time he will destroy the Holy Throne. An old man in the same white cape as the Pope's turned to his master. The ruler said, since they are still alive, then everything is in order, because the people from Shanxias did not kill them, and this is already alms. He remembered Country H and how many people died in it. The people of the destroyed city stood and looked at the rubble and chaos that was happening in their city after the attack. They realized that if it weren't for Rutgers, they wouldn't be in such trouble. The statue was destroyed and the vitality of the church was seriously damaged. They were afraid that they would now have to hide somewhere for a while. As long as they are alive, misfortune will haunt them. Terran and Shen teleported back home. The two of them sat at the table with the elder. Shen noticed that old man Ning had become different and thought that it was because of his strong love for his granddaughter. The old man disputed this point, saying that Shen was exactly the same in the past because he also killed all the people from the Holy Throne. Shen, sitting opposite the elder, closed his eyes and also held a cup in his hands. Master Shen said that with age, virtue accumulates inside and you want to kill less. The culprit is killed, no matter whether the others are killed or not. Elder Meng asked him if he was thinking of going further and killing the monsters of the abyss. The elder and old man Terran looked at Shen, who raised his hand. The elder threw him a talisman with a full charge. Shen was surprised that the talisman charged so quickly. Professor Meng helped him charge the talisman he was already holding in his hand. The three of them were sitting at a table in a location surrounded by tall green trees. The elder asked if he couldn't have given the talisman right away. The old man, clutching his head, said that he had forgotten. After a couple of days, 100th professional competition, Moyu lowered his head and grabbed the watch on his hand. He realized that registration for the competition had begun. Multicolored images appeared in which there were silhouettes of people. He learned that the competition was divided into 3 competitions. It was a team competition, a single competition, and a challenge competition. Moyu sat there, puzzled. There were divisions every 10 levels, so he was in the level 20-29 category. The rewards were also generous. In team competitions below level 40, the champion can receive a master skill scroll, a magic potion, and 50 million gold coins. On the table was a bag of coins, a scroll, and a blue potion. He learned that the champion of the singles competition would receive this magic potion, Scroll of Basic Skill. After using it, he will master the skill 100%, which has not yet been fully mastered. Magic Potion. After use, all basic attributes increase by 200 units. He grabbed his chin and looked down. The rules and rewards hadn't been announced yet, so he didn't know what would be available. But I realized that if everything was so mysterious, then the reward would definitely be good. Moyu, holding Danidus's side behind him, also stood thinking about something. His personal card appeared. The Necromancer profession is unique. Level 26. Title, King of the Warriors of the Dragon Clan. Strength, 480 plus 500. Body, 480 plus 500. Agility, 480 plus 500. Spiritual Strength, 25 plus 3000. Equipment, Danidus's Scythe. Level 26. Spiritual Power, plus 3000. Reach the upper limit, unlocked after receiving the suit. Skills, Language of the Dead, Call of the Soul. Quantity to summon 250 out of 260. Skeleton Warrior, quantity 150. Skeleton Magician, quantity 100. Talent, total increased by 10 times. Passive skill, damage transfer. Active skill, Soul Flame, level 26. Summon Skeleton Warrior, level 26. Corpse Explosion, level 3. Curse of Slowness, level 26. Skeletal Armor, level 26. Summon a Skeleton Mage, level 26. His Skeleton Warriors appeared, one of which was in a black cape. A Silver level Warrior Skeleton appeared, level 26. Strength, 7000. Body, 7000. Agility, 7000. Spiritual Strength, 7000. Skill, Furious Strike. Skeleton Magician of the Silver level, level 26. Strength, 260. Body, 260. Agility, 10,400. Spiritual Power, 260. Three guys approached the puzzled Moyu. They recognized him. They asked him that he also came to sign up for the competition. Moyu asked them that they were planning to participate as a threesome. Two dark-haired girls approached Moyu. One of them raised her hand to her chest. She said that initially they wanted Moyu to be with them, but since she knew that the last time he was already level 22, they do not end up on the same team with him. Another girl asked him what level he was at now. He noted that at 26. The three guys simply widened their eyes and were shocked by this information. Zhu covered her mouth with both hands and was surprised. The two guys behind her stood with dissatisfied faces. The girls said it was too fast. The guy with the black headband said there was something wrong with the girls. A girl with black hair and a bob and a shirt with green stripes looked at that guy. She said they were birds of a feather. The guy remained silent. Yi approached the guys and stuck out her hand as she greeted Moyu. Blue-eyed Zhu turned back. She realized who it was. Yi looked at the girl with a slight smile. She said that Moyu is her friend. She introduced herself to the guys, saying that her name was Yi. She is a level 25 shadow assassin. Zhu, bending her elbow, was instantly surprised. Yi modestly put her hand behind her head and closed her eyes. She joked, saying that there is someone else who is as fast a cultivator as Moyu. Of course, she clarified that this was all thanks to the fact that the Necromancer took her with him. Zhu lowered her eyes slightly and raised her hand to her chin, clearly relaxing. She laughed. It was not surprising to her that it happened so quickly. Zhu, wearing a white shirt and black skirt, looked at Yi. Two guys stood behind Zhu, and a girl with short hair waved her hand. They all introduced themselves. Zhu and Moyu were classmates. She was a level 17 elemental mage. The girl behind Zhu who waved her hand was a level 17 rogue. Her name was Mei. The guy standing next to him in a blue blouse with a fur lining was a level 17 swordsman saint. His name was Zhu. Zhu and Mei stood aside and watched the dialogue between the two beauties. Two observers noticed that it seemed to them that they were not the only ones irritated here. Zhu agreed. They turned around and began to leave. Zhu turned around, waving her hand. She said that they would see each other next time when they found teammates. Yi stood behind Moyu, who was looking at the guys leaving. He said that if they want to come to the desert dungeon, then let them contact him. These were his classmates. Yi looked at Moyu with a kind expression on her face. She asked how good of a relationship he and Zhu were. He replied that they were classmates. Yi turned away from Moyu, crossing her arms behind her back. She said that he was too stupid, because if she had such a beautiful classmate next to her, she would stalk her. Moyu stood there in bewilderment, simply remaining silent. Their names were heard from the side. Their combat team, represented by the captain, headed towards them. It was Jiang with a black braid on her head. She was a level 24 elven knight. Toon, wearing a black scarf around his neck, waved it with his hand, smiling slightly. It was Toon, a level 21 prophet. Mao stood behind them. She was a level 21 elder. They also came to register. Jiang walked up to Yi, who was smiling at her. She said that you cannot miss the competition, which is held every 5 years. Yi asked if they had found their teammates. The three guys immediately became puzzled. They said not yet. Mao said that other people didn't like their low level and didn't want to form a team. Toon, scratching his head, said that they didn't really want to compete for some kind of ranking. They were just interested in seeing what and how. The three guys and Yi stood dumbfounded. Moyu said that they could form a team with him. They will save time on finding teammates. Jiang looked at her with warm eyes. She knew that he had gone through the tyrant's dungeon alone. Moyu furrowed his eyebrows. The captain of the squad realized that together with him they were guaranteed to become champions. Yi touched Jiang's hand, who wanted to tell her something. She said it was possible, but there was one condition. Yi, grinning, said what kind of conditions. Jiang looked forward and the rays of the sun illuminated her silhouette. She said if they can win then they will get contribution points too. Du and Mei stood together and waved his hands. They said they didn't need anything else and these points would be enough. Jiang exhaled and looked at Moyu. He agreed to the condition. She realized that if they didn't agree, they wouldn't form a team. The whole crowd of them approached the registration table, at which there were 2 queues. Yi stood next to Moyu, looking back at him. She thanked him. He said, "You're welcome." Lisheng, with his hands in his pocket, walked with a light gait along with his comrade. He told his comrade that he would definitely win the championship award in this competition. His teammate said that given the strength of the boss and the presence of his teammates, he will definitely win this championship. His partner in a white t-shirt was dispersing a whole crowd that was blocking the passage so that they would not interfere with his passage. He ordered them to disperse. The guys realized that these were people from Bailey College. They realized that it was better not to mess with them. Yi and Moyu stood together next to each other. Lisheng gaped in surprise. He saw Yi next to Moyu. They looked into each other's eyes. Lisheng was not happy to meet the Necromancer. Yi took Moyu's hands and they walked forward, but Lisheng blocked their way. He ordered them to stop. Yi frowned on her face. She didn't expect to see those annoying guys from Bailey. Lisheng, clenching his hands into fists, also frowned. He asked her why she was with this guy. Lisheng became very angry when he saw her holding his hand. Yi looked at him with a dissatisfied look. She said he shouldn't care who she's with. The dean of Bailey's college became very tense and began to shout, pointing his finger to the side. He said that this couldn't help but worry him. This concerns him because she is his fiancée. Yi was now angry after hearing his words. She also pointed her finger at him. She told him to shut up. She asked him if he was sick or not. If he came to propose marriage, then she rejects him. Now he does not dare to call her his bride again. Even though their families are friends, she will not argue with him further. No one had seen such an angry Yi for a long time. She said that he lies too much and forgets what is true and what is a lie. She twirled her finger at his temple and said that he should find a doctor so that he could straighten his brains out and so that he would not go crazy. She warned him, saying that if he dared to talk nonsense again, she would tell Grandpa and he would deal with him. Yi looked at him very angrily. It was the first time she had been seen so angry. She was excited. Lisheng stood right in front of Moyu, clenching his hands into a fist. Lisheng bared his teeth and became tense. He told his enemy that they weren't done yet. Moyu wanted to give a damn about such people. He called Yi a Bailey woman and no one can take her away. Yi and Moyu stood together and looked gloomily at Lisheng, who was throwing a tantrum. Lisheng was very angry with Moyu. Lisheng realized that Moyu was going against him again. Only now he wants to steal the girl too. Lisheng continued to glare at his enemy. He said that he had not yet paid him for the last time. Moyu looked at him with a grin and called him a clown. Lisheng was very angry and stood there sweating. He said that sooner or later he would kill him. Yi and Jiang, standing surrounded by their boys, took up their daggers in their hands, pointing towards Lisheng. Yi said that if he wants to die, then let him say it. Moyu looked at Lisheng unkindly and raised his hand, about to cast a spell. He realized that if he didn't kill him, then most likely Lisheng would pursue Yi again. Lisheng heard this and immediately opened his mouth in fear. He asked who he was going to kill. Above the frightened Lisheng, Shen's silhouette appeared in the air. It really was him. He looked down, crossing his arms. He asked Moyu if he was really going to kill him. The young people, prepared for battle, look up. Some with joy, some with surprise, some with fear. Bai Shen appears there. The general's gaze is terrible. Bai Lisheng, I'm asking you a question. Who did you say you wanted to kill? He asks in a menacing voice. Bai Lisheng sits down on the ground in horror and puts his hand out in front of him, as if trying to defend himself. Lord Bai, I didn't say anything like that. Really, he justifies himself in a pathetic voice. The general is angry. Get lost, he orders. If this happens again, I will personally present your head to Bai Lihao. The young man does not force you to repeat it twice and quickly runs away. The general falls to the ground. Ning Yi happily greets him. The hero greets politely. Bai Shen, smiling, comes up to him and pats his hand. If I had not appeared, you would have attacked him, the general asks the hero. I would have to act because he wanted to kill me, Lin Moyu replies. Bai Shen looks at the young man carefully. Weren't you afraid that they might take revenge on him? He asks. His grandfather, Bai Lihao, is the headmaster of Bailey Academy and is a peak level 81 professional. Lin Moyu answers while looking into the other person's eyes. I know. If I can't beat him, I will just return to the Yuan battlefield. I'm confident that I'll be able to survive there. The general hits the hero on the back with quite decent force. Good, good, he says joyfully. You are just like me when I was young. When you do things, you cannot be indecisive. Just like the whole son of Vatican that you killed. Once you made up your mind to kill him, you killed him. Old Ning has also flattened the Vatican, so they don't dare to make noise anymore. The general clenches his fist. Remember, a tough fist is the hard truth, he says. Fairness and fear are both achieved through one's own strength. Bai Shen shakes hands with the hero again. I have already given you the method to raise your level, he says. Once you gather enough materials, I will send someone to help you. Okay, the hero answers. I've also given you a new task, go and finish it quickly, the general says finally. As he leaves, he praises the hero's comrades. They smile happily. After the general leaves, the young people talk among themselves. It seems you both will be very busy in the near future, says Tao. The tournament will be held in Danhong City this year, so let's meet up again there. Lei agrees. Yi then addresses the hero. What task did my grandfather give you? She asks. Kill abyss demons at the 3rd fortress and increase my rank to at least a 2-star lieutenant, answers Lin Moyu. The girl smiles. It's that simple, she asks. Not only that, says the hero. There will be an elemental dungeon outside the 3rd fortress. Lord Bai asked me to retrieve elemental crystals from the elemental dungeon. Yi folded her arms across her chest. I remember the place outside the 3rd fortress is also known as the elemental plane, she says. We see a powerful explosion. A large-scale battle once took place there, the girl recalls. Before us is an episode of this massacre. Nearly 100 elemental mages in their 3rd job casted over 1,000 forbidden spells there, says Yi. In front of us is a huge funnel, inside of which the lights are burning out under the evening sky. That land became elementalized and subsequently many elemental creatures were born. Yi thoughtfully rubs his chin with his finger. I've never seen elemental creatures, she says. I wonder what they look like. You'll see when we get there, the hero promises her. Academy teleportation platform. A guy and a girl are standing inside a white magic circle. 3rd fortress teleportation platform. Heroes appear at their destination. Yi holds his head. The hero supports the girl by the hand and shoulder. We are there, he says. I'm not yet used to teleportation over long distances, says the beauty. Here is information regarding this location. Beginner Fire Element Crystal Core 100,000 gold coins, piece. Material used for enchantment, used on weapons to increase fire element damage, and used on armor to increase fire element resistance. Beginner Wind Element Crystal Core 100,000 gold coins, piece. Beginner Water Element Crystal Core 100,000 gold coins, piece. Element Crystal Cores, the hero asks himself. It should be something that's dropped by an elemental monster. It seems to be a specialty of the 3rd fortress. It's a pity that I don't need it. A guy and a girl are walking towards a wall with arches. Time to see the elemental monsters, Lin Moyu thinks. In front of us is an opening, behind which 2 chains are visible. The guard guarding this border turns to the hero. Boy, you'll die if you go there like that, he says. It's too dangerous for both of you to go there. The weakest monster on these planes is level 33, and you are only level 26. Don't commit suicide, please. Another guard comes out from around the corner. He asks what's going on here. The soldier reports that the 2 want to go to the plains. The captain looks angrily at the young people. One of you is level 26, and the other is level 25. Are you suicidal? Where are your guards? What's happened? Why were you sent here? Behind the opening you can see a mountainous area where something is burning. It turns out that this is a level 33 fire element spirit. The captain, a drop of sweat running down his cheek, looks at the hero in shock. He has already managed to summon his skeletons, who are ready to attack the enemy. A moment later they are no longer at the entrance to the plain. How fast they are, the captain thinks. These skeletons have extremely high stats. It is reported that the skeletons, who had already approached the flaming enemy, used the Rage Strike skill. A fiery cloud grows in the place where the monster was just now. A message pops up, killed level 33 fire element spirit, experience plus 165,000. The captain can't believe his eyes. They killed him with one blow, he asks. A level 26 skeleton killed a level 33 fire element spirit in one hit, he thinks. The captain glances sideways at the hero and notices the lieutenant's badge on him. Lin Mo-yu calmly looks into the distance. What a young lieutenant, the captain thinks. I received this title when I was 38. Yi, smiling, asks the old warrior if they can now go to the plains. Go, the captain says in amazement. Two young people walk along a desert plain. They are too cautious, says Lin Mo-yu. However, it is precisely professionals like them, who are diligent and responsible, that make Shanxia so peaceful, the girl answers him. Yes, I understand why they are like that, says the hero. Something unimaginable begins to happen to the beauty's luxurious hair. She tries to fix them but gets electrocuted. What kind of place is this? She asks in bewilderment. Don't laugh, she asks the hero, looking reproachfully at him with huge eyes. Is it possible to laugh at this? A blue and white energy vortex appears above her head. What explodes? Strange traces become visible in the air. The heroes are wary of what is causing all these strange disturbances. A wind elemental spirit, thinks Lin Mo-yu. The enemy takes on visible shape. The information plate tells you its characteristics. Wind elemental spirit. Level 34, Strength 4000, Agility 4000, Spirit 7000, Physique 55,000, Skills, Wind Ball, Storm, Wind Blade, Unique Characteristics, Wind Element Immunity. The hero's hand glows with blue energy. He looks at the skeletons standing next to him. Are you bullying my skeleton warriors because they can't fly? He ironically asks his enemy. The airborne monster attacks the skeletons summoned by the hero, but as a result of the retaliatory strike, he twists into something shapeless, after which all that remains is a fiery whirlwind. The hero comments in surprise on what he just saw. The elemental spirit doesn't have a corpse. Then I won't be able to use corpse explosion on them. Something happens that scares the girl standing next to the hero. Mo-yu, she says, is it just me, or is the earth really shaking? It's not just you, he answers. The elements are becoming disorderly. It becomes clear what causes these fluctuations. A lot of people are running towards the heroes, apparently trying to escape from something. The soldiers run up and one of them shouts loudly for the young people to run away wherever they look, because if they remain in place, they will inevitably die. The view from above suggests that many different elemental spirits are chasing people. Yi looks at the oncoming wave of monsters in shock. Did they poke into the lair of the elemental spirits? She asks her companion. He seems calm. The element dungeon randomly appears, and when it happens, there is an element riot which instantly spawns a large number of elemental spirits, he says. What a coincidence. I was worried about not being able to find the element dungeon. Fleeing warriors continue to encourage young people to flee. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to die? Can't you see the elemental spirits behind us? Don't worry about those two lunatics, let's run away quickly. Finally one of them screams. The hero summons his skeletons, which immediately appear in large numbers around him and Yi. Kill, he orders, looking menacingly at the crowds of approaching enemies. Hundreds of skeletons rush towards ethereal monsters. The battle begins. A powerful flash appears in the air above the two fighting armies. We see many reports of wind and fire elemental spirits being destroyed, each giving between 165,000 and 170,000 experience points. Beauty Yi grabs her head. What's going on? She screams. I feel dizzy. Lin Mo-yu watches the battle carefully. My spirit attribute is relatively high, so it doesn't have much impact, he thinks. This call should be from the ruler of the element secret realm, the elemental queen. He throws his hand forward and casts slow curse. Opponents are shrouded in red chains, which makes the job the skeletons are trying to do much easier. The warriors who fled from the battlefield stop and try to catch their breath. We hear what they say. We're finally saved. I thought I was going to die. We're saved. Why aren't the elemental spirits pursuing us? One of them notices something, extends his finger in that direction and shouts to the others to look there. A major battle is unfolding before them, in which the enemy they were trying to escape from seems to be beginning to suffer defeat. The amazement of the warriors knows no bounds. Who are they? How are they so strong? Those summoned skeletons are way too powerful. What kind of profession is that? I can't believe he can summon such strong skeletons. Just think, I called them crazy. Yi continues to hold her head, but she seems to be feeling a little better. The sound finally stopped, she says. My head was about to explode. We see something very similar to the Northern Lights. The element crystal is something that only the elemental queen drops. Let's go, says the hero. Yi is fascinated by the beauty of the sight before her. How wonderful it is, she says. There's something wrong here, Lin Mo-yu says with suspicion. It feels like there is someone inside. They stand in front of a brightly glowing portal. It's the entrance of the secret realm, the young man tells his companion. Let's go inside. Young people enter the portal, and from a distance this picture actually looks very beautiful. They find themselves in a completely fantastic area in front of a pyramid, into which a doorway glows with blue light. Secret realms are different from dungeons, explains the hero. Secret realms are an independent space and we may encounter other people, be careful. Yi looks around in amazement. This is an ice palace, she exclaims. Scout the area, the hero orders a pair of his skeletons. The girl smiles. She was pleasantly surprised by the order that the hero had just given. Your skeletons have a pathfinding function too. They're so useful. We'll wait until they find the right path before we go, he replies. The heroes walk along a snowy surface. Let's go, says Lin Mo-yu. They found a way out. Hurry up, your skeletons are the best, the girl answers him. Before us is a menacing-looking creature from which a beam of blue energy rises upward. It sits on an ice throne. A card appears with its description. Water Elemental General. Level 37, Strength 13,000, Agility 0, Spirit 13,000, Physique 16,000, Skills, Ice Pillar, Ice Whirlwind, Sky Flood. Unique characteristic, 50% resistant to physical damage, Ice Element Immunity. The ground is disappearing from under the feet of young people. Its agility is actually 0, asks Yi. I think I know why, the hero answers. It has merged with the ice palace so it can't move at all. He raises his hand, emitting a blue aura, to face level. His skeletons quickly attack the enemy. This causes ice shards to fly in all directions. It's 50% resistant to physical damage, so the damage from my skeletons is greatly reduced, thanks Lin Mo-yu. It's a good thing that I have enough skeletons. We see that young people are standing a short distance from an army of skeletons attacking a chained enemy. He uses his Ice Whirlwind skill. A hail of ice arrows flies at the attackers. The hero looks at what is happening with alarm. He orders his warriors to return to the place of call. Young people take cover on a rock as ice shells fly past them. Lin Mo-yu peeks out from behind a rock. His amazement knows no bounds. I can't believe it, he says. Before us is the terrible appearance of an ice monster. So, that's how it is, the hero thinks. No wonder its agility is 0. That's the price to obtain a regenerative ability. Lin Mo-yu picks up his battle scythe. However, isn't that useless as long as the damage exceeds the recovery speed, he says. Come out, says the hero, raising his weapon above his head. Immediately, a huge and very menacing skeleton appears opposite him. We see this creature from behind and from the side, and we can familiarize ourselves with its characteristics, which appear in a separate window. Outpost Guardian. Level 33, Strength 15,000, Agility 13,000, Spirit 10,000, Physique 15,000. The hero looks menacingly at the ice enemy. It's undoubtedly a hell difficulty dungeon boss. The level 33 attributes are even higher than the level 37 Water Elemental General. Lin Mo-yu holds his battle scythe with both hands at chest level. My soldiers, he says, come out and help. Outpost Guardian, surrounded by a blue aura, slowly moves towards a formidable enemy. The enemy uses the Ice Whirlwind skill against the giant skeleton approaching him. Before us is an impressive hook on one of the wings of the creature summoned by the hero. The giant skeleton is hit by many ice projectiles, but he doesn't seem to notice them. The hero, smiling, looks at what is happening. The same skill won't work on my Outpost Guardian, he says. We see that ordinary skeletons also rush at the chained monster. They inflict damage on it, which looks like red marks on the white body of the ice monster. It is not going to give up and uses the Sky Flood skill. The hero looks in surprise at the result of the enemy's change in tactics. We see powerful white flashes that seem to cover the huge skeleton. Lin Mo-yu watches what is happening, squatting down. A large AoE attack, he says to the girl next to him. This is quite a good counter against my skeletons. Before us are the eyes of an ice monster. They look quite menacing. Outpost Guardian, as if nothing had happened, stands still. Moreover, it is completely covered with much smaller skeletons. A moment later, the latter jump off their carrier and rush to attack the enemy. The outpost guardian looks at the enemy, a red aura flowing from his eyes. We see a column of red energy. Its impact leads to the fact that the enemy with whom the battle was fought is scattered into many large ice blocks. An alert appears. Killed level 37 water elemental general. Experience plus 1,480,000. Obtain 10 water elemental crystals. Lin Mo-yu raises his scythe in front of the huge skeleton that brought victory in this battle. The hero uses the evocation skill. He thinks thoughtfully, grabbing the shaft of his weapon with his second hand. As expected, pure elemental life forms have no corpses or souls, so I can't use my evocation skill to summon them as undead. Lin Mo-yu bends down and picks up the blue crystals. At present, although the duration of summoning a boss monster is only 3 minutes, it is still enough time for me to kill ordinary bosses, he thinks. Yi scratches the back of his head thoughtfully. The level of chaos in the elements seems to have eased a bit, she says. It's much easier to breathe now. That's true, let's continue, the hero calmly answers her. The young people continue their journey through the snowy terrain. They are protected by the energy of the skeleton armor skill. We see that now they are already walking between small erupting volcanoes, and stone debris is constantly falling on them. Thank God for your skeleton armor, says Yi. If other professionals came here, they would be taking damage continuously. The hero thoughtfully looks around the area. Glaciers and a sea of fire, he thinks. Will there be a wind or lightning type world as we continue? Directly ahead, Lin Mo-yu notices something very similar to a volcano. The heroes take a closer look and realize that this is not a volcano, but a certain concentration of fire, in which scary narrowed eyes now become noticeable. A description of the monster the young people encountered appears. Fire Elemental General. Level 37, Strength 0, Agility 0, Spirit 20,000, Physique 16,000, Skills, Flame Eruption, Hell Explosion. Unique characteristic, 50% resistant to physical damage, fire element immunity, burning attacks. It's another monster that can't move, Lin Mo-yu thinks, and I can't use physical attacks on it too. An entire army of skeletons appears in front of a giant enemy bursting with flames. Fortunately, I know what to do, says Lin Mo-yu. Yellow pillars shoot upward from the fiery general. There are explosions in the sky. Fire then rains down on the surface. This is reported to be the effect of the flame eruption skill. It's also a similar large AoE attack, the hero thinks. Skeletons begin to burn. This is a consequence of the unique characteristic burn. Lin Mo-yu, standing next to his skeletons, raises his right hand, in which a blue energy sphere is blazing. The hero throws his hand forward. He was reported to have used the Ice Storm skill. A hail of ice rains down on the fire general and appears to extinguish him. But the enemy is not going to give up. A very powerful explosion is heard at the place where he was. The wave generated by it crashes down on the attackers. Young people can hardly stand on their feet. A message appears that the enemy has used the Hell Explosion skill. The hero grabs the girl by the hand and they jump together. It's a desperate last attack, says Lin Mo-yu. It seems to me that your skeletons can finish everything themselves, Yi answers him. Ice hail continues to bombard Fire Elemental General. The hero, in front of whom the earth is cracking from the heat, turns to his companion. Yi, I want to let you see, he says. In front of them, pillars of fire shoot up, scattering large stones. The girl looks up, where a very powerful fiery explosion is heard. What a beautiful fireworks display, she says. We see the alert. Killed level 37 Fire Elemental General. Experience plus 1,480,000. Obtain 10 water element crystals. The hero kneels down. Yi, standing behind him, smiles sweetly. I didn't think you know how to flirt, she says. Let's go, the hero tells her gloomily. In front of the portal stands a group of armed men dressed in long monastic type dresses. The notice says that they are a unit from country H. The three of them are talking to each other. Boss, I can't believe we found it, says a pretty girl with brightly painted lips. After searching for this secret realm for so long, we finally found it, the commander, whose face is covered with a thick balaclava, answers her. Weird, didn't they say the secret realm is full of elemental spirits? Asks the young man. Why isn't there anything here? Someone must have gone in already, he adds. Two more characters standing behind him join the discussion. Then what are we still waiting for? Let's go in quickly or it's going to be too late. I can't believe someone beat us to it. A young warrior, one of whose eyes glows red for some reason, calms those who are worried. Don't worry, he says, I can feel the residual aura of the elements, which means they haven't been inside for long. If someone else leads the way for us, it'll be easier for us. There is an ancient saying in the Shangxia Empire, he mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let's be the oriole today. Country H's team stood in front of the portal, about to enter. The guy noted that the boss was right, and they had a message to worry about. He added that they could kill the final boss and that would be enough. He grinned and said that if anyone dared to interfere with them, they would kill him along with the boss. The girl from the squad laughed at the guy's statements. He said he thought it was a great idea. The girl responded by noting that it was time for them to go. After teleporting, the team surveyed the area and one of the team members squatted down after seeing glowing shoe prints on the ground. He turned around and glanced at his teammates. He said that he had found something and asked the others to follow him. Yi and Moyu, protected by skeletal armor, continued to explore the location, with an army of skeletons marching behind them. The earth and sand in front of them began to rise sharply into the air, forming a stream of branches. Yi grimaced and covered her face with her hand. She asked what it was. A huge wind monster appeared in front of them in the form of an air whirlpool, with lightning crackling on its body. Wind element general, level 38, strength 0, agility 5000, spiritual strength 25,000, constitution 20,000, skill lightning, strong wind, thunder and wind strike, special, physical damage halved, immunity to the element of wind, owns the electrical element. Moyu looked at his opponent with a stern gaze, shielding his face from the wind. Having counted the characteristics, he mentally noted that this monster possesses two elements at once. A powerful electrical attack hit Moyu and Yi directly. When the attack ended, the guy stood safe and sound thanks to his skeletal armor. The guy extended his hand forward and his palm lit up with a bright red light. Moyu activated the slow curse. Many red chains rushed upward towards the wind general. As the chains bound his body, the monster began to shoot lightning. The skeletons began to scatter in different directions in an attempt to hide from the deadly attacks. Fire and ice skeleton mages directed their magical power at the monster. Spells such as an explosion of flame and a snowstorm thundered before the general, and then thundered. The monster began to fall to the ground, and the magicians and warriors continued their combined attack. Moyu frowned and tightened his grip on the chains, pulling them towards himself. He said displeasedly that this monster annoys him very much. A few moments later, the general collapsed to the ground and the skeleton warriors attacked him with their swords. The ice and fire mages sent a barrage of attacks at the monster and finished it off. Killed general of the elements of wind and electricity, level 38, experience plus 1,520,000, received 10 crystal cores of the element of wind, 10 crystal cores of the element of electricity. Moyu opened a portable teleporter and put all the items he had received into it. He said that they were left with the last element. The guy stepped on the black earth and moved on. He noted that since the equals of the elements are nearby, monsters will soon begin to appear. Moyu and Yi walked along the level and watched the radiance that shimmered in the purple sky. After some time, they reached a huge castle that was located on top of a cliff, and the road to it consisted of floating pieces of earth. In the castle, a girl with long white hair and 4 arms sat on a throne, around which were loaded 4 crystals, symbolizing the 4 elements. The white-haired girl in the cape slowly opened her eyes as Moyu counted her characteristics. Queen of the Elements, level 39, strength 20,000, agility 5,000, spiritual strength 20,000, constitution 20,000, skill elemental bombardment, elemental starfall, special, physical damage halved, elemental immunity. At Moyu's decree, the knights attacked the queen sharply. At this moment, the guy thought that he couldn't believe that she had resistance to both physical and elemental attacks. When the skeletons almost reached her, the girl used the elemental starfall skill, and the warriors were thrown aside by a stream of energy. Moyu received a notification that 3 skeleton warriors were destroyed. Seeing this, the guy frowned with displeasure. He thought that the skeletons had become weak after all these battles. The queen opened her mouth slightly, and a glowing ball began to appear in it. Then she put her palms together, and 1 glowing ball appeared in each pair of hands. 3 beams shot out from the spheres, and it was the elemental bombardment skill. When the rays hit the skeletons, they immediately began to crumble into pieces. Moyu received a notification about the death of 5 skeleton warriors. The guy frowned and cast a malicious glance at the queen from under his brows. He mentally noted that her technique was very strong. He thought that she really deserved to be the queen of the elements. The floating crystals around the girl began to glow sharply. They began to swirl in a spiral shape directly in front of her closed palms. The girl extended all 4 of her arms forward and, using the elemental starfall skill, directed the energy of the crystals at her enemies. A huge fiery whirlpool began to suck in the skeleton warriors. With a wave of the queen's hand, the fire changed to water. Moyu stood and watched as his warriors swirled in a whirlpool while he received notifications of the death of fighters. He noted that it would indeed be difficult to defeat the queen. He was trying to understand why Bai gave him this task. Moyu was lost in his thoughts, his eyebrows furrowed, and his expression took on a malicious character. He thought that such creatures had neither a soul nor a corpse, so soul flame and corpse explosion would not work on them. He mentally noted that the queen had not even moved since the start of the battle, so the slowing curse was also ineffective. He thought that if he couldn't do anything, he could try to use the call of the undead and summon the general, or release the helpless dragon. Moyu patted the top of his head with his hand and grinned. He said that apparently the elemental queen was the kind of boss that would need to be killed with your own hands. He said it would be reckless to do so since he had not gathered enough information before running up and confronting her. The professionals of the Country H team saw a huge tornado coming from the direction of the Queen of the Elements castle. The man loudly told the boss that the battle had already begun. The black-haired girl perked up and ran up to the team captain. She asked if the boss wanted to stop them. The man smiled and replied that there was no need to stop them since they could simply kill them and the Queen of the Elements together. The man approached the girl with a staff in his hands named Xiao Fa. He loudly ordered her to use her strongest attack, and the girl replied that she understood the order. She took the staff with both hands and held it in front of her, and then began to read a spell, after which a bright light began to form around the staff. At that moment, YIY's assassin's intuition skill worked, and the girl froze with her eyes wide open, sensing danger. At the same moment, YIY turned sharply and looked at Moyu. In a frightened voice, she shouted to the guy to be careful, and then added that someone was attacking them now. A couple of moments later, a barrage of fiery attacks began to approach YIY and Moyu from behind. Xiao Fa at that moment used the skill of destroying the world with fire and launched a stream of fire into the sky from her staff. The captain from the team said that the guy and the girl should die. Moyu grinned and waved his palm. He noted that the guests came to them just in time. A huge fiery attack hit the guy and the girl with a loud sound. Moyu and YIYI, who were protected by skeletal armor, did not suffer any injuries. The guy loudly ordered the skeletons to attack. The skeleton warriors rushed towards the opponents, and the skeleton magicians of fire and ice created 2 elemental whirlwinds. Enraged skeletons, waving their weapons, approached the team of professionals. A man with an imposing look in his eye, holding a shield in his hand, stepped back. In a frightened voice he asked, "What is this?" He asked where did so many undead monsters come from here. He said that he had never heard of the Elemental Queen having subordinates like this. The rest of the team prepared for defense and kept their weapons ready. The team captain shouted to them not to be afraid of anything. A moment later, the people were bound by red magical chains. The archer asked in fear what was happening now. Xiao Fa replied that they were under a curse. Moyu stood with his hand extended forward, holding the slow chains. He noted that unlike monsters, professionals certainly have the skills to get rid of the curse. He said that in this case, first you need to deal with the healers. The skeleton mages waved their staffs and cast spells. A strong wind rose near the team of professionals, and a stream of fire, ice, and electricity rushed towards one of the team members. When the impact occurred, a large explosion occurred and the man's body was thrown to the side. The man with a giant in his eye turned around with frightened eyes at the bright flash. He cried out loudly that their affairs were bad. The magician, who was hit by the combination of blows, fell face down on the ground. The man with the implant screamed in anger, and a stream of red energy called the group taunt skill appeared around him. The man directed his skill at the army of skeletons. Like ropes, the energy wrapped itself around the bodies of the skeletons and grabbed them. The man took out a bottle of liquid and removed the cap with one finger. He shouted to his comrades to quickly drink the potion to get rid of the curse. He shouted that at such a moment they should not save money. When the squad members drank the contents of their bottles, the slowing chains fell into pieces. The man said that they all needed to drink more to increase their resistance to curses. Man drank the potion, and a bright green light flashed around him, signaling regeneration. A cold sweat ran down his face and he said he thought he was going to die. A few moments later, a combination of 4 elemental magic attacks rushed towards the party again. The man remembered before his eyes, put his shield forward and used the group defense skill, and the shield lit up with a golden light. He covered himself and his comrades with the skill, and the magic parted in different directions, colliding with the shield. Yi furrowed her brows and her face twisted with displeasure. She noted irritably that all team members had already reached level 40. He added that group defense and sneak attack with meteor fire are all the skills after being promoted to level 40. Moyu listened to the girl's words with a thoughtful face. He pondered the existence of a potion that could break the curse. RN suggested that this also becomes available after the second increase. He thought that the names were an opportunity to try out the props. Level 40 professionals were really difficult to deal with. The guy tensed and grinned at the corner of his lips. He said it didn't mean anything. He noted that if it weren't for the skeletal armor that protected him and Yi from a sneak attack recently, they would have been in a bad position. He said that Nikonov should not feel sorry for his enemy. He extended his index finger forward, and the skeletons that appeared rushed to attack. Moyu loudly ordered them to destroy every single one of them. After some time, the skeleton warriors reached the team of Country H, which was hiding under a magical dome. Accompanied by the magician's elemental attacks, they swung their weapons. The team members' eyes widened in horror. The man shouted questioningly, "What's wrong with these skeletons and why don't they die? Girl, what should they all do now?" The man with the shield frowned and cursed mentally. He thought that he didn't expect that guy to be so strong that while dealing with the boss, he could also destroy their team at the same time. Continuing to keep his puppet defense, he turned to the rest of the team. He said they had no choice but to retreat. The team was loudly indignant at the kind statement. Moyu's eyes lit up with a bright turquoise light as he clenched his hand into a fist, and a black haze of dark aura appeared around him and Yi. The guy opened his palm, and a bright turquoise light of the soul flame appeared around it. Country H's team saw turquoise fire shoot out from their teammate. The man with the shield shouted that they should run away from here quickly. A moment later, a combination of fire, ice, wind, and electricity struck him, and he flew away. The man opened his mouth wide, trying to regulate his breathing. Some distance from the battlefield after the attack, he watched his team lose in the battle against skeleton warriors and elemental magic. He opened the bottle of liquid again and splashed its contents into his mouth. Seeing the skeleton warrior approaching him, he was able to activate the shield again. Shielding his body from magical blows, the man tried to escape from the battlefield. He asked, "Are we really going after them?" He then noted that a knight at maximum defense would be a little difficult to kill. He said that moreover, there were more important things they should be doing here. At this moment, the skeleton warriors tried to get close to the Queen of the Elements, who lit a field of fire in front of them. The knights ran towards the Queen, carrying on their shoulders the bodies of the dead members of the squad of Country H in short. She covered her mouth again and folded her palms, in which an arch of light appeared, indicating the activation of the elemental bombardment skill. At that moment, the body of a squad member flew towards the girl. Moyu used corpse explosion and it exploded in front of the Queen's face. The skeletons swung their remaining bodies and threw them at the Queen again. Moyu activated the skill again and a huge explosion was heard in the palace. When the smoke screen from the attack cleared, the weakened and battered Queen of the Elements tried to put herself in order. Moyu, seeing her condition, thought that the explosion damage was really good, as expected from a level 40 explosion. Moyu grinned and waved his hand, causing it to burst into turquoise flames again. He said that he needed to kill her before she could. He loudly ordered his warriors to rush to the attack. The entire army of skeletons, consisting of warriors and magicians, took up arms against the Queen of the Elements. The warriors swung their swords, and the elemental magicians sent their forces to help them. When the warriors came close to her, the Queen, with the last of her strength, waved her hand and tore off one of the skeleton's skulls. Moments later, a stream of blades along with magical powers arose towards the Queen's body. The girl screamed loudly, and her body was covered in a dark purple light and then fell into pieces. Elemental Queen killed, experience plus 2,340,000, received 5 elemental crystals, can create top-level platinum equipment or enchant equipment, and is also one of the materials for improving talismans. Yi turned around as she saw the Queen's castle begin to disappear. She noted that this battle was finally over. Moyu replied that they were able to obtain the elemental crystals. The girl looked at the disappearing castle for the last time and walked away after Moyu. The guy walked forward with a thoughtful look. He thought that most of the skeletons were seriously injured and needed to return to the summoning space to recuperate. After some time, they again reached level ground. Moyu said that they are already close to the site of the third battlefield. He said that it turns out that Bai's mission still requires military rank promotion, so they need to go to the Yuan battlefield. Yuan battlefield. Yi covered her nose with her hand, feeling a strange smell. Ahead they saw a horde of huge rats with glowing red eyes. Void Eater, level 35, strength 6000, agility 5000, spiritual strength 3000, constitution 6000, skill roar. Yi asked why there are abyss eaters here. A huge rat jumped out of its place and attacked Moyu and Yi. A skeleton warrior appeared in front of the monster and struck him with one blow of his sword. Level 35 Abyss Eater killed, experience plus 17,500, military merit 1, obtained Abyss Eater claws. Moyu noted in a dissatisfied voice that he would receive too few points for his death. He said that he would need to find another demon. Yi drew her blades, but the rat ran past her. She noted that these monsters have great intelligence and hide even deeper than mice. She added that despite this it would not be difficult for them to find them. Suddenly, a signal fire was heard in the distance and a bright flash appeared in the sky. Yi called Moyu and shouted that something happened in that place. They took off and ran towards the flash. Moyu noted that it was not far, so they would get there quickly. After a couple of moments, the guy and the girl stopped and looked around. Yi said she didn't understand anything. She asked where all the local monsters had gone. Suddenly, a loud, arrogant laugh rang out in the air. The girl started, and her eyes widened in surprise. She exclaimed loudly that it was the voice of the King of the Abyss. She said that she thought he had summoned these monsters. Yi's face distorted with anger, and they again took off and moved forward. She cried out that she was sure that those who gave the signal were now in ambush. A horde of rats surrounded a group of people who covered themselves with a protective dome. One of the warriors with a menacing face moved forward. He loudly told the rest of his comrades that if they attacked all together, they would be able to break out. When the man took a step, something suddenly flew past him, and he jumped back in fear. A purple wolf-like creature appeared in front of them on a flying demonic lion. Abyss Demon Wolf, level 35, strength 12,000, agility 10,000, spiritual strength 3,000, body 9,000, skill roar bite. The man's face was distorted with fear and displeasure. He shouted that this demon was just playing with them. He said that he was shooting their distress signal in order to attract more people to this place. Moyu and Yi approached and raised their heads and looked at the Abyss Wolf demon. Moyu noted that the enemy was a flying monster. Yi shouted loudly that they needed to find a way to deal with him. The monster turned towards the guy and the girl and laughed loudly. He cheerfully noted that more people had come to him. He peered into the dissatisfied faces of the guy and girl. The monster asked what a guy with level 26 was doing here. He noted that there was a beauty next to him, but also only at level 25. He noted that she had very fair skin and most likely tender and very tasty meat. The surrounded warriors were alarmed when they heard the demon's words. The man shouted, "Why did a person on level 26 come here?" He was indignant as to why there were even professionals below level 30 on the third battlefield. He said that now they are definitely finished. The wolf smiled widely and directed his flying lion towards the girl. He happily said that he wanted to eat her first. Moyu's face frowned and he put out his hand to cover Yi. The demon noted that there was no point in hiding from him since her fate was already sealed. The monster said that he would eat her arms, then her legs, piece by piece, and would not let her die until he was finished. His flying lion bared his teeth, and the girl scrunched her face in irritation. The demon said loudly that her screams would be the best seasoning. He went lower and raised his paw to strike, while Yi backed away. The demon told Moyu to move away. Did he notice with displeasure that the guy was blocking his snack? The monster's huge paw swung at Moyu, but was met by a skeletal scold. A moment later, the demon's body was bound with large red chains. He asked in a confused voice what is happening now. His lion tried to run along the ground, but stopped after a couple of moments. The chains stretched to their limit, and the monster saw an army of skeletal warriors in front of him. The skeletons, swinging their swords, attacked the demon. Seeing his wounded body, the soldiers who were in captivity rejoiced loudly. They were happy with how the situation turned out in their favor. They were surprised by the suggestive power of the curse. The man shouted that this was a great chance to escape. Quickly dealing with the rats on their way, the warriors ran away from the epicenter of events. After some time, they stopped and tried to bring their breathing back to normal. The girl in the triangular cap noted that they were finally able to escape. The warriors froze in place and their eyes widened in shock when they saw what was happening on the battlefield. They screamed loudly in surprise. A flurry of berserker strikes fell upon the demon and cut the monster and its flying lion into pieces. The warriors watched his death with frightened faces. The girl asked if this monster was the demon Abyss Wolf. The man asked why he could not resist this call of the undead. The final blow of the sword pierced the monster's body. Level 38 Wolf Demon killed. Experience plus 380,000. Military merit plus 50. Demon blood obtained. Contains the power of the abyss. Blacksmiths can use the power to create equipment. People asked if he was dead now. They approached Moyu, who stood next to the demon's body and held his blood. The guy asked the team to stay away while he cleared the place. The knight asked what it meant to clear, and then asked how a guy at level 26 could deal with the demon so quickly. Yi, who was some distance away, smiled and waved at them. She loudly told them to come to her, otherwise they might accidentally get hurt. A team of warriors approached the girl and stood behind her. One of the guys screamed loudly that those rats couldn't be killed in a few blows. Yi grinned and told them to just watch quietly. Moyu stood in the middle of the field, and rats quickly ran towards him from different directions. Harke noted that the places where the corpses lie are his native habitat. The guy extended his hand forward and activated the corpse's explosion. As the rats approached, a small, bright explosion was heard in front of Moyu. A couple of moments later, the battlefield was littered with many explosions. The stupefaction never ceased to leave the faces of the warriors. A man with his mouth wide open. Where did this guy come from? Because he didn't just go to the third battlefield. The girl in the cap asked what kind of profession is this with such a strong appeal. Another knight noted that even though the guy is only level 26, he fights with ease. Yi smiled widely as she saw the number of stars on her badge increase. She happily noted that she had already been able to rise to a 6-star private. Moyu thought after defeating all the monsters. He was thinking that since he needed to increase his military rank, he needed rarer and higher abyss demon artifacts. The guy turned around when he heard the sound of footsteps behind him, after which he was called. A man in armor approached him and raised his hands. He thanked the guy for his help and now, thanks to him, they can get out. Moyu replied that Shenzia people always come to the rescue when they see a signal for help. The man smiled and patted his head guiltily. He laughed and said that the guy saw the shame of their team. Another knight approached him and loudly indignant. He said that they could not have known in advance that a demon would show up here. The man smiled and began to talk. He said that the abyss is divided into zones, the upper level, the middle level, and the lower level. He added that battlefields 1 to 3 correspond to the levels of the abyss. He pointed to a long road that ran along the tops of huge rocks. The man said that battlefields 1 to 3 in Shenzia correspond to the entrance to the abyss. He added that there are many obstacles between them, and the powerful abyss demon cannot escape the battlefield at his level. He said that only weak demons such as the wolf demon and the abyss demon could sneak in undetected. He added that even though they are considered weak, ordinary professionals cannot handle it. The man imagined an image of a demon in his head. The knight said that the demons of the abyss are the same as human professionals, and the turning point is level 40. He said that abyss demons above level 40 are very strong and are called advanced demons. The man continued to say that in the deepest part of the third field, there are several areas that intersect with the entrance to the abyss, and you can see its true depth. He added that there will be more monsters in the abyss, and demons will also appear frequently. He said that they wanted to go deeper, but ran into one of them on the road. The man patted himself on the head and smiled guiltily. He said that now they realized everything and would not go there, since they did not need such fun. Moyu rubbed his chin with his hand and thought. He was interested in the warrior's words about a large number of demons. He thought that this must be a good place to earn military merit. He raised his head and asked the man a question, after which he looked at the guy with fear. Moyu asked at what depth is the third field. The man asked if he really wanted to go straight there, and the guy agreed. The man looked into the guy's eyes and saw that they were full of confidence. He asked if the guy was a real genius. Yi and Moyu went further and walked along the plains of Yi. While they walked to the entrance to the abyss, they crossed paths with many different troops. Yi noted that she saw a lot of demon hunters. The girl who came forward a little looked around. She said she felt like they were almost at their destination. After some time, they came to a huge black barrier that stretched along a vast territory. Moyu asked if this is the same abyss. Many large red eyes stared at them through the barrier. Moyu tensed, preparing to activate the skeletal armor if something happened, and Yi, scared, pressed herself against the guy's back. She muttered that it looked very creepy. There was a loud sound, and looking up, the guy and the girl saw a creature fly out of the barrier. It was a reptile-like monster with a large red eye on its head. Yi shouted that it was the Abyss Demon. The monster fell to the ground right in front of them, and Moyu, tensed, covered the girl with his hand. They saw that the monster was lying on the ground without signs of life. The girl asked if this demon was dead. Suddenly, a translucent silhouette of a warrior wearing a black cape and a bright red curved dagger appeared in the air. Yi screamed that this person has a platinum-level weapon. The silhouette of a man appeared completely in the air. The girl screamed that this guy was an assassin who had already made the transition after level 40. Moyu stood and silently watched the guy, and Yi thoughtfully rubbed her chin. The guy thought that they had definitely found the right place. The girl noted that it was not surprising that such a person instantly killed a level 38 tree. Moyu smiled and looked at the girl. He said they had to go because they couldn't let that man steal all their rewards. Yi smiled in response and agreed with his words. Moyu waved his hand and directed his soul flames at the monster. Yi unsheathed her blades and cut the rat's body in the air. At the same time as the body of the dead monster, she landed on the ground. The girl noted that they had been killing cannibal monsters for more than half an hour and had not yet met a single demon. She asked if maybe they were all killed by professionals like that guy. Yi and Moyu jerked and turned around when they heard a loud scream. The girl asked, did anyone need help again? After a while, they saw a huge ball of demons in the air, blood dripping onto the ground. Someone's hand unclenched its palm weakly. The red curved dagger quickly flew to the ground. Moyu and Yi jumped back as the weapon stuck into the ground and they realized who it belonged to. Yi covered her mouth with her hand and said in confusion, it's that guy. She shouted that this was the assassin guy they saw at the entrance to the abyss. A horde of demons attacked the guy's body, and a black head of a monster appeared from above from the shadows. Moyu frowned and Yi tensed, looking up at the demons. The girl asked how a professional of such a high level could die so quickly. Moyu said that they need to be careful. A huge shadow watched as the flying goblins began to devour the assassin's body. Moyu's eyebrows scrunched down to the bridge of his nose, and the guy frowned. He thought that since the demon had the ability to see invisibility, it was not surprising that the assassin was killed. He thought that this level 40 demon would certainly not be much stronger than the elemental queen. After some time, the demons turned their attention to the guy and the girl. One of them asked if a level 26 guy really dared to come here to die. The demons began to laugh, saying that another snack had come to them, and they were about to have a great lunch. With their mouths wide open, the determined goblins rushed at the guy and the girl. They said that there was no point in hiding from them. They asked each other if they thought the guy could protect himself at least a little from them. One of them screamed that he wanted to eat the head, the other that he wanted to eat the leg. The demons jumped aside, colliding with Moyu's skeletal armor. The guy's gaze darkened, and his palm flashed with a bright turquoise flame. In a creepy voice, he said that he did not agree with the demon's decision to fight in a crowd of two. Not far from the guy, skeletal warriors began to rise from the ground. The black shadow monster spoke. The monster cursed, saying that they were damn small fry. Moyu put his hand forward, activating the slow curse, and the red chains rushed towards the monsters. The guy noted that it would not be so easy for them to escape. The chains bound the shadow monster, and an army of skeletons rushed towards it. At first the monster did not understand what had happened to it, and then it realized that it was bound by a curse. The skeleton strikes with a sword, which leaves a wide red streak in the air. This curse is restraining my shadow, the hero's opponent thinks. I've been forced back by a brat that is only level 26. Skeletal swords pierce the entity, bound in red chains. An alert appears. Silver level skeleton warrior. Level 26, strength 7000, agility 7000, spirit 7000, physique 7000, skill, violent strike. The hero reflects, watching what is happening. The physical damage gets halved, so the skeleton warrior cannot kill it that quickly. Lin Moyu looks at his hand, which emits a characteristic blue energy. It's indeed a higher demon, it's harder to kill, he says. The skeletons are ready to fight further. They emit 2 types of energy, orange and blue. The hero looks thoughtfully at the enemy, trying to figure out how to deal with him. Then let's use spells to deal with you, he says. The demon's eyes glow with a bright white light. Die, he growls ominously. Its sharp beak hangs over the skeleton. Use of the entanglement skill is reported. The demon, giggling, asks to give him the body, after which the hellish entity swims up from behind one of the skeletons. A bright flash occurs in the area of the skeleton's chest. The demon, continuing to chuckle darkly, says that this treatment will not affect him. The ethereal body of a demon floats from behind onto an armored skeleton. A moment later there is a bright flash and the hellish creature suddenly stops giggling. Quite the contrary, it appears to be in serious trouble. Powerful multicolored energy waves roll over the demon, and he screams in pain. The infernal entity abruptly moves away from the bones of the just destroyed skeleton. Damn it all, she screams in rage. The demon opens its terrible toothy mouth wide. It worked for me, he shouts. Children, come to my aid. The hero looks at the demon with irony. Are you looking for them? He asks. Before us are skeletons with raised swords, on each of which are strung the children of a demon, hidden from us by dyes designed to prevent the showing of a shocking image. Do the math, Lin Mo-yu says mockingly. Is everyone here or is someone missing? Yi puts the back of his hand to his head. These little demons were so hard to kill, she says. How tired I am. The demon is scary to look at. He screams in grief, his mouth wide open. How dare you? How dare you kill them? The dead demons float upward, flying towards their parent, who floats high in the air. I return them to you, says the hero. Take it. He extends his hand forward and casts Corpse Explosion. The demon's toothy children fly apart. The hero looks at a powerful explosion that sounds above his head. Some debris falls to the ground. In front of Lin Mo-yu and Yi lies a purple crystal emitting streams of yellowish energy. A notification appears about the destruction of Abyssal Shadow Demon, Level 40, experience plus 800,000, military merit plus 500, demon crystal obtained. The girl looks in amazement at her badge, which lies in her palms. I was promoted to second lieutenant as well, she reports. The girl laughs joyfully, folding her hands in front of her face. If Grandpa knew I got promoted to second lieutenant, he would be so shocked his beard would fall off, she says. You would need 10,000 military merits to earn 1 star, the hero tells her. No wonder you haven't been promoted yet. Li, raising his right hand, looks at his companion. Don't worry, she replies. I heard there is a dungeon nearby. Should we go and take a look? Of course, Lin Mo-yu answers her. The young people walk further along the scorched earth. Meng and Bai Shen are drinking tea again. Are you crazy? The old man asks the general. Why did you send him to the elemental secret realm? What do you mean? Asks the general, raising a cup of tea to his lips. I just wanted to see how far he can go. We are reminded of the scenes of the hero's battles in the mentioned location. Large-scale dungeons like the Tyrant Desert couldn't stop him. It allows him to earn a lot of points instead. Bai Shen gives his reasons. He can even clear the hell difficulty on his own. Tens of thousands of hellhounds will be destroyed instantly. The general takes a sip from his cup. Come to think of it, that secret realm won't stop him either, he says. Nang looks at the general with displeasure. Could it even be the same? He asks. What level is that elemental secret realm, and what about these dungeons? The skills of the elemental queen could be compared to a level 40 higher demon. It's not like you don't know how strong she is. This boy has a lot of skeletons, but the queen is not afraid of group fights. The general smiles. It's fine, he replies. Can't he still escape if he can't win? It's fine to lose sometimes. At least we will check his limit. A serious expression appears on the general's face. Besides, there is still the brand of the hero's temple. He won't die, he assures. Not only in that secret realm. I also asked him to go to the 3rd battlefield's abyssal boundary to kill demons and rise in rank. The old man rarely gets up, which confuses his interlocutor. Bang looks at the general with anger. You haven't forgotten anything, he asks menacingly. He looks into his eyes. About what? He asks his question. The old man looks at the general from under his brows, a drop of sweat running down his face. The old man Ning's precious granddaughter is there with him, he says. She doesn't have the brand. These words terrify the general. He looks at one point, trying to collect his thoughts. If she dies, the old man adds, he will come for your soul. The grandfather we were just talking about appears next to the interlocutors. Who died? He asks, very displeased. What are you talking about here? Nothing, the general says, pretending that there was a misunderstanding and the old man misunderstood everything. Ning Taran, hovering over the general, asks where Lin Mo Yu went to carry out the mission entrusted to him. To the elemental battlefield, Bai Shen answers him, feigning a smile. Don't worry, with Lin Mo Yu there your granddaughter will be safe, he assures. The old man looks at the general. She has a protection spell I put on her, so she should be fine, says Ning Taran. But if something happens to her, I will come to settle this with you, he promises. Don't worry, with your spell nothing can happen, Bai Shen assures him. Meng smiles and sips his tea as he watches this conversation. Bai, you have survived for today, he thinks. Young people approach a strange structure on which some strange stripes are visible. Is this the abyssal boundary of the third battlefield? The hero wonders. Many glowing red eyes appear in front of him. Did the demons who sneaked into the battlefield come from here? He thinks. A huge army of various monsters is moving towards the heroes. Someone laughs ominously. Humans, we are coming, a demonic voice sounds. Terrible monsters grin joyfully. It's time to eat these delicious humans, they shout. Human, get ready to die. Explosions and energy flashes appear in front of the young people. We see all new varieties of monsters, some of them resemble dragons. Look who came to us. Shameless people. When the first blows hit them, the monsters complain that they are in pain, but threaten to kill the vile representatives of the human race. The toothy monsters are entangled in red magical chains. The skeletons, emitting a blue glow, rush to attack. The chains are squeezing the monsters ever tighter. What is this? Asks the creature who controls the monsters. Where did these undead summons come from? Skeletons are inspired. They are not going to stop. The chained monsters receive terrible blows. Some rats fly into the air. We see that the hero extends his arm forward and uses the corpse explosion skill. There is a powerful explosion. Lots of alerts pop up. Killed level 37 Abyss Snake Demon. Experience plus 370,000. Military merit plus 50. Obtained Demon Blood Essence. Lin Mo Yu watches what is happening with a smile. A temporary access road between the abyss and the human realm, he says. What a great place to farm military merit. Inside the temporary gate, the red eyes of countless monsters are visible. More demons are coming out, the hero shouts. He extends his arm in the direction of this attack and uses corpse explosion again. Another powerful explosion occurs. Alerts appear. Killed level 37 Abyss Snake Demon. Experience plus 370,000, military merit plus 50. Remnants of energy flows are in the air. The heroes evaluate the results of the completed battle. I was just trying it out, so I didn't expect it to be so effective, says Lin Mo Yu in surprise. I earned about 3,000 military merit from that. We see a yellow flash and monster heads with red eyes. This means that there's a huge amount of demons trying to come out from the entrance, he concludes. A purple light is visible inside the temporary gate, illuminating the monster. Yi looks at his badge with delight. So much military merit, she exclaims joyfully. I'll go kill more devourers, you continue your explosions. Wait a while for the demons to gather first, the hero tells her. We see many fierce red eyes again. The hero looks carefully at this wave of monsters. Now, he says, the light inside the temporary gate turns white. We see several monsters here, which are circling a powerful whirlwind. The light is weakening. Another portion of the already familiar notifications appears. Killed level 37 Abyss Snake Demon. Experience plus 370,000, military merit plus 50. The girl, her mouth open in surprise, looks at the hero. We see an information window. Lin Mo Yu, 0-star 2nd Lieutenant, military merit 85-0. Farming merits here is too fast, exclaims Yi. A similar window for it looks like this. Ning Yi, 0-star 2nd Lieutenant, military merit 79-0. Young people, with skeletons in front of them, stand in front of the purple temporary gate. The access way is closing, the girl asks. What a pity, says the hero. Looks like the corpse explosions overwhelmed it. Judging by the pattern of dark stripes, it seems that the passage is actually closing. He is stabilizing, says the hero. Young people standing next to each other look up. Looks like we can raise our level to 1-star 2nd lieutenants, says Lin Mo Yu. And at this moment he seems to notice something. Trying to protect his companion, he grabs her hand and pulls her towards him, towards the hero standing on the ground. Lin Mo Yu looks at the approaching shells with fear. The scale and power of this is so much larger than that second job transfer mage, he says. Bottles of potions appear in the hero's hands. If that's the case, I won't dodge, he declares. I'll strengthen me skeleton armor. The hero's energy protection noticeably increases in size and, apparently, acquires enormous strength. Now we see the size of the energy skeleton that protects the young man. The magician's wand unleashes a powerful stream of energy on him. The enemy was reported to have used the silence spell. However, the blue skeleton reliably protects the hero from energy flows. Lin Moyu smiles. You want to silence me? He asks. My skeleton armor is immune to all control skills and negative effects. We see that he used the spirit recovery skill. Having survived the attack, the hero looks up at the magician soaring in the sky. Soul Blaze, he says for the third time. Let's see which of us can hold out longer, he tells the enemy. Waves of blue energy from the hero cover the magician. His figure in a huge sharp cap loses its outline. We see that the great elemental mage screams from the unbearable torment that the hero inflicts on him. It seems that I have endured longer, says Lin Moyu, smiling, over whom the huge blue skeleton continues to tower. The elemental mage began to fall to the ground. The magician's hand trembled for the last time, and a moment later, Mo watched as it fell to pieces. Level 39 Elemental Mage killed. Experience plus 3,900,000. Receive Staff of Divine Flame, Cosmic Crystal, Talent Stone, Mid-Level Scroll. When the remnants of the magician disappeared, the resulting artifacts fell next to Mo. Staff of Divine Flame, Legendary Weapon, Damaged, Cosmic Crystal, can be turned into a teleportation stone, talent stone, legendary item when upgrading a profession for the third time. The probability of awakening talents increases to 100%, mid-level scroll 100% mastery of skills without awakening. Mo looked at the attributes with shocked eyes. He was surprised at how many items he got. He noted that all the artifacts are very rare and high level. A breathless Ning ran up to the guy and called him by name. The girl's mouth and eyes opened wide in surprise. She loudly asked Mo how could this even be possible. The girl looked with stunned eyes at the objects that Mo dropped. She screamed that this was the same Staff of Divine Flame. She asked what he was doing in such a place. Mo looked at the long staff, framed with a curl around its entire perimeter. He asked her what was so special about this staff. Ning took the staff in her hands and smiled widely. She said it was exactly the same staff. She added that she read about him in the information field. The girl said that the Divine Flame Staff was once the exclusive weapon of the Divine Level Fire Mage, Master Yu Yan. She said that later, during the Great Battle, the Master disappeared along with the staff. The staff suddenly heated up and, emitting steam, burned the girl's hand. The girl screamed in pain and pulled back, throwing her weapon. The tip of the staff glowed with a bright yellow light. From the staff appeared the figure of a long-haired man wearing a white cape with a hood. Mo waved his hand and skeletal armor appeared around him. The man who appeared frowned and looked at the guy and the girl. Yu Yan. He told them not to be afraid of him. Ning, who was standing behind Mu, looked at the man with shocked eyes. She asked loudly, could this man be Master Yu Yan himself? The man cast his stern gaze at Ning. He asked how the girl knew him. The guy and girl bowed to the master. Mu said that the youngest of the Lin family greets Master Yu Yan. Ning said that she saw his portrait in the Shenzhen Museum, where his deeds were displayed. The master leaned forward slightly and waved his hand. He said he was pleased that after all these years he was still remembered. The man added that he had little time because the battle had taken a lot of energy, so he wanted them to listen to him. Mu and Ning watched the master intently. He told them that a space-time rift had then appeared on the third battlefield. He began to tell that a rift in time and space connects the human race and the world of the abyss. He remembered the battle that took place many years ago at the Bloody River. He revealed that the great demon king of the abyssal elements had led a massive invasion of tens of millions of demons, and he himself had led the first legion of mages to fight against him. He said that they finally used the forbidden spell and destroyed the great elemental demon king and his army of demons. The man waved his hand and a blue-violet crystal appeared in his palm. He said that in that battle he received one cosmic crystal. The master added that the crystal contains the coordinates of the abyss and they need to find an alchemist who should help them. The man furrowed his eyebrows and cast a frown at them. He said that the alchemist would help them solve the mystery. When Mu heard the master's words, his eyes widened in surprise. He realized that this was the key to the abyss. The guy leaned forward and opened his mouth. He said that after returning the transfer of the space crystal to the highest officials of the empire, the master replied that all cosmic crystals and talent stones are tied to the soul. He added that only Mo could use it and for others it would be a waste of time. Yan said that judging by the guy's strength, he could guess that he had awakened his talent. Mo agreed with his words. Necromancer profession awakening detected. Profession meets the requirement. Strongest talent system is attached. Start extracting and optimizing skills. Congratulations on awakening the only divine level talent. Level 1. Congratulations to the owner on receiving the passive skill, Damage Transfer. The corners of the master's lips turned up slightly. He said that when Mo makes the second transition, he must awaken another talent, and although it is difficult, he must work hard to do it. He added that this way, when he reaches level 70 and can use the talent stone, he will awaken his third talent. He saw a dark silhouette appear behind Mo. The master said that with 3 talent bonuses, Mu's strength would reach an amazing level. He added that in the history of their race, there was only one strongest person with 3 talents, and Mo would be the second. Yan smiled when he saw the confidence in the guy's eyes. Mo said he will do whatever it takes to achieve this. The master pressed his palm to his chest and bowed slightly. The guy asked why he chose him. The man replied that he didn't like untalented people, so giving it to someone else would be a waste of time. He added that he would rather let them rot here than let them go to waste. The man put his hand to his face and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He said that he once met a girl who was so pretty that he almost fell in love with her. The master added that it was a pity that she came as part of the team, so she was a little behind. He remembered a tall girl with long black hair, dressed in a purple oriental costume and holding 2 blades in her hands. Yan noted that she looked a lot like Mu. The guy showed him a photo of his sister in his electronic bracelet. He asked if he was talking about her. The master replied that he was talking specifically about her and then added that she was very talented, but it seemed to him that she was a little crazy. Yan asked how he knows this girl. Mo's eyes opened wide in surprise. The master said that when he met her a few months ago, she was already level 35 and he doesn't know anything else about her. Mu was surprised at how quickly his sister improved. Master Yan noticed the guy's confusion. He said that level doesn't matter since he's only at 27 now, but he can already clear the dungeon on hellish difficulty. The man noted that the piano on the human race, he sees that there are no more worthy people who could do this. He said that the guy has a special profession as a necromancer and he had never heard of it before. Master Yan remembered Mu's skeleton warriors. He said that all of his summons have firepower in addition to level attributes, and it can be seen that all of his talents are enhancement type. He added that however, they still have weaknesses as they are easy to control. He said that in the future, if Mo could awaken the relevant talents or anti-control skills, then a limitless future would open up for him. The guy looked at the master with a confident look, putting his hands in his pockets. Yan said that's why he chose him. Mu replied that he would not disappoint the master. The man began to dissolve into thin air and reconnected with the staff. He said that was enough for him. The master revealed that his arc would be integrated into the staff, making it stronger once prepared. He noted that he had finally found someone who was worthy. Mo straightened up and squared his shoulders. He said that the master need not worry, and then added that he would definitely not allow the Divine Flame staff to be buried. Mo waved his hand and placed the items he had received into a portable storage unit. Ning noted that Master Yan dedicated his entire life to humanity. Mo replied that it was thanks to the blood of such people that the human race would be able to survive the threat of the abyss. The guy added that he believes that humanity will become even stronger. He thought that sooner or later they would counterattack the abyss. Ning and Mu opened a portal and teleported away. The warriors were alarmed when they saw the teleport shine with a bright flash and 2 figures came out from there. People screamed, saying that people had returned from there. The person noted that it looks like they cleared out the dungeon very well. Someone said that this is the strong guy who cleared the Hell level outpost dungeon in the first battlefield. Xing's eyes widened in surprise when he saw his friend. He noted that this was his friend Mo. The man said that he didn't expect that he could even overcome the hellish difficulty of the third battlefield. Mu leaned towards Ning, who laughed as she heard the other people's cheers. The guy said they needed to leave quickly because he had a bad feeling about it. He added that this certainly does not bode well for them. The girl briefly agreed with him. After a short period of time, they heard loud screams and saw fiery flashes in the sky. All the people shouted loudly in alarm. The knights, having dressed themselves in protective barriers, ran around the territory and warned the others. They shouted that a demon was approaching here and they needed to prepare for battle. They repeated this phrase over and over again so that everyone could hear it. The demonic abyssal wolves were rapidly approaching the people and smiling widely with their fanged smiles. They said they were very hungry and that human flesh was simply delicious. One of the demons said that he would finally be able to taste the legendary delicious human flesh. The demons froze and looked down. Skeleton warriors appeared below them and began swinging their swords. The demons screamed, asking each other what happened. The demon asked, "Isn't this the Yuan battlefield?" The demon wolves began to fall to the ground dead. The skeletons continued to swing their swords as they continued to destroy the monsters. Level 37-38 abyssal wolf demons were killed, experience plus 380,000 by 4, demon blood received times 4. Ning sat on a snag with a smile on her face, and Mu stood next to her. The girl said that they would definitely encounter the space tunnel again. The warriors gathered in small groups, preparing to repel the attack. Loud cries were heard from everywhere about the approach of demons. People shouted that everyone should prepare for battle. Xing'an and his comrades were also alarmed. The man pointed in the direction with his eyes and said that the monsters would come from there. The other man replied that that's where Mo went. The knights quickly moved around the area with worried faces. Xing'an loudly noted that Mu is only level 27 now, but he can clear the dungeon by himself. He added that despite this, there is a huge difference between ordinary demons and advanced ones. His comrade asked the man not to worry, since perhaps he would not encounter the demon at all. The man's eyebrows dropped to the bridge of his nose, and there was sadness in his eyes. He thought he would hope that would happen. Many demons were coming out of the huge black and purple abyss portal. Mo, keeping some distance, watched what was happening with a calm face. He thought that the passage this time was at least twice as large as the last time he encountered it. An army of demonic rats burst out of the portal and ran towards Mo. He thought that it would no longer be possible to simply throw a corpse into the passage without being noticed by the Demon King. He thought that he should wait until he came out himself and kill him. The guy waved his palm, and a bright red sphere appeared around it, indicating the activation of the corpse explosion skill. He said that it would be easier to deal with the first batch of corpses later. All the demons jumped out of their seats and ran towards Mu and Ning. One of them hissed contentedly that he had literally just arrived at the Yuan battlefield and had already stumbled upon a good snack. The other demon grinned and said that he wanted to eat this girl so no one could take her away from him. Suddenly, a huge explosion was heard in front of the monsters. Mo's hair was blown out in different directions by the shock wave that the explosion left behind. He noted that the first wave of military merit is already in his hands. Many loud explosions continued to echo across the field. Mo received notification that his military merit earned was worth 1,800 points. Many glowing red eyes appeared in the passage into the abyss. Huge demonic wolves began to emerge from the portal in a stream. Mo thought he was glad they were back. With one wave of his hand, the demons were undermined by the guy's skill. He began to receive a flurry of notifications that he had killed a level 38 abyss wolf demon, experience plus 380,000, military merit 50, demon blood obtained. The girl jumped in place when she saw that her badge lit up with a bright light. Military merit received 14-0. Ning screamed loudly that she had been promoted. The background of her emblem changed to gray and a single star appeared on it. The girl noted that ordinary demon hunter teams sometimes spend several years on the third battlefield and are not always able to earn 10,000 battle merit points. She took off her badge and smiled widely as she looked at him. Ning happily said that she could not have imagined that they would level up so quickly and reach the rank of 1-star junior lieutenant. Mo frowned and told her to get ready as a stronger demon had just appeared. Two huge clots of shadow appeared from the passage into the abyss, in which the outline of monsters was visible, and monsters with spider legs walked next to them. Shadow Demon of the Abyss, level 40, strength 18,000, agility 22,000, spiritual strength 5,000, constitution 15,000. Abyssal Sword Demon, level 40, strength 17,000, agility 19,000, spiritual strength 10,000, constitution 14,000. The demons laughed loudly as they left the abyss. The shadow monster happily noted that someone had finally arrived at the Yuan battlefield. The spider agreed with him and added that it should capture a couple of people. Seeing the pile of bodies of their dead relatives, the demons froze in place. One of them asked intensely what happened here and why there were so many corpses. The shadow monster leaned towards the spider and they began to talk about what was happening. Shadow asked, "Are there really people here at such a high level and with such a strong profession?" The spider hissed back, "The human race has no honor. Mo smirked and activated the corpse explosion, causing a red orb to appear around his palm. He said that soon the demons themselves will understand what is happening here. Noticing Mo, the monsters quickly headed towards him. The spider noted that there was only a boy here at level 27. He added that let him become your human slave. The monster opened its spider mouth. He said that if the boy came and knelt down, then so be it. Without waiting for him to talk, Mo used the skill, and when there was a loud explosion, the spider flew up. Ning grimaced with dissatisfaction and disgust. She asked if these monsters were really that stupid. She sat on the branch of a large tree, looking at Mo's concentrated face. She noted that, on the other hand, if she herself were a demon, she also would not have believed that a person at level 27 could single-handedly destroy so many high-level demons. Everything around began to thunder, the energy began to thicken, and the passage began to gradually close in. Ning noted loudly that it was about to collapse. Mo replied that he was going to help him with that. The guy with a calm face looked towards the portal of the abyss. He said he had to borrow these stupid corpses. The skeleton warriors began to collect the bodies of the monsters and throw them into the passage. After some time, Mo activated the corpse explosion, and at the same second a huge explosion occurred. Military merit received 7,000. The emblem on Mu and Ning's chest lit up and a second golden star appeared on it. The girl asked in surprise, were there really so many demons crowding in the passage? Ning and Mu looked at the bright rays of light formed after the promotion, and suddenly his portable safe appeared next to the guy. The girl happily noted that after just one explosion she was promoted to the rank of 2-star junior lieutenant. Ning perked up when she saw a blue stone fall from the portable safe into Mu's hands, pulsating with a bright light. She cried out in surprise that this was the fixed-point teleportation stone that Yun gave them last time. Mo frowned and an image of a black-haired girl appeared in his head. He thought that it was the teleportation stone that Yun had given him when she asked him to join her and Ning in their campaign against the Ghost King on the battlefield. He wondered if she had been able to detect him. Ning clenched her hand into a fist, and Mu, with confidence on his face, broke the crystal in one motion. The girl said that Yun most likely discovered the Ghost King, and then added that they should help her. The bodies of the guy and girl lit up with a bright blue light. The knights who went to confront the passage into the abyss froze in surprise. Xing'an asked, "Is this really a demon invasion?" His partner pointed in the direction with his hand and asked the boss to urgently look. A strong wind blew black ash in its currents. Ahead, the warriors saw a huge mountain of corpses of demonic monsters. The warriors shouted that there were only meter-long bodies here. Among the remains they saw a dead monster with spider legs. The man noted that this was a high-level abyssal sword demon. With fear and surprise in his head, he asked who could kill them all so easily. The warrior answered loudly that they rushed here as soon as they received a call for help, which means that the monsters did not even resist. Xing'an looked at each other and their eyes widened in surprise. The man sighed and placed his palm against his face, while his companion rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The knight noted that what was happening seemed very familiar to him. His friend asked if Mo had done all this. They looked at the mountain of monster corpses in front of them. Xing'an noted that with his abilities, the guy could definitely do something like this. He added, stoically, "Fortunately, they all don't need to worry." The knight said that if Mu dared to come here to hunt, it meant that he was completely confident in himself, so they should not worry about him. Second battlefield. Yun moved around the earth on her glowing unicorn. She looked at the blue stone in her hand with a worried look. The girl asked why Ning and Mu were delayed. A humanoid monster with long horns and sharp fangs appeared. Ghost King of the battlefield, level 29, strength 25,000, agility 20,000, spiritual strength 20,000, constitution 25,000, skills oblivion, bewitchable, exhaustion, trait, physical damage reduced by 50%, sacred damage increased by 50%. Wang Zihao, a level 20 berserker, directed the power of his team at Yun, and a flurry of arrows and fiery magic attacks flew at her. The girl, maneuvering on her unicorn, avoided all direct attacks. Yun's eyebrows slid down to the bridge of her nose, and the girl's face frowned with displeasure. She pulled on the reins and her unicorn neighed loudly, releasing a stream of light magic from its mouth. A ray of light hit the team of knights, but they managed to erect a protective dome over their squad. She flew around the battlefield and saw how nearby the second squad was fighting the Ghost King. She muttered irritably that they were split into two teams. Yun tensed and a bead of sweat ran down her face. She was thinking about how the battlefield Ghost King randomly appears on battlefields 1 to 3, and each appearance lasts 30 minutes. She thought that if she missed this opportunity now, God, such a chance would not come up. She jerked the reins to the side, dodging another fiery attack. Yun screamed that she couldn't cope with all these annoying guys from the guild. She was indignant as to why Mu and Ning still hadn't come. Yun wrapped herself in the unicorn in a dome, and a teleporter began to appear next to her. Seeing what just happened, Zihao grimaced with anger, opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. Near Yun, Mu and Ning appeared from the teleporter, and the black-haired girl used a levitation spell on them so that they would not fall. Zihao sharply extended his hand forward, ordering his team to attack again, and struck with fire and released many arrows. The arrows hit Yun's shield, and it became covered with cracks. A moment later, the shield crumbled into pieces and the steels flew straight towards Ning and Mu. The guy waved his hand, and all three were surrounded by skeletal armor, protecting them from fire and arrows. The guild team continued to attack, but all their attacks simply dissolved after colliding with the armor. Seeing this, Yun's mouth and eyes widened in shock. She looked at Ning, who also had huge armor behind her. The girl was surprised that Mu's skill actually blocked all attacks. She realized that Ning also enjoyed this protection. Zihao's eyes widened in shock when he recognized the guy who had appeared. His gaze flashed with anger as he remembered his clash with Mo at the championship. He shouted angrily that it was that Lin Mu guy again. Ning turned to Yun and gave her a worried look. She asked the black-haired girl what happened here. Yun replied that she had discovered the Ghost King, and it just so happened that the people from the guild were also nearby. The two girls turned to Mo as he began to speak and saw his displeased face. The guy asked, "Is it really that group of scum again that riots, intimidates the weak and fears the strong?" Yun asked if he had already met them before. Mu grinned and patted his head, remembering the incident with Zhao Jai. He said that he had previously had one conflict with them. The guy thought that he did not expect to meet them in such a place. Zihao looked up at the chatting trio. After a moment, he loudly called Mo's name. The blonde clenched his teeth tightly, the veins on his face bulged, and he looked at the guy with eyes full of anger. All three of them looked at Zihao with annoyed eyes. Mo asked why they were here now. Yun replied that this guy is the young president of the Dynasty Guild. She added that this guild would be sent here to search for the Nirvana Crystal. The black-haired girl cast an alarming side glance at the place where the battle with the Ghost King was currently taking place. The girl noted that they were deliberately delaying her here in order to gain time for their other squad. With a trembling voice, Yun asked what they would do now. Mo turned fully to the girls. He told Yun to hold back her rivals and prevent them from killing the boss. He added that he would deal with the people here and approach her later. The black-haired girl nodded, and Ning made a fist and stuck out her thumb. Yun noted that if she cannot defeat the boss, then they will definitely not succeed. The girl pulled on the reins and her unicorn took off. She cancelled her levitation and cast a landing spell, after which Mu and Ning began to descend. She shouted for the guy and girl to be careful. The man from the guild asked the boss if they needed to stop the girl on the unicorn. Zihao loudly replied that they must deal with Mu first. Holding a long sword in each hand, the blonde man walked towards the landing Mu with an angry look on his face. He shouted indignantly that he didn't think he could meet him here. The guy screamed loudly that the Necromancer himself was able to enter the Xiajing Academy, and then asked if Mu knew that Zihao did not have an academy that he could go to. The blonde was indignant that it was all because of him, and if it weren't for Mo, he would have entered the academy. Zihao clenched his teeth tightly, the veins on his face bulged, and the guy's eyes flashed with rage. He shouted that if it weren't for Mo, he would have become the champion. He said it was all because of damn Mo. Ning and Mu looked at the blonde with surprised eyes. The girl noted that he definitely doesn't have everything at home. She added that the fact that he was unable to enter the academy was only his fault and his abilities, and not other people. Mo replied that he was simply blinded by envy. Zihao tightened his grip on his blades and leaned forward. He yelled at his subordinates, asking why they were now standing rooted to the spot. He loudly ordered them to quickly go and destroy this guy. A knight with a sword and shield, protected by a barrier, ran towards Mu with a furious expression on his face. Level 38 Knight, Strength 8,000, Agility 6,000, Spiritual Strength 4,000, Constitution 15,000. A detachment of strong guild warriors quickly headed towards Mu and Ning. Zihao shouted angrily that no matter how powerful he was just a beginner. He noted that his team survived more than 100 battles. In an ominous voice, he said that today would be the day of Mo's death. The Necromancer waved his hand and an army of skeleton warriors rose from the ground. He ordered them to attack. The knight, struck by the blow, fell to the ground and began coughing up blood. He asked in a trembling voice, where did the undead come from here? The rest of the knights, seeing the skeleton warriors, froze in place and looked at the army with eyes full of fear. They said that this simply could not happen. Zihao's gaze showed fear and horror, and sweat poured down his face. He tried to understand what was happening now. The knights, struck by the skeletons, tried to heal themselves with healing magic. The blonde turned to his team and opened his mouth wide. He loudly called the archers and magicians and ordered them to kill Mu. A flurry of arrows and fireballs headed towards Mo. The necromancer grinned and waved his hand, which burst into turquoise flames. He told his skeletons that they could have a lot of fun. Skeleton mages appeared and unleashed their elemental attacks on the guild warriors, an explosion of flame, a storm, a blizzard, a lightning strike. The guild warriors fell from such an onslaught of spells and the power of Moyu skeletons. Two guys from the guild, one of whom was lying on the ground, wearing black armor, were shocked by such force. Wang watched as his squad fled the battlefield. He didn't understand what was happening. Wang realized that Moyu was capable of summoning an immortal magician, although he had not seen a necromancer in the Great Exam. One guild knight was already burned in the fire. The blonde guy from his squad looked defeated. The fighter understood that they could not defeat Moyu, and even if 10 or 20 healers come, they still won't be able to cope with the speed with which the skeletons use their skills. The guild simply turned around and began to run back. Wang stood confused, his hands clenched into fists. He was angry because his squad was escaping. He told them to return to the fight. He clarified that Moyu is only at level 27 and needs to be killed. Wang furrowed his eyebrows, got angry and started shouting. He called his guys deaf. Wang couldn't let Moyu take away the glory that was originally his. Moyu raised his hand with a mocking expression and cast a corpse explosion spell, joking at the same time that they already want to escape from the battlefield. Wang angrily watched as his warriors simply died from Moyu's power. Wang looked on with great impression. He didn't understand what kind of ability this was. Bright fiery explosions with lightning occurred in the sky. Wang still didn't understand what this skill was. Wang, frightened, covered his face with his hands. He was afraid of the events taking place. The vice president of the guild found himself in the center of the event, surrounded by magical power. His warriors looked exhausted, surrounded by clouds of black smoke. In this smoke, the silhouette of a man appeared. Wang seemed confused as Moyu approached him. The Necromancer rank icon appears. He was a 2-star second lieutenant. The leader of the elite guild did not understand how many monsters he had to kill for this title. Wang, overcome with fear, fell to the ground and looked at Moyu, who was walking straight towards him. He begged the new one not to kill him, citing his importance. He begged not to touch him. But the Necromancer did not care, and he raised his hand, about to use a new spell. Although Moyu noticed Wang's eloquence, he sarcastically said that he does not show pity for bad people. A huge monster appeared above the guild squad, blazing in flames. A blue beam of magic flashed past one of the guild fighters. Yun came to support on a unicorn, also attacking the entire squad from the air. Suddenly, a wave of fiery ray hit Yun, surrounded by a magic ball, from the side. It was two magicians looking at her. One of them was a tier 2 hooded great elder. The other was a level 2 archmage. The level 2 elder noticed that this girl was too annoying. He said he would take care of her when the young president came. The archmage asked what was happening there and why it took so long for them to come to the rescue. The blast wave threw away 2 bodies. The 2 newly arrived magicians watched these flying bodies. The elder asked what it was. They realized that it was a guild outfit with all the equipment. One of the magicians, horrified, suspected that terrible things could happen to the young president. There was a huge explosion with a wave of fiery rays that lifted fragments of stones and earth into the air. One of the magicians raised his hands with an angry look, casting a spell. The magician asked who could have done this. Moyu and Yiyi stood surrounded by skeleton warriors. Yun looked at what was happening in surprise. She noticed how it was possible to deal with it so quickly. Several skeletons were located near the corpses of guild members. The magicians realized who the person Yiyi knew was. Moyu, raising his hand, directed a pile of corpses in the air after him. He used the corpse explosion spell. There are strong explosions in the air from which pink energy emanates. Yun on a unicorn flashed through the sky above the clouds of smoke. Yun looked down. She was surprised by Moyu's true strength and didn't understand how he passed this hell level test alone again. Yun wondered about the girl who could help him. The remaining people from the guild squad stuck together. They tried to call for support and get better quickly. The surviving guild stood together and hid under the protection of the purple ball. They approached the leader of the remaining squad, who was calling the survivors to him. They used group defense. The surviving squad, scared to death, stood under protection. The squad, being inside the ball, looked around. This surviving guild was attacked by a bunch of Moyu skeletons. The Necromancer himself raised his head to the sky and looked at Yun, who was flying on a unicorn. He told her that he was almost done and it was time for them to deal with the King of Ghosts on the battlefield. Yun, who was looking at him, agreed with him. The three of them stood in front of a huge monster with a purple aura and large horns. It was the Ghost King of the battlefield, the world boss. Level 39, Strength 25,000, Agility 20,000, Spiritual Strength 20,000, Body 25,000, Skills, Oblivion, Witchcraft, Life Drain. Abilities, Physical damage reduced by 50%, Spiritual damage increased by 50%. Moyu took out his Danetta scythe. He used the call and spoke forward. He sent his most powerful skeleton against this ghost. Yi and Yun stood together with different expressions, one smiling slightly while the other was shocked. She didn't understand where he got so many trump cards. Moyu turned to Yun and said that he was not strong on the spiritual level, so he would leave it to her. She, slightly confused, understood everything. She flew back into the air on the unicorn using blue aura magic. This blue beam of magic shot down, headed straight for the world-class Ghost King. The monster looked up, clearly angry with this girl. The enraged monster raised his hand and cast a life absorption spell. Yun bared her teeth and moved to the side along with the unicorn. The monster's spell flashed past. Moyu raised his hand and used a spell with red chains. He used a slowing curse, saying that he would have to interrupt the monster's skills. The monster clearly did not expect such an attack, finding himself chained in chains with a red aura. The summoner stood with Danetta's scythe, followed by a huge ghost with wings. He told his skeleton to restrict the Ghost King's movements for him. The skeleton warrior was advancing straight towards the monster. Yun watched the fight between the skeleton and the monster. She wondered how many techniques Moyu had that he didn't use. Everyone saw the monster's ferocious gaze. The ghost hit the skeleton and it flew away. Moyu frowned slightly, looking at what was happening with misunderstanding. He realized that the outpost guard was no longer able to cope, so the time had come for a new soul. Moyu turned to the side and looked up, followed by Yun. He ordered her to take control of the situation. She said that she would control it if the monster attacked. Yun on a unicorn hovered in the air above the monster's head. Yun unleashed a barrage of energy on the monster's head. The monster, standing chained, looked up. Yun realized that her attack was not successful. She became angry when she realized that this Ghost King did not have an attribute that increased damage by 50%. The enraged monster opened its mouth and looked up. He used bewitchment. Yun was unable to repel this attack and fell for this spell. Moyu looked at Yun and raised his hand, standing next to the skeleton. He realized that he had forgotten to put the skeletal armor on her, so she was not immune to mind control. The bewitched Yun and her unicorn flew down. The skeleton warrior caught the body of the immobilized Yun. The skeleton and Yi surrounded Yun's body the moment Moyu looked at them. He asked them to take care of Yun, and Moyu himself was going to take care of this big guy. Moyu watched the fight between his outpost guard and a huge monster that was chained. He realized that this monster was too strong. Moyu grinned and looked up. He was going to use this monster as the next soul. The Necromancer summoned skeletal armor through his Danetta scythe. The monster stood in bewilderment. The Ghost King looked at his enemy with a fierce gaze. The monster used a non-existent spell. Moyu held a scythe in his hand. He was protected by skeletal armor. The monster directed a red beam of magic at the skeletal armor, but this spell did not help him. Moyu raised his hand, ready to cast his spell. He said it was time for his soldiers to get to work. The Necromancer lowered his head slightly, smiling ironically. He knew that now his skeletons would taste the desired soul. He used Soul Flame. The confused monster, standing chained, felt a blue flame on itself. His skeleton warriors flew to finish off the monster. He used a strong blow spell. The saddened Yi, who watched Yun's lifeless body, brought a test tube with a green potion to her nose. She poured this bottle into her mouth. Yun woke up and leaned on the ground with her hands. She asked what happened to her. Yi said that she had just been subjected to the Ghost King's enchanting technique by Yun. Yun stood up sharply and was indignant. She was scared when she heard about the enchanting technique. Moyu's silhouette was behind the epicenter of the battle, where his skeletons fought with a huge monster. Yun opened her eyes and looked ahead worriedly. She realized that Moyu was now alone fighting the Ghost King. And this even despite the fact that the two of them fought with him, they could not inflict serious damage on the Ghost King. The Ghost King looked down at the skeletons and raised his hand. He used life absorption, sending red beams of magic at the skeletons. It was clear from Moyu's gaze that he had no intention of giving up. However, all his skeletons are undead warriors. His technique is useless here. The Ghost King continued to defeat these skeletons using all his strength. Moyu tried to find the monster's weak point. He noticed that the monster was immune to physical attacks and simply absorbed his curse. Moyu stood surrounded by his skeletons, surrounded by a magical aura. Moyu said that he is not a magician, but he will still try to perform a spell attack. Yun looked worriedly at the smiling Yi, who looked into her eyes. Yun asked Nina if Moyu always takes her with him to clean out the dungeon. Yi noted that this is true. Yi and Yun stood behind the battlefield and watched what was happening. Yi said that she misses sweet potatoes. Yun asked what other potatoes. Yi, clearly joking, said not to take it into her head. 5 minutes later, the Ghost King's body fell to the ground. His murder took place. Killing the Ghost King on the battlefield, experienced 2,600,000. Obtain the Ghost King's dagger. Obtain the Ghost King's sword. Obtain the heart of the Ghost King. Received 5 Nirvana crystals. Dagger of the Ghost King, exclusive to assassins. Platinum level weapon, all attributes plus 800, assassin skills increased by 60%. Additional skills, absorption. Absorption, immunity to attacks for 30 seconds, immunity to physical attacks for 5 minutes. Exclusive to the swordsman class, the sword of the Ghost King. Platinum level weapon, all attributes plus 800. Swordsman skills increased by 60%. Additional skills, bloodthirsty strike. Bloodthirsty strike, an attack based on one's own power, absorbing life force to heal oneself, time 5 minutes. Heart of the Ghost King, basic material for making Ghost King jewelry. The Nirvana crystal increases the likelihood of career sublimation when changing professions for the second time. Moyu stood sideways to the monster, pointing his scythe at it. He used spiritualism. It was a big huge skeleton with a green silhouette. This huge skeleton with a green silhouette was looking straight at Moyu. It was the Battlefield Ghost King, World Boss, level 39. Strength 25,000, Agility 20,000, Spiritual Strength 20,000, Body 25,000. Skills, Oblivion, Sorcery, Life Drain. Abilities, Physical damage reduced by 50%, Spiritual damage increased by 50%. The Necromancer looked at the summoned skeleton with admiration. He understood that although the skeleton had a weakness in that it was limited by spiritual strength, it was still good. Yun was slightly taken aback. She realized that Moyu had defeated the monster. Yun was surprised how he alone was able to deal with the boss of the battlefield. The Necromancer, lowering his head, held in his hand the silhouette of Danatus' scythe. Moyu approached Yun and handed her the Nirvana crystal. She looked at this crystal with her eye in amazement, examining its beauty. She said that she had been looking for the Ghost King for a very long time, and finally found this crystal. She pressed her hand to her chest and closed her eyes. Yun realized that with this crystal she could increase her height by 60%. He will also be able to get a second profession, a Caller of the Holy Spirit. She was glad she could. Yun admired the fact that the glory of the family would still be inherited by her. Yun, still holding her hand to her chest, looked with delight at Moyu, who had his hands in his pockets. She thanked him, saying that this crystal was very important to her. 3 objects flew up above the ground, shrouded in black clouds of smoke, 2 of which were daggers and a green heart. And as luck would have it, it was the king's heart that would serve as material for the necklace. Yun, still in euphoria, stood next to Moyu, who turned back. Yun said that this crystal was everything she wanted, and that's why she wanted to share it with him. She noticed that the necklace was very good jewelry and was worth a lot of money. If he couldn't find a suitable alchemist, then she said that Yi, who was smiling, would help her in her search. Yi smiled with her eyes closed. Yi said that Moyu is Master Shen's disciple, so she doesn't think she will be of any use to him. Yun covered her mouth with her hand and widened her eyes when she heard this information. She realized that he was Shen's disciple. Yun didn't expect that he had a disciple. She had never heard of Shen accepting disciples, so that would explain a lot. Moyu left the battlefield, on which lay a pile of corpses. Yun looked at the Necromancer warily. She said that this time he killed the people from the Dynasty Guild, and their president also died here, so they will not forget it. A pile of corpses lay on the ground. Wang was their president, a level 3 professional. Yun noted that even if Shen himself protects him, the guild people may not dare to do anything openly, but does not rule out the fact that they will do everything in secret. Moyu turned around and looked timidly at Yun. He told her not to worry, as he understood everything. He realized that the matter of summoning the soul of the Ghost King needed to be taken more carefully. Moyu wanted to make sure that no one saw this, not a single living soul. His cold gaze looked into the distance at the corpses. He said that not a single living soul would see this. We were transported to Battlefield 3. Angry, the knight and archer looked up at the notification that appeared. Behind them stood 2 more people, one of whom was hidden under a cape. The notice said that the Ghost King on the battlefield was killed and the heart of the Ghost King fell out. They didn't expect to see this notification about the murder of the world boss. They did not understand how the Ghost King died, because the monster had the magical ability to absorb lives, and now he was killed. These people were trying to figure out what the team was that beat him. We were transported to the Guild Dynasty. Father Wang sat at a large table, resting his large chin on his hands. He understood that if Wang failed the entrance exam and could not enroll, his guild would train him on their own. Once he receives the Nirvana Crystal, he will complete his professional transformation and be promoted to a legendary profession. To counterattack, a sinister grin was visible on his face. He said that the humiliation his son had suffered would one day be made up for in full by Moyu. A man in a black suit and black glasses walks into Father Wang's office. A guy in a suit walked up to the table where his father was sitting in a black tie. After Jihad goes to the battlefield, Yun will see the real battle and he will be reborn. Father Wang ordered the guy in the suit to find him an alchemist. He wanted to make the Ghost King necklaces for Wang. Moyu stood in the middle of a field of corpses and used a spell to destroy them. He wanted to completely destroy the corpses in this way. Yi and Yun stood in each other's company with a slight grin. Yi said that until they expose the Ghost King, no one will be able to find them. Yun said not to worry as she is also responsible for this. Yun held her Nirvana crystal in her hands. The 3 of them teleported home from the empty field. Elder Meng and Master Shen sat at the table, drinking tea from mugs. Shen said that the day after tomorrow there will be professional competitions and it's time for this scoundrel to return. Smirking, Elder Meng looked at the heated Shen. Meng noticed that Shen must have been worried about whether the mission was accomplished or not. Shen said he was bored watching. The elder, looking directly at his colleague, said that the Ghost King had just been killed, and so they wondered if that guy could have done it. Shen sat with a stony face. The 2 masters turned to the side as Moyu appeared in front of them. They noticed that he had returned. The Necromancer bowed before his masters and put his hand to his chest. He greeted his masters. The 2 masters were sitting at a practically empty table near which Moyu was standing. They asked if he completed the task. He replied that he did, placing several crystals and a heart on their table. Shen looked at Moyu in amazement and said that it was not bad. A bright star with a title sparkled on Moyu's chest. They realized that this was the rank of 2-star lieutenant. Moyu stood proudly with this star on his chest. They asked if he could kill the Ghost King. Master Shen, who lightly touched the cup with his hand, looked at his student in amazement. He understood that a 2-star lieutenant meant more than 20,000 battle merits, even with Old Man Ning's precious granddaughter. Normal demons only have 50 battle merits, which meant that this guy had at least 400 demon kills. Moyu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at his master. He replied that he had killed several high-level demons. The elder choked on his tea upon hearing this news along with Shen. They were very surprised. Moyu sat down at the table and looked at the dumbfounded looks of his masters. They asked him to repeat what he said. Moyu, raising his hand, began to tell the masters that he had encountered a space portal, and then he told all the incidents that happened to him on the battlefield. Master Shen laughed hard when he heard such good news. He said that the guild squad was probably just angry because they couldn't kill Moyu twice. He considered it a disgrace for the guild. The elder held a cup in his hand with a grin on his face. He praised the student, saying that next time he would become even stronger. Moyu's gaze changed at the moment and looked puzzled. He turned to his masters. Remembering the silhouette of a magician in a white cloak, he said that he met Master Yen there. Master Shen and the elder choked twice, deeply impressed by the news they heard. They found it hard to believe that Moyu could meet a divine flame mage. Moyu began to describe to the masters everything that happened to him. The large white wall that protected the craftsman's place was covered with green trees. It became clear to them immediately. Master Shen, his mouth slightly open, communicated with Elder Meng, who was sitting opposite him. Meng remembered that someone had also visited this copy. Meng did not understand why the magician was favorable to Shen when he met him in his youth. Shen replied that he had not improved his level back then, so it was normal for him to be looked down upon. The elder stood up from his chair and rested his hands on the table. Moyu stood next to him with a blue crystal. Meng told him to take this crystal. They realized that there was no point in looking for other candidates since he was the best. The elder, frowning, held the silhouette of the Shenzian Tower above his hand. The Shenzia Tower in Master Meng's palm began to be framed by stone, and eventually converted into a multicolored crystal shining with bright light. Meng handed Moyu the teleportation stone he had made. He said everything is ready now. The guy stood opposite the master and looked at the crystal in his palms. Meng said he added information about the coordinates of the human world to it so that it can be used to travel between the human world and the abyss. He added that at the table. He replied that it was so and delivered that a total of 5 crystals fell out and he now has 3. Bai asked to give him 2 crystals and he would help him prepare for receiving a second profession. Having lowered his eyes, the man shivered and clenched his hand into a fist. He said that he dare not say anything more, but he guarantees that when Moyu tries to get the profession for the second time, he will be 80% sure of sublimation, since the chance is 3 times greater. He added that it was a pity that this was the second time, because if it was the first time, he would be 90% sure that Moyu would be able to awaken his talent. The boy bowed again to his mentor. He thanked Mr. Bai loudly for everything. At that moment, the man thought that, most likely, he would have to make great sacrifices for this. He took the mug of drink and lifted it off the table. The man asked why the boy still called him Mr. Bai. Moyu's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the man push a mug of hot drink towards him. The characteristic stomping steps were heard, and Moyu walked towards his mentor. He took the mug in his palms and bowed with it directly in front of Bai. He said that disciple Lin Moyu is very happy to welcome his teacher. The man extended his palms to the boy to take the mug. Memories of his grandmother and sister flew through Moyu's head, how he met Yi and how he heard Bai's prayer. He thought that in this world, in addition to his grandmother and sister, he had more relatives. Moyu straightened up, and he and the teacher smiled at each other. The mentor told the guy to go and rest because he had been working very hard these days. He added that tomorrow they will go to the competition in the city of Nanhong, and there they should perform well and become the winners of the championship. Moyu replied that the teacher need not worry about it. A moment later, the guy teleported away and Bai was left alone with Master Meng. The old man asked if he was happy now. The man replied that he was very happy, however, now all his savings would be spent. Meng asked if this would really happen. The master raised the mug to his lips and took a sip. He said that there was something that Moyu didn't say. The old man said that he fought alongside a girl from the Mo family, and also insulted the Dynasty Guild by killing the young guild president. Bai waved his hand worriedly. He asked what was wrong with the Dynasty Guild, and then added that if necessary, he would kill everyone there. Meng looked at his friend, who relaxed and crossed his arms over his chest. The master noted that most likely Moyu wants to solve this problem himself and not involve his mentor in this. He asked the man not to interfere, not to make this situation public, and not to cause trouble for the guy. Bai noted that Moyu is quite ambitious, which is a good thing. 2 men leaned their elbows on a round table. Bai asked if Meng thought he was so stupid that he thought he was going to interfere. The master noted that something like that, and then added that after old man Ning found out that his granddaughter was in the 3rd battlefield, he would most likely come after him. The next day, the arena for professional competitions in the city of Nanhong. Many drones were flying over the huge arena where the competition was to take place. Professional competitions, Nanhong City, around which countless people gathered and made a big noise. Tao Tao, along with Mia Oyu and Moyu, looked around as they pushed through the crowd of people. The girl with the bob was surprised at how many people had gathered here. Tao Tao noted that she had heard that more than 100,000 professional teams were participating in the competition. The black-haired girl glanced at Moyu, who was looking forward. She thought that more than 90% of the teams would be eliminated at a very early stage. She made a mental note that they shouldn't have any problems during the first stage. The team approached the red portal, near which the coordinators stood. One of them said that the next group could come through. The team consisting of Moyu, Yiyi, Tao Tao, Mia Oyu and Gao headed towards the portal. Tao Tao said that first they must pass a team audition. When they all went inside, the portal flashed with a yellow light. The whole team found themselves in a large red and black space hung with chains. Moyu thought that it turns out that the Shenzia Tower is used for evaluation. He mentally suggested that, apparently, in order to pass the level, you need to defeat all the monsters in your path. He thought this was the most effective way to audition. Tao Tao loudly asked Gao buff us. The prophet opened his book, and multicolored rings flashed around the guys, symbolizing the improvement of basic skills such as strength, agility, defense, and magic. Tao Tao, standing in front of everyone, turned to Moyu. She said that they wanted to try it themselves first and asked Moyu to help in case something went wrong. The guy nodded and gave his consent. The first monster appeared in front of the team. Abyss Demon Dog, level 27, strength 28-0, agility 35-0, spiritual strength 1000, constitution 2000, skill bite. Tao Tao, placing a shield in front of herself, activated a protective barrier around herself. At this moment, Moyu thought that this monster was 4 levels lower than the real Abyss Dog, and its stats were also much lower. He thought that the team should not have any problems with him. The black-haired girl moved ahead and confronted the demon. She swung her shield and hit the demon on the head with it. The monster began to lose its balance from the blow, and Yiyi rushed past it, using her shadow assassin skills. She crept up behind the demon and, flashing her talking eyes, struck him with her blades. Standing next to the corpse of the disappearing monster, the girl wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand. She thought that she was able to become stronger just by watching Moyu. Pleased with her first victory, Tao Tao exhaled and smiled. She noted that they are doing well so far, so they need to move on. Looking at the black-haired girl, the corners of Moyu's lips slightly pulled upward. He thought that based on his experience, this test would definitely not be as simple as it seemed at first glance. Many people were looking at the large holographic screen, watching the team counter. People cried out in surprise that there must be over 30,000 teams participating. Someone loudly noted that this selection would be difficult. There was a loud cry that another team had been eliminated from the competition. 3 Abyss Demon Dogs appeared in front of the team. Yiyi, concentrating, caught up with one of them and plunged her blade into his neck using the Mortal Strike skill. She swung her other hand and threw another blade straight into the stomach of another dog that was about to attack the team. Yiyi activated the body explosion skill, and the monster's insides began to explode one by one. Mia Oyu began to cast the spell, and the third dog was captured in an air whirlwind, after which Tao Tao, covering herself with a shield, rushed at him with her sword. Gritting her teeth tightly, she swung her weapon and cut off the monster's head. Bai and Meng watched the competition from their abode. Bai asked what this brat is doing that their score is moving slowly there. He crossed his arms over his chest and cast a dissatisfied glance at the master. The man asked why the other teams had 40 points, but the Moyu team scored only 23. He asked Meng if he could open the entrance since he controlled Shenzia Tower. The master replied that he could not do this. He reached out and touched his mug of tea. The master noted that this was just an audition, and it was not a matter of speed at all, and then asked if he really didn't trust Moyu. Bai smiled and clenched his hand into a fist, flexing his biceps. He noted in a cheerful voice that if the guy did not become a champion, then he would have to cope with him. The team, tired of continuous battles, tried to normalize their breathing. A winged Abyss Demon Dog appeared in front of them on the battlefield. Abyssal Demon Dog, level 29, strength 5000, agility 5000, spiritual strength 15-0. Tao Tao thrust her shield forward, her face contorting in confusion. She shouted loudly for everyone to be careful because the boss was now in front of them.